Our employees take turns cooking. Can you accept that? The base salary is $2,800 with a 200 attendance bonus. After 1 year, we'll add full insurance. Sorry, we can't hire applicants born in the year of the rabbit. Even though you're a recent graduate, we need 3 years of work experience. You don't qualify. This was the 38th day that Gu Cece had been scrolling through job listings on a certain hiring app. After graduating, she still couldn't find a suitable job. It felt like there were no normal jobs left in the world. She lay back on her bed with a long sigh, eyes filled with despair. Checking her phone again, she confirmed her balance, 1,853 yuan left. With another sigh, she accepted her fate and called home. Mom, I'm coming back to inherit the family business. I'll be home tomorrow. Really, sweetheart? That's wonderful. Your dad and I can finally start our world trip. Let me see. There's a flight at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Come back before lunch, so we can have a farewell meal together.
Bye-bye.
Her mother's excitement left Gu Cece speechless. Their so-called family business was actually a small neighborhood supermarket, Fortune Supermarket, selling groceries, fresh produce, and meat. Because her parents had to run the store every day, they never had time to travel. They'd been asking her to take over for years, but she always thought a monthly profit of just over 10,000 yuan wasn't worth giving up her freedom. After facing the harsh reality of the job market, she now realized that 10,000 yuan a month actually was enough for freedom. Feeling a bit excited, she ended her apartment lease early and dragged 3 suitcases home. Her hometown was only 3 hours from the city center, on the outskirts of the main district. When she arrived at noon, she found the supermarket completely empty. A note was taped to the door. We couldn't wait any longer, so we left first. Have lunch on your own. The supplier contacts are written on sticky notes in the drawer behind the counter. We've already informed them about you. You'll do great. Good luck, sweetheart. Gu Cece. She tore down the note, took out the spare key, and opened the rolling shutter. With a loud clatter, the supermarket came into view. At the entrance stood the single set of doors, one for entering, one for exiting, and behind the counter was a wall of neatly arranged bottles of wine. At the front was the fresh food section, followed by the general goods area, covering about 100 square meters. The second floor served as the warehouse, which could also be accessed from the back door. Deliveries usually came through there. The third floor was their home, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. Very convenient for work and rest. She locked the supermarket door and went upstairs. As expected, 5 dishes and a soup were set on the table, 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable ones, all steaming hot. After enjoying her meal, Gu Cece began tidying up her room. She planned to open the store the next day. After a busy night, everything was finally ready. She set her alarm for 4:20 and went to bed, knowing she had to get up at 4:30 to unload goods and arrange the shelves. As she drifted off to sleep, she seemed to hear a voice in her mind.
Ding.
A supermarket-owning college student detected. The multiverse trading system requests to bind. 1, 2, 3. Binding accepted by default. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Ding. The multiverse trading system has opened the first trading world. Daily access time. Earth time 4:40 to 5:40. Completing a trade in one world unlocks new worlds and extends access time. All profits belong entirely to the host. The system takes no share. After completing main missions, side missions will unlock, allowing the host to travel with the supermarket across thousands of worlds to trade and collect goods without time limits. Hee. Gu Cece smiled in her sleep. She must be having a wonderful dream. The next morning, at 4:20, her alarm rang. She could also hear the rumble of a large truck outside. It was the delivery. She quickly got dressed, let her hair down, and went downstairs. The driver was unloading goods and handed her breakfast. Your parents said you'd be running the supermarket from now on. I didn't believe it, but it's true. You're a college student. Don't you feel it's a bit of a waste? Thank you, brother. Not at all. I love this job, Gu Cece said with a smile, taking the food and eating as she worked. Earning over 10,000 a month, What was there to complain about? She was more than happy. After unloading everything at the back door, the driver left for his next stop. Gu Cece ate while using a small cart to move the goods inside. At 4:40, she suddenly heard a door open. Turning around, she saw a young man standing at the back door, dressed in ancient-style official robes. He was handsome, refined, and carried himself with quiet confidence. The man saw her and quickly bowed, saying, "Miss, excuse me, where is this place?" He was surprised to find himself in such a strange place after just entering the study. She understood and, mimicking his gesture, replied, "This is the Prosperity Supermarket." A supermarket is a place where you can buy rice, flour, grains, vegetables, fruits, shoes, clothes, and daily necessities. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up immediately. "Can you really buy food here? Western Lawn County has been dry for half a year, with no harvest. Now the entire county and the whole prefecture are running out of food. The death rate is rising sharply, and almost every day, families are holding funerals. Food is extremely hard to find. It's surprising that this girl, dressed so oddly, claims to have food. How much food do you have, and what is the price?" The young man bowed again, tears in his eyes. He looked so moved that even Gu Cece was a bit scared. Is it really necessary to be this emotional? The act was really good. She could be an actor. She sighed and looked around, wondering if they were filming a show or a variety program. Immersive cosplay shouldn't start this early, especially not from her. Maybe it's a prank show. She thought she could probably handle the role. Gu Cece turned around to count. 10 bags of 5 jean each, 10 bags of 10 jean each, and 5 bags of 50 jean each. In total, there are only 350 jean of rice now, all pro rice costing 3 yuan per jean. 3 yuan. The young man fell silent. How much is that? Gu Cece also paused, wondering if she should say more. Was he about to lose control and stop acting? "Miss, I don't know how much rice I can buy with this." The young man took out a bright green badge and handed it over. Gu Cece took it, looked at it under the light. Transparent, smooth, very comfortable to hold, just like Hetian jade. It should be natural Hetian jade, which must be very valuable, right? Looking closer, she saw some patterns drawn on it, with a large character Ling in the middle. "Are your cosplay costs this high now?" She asked her honest question, but the young man looked confused. "Miss, have you mistaken me for someone else? What does Chorus I mean? I am Xin Qingyan, the magistrate of Shilin County. The badge I gave you proves my identity. I have nothing else of value right now, so this is the only thing I can use to trade. Young lady, would you accept an exchange like this?" Gu Cece was completely stunned. Was he acting too seriously? Ding. The multiverse trading system reminds the host, "You have successfully bound the system. This is your first trade with someone from another world. This is not a show or cosplay." What was that sound? Gu Cece was startled by the voice in her head. Then she saw the playback and subtitles showing the system's binding record from last night. 3 minutes later, she felt joy, shock, and disbelief, then burst out laughing. Finally, something this amazing had happened to her. She checked Xin Qingyan's world background again. The Great Huang Dynasty, drought, countless deaths. No wonder he looked so eager when he heard about food. "Why, young lady?" Xin Qingyan stepped back, startled. Was she possessed? "It's fine. I don't know exactly how much your jade badge is worth, but I can trade you all the packaged rice here first. When you come next time, I'll tell you the exact value." All right. Gu Cece planned to take the badge to a pawnshop or antique store to see how much it was worth. "I also have plenty of goods here. You can go back, figure out what you need, and tell me later. I can also take gold, silver, antiques, or paintings in exchange." Hearing this, Xin Qingyan was overjoyed. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, young lady, for your great kindness." Gu Cece quickly moved all the rice from the delivery and the supermarket warehouse into the yard and loaded it onto a large cart. "You can borrow this cart. Just remember to bring it back next time." After thanking her again, Xin Qingyan pushed the cart back the way he came. Not far from the yard, through the mist, was the door to his study. As he pulled the cart through, the mist disappeared and both he and the cart reappeared in his study. It was truly a miracle. Shen Qingyan's heart raced with excitement. Perhaps this was heaven's way of saving the great Huang dynasty and its people. Just then, his elderly advisor walked in, looking tired. Seeing the unfamiliar sacks on the floor, he asked in confusion, "My lord, what is all this?" Shen Qingyan carefully cut open each bag with scissors, revealing fine, high-quality white rice. The advisor's eyes widened in disbelief. This is real, sir. This is from the imperial supply. Don't ask too much, Shen Qingyan interrupted. I've found the relief grain. Now take the officers and gather all the jewelry, paintings, antiques, gold, and silver from the government office. Exchange them all for more food. He wasn't sure when he could return to that mysterious shop, but he had to be prepared. The advisor, thrilled, rushed out, but because of hunger and weakness, he stumbled and nearly fell. Meanwhile, in the Prosperity supermarket, Goose Cece had just finished arranging all the goods on the shelves. She noticed it was only 6:30. Usually, people came to shop after 7, and the supermarket officially opened at 7:30. Feeling distracted by the heavy jade token in her pocket, she decided to delay opening until 10 o'clock. After locking the door, she took her phone and headed to several pawnshops and antique stores in the city to compare prices and avoid being cheated. The antique shop had just opened. The owner was having breakfast, spicy rice noodles with soy milk. When she entered, he looked up and said, "Miss, have you eaten? Want some?" "Thank you, I'm fine. Do you buy jade here? Please take a look and tell me what it's worth." She sat down and took a jade token from her bag. The owner didn't expect much. A young woman selling a small family trinket wasn't unusual, and such things rarely had great value. But when he saw the jade token, his eyes widened in shock, and he almost choked on his food. Wasn't this the same piece displayed in the museum? No, it looked similar but not exactly the same. He carefully put down his food and put on gloves. "Miss, did you take this from your family's collection? Do they know you're selling it?" Items like this were usually family heirlooms. If a young person sold one without permission, it could cause trouble later. "They don't know, but it's mine. My parents won't care. We have plenty of things like this at home," Goose Cece said, pretending to be a carefree, spoiled girl while secretly planning for future exchanges. The shop owner looked at her with envy, nodded, and began examining the jade more carefully. This is an ancient official's waist token. They were usually made of ivory, bronze, gold, rhino horn, amber, or jade. The price depends on the material, age, and rarity. Yours is natural Hetian jade, the finest kind, white jade with a smooth texture. Just for the quality alone, I can offer 28,000 yuan per gram. It only looked similar to the one in the museum, but the exact dynasty couldn't be identified. It might just be a craft piece, though the material was valuable, so it could only be priced as Hetian jade. Goose Cece almost floated with joy. How much did he say? 28,000 yuan per gram. But she didn't want to seem too eager. She kept a calm face and said, "Add a bit more, or I'll sell it somewhere else." She decided to test him first. The shop owner looked at the proud Goose Cece again, gritted his teeth, and said, 30,000 per gram. That's the highest I can go. Sure, some pieces have sold for 50,000, but you wouldn't get that on your own. How much more it sells for later depends on my skill. You should let me earn a little too, right? He started to play the emotional card. Besides, you have more pieces at home. I'd like to work with you long-term. Why would I trick you? Goose Cece thought about it and checked the price of natural white jade on her phone. It matched what he said. Seeing her interest, the shop owner quickly weighed the token. 40 grams, that's 1.2 million yuan. Do you want to sell? If yes, I'll go to the bank with you to transfer the money. Goose Cece's eyes sparkled. 1.2 million yuan, just like that, she was suddenly rich? The system had said all income belonged to her, right? Goose Cece pretended to stay calm and said casually, "All right, let's sell it. I'll come to you again if I find more good stuff." "Great. Let's go." The shop owner carefully placed the token into a silk box, feeling delighted. Who said there were no treasures among ordinary people? He had found a real gem this time. This deal would surely make him proud and his family. An hour later, 1.2 million yuan was in Gu Cici's bank account. She avoided the bank's eager investment manager, took a taxi, and hurried home. First, she needed a safe and familiar place to calm down. Second, her supermarket was opening for the first time today. She couldn't be late. Her side business might bring quick money, but her real store was her steady source of income. She couldn't forget her roots. When she returned to the supermarket, it was already 10:30. People were waiting at the entrance, peeking inside, and leaving in disappointment. Gu Cici quickly got out of the car. Her neighbor, Grandma Wang, recognized her.
Cici.
So you went out. Everyone thought you overslept. Haha. Cici, you're late. Hurry and open the door. My relatives are here, and we need rice to start cooking. Did the fresh vegetables arrive today? What about the fruit? Surrounded by the crowd, Gu Cici began her busy day running the supermarket, weighing goods, packing, checking out, bargaining, and running around. It wasn't until after 11:30 that the number of customers finally dropped, and she could take a breath. It only took 3 hours for her excitement at hearing the cash register to turn into numb routine. By the afternoon, her arms and legs were sore. Finally, at 9 in the evening, she closed the store. Exhausted, she washed up and collapsed on the sofa, unable to move. She quickly ordered some fried chicken, barbecue, and rice noodles on her phone. Seeing her remaining balance, she let out a mischievous little laugh, then called Uncle Wang, her supplier, to increase the next order. That county official seemed to need a lot of food. She decided to order 3,000 pounds first. The wholesale price of rice was 2.7 yuan per pound, and she could earn 0.3 yuan on each. Selling at 3 yuan per pound, 1.2 million yuan could buy 400,000 pounds, giving her a profit of 120,000 yuan. And with such a large order, she could probably negotiate a better price. After finishing her meal and confirming the order details, she fell asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, the delivery man arrived at 4 o'clock with 60 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. It took 10 minutes to unload everything. She left the bags stacked at the entrance, went upstairs to cook 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, and came back down. It was 4:30, 10 minutes before the county official was supposed to arrive. She sat in the courtyard, quietly eating her noodles. Halfway through, the familiar mist appeared again. The young county official, Shin Qingyan, walked in, pulling a small cart loaded with antique vases, paintings, and jewelry. Gu Cici quickly stood up. Lord Shun, you're here. I didn't know how much rice you needed, so I prepared 3,000 pounds today. I sold your token from before. It's worth about 400,000 pounds of rice here, or 2,000 sure, enough to feed 15,000 people for a month. Just as she finished speaking and was about to invite Shin Qingyan to have breakfast with her, he suddenly knelt down before her. Mother, she's scared. Young lady, your kindness is beyond repaying. Please accept my bow. Shin Qingyan knelt and bowed deeply before standing up again. Please don't think this is too much. In Shilin County, more than 800,000 people are suffering from drought. By selling us so much grain, you've given us a new chance at life. As the county official, I thank you on behalf of all the people of Shilin. After speaking, Shin Qingyan pulled a small cart closer. This is something new. Please continue helping us find more grain. All the money from the previous token is yours as payment. Please don't refuse, or we'll feel truly uneasy. Preparing 3,000 pounds of rice in one day might not seem much, but it showed how powerful the owner of this magical shop was. Whether for public duty or personal gratitude, this reward had to be given. They would need many more supplies later. Since he insisted, Gu Cici couldn't refuse. Still, feeding over 800,000 people for half a year would require a huge amount of food. She would indeed have to work hard to gather it. If she didn't accept the payment, they probably wouldn't feel at ease. All right, enough talking. Let's move the goods. I still have other things in the shop. After you're done, you can see if there's anything else you need. We'll set the quantities, and the noodles I made for you are almost ready. After Gu Cici spoke, Shin Qingyan handed her 2 baskets, then began loading rice onto the cart. Though it was called a small cart, it was about a square meter in size. She wanted to help, but to her surprise, the scholarly-looking Shin Qingyan easily lifted a sack of rice with one hand and could move 10 sacks at once. His strength was astonishing. As he worked, his serious yet handsome face softened with a faint smile. In less than 10 minutes, he had moved all the rice through the mist and returned. Seeing her expression, Shin Qingyan guessed her thoughts and explained, "Miss, I was the top scholar in last year's imperial exam, and I'm also trained in the 6 gentlemanly arts." "Impressive. Eat your noodles first, then I'll show you around," Gu Sisi said with a thumbs up, handing him a bottle of a nutritious drink she had just opened. If not for his thick official robe, one might not even recognize his slim figure. Shin Qingyan looked curiously at the bottle of nutrition drink. While eating tomato and egg noodles, his movements were graceful but quick. It was clear he hadn't eaten properly for a long time. In less than 10 minutes, both the noodles and the drink were gone. Gu Sisi then took him into the supermarket. Shin Qingyan even helped her carry some goods inside twice. Gu Sisi hurriedly explained, "This is the dry goods section. We have rice, millet, brown rice, and crushed corn. If there are many people, crushed corn porridge is a good choice. It's filling and easy to make. Over there are fresh vegetables. Some are cheap, some are expensive, but if you buy in bulk, I can give you a wholesale price. Since your area is dry, leafy greens must be in high demand. But I suggest buying things like winter melon, pumpkin, and lettuce stems. They're easier to transport and store." Shin Qingyan listened carefully, amazed by everything. As Gu Sisi spoke, he asked her to note down the quantities they needed. Because transportation time was limited, they could only move about 20,000 jin of goods per day, so they decided to prepare 15,000 jin of staple foods. The remaining space could be used for vegetables and fruits. "What's this?" Shin Qingyan picked up a bag of white sugar and shook it. Gu Sisi quickly explained, "Oh, that's sugar. White sugar. There's also brown sugar over there, which is a bit cheaper. You probably need that too, right?" Shin Qingyan stared at the sugar in surprise. "So fine, so white, no impurities at all. I'll take some too." This shop truly felt like a miracle. "By the way, miss, do you sell medicinal herbs here?" he asked. He hadn't seen any while browsing, but they were badly needed, so he decided to ask directly. After all, the shop was large. The goods seemed freshly supplied every day, and the young woman had mentioned exchanging tokens for money. She must have other trading connections. Maybe she could help them. And since this place was already so extraordinary, perhaps it had special medicines too. Gu Sisi replied, "We don't sell herbs here, but other shops do. It's just not easy to buy too much at once. Tell me what you need, and I can help you get some to try first." Shin Qingyan smiled and bowed deeply. Gu Sisi quickly bowed back, and after a few rounds of polite bowing, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but laugh, finally stopping the exchange. After confirming the items and quantities again, Gu Sisi quickly picked up some winter melons, pumpkins, loofahs, sweet potatoes, taro, and a few boxes of instant noodles, placing them on a small cart for him. "You gave me something, so I'll give you these. Don't refuse. I believe you'll get through this. When one side is in trouble, others should lend a hand." After saying that, she saw him off. Once the mist faded, she began studying the list of goods. The main items were rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, about 15,000 pounds of staple food each day, plus 5,000 pounds of winter melons and pumpkins. For medicine, she planned to prepare traditional herbs, which would be easier for people from ancient times to handle, and easier for her as well. As for the exact quantities, she would need to gather more information first. With a rough plan in mind, she noticed it was already 5 o'clock. She carried several baskets of items to be exchanged up to the 3rd floor, placed them beside the coffee table, and began checking them one by one. There were 10 paintings, landscapes, flowers, birds, and insects, along with 8 antique vases and jars made of various materials, none of which she recognized. Then there were 2 boxes of gold ingots, each engraved with official marks, likely from the government. There were also some broken silver pieces, gold ingots without official marks, pearls, necklaces of unknown materials, hairpins, and a box of ornamental hairpieces. Finally, there were several books. She picked up one and, upon seeing the title, was so shocked that her mouth fell open. The Classic of Herbal Medicine by Shin. Wasn't this the ancient medical text that had long been lost to history? She kept reading. The second book was the ABC of Acupuncture and Moxibustion, the third prescriptions worth 1,000 gold, the fourth treatise on cold damage, and the fifth Pulse Classic. Modern versions of these works were all edited and incomplete, but these seemed to be the original, complete editions. Could all 5 really be authentic? These were priceless treasures. She suddenly felt like that antique shop owner who always wore gloves. What should she do with them? Donate them to the country? But which institution would be trustworthy? More importantly, if she went to donate them herself, who would believe her? Then an idea came to her. She could take one book to the local police station first. If no one paid attention and it was dismissed as junk, she could post about it online. Surely, someone knowledgeable would recognize its value. As for the antiques, she decided to take one piece to a different antique shop each day to sell them separately. That way, she wouldn't attract too much attention. Goose Cece wasn't an expert, but this seemed like the safest plan she could come up with. So she picked up a gold ingot, some pieces of silver, a hairpin, a hair ornament, a vase, and a painting, packed them carefully into her suitcase, and stored the rest neatly in the compartments under the tatami mat. After coming out, she immediately sent the prepared list to Uncle Wong through Green Bubble. She wanted to send it early so he could get ready in advance. Less than a minute later, he called her. Cece, did you forget to put a decimal point in your order? You just bought 3,000 jin last time, which should last a month. Now you're asking for 20,000 jin. Are you sure that's right? Uncle Wong thought the young girl had just taken over the supermarket and remembered reading online that young people like to stock up, so he tried to advise her. Don't buy too much. If the price drops, you'll lose money. Uncle Wong, I know you mean well, but this is for a friend's boss. They're taking the goods to mountain areas for charity work. They'll visit many places and need this much every day. They've already booked half a month's supply and paid a deposit, so please don't worry. After hearing that, Uncle Wong finally relaxed. He praised Cece for her good luck in business, lowered the wholesale price by another dime, and promised to have everything ready for delivery the next day. After hanging up, Goose Cece started thinking about buying medicinal herbs in bulk. She remembered that within 3 kilometers behind the first bus station, there was a wholesale herb shop. When she was little, her family used to buy herbs there for medicine or soup. It was fair-priced and good quality. Once everything was arranged, it was already 6:30. She went downstairs to open the supermarket early, so she could close early later. After that, she planned to visit a few antique shops to test the market, and on her way back, she would stop by the herb shop. Meanwhile, at the county office in Shilon County, Shin Qingyan stood with 8 officers and a clerk, staring at the 2,000 shur of rice and other supplies for an hour. After confirming that everything was real and hadn't disappeared, everyone was thrilled. It's real. It's really here. Sir, Shilon County is saved. When should we start the relief work? 1 jin of rice can make porridge for 5 people. If each person eats once a day, they can survive. We have 2,000 shur here, enough porridge for 15,000 people. And with these strange melons, if we cook them all together, it'll be just enough for the whole county of fewer than 20,000 people for one day. Sir, the water in our county is running out. The last few wells are producing only half as much as before. We don't know how long it can last. Could you ask that miracle shop if they sell water? Everyone spoke at once, offering suggestions and pointing out problems. Shin Qingyan carefully noted everything down. When daylight came, he made a firm decision. Start the disaster relief immediately. Tell all residents of Shilon County to bring their household records to the county office to receive food. The city will be divided into 4 areas, west, east, north, and south, each with a different time. After giving his orders, the 4 officers were so excited that each grabbed a gong, beating it as they ran in 4 directions to spread the news. The people on the streets were already thin and weak, lying or sitting helplessly, some chewing on dry grass or dirt just to survive. When they heard the officers shouting, they thought they were dreaming. But as the sound echoed through the streets, they opened their tired eyes. You heard it too? Lord Shun has always cared for the people. He wouldn't lie to us. Let's go and see. At this point, there was no other choice but to try. Trusting Shin Qingyan, the people dragged their weary bodies toward the county office. From afar, they saw the clerk holding a register and the 4 officers standing in 2 lines. In front of them were piles of bright white rice. It's true. The good official didn't lie to us. It's real rice. We're saved. An old man looked up and laughed through his tears. The crowd cried and laughed together, rushing forward with joy. Shin Qingyan worked hard to keep order as the news spread like the wind. The food distribution continued until late afternoon, around 3 o'clock, before it finally ended. Once again, thin trails of cooking smoke rose over Shilin County, carrying the warm scent of rice. Shin Qingyan walked through the streets, inspecting everything. His eyes shone with relief. Standing on a bridge, he looked at the smoke curling into the sky, and a tear slid down his face. His tall, slender figure seemed to blend into the world around him. At last, he had found a way to save his people and live up to his duty as an official. Starting tomorrow, more than 20,000 pounds of grain would arrive each day, enough to feed everyone in Shilin County for 6 days. Buying for 5 days would be enough to keep the county alive for a whole month. But as news about the grain spread, more refugees would surely pour in, and the city would fall into chaos. So, he had to quickly share the grain with other counties, ensuring the safety of the people in Shilin County while also helping those in need elsewhere. The governor was his teacher, and this time he would need his teacher's trust and coordination. He immediately turned back to the county office to write a report to his teacher. Perhaps this was the hope of 800,000 people across several nearby provinces. After a busy day, Gu Cece closed her supermarket at 3:30 in the afternoon. As usual, she put up a note on the door saying she was out on business, then took Qianjin Fong and went to the police station. The officers on duty were still there. She walked straight to the inquiry desk. "Hello, officer. If I find something valuable, should I give it to you?" She looked cautious and serious, her eyes clear but a little naive. The officer immediately understood. She was a college student, probably not lying, but his past experiences made him careful not to trust too easily. "What kind of valuable thing?" "This," she said, taking out an old book. "I found it while cleaning at home. It seems to be an ancient medical text that people online say has been lost for centuries. I didn't know who to give it to, so I came here." The officer took Qianjin Fong, glanced through it, and couldn't understand much. He put it into a file bag. "All right, I'll handle it later. Please leave your phone number, and we'll contact you once it's processed." Gu Cece left her number and walked out, feeling a bit disappointed. Clearly, the officer didn't take it seriously. It seemed she would have to find another way. So she dragged her suitcase full of antiques and took a taxi to the city's antique street. Meanwhile, the officer took out Qianjin Fong again. Something about the student's words felt genuine, so he sent photos of the cover and first few pages to an older relative who practiced traditional medicine. In less than 3 minutes, the relative, who usually ignored his messages, called back immediately. "Keep that book safe. I'm coming right now. And make sure you don't let that young woman leave." Before he could reply, the call ended. The officer froze. Could the book really be genuine? Had he just stumbled upon a priceless treasure, just like that? Gu Cece had no idea what was going on. When she arrived at the antique street, she took out a hairpin and went straight to the same shop as last time. The shop owner's eyes lit up when he saw her. "Hey, little miss, you're back. I'm having some ice jelly. Want a bowl?" That waste token from last time had made him a fortune. Its price had shot up to 40,000 per gram. He had earned 400,000 in one deal. Enough to live comfortably for a year. What a great start.
"Sure,"
Gu Cece said without hesitation. She sat down in the reception area, and under the eager gaze of the shop owner, Chinyu, she took out a hairpin and a hair ornament from her canvas bag. Her casual manner made Chinyu wince. "Little miss, these are antiques. You should at least wrap them in cloth to show some respect. Let me see what treasures you've brought today. Chinyu took out his professional tools and began examining them at his workbench, while Goose Cece enjoyed her ice jelly nearby. These pieces, the hairpin and the hair ornament, are both gilded, beautifully crafted, and well-preserved. They're quite old, but I can't tell exactly which dynasty they're from. For example, hair ornaments like this were recorded as early as the Warring States period, but this one seems even older. And the patterns, I've never seen them before. Honestly, I can't give you an accurate estimate. He looked up and took out 2 silk boxes from his cabinet to store the items. Here's the deal, he said. If you trust me, I can take them to someone more experienced and authoritative for appraisal, then tell you the price and pay you. If you don't trust me, I can just take photos, confirm the details with you later, or, well, you can sell them to me by gold weight plus craftsmanship value, and I'll take the risk. Goose Cece understood. These were antiques, but she had no idea which dynasty the magistrate she met after time traveling was from. If it was a parallel world, these items might not even exist in this timeline. Still, selling them by weight and craftsmanship might not be the best deal. What if they were worth more? So, she decided quickly. You can keep the hairpin for appraisal. I'll take the hair ornament back for now. She wasn't in a hurry. She still had enough money for her next purchase. Chinyu agreed right away, handed the ornament back, and they exchanged contact information. As soon as Goose Cece left, he began taking photos to send to his father for evaluation. But before the photos even finished sending, a video call came through. On the screen appeared an elderly man with white hair and a small beard, looking very excited. Come back right now, he said. And bring that jade waist token you showed me last time. Old man, why are you in such a hurry? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Don't get so worked up that you make yourself sick. Oh, right, that young lady brought something last time that I couldn't quite identify. I was planning to bring it back for you to take a look. Here, this one. Chinyu held the hairpin close to his phone camera to focus, but the old man on the other end became even more excited, almost shouting. Bring that one back too. Is the young lady who sold it still there? Never mind. I'll come over myself. Keep her there. Make sure she doesn't leave. Chinyu was startled by the sudden loud voice, his eardrums almost bursting. He covered one ear while turning down the volume. His grandfather had been calm for decades, so this sudden reaction meant the items must be extremely valuable or meaningful. Rubbing his ear, Chinyu grabbed his phone and rushed outside. Goose Cece had just left. He might still catch up. But when he ran out and looked around, she was nowhere to be seen. Not even her shadow. He frowned. Does she really walk that fast? On the video, Grandpa Chen had already put on his reading glasses, squinting as he followed the camera's movement. The longer he searched, the more impatient he became. Still haven't found her? Chinyu shook his head with an awkward smile. Looks like she's already gone. You useless boy. You can't even handle a simple task, and you're still smiling? Grandpa Chen scolded. Did you at least get her contact information? Yes, I did. Dad, stop yelling. She's coming back tomorrow anyway, there's still time. Chinyu quickly muted the call. When the old man's expression finally softened, Chinyu turned the sound back on. But before he could speak, the old man said, forget it. Just bring the item back. Come home for dinner. The call ended immediately, as if looking at him any longer was unbearable. Meanwhile, Goose Cece was sitting in a black car parked by the roadside. In the back seat with her was a man in his 60s, looking remarkably well for his age, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He had gloves on and was carefully examining Goose Cece's hair ornament. 10 minutes passed, and he still hadn't put it down or said a word. Goose Cece didn't dare to speak either. She had just left the shop, planning to ask around at other stores for an appraisal, when she unexpectedly ran into one of the most senior professors from her university's history department. The professor immediately noticed her hair ornament and recognized her. She had once attended his classes while chasing her crush and had even answered a few questions, though her answers were so chaotic that he still remembered her. Normally, someone like him was impossible to approach outside of school. When the professor offered to take a look at her ornament, she agreed right away. It was like getting a pillow just when you were about to fall asleep. Besides, the professor was known throughout the university for his integrity. He would never take advantage of her. However, his expression didn't look very reassuring. System, hey, what time period is this thing from? She asked silently. The voice of the multiverse trading system replied calmly, like a news anchor. It's from the Great Huang dynasty of a parallel world. Its timeline runs alongside Earth's, roughly before the Shang dynasty. Wow, that was ancient, and it matched what Qinyu, the boss, had said. Miss Gu, the professor suddenly called out. Startled from her conversation with the system, Gu Cece quickly came back to her senses. Yes? Miss Gu, this hair ornament is quite unusual. It looks older than the Shang dynasty, but some details don't match. Its design and patterns shouldn't have appeared that early. I have a theory. If it's genuine, it could change many historical records. This is a serious matter, and I can't make a conclusion yet. The professor carefully placed the ornament into a box, holding it in his palm and rubbing it gently, reluctant to let it go. How about this, he said. I'll buy it from you for 200,000 yuan for now, and take it back to study. If it turns out to be worth more, I'll pay you the difference. Of course, I'll give you a receipt and my ID card. Is that acceptable? The item was too important for him to give up easily. The driver in front turned his head, curious about what kind of antique could make the professor lose his composure. Gu Cece was a bit overwhelmed when she heard he wanted to hand over his ID. That's not necessary, Professor. A signed agreement will do. Please take your time with your research. Excellent. Let's draft the agreement right away. Here, add me on this app. This is my number, and here's my ID card. This way, you'll feel more at ease, and your family will too. The old professor insisted on giving it to her, so Gu Cece had no choice but to accept it. She drove to the nearest print shop to get everything done, and then went straight home with the agreement in hand. She decided to wait for the professor's results before dealing with the rest. After getting out of the car, she immediately called another ride to a nearby herbal medicine shop to buy a batch of traditional herbs. Meanwhile, the old professor sat in his car, laughing nonstop. He took out the hair ornament again, snapped a few photos, and sent them to a group chat called A Bunch of Old Relics. Look at this. I think it might be a relic from the Great Yu dynasty. It looks a lot like the patterns found in some newly discovered tombs. Anyone interested in coming over tonight to study it? That one message and 3 photos instantly stirred up the whole group. Old Master Chen, who was also in the chat, tagged him for the first time not to argue but to ask, "You have one too?" He then sent a few photos of a hairpin that looked almost identical. The old professor was stunned and replied, "Where did yours come from?" The two of them started discussing it in the group. Then Professor Su quietly joined in. Wait, aren't you two sworn rivals? Since when did you get along so well? A second later, a message popped up showing that he had been removed from the group by the admin Old Shen the Immortal. Professor Su. Everyone else in the group. Half an hour later, Gu Cece arrived at the herbal wholesale market. The 200-square-meter shop was filled with rows of herbs, and the air was rich with a scent of plants and medicine. Gu Cece loved that smell. She took a few deep breaths before joining the line at the counter. While waiting, she searched on her phone for what diseases might appear after a long drought and what herbs were needed. The results showed that schistosomiasis and plague were the most likely, along with some medical references from a hospital in the capital. She rearranged the list, copied the herb names into her notes, and made a checklist. Green tangerine peel, poria, capillaris, astragalus, licorice, sephora root, gardenia, talc, barb skullcap, buplurum, philodendron, rehmannia, buffalo horn. A total of 25 kinds. After finishing the list, she waited another half hour before it was her turn. The shop owner, tired from weighing herbs all day, didn't even look up and just reached out her hand. Got a list? If not, tell me what you need. These herbs, Gu Cece said, do you have 50 gene of each? Traditional Chinese medicine is usually measured by grams, so 50 gene was quite a lot. She was mainly worried that she might not have enough money, so she decided to buy part of it first for Shinqing Yen and get more later if needed. Hearing this, the shop owner was stunned for a moment. He looked at Gu Cece's phone, checked the list of 25 herbs, and then asked, "How much? How much did you say you want?" No one usually buys medicine by the gene. The shop owner's wife, seeing that the customer looked like a student, asked suspiciously, "Did you say it wrong?" "No, I mean 50 gene of each," Gu Cece said seriously. "Are you buying wholesale?" "Young lady, what do you need so much for? Are you opening a pharmacy?" The owner came over, clearly surprised to meet such a big buyer. Gu Cece had expected questions and answered smoothly, "Oh, my friend is doing charity work. There's a very remote place where people lack food, clothes, and medicine. But they don't trust Western medicine or doctors, so we have to bring traditional herbs and a Chinese doctor there." She spoke so convincingly that her face didn't even change color. "This time we're going to several places. The one we're leaving for tomorrow doesn't have many people, so this amount should be enough. Later, we might need more. Can you supply that much?" Hearing this, the owner nodded in agreement. "That's true. Even my mother, who's lived in the city for over 10 years, still doesn't trust Western doctors. She refuses checkups and only takes herbal medicine. Sometimes I worry when she gets sick." "Your friend sounds like a really good person. All right, since you're buying in bulk, I'll give you a discount. Let's do some good together. If you need more later, just message me. We're the biggest supplier in this area. You can count on us." The shop owner's wife nodded too, reassured, and started calculating with her abacus. The prices of herbs have gone up a lot lately. Astragalus is 35 yuan per gene, Simicifuga 80 yuan. Normally it's 125 now, but I bought this batch earlier. Licorice is 23 yuan per gene, and ginseng slices are expensive, 1,500 per gene. Some herbs don't have a full 50 gene in stock, so I'll give you 80% of the amount. Altogether, that's 118,020 yuan.
Wow.
It was the first time Gu Cece had spent so much money. She sighed. After adding other supplies, the 200,000 yuan she had just received was almost gone. Money really disappears fast, like water flowing away. Now she could only hope that batch of antiques would sell for a good price. Though her heart ached, she kept a calm face as she took out her phone to scan and pay. The shop owner and his wife were grinning from ear to ear as they hurried to pack the herbs, weighing and bagging them. "Do you need delivery? We're almost done for the day. We can send it over for free." The shop owner's wife offered warmly. Gu Cece agreed. The owner drove a van over and started loading the goods. After confirming the quantity with Gu Cece and exchanging contact information, he drove straight to her place. It took only about 10 minutes. Following her directions, the owner drove to the back door of the supermarket. As they passed the front, he noticed a man in a hat and an elderly man looking around, waiting, but soon they left. Gu Cece didn't think much of it. She just glanced briefly, then opened the back door. The owner helped unload the goods. "Didn't expect someone so young to own such a big supermarket. You're impressive,"
he said.
"Have some water. Thank you for your help." Gu Cece replied with a smile. After sending him off, she moved the herbs inside for safety. They were valuable. When she finished, her body felt like it was falling apart, and she was starving. She grabbed a bottle of sports drink and a self-heating hot pot from the store and ate quickly. After finishing, she finally regained her strength, stood up slowly, and stared blankly for a moment, her mind empty. She glanced at the suitcase beside the counter. The antiques were still inside. A sudden thought struck her. "System. I don't know anything right now. I feel too passive, with no judgment of my own. Do you have something that can help me instantly master history and antique knowledge? Just put it straight into my head?" The system stayed silent for a long time, long enough for Gu Cece to think it hadn't heard. Then it finally replied. "To help the host become a qualified interworld trader, a slow-time study room will be granted. Inside, your learning speed, memory, and understanding will increase tenfold. 1 hour inside equals 10 hours outside. A slow-time study room." Gu Cece found it interesting, but she still refused to give up. "Are you sure you can't just put the knowledge directly into my head?" This time, the system replied quickly. "No. If the system unexpectedly disconnects, everything it has given you will disappear. The system can only assist you. Gu Cece finally understood. She opened the manual for the slow flow study room in her mind to take a look. What? It costs 100,000 yuan to unlock, and each study session costs 3,000 yuan. She almost fainted. What a ripoff. But she had no choice. After all, antiques were tricky, and one mistake could cost a fortune. Compared to that, 100,000 or 3,000 yuan was nothing. She decided to pay and entered the study room. It really was a study room, about 10 square meters, with a desk and a chair. All around her was a white, endless space, as if time and space had stopped. As soon as she sat down, her mind became incredibly clear, and she suddenly felt a strong urge to study. Wow, an urge to study, what a powerful cheat. The slow flow study room is generating your learning process. Selecting books. Selection complete. Please begin your study. After the mechanical voice finished, 3 rows of thick books appeared on a shelf in front of her. Over 30 in total, each labeled only with a number. Book number 1 glowed faintly yellow. She reached for it, and as she opened it, the bookshelf turned transparent. A borderless screen appeared, showing a teacher holding teaching tools and looking at her. Student Gu, please follow me to begin the first lesson of General History of Earth. Introduction to Artifact Appreciation. Gu Cece was stunned. This was too advanced. She was amazed. The teacher's voice seemed magical. She could remember every word instantly. The feeling was incredible, and she became completely absorbed in learning. She had only bought 1 hour, yet she finished half a book. When the study room ejected her, Gu Cece was still savoring the experience. With that kind of memory and understanding, she felt like she was becoming smarter. Overjoyed, she ordered a snack combo to reward herself, asked the delivery person to leave it at the door, and casually picked up one of her old books, only to find that the feeling was gone. While waiting for her food delivery, she spent another 3,000 yuan to start her second class. An hour later, she came out of the study room, feeling very happy. Oh, right, her food. She hurried to the back door of the supermarket to pick it up. As soon as she opened the door a little, a strong hand suddenly reached in and grabbed her wrist. The man's other hand pushed the door open with great force, shoving her backward as he tried to come in. Gu Cece screamed in fear, letting go of the food and struggling to pull the door shut. But with her small frame, she was no match for the man outside. She finally saw that he was wearing a yellow delivery uniform. Help! Help! There's a fire! She shouted. The man grew angry and kicked her leg, making her fall to her knees as he forced his way inside. He shut the door and roughly grabbed her by the arm, glaring fiercely. Why didn't you answer my calls? Who ordered this food for you? Gu Cece was terrified. She tried to stay calm and said softly, Are you in trouble? Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help you. Just wait until I get out of this. You'll regret it. The man hesitated and loosened his grip, his eyes still full of suspicion. Gu Cece's mind raced as she silently called out, System, help me. Miss, come down and get your delivery, shouted Wang, the driver who handled deliveries, as he pulled up in his truck. Gu Cece didn't catch what the system said, but both she and the man froze. Seeing him about to lose control, she quickly kicked him and dashed out the door. Brother Wang, help. Someone's trying to hurt me, she cried. Wang and the workers behind him turned pale, immediately grabbing tools and rushing toward her. Don't worry, there are 2 of us. Before he could finish, the man burst out like a wild bull. After a brief struggle, they finally managed to restrain him. The man began to cry and beg for mercy again. Gu Cece was still shaken and immediately decided to call Officer Hat. She sat there nervously, waiting for him to arrive. Only 15 minutes later, Officer Hat drove up in his patrol car. When he saw Gu Cece, he was pleasantly surprised. It's you, young lady. Where's the suspect? Gu Cece recognized him too. It was the same officer who had received her when she delivered books before. But this time, she couldn't smile. She felt wronged and upset. Pointing at the tied-up man, she said, I ordered food more than an hour ago and wrote in the note to leave it at the door. But he insisted on waiting, said I didn't answer the phone, and attacked me when I went to get the food. Luckily, Officer Wang came quickly. All right, I understand. We'll go to the station and sort everything out. Don't be afraid. The sound of the patrol car faded as they all left together. It turned out the man had been late on many deliveries that day and lost a lot of money. When he saw she was a young woman, he took out his anger on her. Gu Sisi was furious and demanded strict punishment, refusing any apology or compensation. But Officer had advised her to settle it privately, not because the punishment would be light, but because if the man held a grudge, he might try to harm her again. In the end, Gu Sisi had to let it go, feeling weak and frustrated with herself. System. Give me another upgrade. I want to learn martial arts like the heroes in ancient times, able to leap across roofs and defeat 10 people with one punch. Next time I meet someone like that, I'll teach him a lesson. The system's gentle voice replied, to help the host become a qualified interworld trader, a new training package is now available. The first manual, Body Strengthening Technique. Mastering it will quickly improve your health, eliminate illness within 2 months, and prepare you for martial arts training. Gu Sisi was thrilled and decided to start practicing as soon as she got home. Meanwhile, Officer Wang and his colleagues were taking statements in another room. Just as Gu Sisi was about to leave, the young officer with the hat came in again. Don't go yet. I have a few more questions for you. Gu Sisi sat back down and sipped her tea. Do you remember the medical book you sent before? I showed it to Mr. Su, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. He said it's genuine. We went to your house to find you earlier, but you weren't there. So, now I'd like to learn more about where that book came from. Also, can we set up a meeting with Mr. Su sometime? By the way, my name is Su Yi. You can just call me Brother Su. So those 2 people at the supermarket entrance earlier were them. Gu Sisi suddenly understood. Thinking about her own experiences and the many unknown dangers she might face alone in the future, she felt it would be very difficult. Besides, she couldn't handle all the real-world material exchanges by herself. If she worked with the government, she could rely on their support, make a good living, and also make the best use of her system's value, a win-win situation. System, can I reveal your existence? As you wish, host. As long as it doesn't affect the completion of the multiverse trading tasks, since the system agreed, Gu Sisi no longer hesitated. She stood up, closed the door, and looked serious. Su Yi also became solemn. His great-uncle had told him that if someone could produce such a rare book despite an ordinary background, their ancestors must have been extraordinary, and there might be hidden secrets involved. He had to be careful not to say anything wrong. Now that Gu Sisi was being so cautious, it must indeed involve something secret. Go ahead. I promise I won't tell anyone, he said, patting his chest. Gu Sisi nodded, lowered her voice, and spoke clearly, word by word. A few days ago, I awakened a system called the Multiverse Trading System. It told me to act as a merchant across 3,000 worlds, completing trade missions. That medical book, Qian Fong, was something an ancient person from the first world traded with me. After she finished speaking, Sui froze. He stared at Gu Sisi, his mind full of confusion. Had this child been frightened into imagining things? Seeing his expression, Gu Sisi thought, as expected, he's shocked. It's not just the medical book, she continued. There are also paintings, antiques, and gold ingots. I was thinking, if one world can trade so many valuable things, then with 3,000 worlds, our country could really prosper. After thinking it over, I've decided to hand myself over to the government. You should report this to your superiors right away. The 2 of them looked at each other. Sui's cheeks puffed slightly, as if he were holding back something. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure and spoke seriously. Actually, I've awakened a system too. It's called the lie detection system. I can tell right away when someone lies. Gu Sisi. These days, are systems really that common? Does everyone have one? Really? Gu Sisi gave a thumbs up, but Sui sighed and lightly tapped her hand.
Fake.
Seriously, I was listening so carefully and you were just joking? Be serious. Alright, if you don't want to talk about it, I understand. I'll have old Sue talk to you later. You must have been scared today. Go home and rest. Remember to install security cameras around your supermarket. It'll make people think twice before causing trouble. Sue kept talking as he opened the door to leave. Goose Cece. So he didn't believe her at all. Goose Cece ran after him, unwilling to give up. She really wanted to join the team. Officer Sue, I'm serious. I'm not lying. Get some rest, Sue said firmly, clearly not convinced. He had her escorted out of the station, asking 2 officers to make sure she got home safely. Brother Wong and his partner understood and gently persuaded Goose Cece to leave. Before she left, she overheard their conversation inside. Officer Sue, she seemed really anxious to prove herself. She's the victim. She probably wouldn't lie. She said she awakened a system and can travel through worlds. What do you think I should? Ha ha. The laughter that followed made Goose Cece feel helpless. She was being honest. Why wouldn't anyone believe her? Forget it. At the rate she was going, he'd have to believe her sooner or later. When she returned to the supermarket's back door, it was already past 10 at night. Brother Wong helped unload the goods and stacked them neatly in the yard, then checked the area before leaving. The yard was packed full. Goose Cece locked the back door and even blocked it with some boxes before going upstairs. The first thing she did was order security cameras online and schedule installation for the next day. She bought 8, 1 for each side of the yard, 2 for the front entrance, 1 inside the yard, and 1 in the living room upstairs. She lay on the sofa, unable to sleep, feeling both angry and upset. She called her mom, but no one answered. That was strange. Her parents were night owls and usually stayed up past midnight. So she called her dad instead. This time, he picked up but only said one sentence. Sweetheart, what's up? Your mom and I are playing a game together. Can we talk after this match? After speaking, the call ended. Goose Cece shook her head, feeling that something was off, but maybe not really, after all. It wasn't the first time they had hung up on her while playing games. Still, she felt uneasy. She didn't dare turn off the lights and lay on the sofa, waiting to fall asleep naturally. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, her father was drenched in sweat, curled up but still smiling weakly. See? I told you those recordings would come in handy. Our sweet girl didn't notice a thing. Her mother's eyes were filled with tears as she wiped his sweat and helped him take his medicine. You're right, she said softly. But are you really not going to tell her? If you pass away without saying anything, she might hate you for it. Her father groaned in pain, burying his head under the blanket. After a long while, he came out to drink his medicine. I just don't want her to cry all the time after knowing. She's been loved too much. Her heart is too soft. Let her cry once when it's all over. Besides, I don't want to spend my last days at home. I want to go while traveling. Her mother couldn't bear to watch anymore. She turned away, covering her mouth to hold back her sobs, and stepped out onto the balcony, closing the curtains behind her. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her chest. Her vision blurred, and she almost collapsed. She held onto a potted plant, slowly crouching down until the pain eased. She gave a bitter smile. This family really was the same, she thought the same way. She couldn't let her husband know about her condition either, or he would insist on going home and stop her from taking care of him properly. When they got married, they promised to grow old together and travel the world. Thankfully, their daughter was grown now. They wouldn't leave at the same time, so she would have some time to adjust, to learn to live strongly on her own. There really was no other way. Goose Cece felt a strange ache in her chest, though when she touched it, there was no pain. She exhaled deeply, remembering the new martial art technique she had just unlocked. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to practice. She opened the virtual training room and stepped inside. Everything around her was a bright white space, but the floor rippled gently like water beneath her feet. Her clothes had changed without her noticing. She was now wearing a loose white robe like a Tai Chi uniform, and her hair had tied itself neatly into a bun. A shimmering gate of water appeared before her, and out stepped an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard, wearing the same clothes as hers. He looked energetic and healthy, his face glowing with vitality, and his strong arms showed clear muscles as he walked. Girl, your body is really weak. One slap from me, and you'd be gone. TSK, 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 have the younger generations become this fragile? His voice was loud and powerful, echoing like thunder. Goose Cece couldn't help but think how strong his energy must be. Judging from his tone, he sounded like someone from ancient times. So she followed Shin Qingyan's example, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, master. I am your student, Goose Cece. Please guide me." The old man nodded. "Not bad. At least you're polite and know some manners. Let's begin." In an instant, 3 shadowy figures appeared around him, like holograms, surrounding her from 4 directions so she could see every movement clearly and follow along. The martial arts training session lasted 2 hours, with time flowing the same as outside. When Goose Cece was finally released and landed back on the sofa, she was so exhausted that she fell asleep immediately. The next morning, her alarm went off at 4 again. Uncle Wang had said she had too many things to deliver, so from now on, they would send her goods separately at night, just like the previous evening. That meant she didn't need to wake up so early anymore. What a waste of an alarm. She was so tired she could barely move, but remembering that Shin Qingyan would arrive at 4:40, she forced herself up to wash. After a 20-minute shower and hair wash, she only had time to cook instant noodles. She made 2 servings, white chicken soup noodles for breakfast, and added 5 poached eggs especially for Shin Qingyan. Then she carried the bowls to the yard to eat while waiting for him. Just as she finished, it was exactly 4:40. She opened the gate, and through the morning mist came the sound of footsteps. Shin Qingyan appeared, pulling a large cart. The two greeted each other with a polite bow and quickly began unloading the goods. To save time, and perhaps because he'd been eating well lately, Shin Qingyan worked faster than before, even running as he moved the supplies. Nearly 20,000 pounds of grain were delivered in just half an hour, though he was drenched in sweat by the end. Goose Cece hurried to bring out the medicinal herbs. Fortunately, there weren't many, just over 900 pounds, and he carried them all in one trip. They still had 20 minutes left to spare. He came back again looking happy. "Thank you, miss, for your help. The herbs will last for a while, but we'll still need more later. The more, the better. I wonder if the money is enough?" "It's enough, don't worry. I haven't finished exchanging it yet, but since they're antiques, the price won't be bad. You can relax. When you get back, have someone check the herbs and make a list of what's still missing for me." Goose Cece waved her hand and motioned for him to eat his noodles. Shin Qingyan nodded slightly before sitting down. He finished eating in 5 minutes. When he saw 5 poached eggs at the bottom of the bowl, he looked up at Goose Cece, his eyes shining. He looked deeply moved but said nothing, just lowered his head and quickly finished the noodles. Goose Cece was briefly stunned. He looked like a big golden retriever wearing human clothes, gazing at her with wet, pitiful eyes. She almost wanted to cook 5 more eggs for him right then. But eating too many eggs could cause problems, so she decided against it. Goose Cece quickly pulled herself together and spoke calmly. "You said your area is suffering from drought. Do you still have enough water? If not, I can help you buy some, but there's one condition." She waited until he finished eating before bringing up the serious matter. Shin Qingyan stood up, tall and composed. "That's exactly what I wanted to discuss. Our region has been in drought for nearly 2 years. The groundwater is almost gone, and the county's water supply will only last a few more days. If your shop can buy water, it would truly save lives. On behalf of all the victims, I thank you again." Halfway through his words, Shin Qingyan bowed deeply in gratitude. "Please tell me your condition, miss. If it's within my power, I'll do everything I can to fulfill it." Goose Cece couldn't stand such formal gratitude. She pointed toward the back door of the store. "Those barrels of water, each one weighs about 36 jin. There are 40 barrels in total. Take them all first. Time is short, so let's talk while we work." Shin Qingyan didn't say much more, his face full of joy. He followed her directions and began moving the barrels, loading them all onto a large cart. Each barrel weighed 36 jin, and with 40 barrels, that made 1,440 jin of water, barely enough to ease the urgent need, at least for cooking porridge. When Shin Qingyan came back with the cart again, Gu Sisi added 10 boxes of bottled water. These are for you. Keep them for yourself and your family. There are only 5 minutes left. Hurry and take them back. By the way, my only condition is that these buckets and bottles must be returned to me after you pour out the water. Shin Qingyan nodded in agreement while taking out a small scented pouch. He hesitated for a moment before handing it over. Miss, as a token of gratitude, this is a personal gift from me. Please accept it. Also, may I ask your name? I know it might be a bit forward, but no need to worry, it's not rude. My name is Gu Sisi, Gu as in care, Shi as in hope, and the last Shi means stream. What would you like me to bring in exchange next time? Shin Qingyan quickly noted down her name and asked again. The antiques he had offered before seemed difficult for her to handle, so he thought he should adjust his approach. Gu Sisi played with a scented pouch. A gentle fragrance spread from it, and the surface felt smooth to the touch. Could it be silk? The development of this parallel world was impressive. Silk already existed before the Shang dynasty. She thought for a moment and said, maybe jade or diamonds, also known as hard stones. I'm not sure what you call them there. You can bring whatever you have. Rare fruits, plants, or herbs might also be valuable. Shin Qingyan pondered briefly, then nodded. As the mist began to fade, he quickly said goodbye, pulled his cart, and disappeared into the thick fog. Before leaving, he glanced once more at the faint bruise on Gu Sisi's wrist. But as if realizing he shouldn't have looked, he quickly turned his eyes away. Gu Sisi noticed and frowned, looking down at the scented pouch in her hand. He had already given it to her, yet still looked back. Could it have some special meaning? The multiverse trading system suddenly spoke. No special meaning. It's simply a traditional gift of gratitude in ancient times. How do you know? You're my system. It's fine if you can read my thoughts, but can you read Shin Qingyan's too? Gu Sisi teased. The system fell silent, refusing to respond, acting cold and distant. Gu Sisi sighed, deciding to go back upstairs for another nap. In the Great Huang Dynasty, at the county office of Shilin County, inside Shin Qingyan's study. When Shin Qingyan reappeared with the water, there were not only his advisor and a few constables in the room, but also an elderly man with a long beard and a dignified presence. He wore a dark blue official robe with black trim and embroidered patterns. On the front was a square badge featuring a brocade pheasant. The deep lines on his face could not hide his shock, but as a governor long used to authority, he quickly regained his composure. Waving his hand to the others, he said, "You may all leave. I have something to discuss with Muji." Shin Qingyan, courtesy name Muji. Yes, Lord Chern. Everyone bowed and left. Shin Qingyan took a bottle of water from the large cart and handed it to his mentor, Qin Yanxiu. Teacher, you've traveled far. Please have some water. This was given to me by that young lady. After examining it briefly, he opened the cap. Qin Yanxiu had intended to speak first, but his lips were dry, and seeing the water, he could not refuse. He drank the entire bottle in one go before stopping, still unsatisfied. Holding the bottle, he took a steady step and exhaled deeply. So fresh and sweet. I've never seen such a container before. It seems you truly had an extraordinary encounter, Muji. This may be a lifeline for our great Huang dynasty. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this matter. You just do what you must. But there's something I must remind you. Qin Yanxiu's expression grew more serious, his earlier warmth replaced by caution. The two looked at each other. Shin Qingyan went to the door to make sure no one was listening, then returned. Qin Yanxiu lowered his voice. This disaster has affected over 800,000 people. If you use your discovery to save them all, the people will praise you. But the emperor values his power. If you win the people's hearts, you may never rise again. And if word spreads of your strange encounter, some will call it witchcraft. Those who wish to harm you will have an excuse. So I have a plan, and you must fully cooperate. Shin Qingyan immediately bowed. Please, teacher, guide me. There are old tales of hidden families, wise recluses who vanish when the nation prospers and return to help when it is in danger. The young lady you met may not be from our great Huang dynasty, but we can say she belongs to such a hidden family sent to aid us. Spread the story widely. First, it will lessen your personal credit and silence talk of witchcraft. Second, the young lady's kindness deserves to be remembered by all. This way, we achieve two goals at once. After Chen Yanxu finished speaking, he looked at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. Teacher, it's actually 3 goals in one. My own credit doesn't matter, but if Miss Gu's name spreads far and wide, it will bring honor to all women. You once proposed that men and women should study together. After this, I doubt anyone will oppose it again. He could no longer object. Sacrificing one man's achievements could change the fate of the people for 100 years and save many lives. It was worth it. This was also the reason he became an official in the first place. He accepted it willingly. At 7 in the morning, at the Get Rich supermarket, Gu Cece opened the store for business. Sitting at the cashier's desk, she took out a pen and paper to make a list of today's supplies. Hey, system bro, how many people are there in Xinjiang's county? I need to figure out how much water to buy. Oh, and what's your name? Gu Cece asked while daydreaming. The current known population is 19,822. I am a system, not a person, so I don't have a name. Then can I give you one? If you want. How about Gu Fatsai? You'll share my last name, and your name means getting rich. No, that sounds too plain. Let me think. Maybe something powerful, like Gu Tingchern. Ha, forget it. The system didn't reply. Gu Cece sighed. It always went silent when it didn't like something. Why aren't you talking? Is it because you have many users? This time, the system answered quickly. Only you. Gu Cece smiled. Not bad, whether true or not. At least it sounded nice. Then why didn't you answer when I tried to name you? Because I already have a name. Gu Cece. Oh, right. She had forgotten to ask. Then what's your name? She waited, but there was only silence. 3 full minutes passed, and still no answer, as cold and distant as ever. Fine, don't tell me then. Gu Cece pouted. Just then, a voice called out clearly beside her. Cece, check out. What are you daydreaming about again? Aunt Wang from next door waved her hand in front of her. Gu Cece came back to her senses. Oh, I was just thinking about my parents. She made up an excuse, but Aunt Wang froze for a moment, quickly paid, and hurried away. Her steps were so fast, just like that time years ago when she chased a thief for 2 miles. Gu Cece frowned. Why was she running like that? As if she'd done something wrong? Forget it. She turned her attention back to the list. Besides the usual 20,000 jin of mixed grain packs, she still needed to restock the same amount of medicinal herbs as yesterday, since Shen Qingyan hadn't given new numbers yet. She decided to go to the supplier and pick up the agreed goods. Regarding water, the largest bottled water available on the market is the Shangguan brand, with 19.2 liters per container, weighing about 38 jin, around 19 kilograms. If each person uses 1 jin, about 0.5 kilograms, of water per day, this can support a family for a day. 1 bottle can supply water for 38 people. West Lawn County has a total population of 19,822, so the number of bottles needed is 19,822 divided by 38, which is approximately 522 bottles. That's a big project. People might think she plans to open a water station, but transporting that much water would be difficult. Since she only has an hour to cross time, there's hardly enough time to say much. She also wonders if there are larger bottles. She takes out her phone and searches, focusing on water storage tanks. She finds a 5 cubic meter tank, which can hold about 10,000 jin, around 5,000 kilograms, of water. With a big cart, she could move it all at once. A 5 cubic meter tank can store about 10,000 jin, enough to supply all of West Lawn County, with just 2 tanks. In the end, she orders smaller 1 cubic meter tanks. Based on Shen Qingyan's strength and the help of a small cart, she thinks she can handle about 2,000 jin. She orders 10 tanks and then calls a nearby water delivery station, using the number from her parents' notebook. When she calls, the person on the other end recognizes her name. Goose Cece, you're back. If you need anything, talk to Uncle Lee. He's my dad's elementary school classmate, so don't be shy. Wow, she didn't realize there was that connection. Since she has been studying away from home for years, she doesn't have many contacts nearby, so she didn't know. It seems her parents had already made arrangements. As expected, parents' love for their children is thoughtful and far-reaching. Thank you, Uncle. I want to order some water. I have a friend who wants to store water. Can I get 550 bottles of the largest size? I need it for 3 days. How much does it cost? She uses the same sales pitch she used at the herbal medicine wholesale store. After 5 minutes of negotiation, they agree on a market price of 22 yuan per bottle, but she gets it for 18 yuan per bottle. So, the daily expense is 18 times 550, which equals 9,900 yuan. They even give her a small discount, bringing the total to 9,000 yuan. The price is acceptable, but it's not sustainable long-term. Once the storage tanks arrive, she plans to use tap water, which is cheaper since she will boil it anyway. Her main food expenses, rice, potatoes, pumpkins, vegetables, and fruits, are about 50,000 yuan per month. So, her daily expenses are roughly 180,000 yuan. She can earn about 6,000 yuan from selling food, and the rest is really just friendship support and help. Earning 6,000 a day adds up to 180,000 a month. There are also water costs. Selling bottled water to Xinqing Yen for 20 yuan a bottle seems good. She suddenly chuckled, realizing she's making quite a profit. As for the medicinal herbs, she's already charged a thank you fee, so she won't take any more money, just small change. However, the system says that after 5 crossovers, she can add an extra hour of travel time. She will need more supplies later, which will cost more. She has already completed 3 crossings, so time is tight. She doesn't know if Chen Yu and Professor have figured out the value of those antiques. The money she has now can only last about a week. She calculated everything and made a list. The supermarket is entering its busiest period. She's running around all day, working until 5 p.m., then takes a break and orders crispy roast duck for dinner. When the food arrives, the water Uncle delivered also arrives. She eats while counting the water bottles, stacking them in the yard. The installation workers for the security cameras arrive too, and both groups work at the same time. Goose Cece runs back and forth, eating and almost choking herself. Exhausted, she decides she needs to hire an employee. Otherwise, if she keeps going out, the shop might have to close often, which would hurt her business stability. Her backup plan must be solid. She's too tired and might even collapse from exhaustion. At night, she posts a job advertisement. An hour later, both sides settle their bills, and the security footage is uploaded to her computer and phone. Customers come in again after work. She works until 9 p.m. and finally has some free time. She slumps at the cash register, feeling hopeless, and takes out her phone to post a job ad. Just as she opens the app, her phone rings. She sees it's Chen Yu. It's Chen Yu. He's her lucky benefactor. She quickly answers, "How's it going?" "You're about to post it." Chen Yu's voice is just as excited as hers. He's also about to post his ad, laughing. "By the way, did you sell that step ornament to someone else?" Goose Cece hesitantly nods. How does he know? After loving and fighting for so many years, are we still friends? Goose Cece finally gave a clear answer. Professor Wang is my former teacher. Just attending his class counts as being a student. Both of them hesitated for a moment. Chen Yu understood and said, getting to the point, your hairpin and hair ornament are confirmed by all experts as well-preserved relics from the Tang dynasty. Yes, from the earlier Tang dynasty, not the later one. Do you know about the Yu dynasty? It was the dynasty before the Shang dynasty, and it was only recently confirmed to have truly existed. Your items are even more amazing, so if other things in your family are from that time, they could be worth a lot. His tone was full of excitement, as if he himself was about to get rich. As someone familiar with history, Goose Cece knew that the Yu dynasty before the Shang was recognized internationally last month, thanks to her own efforts, which extended the history of her country. The Tang dynasty before the Yu was established by Emperor Tang Yao in ancient times. Later people often called the two dynasties together Tang Yu. In the parallel world, the Great Dynasty and the Shang dynasty on Earth are similar. The antiques from that side should indeed be from the Tang Yu period. But how can two different worlds be identified as the same? Are the experts blind? Gu Sisi wondered. Although it's a parallel world, some periods develop very similarly or even identically. According to the system, the two dynasties before the Great Dynasty in the parallel world correspond exactly to the Tang and Yu dynasties on Earth, so the antiques can be considered real. The multi-world trading system appeared again, shocking Gu Sisi. The universe is so vast, full of wonders. But she felt relieved. She has always been honest. Selling fake antiques would make her uneasy. A genuine sense of happiness and excitement grew inside her. Seeing her silence, the person on the other side quickly asked, "Are you still listening, Gu Sisi?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I am. I just reported to my parents. Everything is settled now." "Good. When are you free?" "My old man and Professor Wang want to come visit and chat with you." "I'll come too," Chinyu said, relieved. He was worried she might get too excited and faint. "How about tomorrow morning at 6 or noon? Is that okay at my place?" Gu Sisi took the initiative to arrange everything without agreeing immediately. She planned to listen to Professor Wang's opinion first. No problem. We'll come tomorrow morning." Chinyu smiled very arrogantly, but his expression was a bit twisted. He looked at the prompt interface given by the old man. "Ask for the address, quickly." He was both amused and annoyed, trying hard to pull his toes out from under his feet, which hurt him a lot. "By the way, where's your home? Send me the location," Chinyu said like a clever dog, then hung up the phone. He then looked at his older brother, who was drinking tea, with a teasing gaze. "See? Now, I am the most favored child in the family." Chan Mo, his older brother, put down his phone, gave him a loving glance, and smiled disdainfully, continuing to do his own things. Chun Yu's face instantly turned red. How could he look at him that way? Who was he insulting? At this moment, Gu Sisi had already stood up several times. Ancient Tang Dynasty antiques are rare and well-preserved. Their research and collection value are priceless. They must be kept safe. She had a box of jewelry, at least 10 or 20 pieces. Each was valued at 250,000 yuan, totaling several million. There were also paintings, vases, jars, and other collectibles. Thinking of the treasure trove calling her, Gu Sisi's exhaustion from the day was instantly washed away. She opened her boss interface and continued editing her recruitment post. Dafatai Supermarket, cashiers 2, any gender, must be strong. Age, 23 to 40, with social insurance, 8 days off per month, base salary 8,000 yuan, possible temporary shift adjustments, but guaranteed 8 days off per month, includes 1 lunch. Working hours are 6:30 to 1400 hours or 13 to 2100 hours in shifts, with a 1-hour lunch break. P.S. The requirement for strength is because they need help unloading and organizing extra stock, usually around 8 p.m. Unloading is a part-time job, earning 200 yuan per hour. Serious inquiries only. After editing, Gu Sisi checked everything again before publishing. She spent another 1,000 yuan on promotion to attract attention. At the same time, she locked the yard and the supermarket securely, then went upstairs to her home. It was time for a late-night snack and training afterward. Tonight, she decided not to order takeout. She took out a pound of beef rolls from the freezer, along with enoki mushrooms, baby bok choy, dried tofu and scallions, ginger, garlic, and small chili peppers. She washed and prepared everything before starting to cook. Chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic were sautéed in hot oil in a cold pan until fragrant. Then water was added, followed by the seasoning packet for sour soup with beef. Once the water boiled, ingredients were added, and at the end, small chili rings were included. A pot of delicious, golden yellow soup was freshly prepared. Gu Sisi sniffed the aroma, quickly took the pot to the living room coffee table, sat cross-legged on the floor, and took a deep sniff. She then started to enjoy her meal happily. Unbeknownst to her, the recent job posting pushed by social media caused a big stir in the local job market of this new first-tier city. Did I see that right? The cashier at the supermarket gets a base salary of $8,000? Our city's average salary is less than $7,000, and most people earn around $4,000 to $5,000. Usually, supermarkets pay only $3,000 to $4,000. Could this be fake? Are they trying to cheat people? Anyway, I, a college student, am very tempted. I'm from a sports school, so don't compete with me. No way, that's impossible. Sitting in an office earning $8,000 a month is nothing. Am I unlucky? A small supermarket in a city village pays $8,000. That doesn't seem right. I've already reported it. Hey, you guys don't want to go? I'll try. I have relatives there. I'm not afraid. Just wait for my good news. Although many people were worried, many still submitted their resumes. If it was real, wouldn't life be much better? Goose Cece was unaware of all this. After finishing her meal, feeling full, she planned to make this dish for breakfast tomorrow for Xin Qingyan, adding some noodles so even ancient people could taste modern flavors. By the way, after so many years of famine, people had died quickly, not to mention livestock. Meat procurement needed to be scheduled. Previously, she had only bought staple foods due to lack of money, but now she had money. She took out the price list left by her parents, looking at the costs. Beef wholesale price was 25 yuan per jin, pork was 9 yuan. She chose pork. She quickly edited a new purchase order, increasing the price to 10 yuan, and asked Uncle Wang to urgently buy a batch of pork, cut into pieces and packed for the supermarket. She ordered 3,000 jin, which could be stacked in 2 layers on a large cart, transported in 2 trips. This only cost 30,000 yuan. After 5 transactions, as the time travel extended, she could prepare more food. By the way, Tongziga, how long will it take for this world to trade, so I can also travel over and see? The trading dimension has reached 5 levels, which unlocks the supermarket crossing trading mode.
Wow, that was fast.
What is the standard for trading duration in each interface? Once the standard is met, can I open trading in the next dimension? Based on the number of trades, after completing 6 trades in each dimension, you can unlock trading in the next one. However, the previous dimension will then open only once every 3 days. After half a year of opening, the trading channel in that dimension will be completely closed.
Got it.
Goose Cece nodded to herself. Now she needs to make the most of each dimension's trading time, because rare items become very valuable. Just after she finished talking, Uncle Wang's elderly face appeared on his phone with a funny emoji. He took a while to type, then finally sent an okay. She immediately thanked him again before closing the screen and starting her study session for the day. With the help of her special device, studying felt very rewarding. She finally understood why top students and geniuses enjoyed learning more and more. Practicing martial arts really helps with sleep. Every time she finished, she felt relaxed and refreshed. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but every time she lay down, she fell asleep quickly and slept through the night without dreaming. At 4:30 the next morning, driven by her biological clock, she woke up to go pick up supplies. Brother Wang brought meat, packed in 6 large plastic boxes. He carried them into her yard and carefully placed them on a cart before climbing into his vehicle. Goose Cece thought he was leaving, and she was about to thank him sweetly, but he came back with a 3-tier lunchbox. My mom made 3 kinds of dumplings. I know you're busy and probably won't eat well alone, so you can cook these and have a few meals. Goose Cece took the box, feeling touched. These neighbors really. She was moved. Please thank Andy for me. Goose Cece watched Brother Wang leave, then immediately change her breakfast from sour beef noodle soup to boiled dumplings. Would ancient people in parallel worlds also have dumplings? Each flavor had 20 dumplings, totaling 60, all shaped like ingots, chubby and adorable. Goose Cece took 10 dumplings of each flavor, for a total of 30. She ate 10 herself and gave 20 to Xin Qingyan, probably enough. Following yesterday's portion, she added 5 poached eggs and a bunch of greens, filling a large bowl of ramen with a full serving. Then she went to the backyard and opened the gate. Shen Qingyan stepped out of the fog. Today, he wore a long green robe, with his hair tied up high, secured by a simple wooden hairpin carved with bamboo. He looked elegant and fresh. He had a bright smile on his face, shining brightly. Goose Sisi was stunned. This natural, scholarly look with a strong character was truly rare. Shen Qingyan noticed her gaze. It was sharp and direct, like a blade at his back, but he also saw admiration in her eyes. He wondered, are girls in this world really so straightforward? The fog seemed endless, but Shen Qingyan could walk back and forth in just 7 or 8 seconds each time. This time, including water and meat transport, it only took 50 minutes. After his last trip, Shen Qingyan returned with a rare smile, seeming very pleased, even surprised, with the goods. Today, there are so many fresh meats. Thank you for your effort in helping our Shilin County. I know you work hard every day. From now on, I will bring you something in return for your help. You can choose one item as a reward. If you refuse, consider it my way of paying for your meals. Shen Qingyan spoke sincerely. From his observations, although she was just a merchant, she had many connections and plenty of goods, so her status must be high. She was also careful and gentle, with hands that showed no signs of hard work, yet she still cared for him, leaving food for him every day. This showed she was kind-hearted. How could he feel good about eating for free every day? All right, I accept. You eat first. These are dumplings. Do you have them where you are? Here, they are a symbol of good fortune and family reunion. Try one. Goose Sisi pulled him to sit down. Watching Shen Qingyan eat, she continued speaking. She smiled softly. Who wouldn't appreciate their kindness being valued? He was truly very thoughtful. The batch of antique jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings will be sold today. The amount should be a happy number. I'll tell you the details tomorrow. I'll also let you know what I need later. She first checked with Old Chen and Professor Wang to confirm. Shen Qingyan quickly raised his hand. She also noticed the injury on his arm, likely from overexertion during the recent transport. Many wounds had reopened, and there was slight swelling, as if infected. Shen Qingyan only smiled gently and shook his head. The news about grain in Shilin County has spread. All the refugees from the disaster areas have come to Shilin County seeking help. The large number of people has caused chaos inside the city. These injuries are just minor wounds caused by comforting the people and the anger of the disaster victims. It's not a big problem. You wait for me. I'll get you some medicine, Goose Sisi said before he could speak. She ran upstairs to search through her medicine box, took out a bottle of iodine, some cotton swabs, and anti-inflammatory medicine. The refugees gathered in chaos. How dangerous that must be. They were very hungry, and when people are hungry, they tend to eat more, not to mention they might hurt others. I have to say, Shen Qingyan is a good official. When she ran downstairs, Shen Qingyan was eating the last egg. He seemed to think of something, lowered his head, and chuckled softly before continuing to eat quickly. After finishing, he took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Goose Sisi. Last time I saw your wrist was bruised. I don't know how it happened, but I happen to have a special medicine here that works very well for injuries. Please take it. Goose Sisi was a little surprised, but then smiled. This person was very attentive. As the fog was clearing, she took the items and pushed him gently. No need to thank me. Just go quickly. Take these, he said, handing her a yellow, foul-smelling medicine. Use this cotton swab to dab and wipe the wound. It can prevent the wound from rotting. Your wound is already swollen and red, so you also need to take this medicine 3 times a day after meals, 5 pills each time. Do you understand? Her hand touched his shoulder. Shen Qingyan looked back in surprise. Instantly, his face and ears turned bright red. His steps suddenly seemed to switch on a button. After bowing slightly to her, he hurriedly disappeared, as if fleeing from her sight. Goose Sisi was stunned. She thought, damn, she was worried he wouldn't make it back before the fog disappeared, so she hurried. Forgetting that he was from ancient times. Was her reaction a way of teasing him? A crisp reply made Goose Sisi jump in shock. You're not Shen Qingyan, how do you know that? And you don't even have eyes, you can't see. Your eyes are my eyes, Goose Cece. She ignored the system's thoughts and quickly selected 10 candidates from the resumes she received, replying to their questions and sending interview invitations to all of them. There were too many applications to review one by one, so she decided not to bother. The interview is scheduled within the next 3 days. Just go directly to the supermarket to find her. After sending the message, she logged out of the app and went upstairs to take a nap. On the other side of the city, a young woman who just graduated sat at the entrance of the light rail station, constantly refreshing her screen with a look of despair and helplessness. She studied at a local college and just graduated a few days ago. When she went home, she found her family celebrating happily. When she asked, she learned that she was about to get married. Her family had mentioned that she should marry right after graduation to exchange for a bride price, so her brother could get married. But she always thought they were just talking. They usually treated her well. Unexpectedly, she argued and resisted. Her mother locked her inside the house. In the end, her brother's girlfriend secretly released her. She ran out with only a few hundred yuan she earned from part-time jobs. She couldn't find a job and felt hopeless. Suddenly, she saw a job posting for a supermarket that promised good pay. She applied immediately because the salary was high, there was no education requirement, and she was surprisingly strong. She wandered alone at night and didn't dare to sleep. This was her last hope. To her surprise, she checked again and received an interview invitation from the supermarket. She used her last 30% of battery to open navigation and headed to the supermarket. Goose Cece went downstairs and opened the store's door. She saw 3 strange people, a girl soaked in sweat from the early morning, exhausted, along with Sue E and an elderly man. Is this your customer? Sue E pointed at the girl. When we arrived, she was already waiting here for you. The 3 looked at Jiangxi. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, quickly tidied her clothes, and saw the uniformed man and the elderly person nearby. She felt a bit nervous. My name is Jiangxi. I'm here for an interview. Boss, you should go ahead and attend to your customer. I'll wait here, she said shyly, taking a few steps back, worried her sweaty smell might bother others. Goose Cece looked at her in her disheveled state and asked, Did you go for morning exercise?
No, E.
I came from downtown. I walked for a long time, so I was sweaty. I'm not usually this messy, Jiangxi hurriedly explained, afraid she might miss the job opportunity. Her eyes showed longing. She wanted to explain her difficulties, but was afraid the boss wouldn't want to deal with her problems and might just reject her. Goose Cece did not ask further. Her parents once said that during tough times in life, people can be in all sorts of strange states. Asking too many questions might just add pressure to others. So she smiled and said to Sue E and the elderly, Please wait a moment, I need to handle something first. Both nodded in understanding. Goose Cece went into the supermarket, took a box of self-heating rice, a bottle of nutritional drink, and a bottle of mineral water, then handed them to Jiangxi. Since you probably haven't eaten breakfast yet, make yourself a bowl to eat. There are tables and chairs in the backyard. I'll talk to you after I finish here. She forcefully pressed the food into Jiangxi's hand, pointed toward the backyard, then smiled and nodded before heading out with Sue E and the elderly to the 3rd floor. Jiangxi almost started crying. She never expected that while others saw her as down and out and would bully her, this young boss actually believed in her and wasn't afraid she might steal something. She wanted to cry, but held back her tears. She looked at the food in her hands and went straight to the backyard. It was a good start. The future will definitely be better. As Goose Cece and her group walked up the stairs, the elderly suddenly asked, Goo little friend, she's just a stranger. Why are you leaving her alone downstairs? Aren't you worried the shop will be emptied? Although she looked pitiful, people can be tricky. Goose Cece waved her hand. Don't worry, I have surveillance cameras. Besides, Officer Sue is here. If the shop gets moved, it would be embarrassing for Officer Sue. I'm willing to take a risk and trust her this time. Maybe this is her only hope for survival. At most, I'll lose some things. It's not a big loss. Plus, all the neighbors around are familiar. It's not easy for someone to move her shop in broad daylight, Only the system can do that. The elderly nodded. This girl was smart. She knew the ways of the world, but still kept a pure heart. That's rare. When they reached the third floor, Gu Sisi handed each person a bottle of Dongfang Shai, Eastern tree leaf. I don't know how to make tea, so please bear with it. If you have anything to say, let's get it over with quickly. The elderly nodded, then took out a bunch of documents and her ID from her bag, handing them to Gu Sisi. Gu, little friend, look. I am the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Su Guangming. I came here sincerely to buy the copyright of Qianjin Fang, Golden Prescriptions. I want to publish it within the industry for learning. Also, I wonder if you have other formulas. We are willing to buy those too. Or, do you have any other ideas? We can discuss them. Gu Sisi had always thought they would just confiscate the item, but surprisingly, they wanted to pay her. She checked her documents and looked up the news. It was exactly the same as on TV. The tone and manner of speaking matched the video perfectly. It was definitely her, and it was brought by Uncle Hat. After confirming her identity, she pushed the items back and asked cautiously, "How much can you offer?" She knew the item was extremely valuable, but she was curious about its exact worth, so she asked. Su Yi and Old Su exchanged glances. Old Su opened his hand. The formula is priceless and cannot be measured. If sold to a profit-making company, it could bring endless benefits to Xiaogu. But I want to share the verified formula for free with all traditional Chinese medicine students. So, the most I can offer is 1.2 million. She wanted to give it away for free, but she also needed to take a symbolic payment since it belonged to Xin Qingyan. It had to have a selling price. Gu Sisi asked again, "Will the association pay?" Yes, although he didn't understand why she asked, Old Su answered. Gu Sisi nodded thoughtfully. Then I have another condition. Could it be that she thought the money was too little? Old Su and Su Yi looked at each other again, considering raising the price through the association or using their own savings. Gu Sisi spoke up. All right, but I have an additional condition. I want you to agree that any treatment using this formula will have free consultation fees. That's the reward I want. Old Su was genuinely surprised. His eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth several times but couldn't say a word. She had simply agreed like that? Su Yi also opened his mouth wide and gave a thumbs up. From now on, you are my sister, my forever sister. Even at such a young age, she showed such generosity. Old Su started to think, and then sighed. The consultation fee isn't high. Why not cut it in half and offer free quarterly local clinics and regular discounts on medicines? Many doctors in the industry also need to make a living. That way, the doctor-patient relationship can stay stable and the formula can be used to its full potential. What do you think, Xiaogu? Okay, Gu Sisi thought that was very reasonable. If she didn't earn a single cent and they didn't share the formula, it might delay treatment for patients. The opposite effect would happen. Wait a moment, I'll get something. Gu Sisi immediately went under the bed and pulled out 4 other medical books. She carried them over and placed them on the table. There are a few more here. You can take them to study. As I said before, once your research results come out, the consultation fee will be halved. Old Su looked at the names on the book covers and then at Gu Sisi. His expression became excited. He quickly picked up the top book, the Acupuncture Classic, and started reading. He became absorbed, his face showing surprise and excitement. His eyes widened with joy. He trembled as he picked up the other medical books, smiling more and more. Do you know what these books mean? They mean there are better ways to treat many diseases and serious illnesses. Who knows how many lives can be saved, little friend Gu. Before he finished, Old Su suddenly changed his expression and fell straight back. Gu Sisi and Su Yi were startled. They hurried to help him. Was he going to faint from excitement? The top expert had never seen her before and was now collapsing. Gu Sisi felt like her life was over. Old Su was supported onto the sofa. He held his chest, trembling as he took out a silver needle pack and gave himself an injection. Immediately, he calmed down. Then, with steady hands, he gave himself several more injections. After resting for about 10 minutes, he removed the silver needles. Old Su looked normal again. Sorry for the trouble. I hope I didn't offend you. Gu Cece. Who dares to laugh? She almost cried. She waved her hand and saw a few more people standing at the door. Chinyu, Professor Wang, and another man who was probably Chinyu's father. Old Sue, you're here too. Are they all acquaintances? How come the big shots are all in the same circle? You're not here just for the books, right? Well, you're a bit late. I'm the one taking them now. Old Sue quickly hugged all the books to his chest. He said if a businessman didn't come for profit, he wouldn't believe it. Luckily, he arrived quickly. Old Chinyu, and Professor Wang looked confused. The books that Old Sue valued so much, even personally rushing here for, what could they be? Suddenly, their eyes toward Gu Cece became more respectful. This young girl was truly remarkable. Sue, protect the books. I'll have someone send the official seal of the association, and we'll sign the papers right away. Sue immediately took the books and hugged them. Old Sue went to the balcony to make a call and make arrangements. Gu Cece immediately invited Old Chen and Professor Wang to come in and sit down. The others looked at them curiously, probably wondering what kind of books they were. Chen quickly stood up and went to the balcony. This kid must be from the Sue family, such a good person. At this moment, Gu Cece saw Jiangxi standing at the staircase outside, watching her. I told them you were busy and couldn't come up, but they didn't listen, so she felt guilty, worried that this might lower her impression. It's okay. If more people come later, just call me first.
Thank you.
If you're hungry, you can pick some snacks from the supermarket. Don't feel bad. She was so focused on talking that she forgot she had also made plans with Professor Wang and the others. It wasn't her fault. All right, I'll go down first, Jiangxi said happily, looking a bit more energetic. Gu Cece closed the door, sat back down, thought for a moment, then got up again. She took out the antique suitcase she had previously packed. First, she planned to sell these items. The rest could wait. She opened the suitcase. Chunyu looked distressed again. Gu Cece, you're going to make me heartbroken again. Why do you always treat your treasures so casually, Gu Cece? She had just forgotten to pack everything properly when she returned. Shen Qingyan had used a bamboo basket to pack some items. Old Chen and Professor Wang exchanged glances and hurriedly squatted down to start their self-guided appraisal. They ignored Gu Cece entirely. Chunyu, with foresight, began asking the housekeeper to bring some boxes for storing antiques. He ordered 30 boxes, more than enough. The extras were reserved for Gu Cece. He couldn't stand it anymore. This bottle is finely crafted. The patterns suggest it's not from the Great Yu dynasty. Could it be from another unknown era? Put that down. This one is suitable for us to study carefully. Don't argue with me. This bracelet is extraordinary. The craftsmanship looks Tang dynasty. The previous Yu dynasty was before the Tang. Oh my goodness. The level of detail is museum-worthy. It's mine now. You have a lot of money, Old Chen.
Please support our work this time.
These items are really precious. Soon, the two of them finished dividing the items and started sharing their opinions with Gu Cece. Old Chen spoke first, a bit regretfully. These things are too valuable. As a private collector, I feel a bit embarrassed to take everything. So I bought the hairpin and these 2 paintings myself. Please take everything else back to Professor Wang. I will pay for it. Of course, we won't push the price too high. Consider this batch a donation to the Research Institute, and our association is doing a small part for archaeology. He finished seriously, looking at Professor Wang with a mix of concern and pride. Professor Wang immediately poured him a cup of tea. From now on, we are no longer rivals but good friends. They had argued for many years, and their relationship was special. This was a good chance for them to get along peacefully. Suddenly, Old Chen's face changed.
No.
I still like your rebellious attitude. I like it when others oppose me. That makes life more interesting. The rude remark from Professor Wang was cut off because Gu Cece was present. He rolled his eyes at him and then told Gu Cece the price. Cece, you are my student. I will give you a fair price for these items. You can also look up the auction prices of rare antiques online for comparison. Hearing this, Gu Cece took out a calculator to add up the total price. Teacher, you are highly respected. I trust you. The two paintings are part of a series. They are both well-preserved and rare, with no special techniques, but because they are scarce and few exist, each is valued at 15 million. Gu Cici's hands trembled. Based on what she knew, these prices belonged to works by famous artists who would be remembered forever. Tang Boha's paintings only cost about 11.5 million, so this was indeed a high offer. Next to her, Su Yi gasped. Could someone earning only 3,500 yuan a month hear this? The two paintings totaled 30 million. She didn't dare smile, afraid others would see her as inexperienced. There were 4 hairpins and hairpins with dangling ornaments, each costing 1.28 million. After subtracting the previous payments, the total for these 4 was 492,000. There were also 3 vases, priced at 6 million, 3.2 million, and 2.8 million. The smallest jade vase was the most expensive, which Gu Cici hadn't expected. She was still learning, so she couldn't tell the value of antiques yet. In the end, the total bill was Old Chen needed to pay 30,492,006 million, 3.2 million, 2.8 million equals 46.92 million. Just a few items added up to over 40 million. Gu Cici guessed that with the inventory, the total was definitely over 100 million, especially since there were still 8 more paintings. She kept her composure but felt a little dizzy. After everyone nodded at her, they each went to call people over to deliver the contracts and arrange the transfers. Gu Cici took out a bank card from the National Bank, specifically for managing Shin Qingyan's disaster relief funds, so she could keep track of the expenses herself. While they were busy, Old Su's people arrived. The agreement, proof, and all the contracts from Ishuaer had also arrived. Gu Cici looked them over and signed. That morning, Gu Cici signed documents and received money until her hand was sore. Over an hour later, the bank message confirmed that all the funds had been received, totaling 53.2 million. Gu Cici. By right, Old Chen paid 46.92 million, and Old Su's side had 6 million from 5 books, which should total 52.92 million. She looked over, and Old Chen smiled slightly. Since this is our first meeting, I didn't bring a gift. Instead, you've given us a lot of insight. As a small token, Grandpa Chen will give you a red envelope. Such a big red envelope. Gu Cici couldn't help but laugh. All that money was hers. She immediately changed her tone to the sweetest one. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. Gu Cici grinned happily, thinking how amazing it would be if she could bring back real items from the Earth timeline. Chen Yu also stepped forward, showing a flattering smile. Dad, what about me? He thought he deserved a reward too, since he had contributed and worked hard. Old Grandpa Chen's previously smiling face suddenly twisted. Chen Yu kept pulling at him, and only after several attempts did he reluctantly say, This year, for the New Year dinner, you can sit above your brother. Is that okay? Chen Yu was satisfied and chuckled happily. Then he looked at Gu Cici again. If you call me Dad, you should call me Uncle. But I'm so young, you probably don't want to. So call me Big Brother, Uncle, or Brother, ha. Calling him old would just make him angry. Then, you're just a generation younger than your brother. Gu Cici doubted if he was thinking straight. Everyone else burst into laughter at her words. Old Grandpa's face darkened. He raised his hand and gave him a slap on the butt. Shame on you. Go load the goods onto the truck. Immediately, Chen Yu acted like a packing tool, carefully packing each item and sending them to the respective vehicles. Everyone looked at Gu Cici with a few more hints of respect and admiration. Su Yi and Old Su took some items and a contract, then shook hands with Gu Cici once more. Thank you for your efforts for the country and everyone, Gu classmate. May I ask, with so many precious treasures at home, does your family have any special traditions or stories? When asked this, everyone looked at Gu Cici. Gu Cici froze for a moment, then nodded. Remembering her previous plan to rely on the country, she thought that with so many important people in front of her, she should be able to manage this time. She quickly closed the door and signaled everyone to sit back on the sofa. All of them became serious. Gu Cici spoke. Elders, I want to be honest. I just awakened a system. Do you know what a system is? It's like the cheat in that novel. While she was speaking, Sui helplessly repeated the same words beside her. Gu Sisi. Everyone. They all looked at Sui again. Sui sighed and explained. Last time I asked Gu classmate, she already teased me once. After hearing Sui's explanation, everyone smiled helplessly. Little Gu, if you don't want to say, just say so. It's understandable. Your family is quite secretive, probably doesn't want others to know. It's our fault for asking. Your family letting you handle these things alone shows they're quite wealthy. We were too abrupt. All right, we won't bother little Gu anymore. The group quickly said their goodbyes and left. Gu Sisi was stunned. Nowadays, it seems no one believes the truth anymore, huh? She was about to break down. Just wait, they will believe later. She looked sad as she went downstairs, watching a line of cars leave her house, attracting the attention of many neighbors. When she turned around, Jiangxi was skillfully operating the cash register. Since she didn't have the password, she asked everyone to pay online. Her skill looked like she had been doing this for many years. She looked around, the shelves were restocked, and she even carefully arranged each vegetable neatly. It looked very pleasing to the eye. She felt very happy. Gu Sisi was somewhat satisfied, but she wasn't sure how strong her strength was. She went to the backyard again and was surprised to find it cleaned and tidy, like a model block. As she walked back, she saw Jiangxi easily carry 2 50-pound bags of rice and gently toss them onto a customer's cart. Gu Sisi had nothing to say. She approached Jiangxi, who looked nervous. I saw you were busy, so I helped a bit. I don't want money. Just start your probation now. You seem very skilled. Do you have a place to stay? If not, I can help you rent a house nearby, and I'll deduct the rent from your salary. Jiangxi immediately felt very happy and nodded nonstop, unable to speak clearly, only repeatedly saying thank you. She then added dryly, when I was in school, I worked part-time at a supermarket during summer vacations, so I'm familiar with it. Gu Sisi understood and remembered that there was a house for rent at Aunt Wang's place on the street ahead. The price was good, and she could have privacy. Stay here for now. I'll go look at the house for you. Aunt Wang's biggest advantage was her kindness and innocence, making her easy to get along with. She also remembered that when she was a child and fell into the river, Aunt Wang was the one who knocked her out and pulled her up. When someone falls into water, they tend to thrash and struggle, using a lot of force, which can push rescuers underwater or hinder rescue efforts. When she was bullied, Aunt Wang also fought off the group of children for her. By the way, she couldn't go empty-handed. She quickly went back to get rice, flour, oil, and fruit before heading over. Just as she reached Aunt Wang's yard and was about to call out, she heard someone coming out inside, still muttering. We should visit Shishi every week, help with cleaning and cooking. Her father has cancer now, not many days left. It's a tough time and we should help. It's not easy for a girl to run a supermarket. What? Cancer? Gu Sisi's mind suddenly went blank, like a thunderbolt. Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang turned around. Uncle Wang opened the yard gate and saw the stunned Gu Sisi. The two elders immediately felt anxious, exchanging glances. Did she hear everything just now? Uncle Wang nudged Aunt Wang from behind. Aunt Wang had to put on a brave face, pretending nothing had happened, and tentatively asked, Shishi, why are you here? Uncle Wang and I were about to go for a walk. If you need anything, just say. We'll definitely help if we can. Two elderly people closely watched Gu Sisi. Gu Sisi finally came back to herself, looking anxious and worried. She wanted to know what was really going on with her father's cancer. Aunt Wang, Uncle Wang, I heard everything you just said. Can you tell me what's really happening? She hurriedly set aside the things she brought and grabbed Aunt Wang's hand, looking sincere. If you don't tell me, I'll call my parents to ask, she said. Hearing this, the two elders felt both embarrassed and guilty. They simply pulled Gu Sisi inside. The three of them sat in the back room. Uncle Wang then regretted it and patted his thighs sadly, looking at Aunt Wang. It's better to tell her now. We can't hide it anymore, he said. You tell her, Aunt Wang said, unable to speak. Gu Sisi looked at Uncle Wang with hope. He took a deep breath to prepare himself and then spoke. 6 months ago, your father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the late stage. But it wasn't an emergency, so he's been taking medicine to keep going. But everyone knows this kind of cancer. Usually after 3 times it's over. Your father wanted to travel around the world, and he only managed to do half of it. He's always wanted to go, but he kept delaying because he was worried about closing the shop and not having enough money when he returned. Aunt Wang added with a sigh, "It's so unpredictable. This child just graduated from university, and it was supposed to be a happy family time." Gu Sisi knew about her father's wish to travel, but her parents usually said they'd do it after retirement. Just 2 or 3 years away. No wonder they sometimes asked if she wanted to come back and take over the shop, or if her work was good enough. "Later, we heard you wanted to come back, so they left immediately." Before leaving, they prepared for a night, and they invited everyone to dinner. "Asking for your care," Aunt Wang said, starting to choke up. She couldn't go on, and Uncle Wang continued. "So, Cece, this is your dad's last wish. Just pretend you don't know. Let him fulfill his dream, so there are no regrets," he said. "Of course, your uncle, and I just want to suggest." "Don't cry," he added gently. Gu Cece wanted to hold back her emotions, but she couldn't. All kinds of feelings flooded her heart. Her throat tightened, and her eyes and nose stung terribly. Tears couldn't be stopped. She covered her face with her hands, took deep breaths, and cried loudly, unable to speak clearly. Pancreatic cancer causes severe pain when it occurs. My aunt also died from it. When she was young, she was so scared by how it looked that she cried. She couldn't imagine if my dad also suffered like that. She couldn't hold back her tears and sniffled, saying, "I'm going home first." She stood up and ran toward her house. The 2 elders followed, both unable to look at each other without feeling sad. "You're talkative, so I told you to stop nagging all the time. Now it's all over. Is this really what I think? I didn't expect her to come suddenly. Let's go help at the shop. She hired a new employee, and we can go see if she's reliable." Gu Cece wiped her tears while walking, thinking about what Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang had said earlier. She really wanted to see her dad, but if they found out she already knew, it might make them even sadder. Why are there such incurable diseases in this world? Oh, system, in the 3,000 worlds, surely one can cure it. Even if not, system? She was willing to pay any price. There is indeed a chance. The Great Bright Dynasty's world can trade 6 more times to open a new world. The original world might have special herbs, and the 3rd open world is technologically advanced, hundreds of years ahead of Earth, possibly solving pancreatic cancer. The system is a multiverse trader system that cultivates crossing worlds and trading. It cannot interfere with Earth's natural laws or provide special medicines. The system and Gu Cece's thoughts spoke at the same time, answering her doubts. Gu Cece immediately stopped crying. As long as there is hope, that's good. And both worlds sound very promising. Also, there's Shun Qingyan's world. He has many rare medical books, and their medical skills might have already surpassed Earth's. Maybe she can try there too. She wiped her tears, feeling much more relaxed. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang caught up. Before they could comfort her, Gu Cece forced a smile. "I've fine. I won't ask them. If they want me to stay in the dark, I'll pretend I don't know. I will keep the shop running well. Don't worry about me. You can go back now." After saying that, she quickly ran home, planning to write down information about pancreatic cancer. She wanted to be prepared to explain the important points clearly to Shin Qingyan tomorrow, without forgetting anything due to emotional distraction, so she wouldn't delay the progress. After all, in this world, there are limited chances to make deals, so every opportunity must be cherished. The 2 elders saw her suddenly happy and became more worried. They stood there, stomping their feet in concern. Should we tell her parents that she knows? Of course not. Her whole family doesn't want to break the silence. What can you say? As for Cece, we just visit her every day. Gu Cece came back again, and also discussed renting a house with Jiang Shi and Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. In the end, Aunt Wang rented a main bedroom with a bathroom on the 2nd floor to Jiang Shi for 800 yuan a month, payable monthly. Jiang Shi went to see the house and pack her things. Gu Cece sat at the cash register, using her computer to search for related knowledge and record it. Sometimes, she couldn't help but cry softly, her eyes red. When she finished organizing everything, Jiangxi also returned, wearing a rare relaxed smile. Seeing that Gu Cece looked upset, she immediately stepped forward. Boss, maybe you should rest for a while. I can handle things here. That's fine. If you need me, just call upstairs. Gu Cece thought for a moment, nodded, and went upstairs. She felt bored and painful, so she decided to go into the slow-paced study room to learn jewelry appraisal skills. She studied for 4 hours straight before coming out, then practiced martial arts for another hour. Only then did she feel her energy was finally released. Just in time, it was delivery time. She went downstairs, where the backyard was unloading goods. Jiangxi was helping, and with her strength, she was even more relaxed than Brother Wang. After unloading, Gu Cece was sent to the cash register to watch over the goods. She tidied up the items in the backyard. When Jiangxi finished, Gu Cece checked her phone and saw that her 1-ton water storage barrels had arrived, shipped by a popular courier. No wonder they arrived so quickly. They swapped places. Gu Cece went to the backyard to receive the water barrels, then opened them for cleaning. The seller even thoughtfully included connectors and extra water hoses. There are 2 faucets in the backyard. She connected them and started filling water. It took about 5 rounds to fill everything. Gu Cece sat on the stone bench behind her, unable to help but sigh. Listening to the sound of water, she scrolled through her parents' social media posts, seeing where they went each day and what scenery they encountered. But now she realized slowly that, despite posting so often, her parents, who loved sharing big profile pictures, hadn't posted a single selfie in days. They must be afraid she would notice something was wrong with her dad's expression. Boss, this is the takeout I ordered for you, snail rice noodles. If you like spicy food, it can help relieve stress, Jiangxi said as she handed over a takeout box and carefully placed it in front of her. I asked Aunt Wang, and she said you like to eat this. Gu Cece put down her phone and remembered she hadn't eaten dinner. She nodded and asked, okay. By the way, are you staying over tonight? She remembered Jiangxi hadn't brought anything this morning. If you need time to move, you can take a day off tomorrow. No, I don't need to. The weather isn't cold yet, and I have a mattress on the bed. I can wait until I get my paycheck to buy everything. Jiangxi hurriedly waved her hand. She was already quite satisfied with her current situation. She definitely couldn't go back home. Gu Cece saw that she had some hidden worries, but didn't ask further. Instead, she added her to her messaging app and transferred 200 yuan to her. Remember, the extra daily wages for unloading, at least buy a bed and bedding and some clothes at the night market. When your paycheck comes, you can buy more. Jiangxi went from being surprised to feeling grateful. She was very touched, nodded happily, and then went to the supermarket, returning with a big pile of things. She bought 2 beds of cotton batting, costing 45 yuan each and weighing 5 jin. There was also a 25 yuan iron kettle, a 1.5 yuan plastic cup, a 5 yuan toothbrush, a box of instant noodles on sale for 30 yuan, a 9.9 yuan shampoo bottle, and a 1.5 yuan sulfur soap. Boss, the total is 162.9 yuan. I bought a 10 yuan t-shirt from the night market, and with the remaining money, I'll buy a pair of cotton pants for 10 yuan. I think I'll still have a few yuan left. Jiangxi looked very satisfied and smiled sincerely. Seeing her genuine expression, Gu Cece also smiled. All right, you can leave work early today. Come back at 7 tomorrow morning. And absolutely don't come too early, understand? Jiangxi nodded in agreement and headed to Wang Annie's house on the main street with a large load of goods. In 4 days, she would be able to pay rent to Wang Auntie's family. Today was a slow day. After the evening rush of people finished shopping, there were hardly any customers left in the shop. She checked the inventory, made the payment, sealed the water storage barrels, and closed the shop early at 8 o'clock. She wasn't in the mood for a late-night snack. Feeling upset, she went into the system to practice boxing and martial arts for 3 hours. Then, she went straight to sleep. In her dream, she saw her parents and happy memories from the past. But then she dreamed her father had died. She woke up crying, her face wet with tears and sweat from fear. She picked up her phone. It was exactly 4 o'clock. After washing up and preparing breakfast, she went downstairs to the backyard with the list she had written yesterday, waiting eagerly for Shin Qingyan to arrive. At 4:40, thick fog covered the backyard. Shin Qingyan came over, pulling a large cart with tall empty barrels tied to it. She immediately stood up and looked at him carefully. She hid the list behind her back, first told Shin Qingyan to unload the bottles and move the goods, and explain the quantity and total price. By the way, I only sold about a quarter of that batch. I made a lot of money, enough to buy over 200 portions of supplies each day, so you don't need to worry about money for now. The total was over 50 million. Before adding meat and water, the costs were about 200,000. Meat cost 10,000 yuan, and 10 tons of water cost 50 yuan. So 200 portions were roughly the same. Shin Qingyan nodded as he helped move the goods. Thank you for your trouble, miss. You seem worried. Is there something you want to tell me? Feel free to speak openly. After finishing the last load, Shin Qingyan stopped and caught his breath, patiently asking. Gu Shi pointed to the large water barrels. Those are water. Let's move them first. I'll explain as we go. Time is tight. Shin Qingyan started moving water again, and she quickly explained, I have a friend who is seriously ill and has no cure. I want you to look for a remedy or a good doctor in your world, or even herbs that can bring someone back to life. Shin Qingyan entered the fog and soon returned, running back quickly. Miss, I will do my best to help. May I ask, what illness does your friend have? He had a severe stomach ache that spread to his back and waist. His skin and the whites of his eyes turned yellow, and he might also feel nauseous and vomit. Gu Sisi explained that it sounded like pancreatic cancer. Shin Qingyan listened carefully as the doctor repeated the symptoms twice. As the fog of confusion cleared, Gu Sisi only heard one thing. Rest assured, young lady. Your friends are under good protection, and fate will favor you. Thank you, she whispered softly, then sat down heavily. Soon after, she called the water station to take back the water buckets. It was then she realized she had forgotten to eat breakfast, and Shin Qingyan hadn't eaten either. Meanwhile, in Dahuang City, Shilin County, under the guidance of the master, everyone was busy loading supplies onto a bullock cart, planning to bring more from another direction to create the illusion that a hidden family was delivering goods. Shin Qingyan told Gu Sisi's request to his teacher, Chen Yanshu. Since his teacher had wider connections and even knew a good doctor, it was the fastest way to find a suitable and skilled healer. Chen Yanshu quickly wrote several letters and sent them off on fast horses to various places in Zhoujun. Shin Qingyan also posted notices, seeking a good doctor in the name of a family of hermits and wise men, asking the public to help spread the word. In the modern day at the police station, 8:30 a.m. The police station was opening its doors. Sui was walking in with a pancake and fried dough stick. He saw a man and a woman whispering intensely and immediately became alert. What are you two doing? Why are you here so early? The two were startled. Seeing Sui in uniform, they quickly became serious and respectful. The man, a passerby, said, Uncle Hat, I work at the nearby water station responsible for delivering water in this area. I found our boss doing something illegal. I want to report it, Sui nodded. Illegal activities at the water station concerned public safety, so it was very serious. He then looked at the woman. And you? The woman, also a passerby, said, Uncle Hat, I manage the smart water meter system here. Last night, a family used 10 tons of water in one night. There was another case like this before, with excessive water use, and it turned out to be deadly. Sui's expression grew more serious. He immediately took them inside to hear more details. How is your boss breaking the law? And which family is the one you mentioned? Tell me everything carefully. It's the Fata Fortune supermarket, the woman blurted out, and the man also exclaimed in surprise. You also said the Getting Rich supermarket.
Oh yeah.
So, he also mentioned the Getting Rich supermarket? All three were stunned. Only Sui kept a normal expression, tapping his finger on the table to signal them to continue. You found out there was water overuse. My discovery is also related to water. The night before last, my boss suddenly asked me to deliver over 500 large bottles of water to the Getting Rich supermarket. But this morning, I was told to bring the bottles back. That's over 1,000 pounds of water. The nearby businesses are almost monopolized by our water station, so she couldn't have sold it. The man spoke passionately, getting more excited as he talked. When I delivered water, I also asked people nearby. No one bought water, and no one had seen that batch before. But this morning, over 500 empty bottles suddenly appeared. That doesn't make sense. He slapped his thigh hard. As a law-abiding citizen and a seasoned water delivery person in this area, he felt responsible for keeping the peace. Plus, last night, 10 tons of water mysteriously disappeared. I suspect there's some secret in the Getting Rich supermarket. Maybe a crime really happened, the woman added, her mind starting to wander. Sue was a professional, so he wouldn't jump to conclusions without evidence. But this case was very suspicious. It could be a misunderstanding, but since the misunderstanding was right in front of him, he had to find out the truth and give everyone an explanation. He needed to go to the Getting Rich supermarket. He continued with a serious face. Everyone stay calm. Don't jump to conclusions. I'll go with you to check it out. He picked up his office supplies, put them in his bag, and stood up. The man and woman looked at each other, but both hesitated and shook their heads. Officer, can we not go with you? What if the other person really did something bad? What if they see my face and retaliate? The woman was timid and cautious. Yes, can I also stay here? If it's just a misunderstanding, we still need to do business. Also, my boss seems to have a good relationship with the Getting Rich supermarket owner. If my boss finds out I went, I might lose my job. Finding a new job is hard now. His current job was flexible and paid well, though a bit tiring. But which job isn't tough and exhausting? Sue did not insist. All right, leave your contact information, and I will get back to you. Just as he was about to leave, the delivery person who had previously ambushed Gu Cece rushed in again. Officer, I want to report the FA to Kai supermarket. The three people turned around quickly. Another one. At this point, Sue was very calm.
Speak.
But you have a criminal record, so you'd better be careful with your words. If you're retaliating or making a false report, the punishment could be much worse than last time. Officer, I really wanted to get back at her, but I don't dare now. Yesterday morning, I went to the back door of FA de Kai supermarket. Guess what I saw? Around 4:40 in the morning, the back door and the yard of the supermarket disappeared. The delivery person's pupils widened in fear, and he didn't seem to be lying. I thought I was seeing things, but I went again this morning and it was still gone. I touched the wall, and it was actually transparent. And that woman was still talking to someone, but I couldn't see clearly. I swear, if I'm lying, I'll get hit by a car and die. Other police officers who were on duty gathered around. With this incident, there were too many strange points. Gu Cece's suspicion grew even larger. After discussing, the police decided to send 3 officers and a patrol car, while the 3 informants stayed at the station waiting. On the way, Sue kept thinking about Gu Cece's confession earlier. She said she had a system. He suddenly slapped his forehead. It seemed he was almost going crazy, almost believing this absurd story as true, and didn't doubt that Gu Cece was actually suspicious. As a servant of the people, how could he let his personal judgment influence him? Meanwhile, Gu Cece, on her first day back, slept until 8:30 before getting up and going downstairs. Jiangxi had changed into new clothes and was busy in the shop. At the cash register, a young man was holding his phone and chatting with her. Seeing her come down, Jiangxi explained, "Boss, he's a social media blogger. He asked if he could live stream the interview process to help netizens verify the truth." That made sense. Gu Cece was not afraid at all, but didn't want to accept it. If she refused, she would definitely be accused of false advertising in her recruitment. It was better to accept openly and handle it smoothly. "Okay, but don't film me." She didn't want to become a social media star. She just wanted to quietly make money. The boy also agreed and started chatting with the people in the live stream. "Hello everyone, with the supermarket owner's permission, I will soon begin the real work investigation. But the owner said I can't show her face, so I will just focus the camera on myself. You can just listen to her voice. The live stream already had over 10,000 viewers, and as the story spread, the number kept growing. Goose Cece signaled to the other person, and they went to sit at a stone table in the backyard. Goose Cece didn't want to waste time. My supermarket is small. On the first floor, we sell goods. On the second, we store items. And on the third, I live. Jiang Shi, the girl at the cash register now, is a new employee I hired yesterday. We still need one more worker. First come, first served. Hello, boss. We saw your job ad and noticed your salary is higher than most white-collar jobs, and there are no education or experience requirements. Do you think this is fair, or is there some hidden reason for the high pay? Many companies claim to pay 8,000 yuan, but their base salary is only 5,000 or less. The rest comes from performance bonuses and other incentives. New graduates often don't negotiate well and only realize the true pay when they sign the contract. Usually they accept it, but they feel regret and anger inside. Goose Cece replied sincerely, I know many think we are just a small supermarket with easy work, so we shouldn't pay so much. But I just graduated too and understand how hard it is to find a job. Having experienced rain myself, I want to help others and be a good boss. The work is not difficult but very tiring. Living in this big city, I believe 8,000 yuan is enough to live, not just survive. She spoke earnestly, and her words resonated with viewers, sounding very sincere and pleasant. The salary is real, and the extra daily work bonuses are real too. Feel free to try. If it turns out to be fake, I believe my shop won't last long, but I have confidence that everyone can supervise. After she finished, Jiang Shi also came in to prove it. She didn't show her face but showed a screenshot of a bank transfer and even demonstrated her strength by showing her arm.
Wow, wow, wow.
Sister, you can probably carry 2 girls with one arm. So impressive. That tiny actress who weighs 80 Jean can't even lift her, and she said she was fat. Look at this. Really transferred the money? Or is it a scam? Does such a good thing really exist in the world? Hee, I have an interview this afternoon. Everyone wait for my good news. I don't believe that as a dark-skinned athlete, I can't get this small job. I want to go too. Everyone cheered happily. The blogger was very pleased. Based on his observation, the job was real. He was about to show everyone the work environment when he saw Su Yi dressed in uniform, walking in seriously with a colleague. Su Yi approached politely and seriously. Goose Cece, someone has reported you for illegal activities. Please come with us to help us understand the situation. As soon as he said that, the comments exploded. Is the trouble coming so quickly? This is Uncle Hat, I saw it myself, really, illegal activities. No wonder the boss is so rich and pays such high wages. Wow, I hope the streamer doesn't end the live broadcast. What exactly are these illegal activities? This twist makes me wonder if it's all part of a script. Rich and powerful. Streamer, hurry up and follow. Goose Cece followed Su Yi to the supermarket entrance, told Jiang Shi she finished work early today, locked the door, and then got into the police car. The distant sound of "you" faded away. The neighbors came to see what was happening. What's going on? Why was she taken away? Let's go see. Illegal activities? She's just a little girl. I don't believe she can do anything illegal. She must have been led astray. Oh, what a tragedy. Jiang Shi also didn't believe it. She quickly went back to tell Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. The elderly couple hurried to the police station. They were entrusted with something, but this happened. She is so young. She must not be scared. At the police station, Goose Cece listened to the accusations and had to admire the sharp eyes of the people. She was discovered so quickly. She kept nodding, like a parrot repeating what she heard. Oye. So, you say all these reports are true? You admit everything. She was surprisingly quick to admit it. Another female officer frowned. Then explain, what did you do with all that water? Goose Cece looked around and then pointed at the door. Can you close the door? What I'm about to say is confidential. The fewer people who know, the better. The female officer closed the door and sat down again. You can speak now. Still the same as last time, Officer Su, just trust me once. I really have a system. This time, The person I'm trading with is an official from the great dynasty of the parallel world. There was a big drought over there, and these waters are what I send to them every day. This time, Gu Cici's words made Officer Su no longer think it was nonsense like before. He looked at Gu Cici seriously and signaled her to continue. Gu Cici's eyes lit up with hope. He was going to believe her. If you don't believe me, you can check. I've bought a lot of meat, grains, and medicines these days, but they all mysteriously disappeared from my house. The owner of the medicine shop is. The female officer took note of the contact details and went out to verify. Meanwhile, the police officers checking the statements of others also returned. We have a new discovery. She also ordered a lot of medicines, grains, and meat, right? The female officer asked directly. Seeing the surprised look on the other person's face, she knew she was right. She then went back and signaled to Officer Su that Gu Cici was telling the truth. But it was still hard to believe, very strange. There was a knock on the door. The female officer went out, and another officer, wearing a hat, whispered, "Latest news. Gu Cici's father has cancer. Could it be that she's overwhelmed and has developed psychological trauma? So, she was talking nonsense here. As for the rest, it might just be a coincidence." The female officer called Officer Su out again. He increasingly thought this guess was very likely because her father had cancer. Gu Cici, so young, had to go home to inherit the family store. That's why she, a young girl, sold all the family's treasures, because treating cancer costs a lot of money. She was so heartbroken that she developed a psychological problem. Officer Su couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Turns out, her constant smiling was just a facade. She was really suffering a lot. Let's find a psychologist to check her. For now, inform her parents about her condition. I'll report to the director and continue the investigation. After saying this, Officer Su turned and left. He made a phone call and received a reply that he would return immediately. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang then came in. Meanwhile, Gu's father and mother had already started packing their bags. They looked at each other and asked in unison, "Do I look okay?" Then, they responded to each other in perfect harmony. "Very good. Very energetic." So, the two of them took a taxi and hurried to catch the nearest flight home. Before boarding, they called Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to report their return and shared the flight details. At the police station, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang waited anxiously. The professional psychologist had been inside for over an hour and still hadn't come out. They felt guilty. If Gu Cici really had a problem, it was their fault. If they hadn't let anything slip, this wouldn't have happened. Jiangxi was nearby, staying with her. After learning about Gu Cici's family situation, she sighed. Why do good people always have such bad luck? She thought, and Gu Cici felt the same. After 10 more minutes, the psychologist finally came out. He quickly signed the papers. Based on my observations and experience, Gu Cici doesn't have any mental illness. She even shows awareness against manipulation and scams. She's a good young person with a strong mental state. I've never seen anyone so healthy mentally. Everyone? Su-yi asked, can we really trust what she said about having a system? But what she said about things disappearing into thin air was confirmed to be true after verification. So, isn't this a dead end? Because the case was so unusual, Gu Cici couldn't leave. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang were taken home, and the police chief finally realized how important this was. He immediately contacted a microexpression expert to remotely observe Gu Cici's expressions during her statement and self-report. By the time they finished, it was past 2 p.m., and Gu Cici had woken up from her nap. However, the police station held an urgent meeting because the microexpression expert said they couldn't tell if she was lying. After the meeting, everyone agreed that the best and simplest way was to test it in practice, since practice is the only way to verify the truth. So they decided to go see everything Gu Cici had described. Su-yi returned to the room and said, Gu Cici, you mentioned you have transactions with people from a parallel world. Show us proof. Tell us when the transaction happened, and we'll go with you. Gu Cici stood up and exhaled deeply. At last, they were going to believe her. She had waited a long time for this day. Okay, tomorrow morning between 4:40 and 5:40 in my backyard. But I need to go home this afternoon to gather supplies. Can you let me go back first? Otherwise, there won't be anything to trade tomorrow morning. Sui applied for permission again, and Goose Cece went straight home. After confirming she would continue delivering supplies, she reopened the supermarket and kept it running. Many people care about her. She was tired from replying at the supermarket entrance. In the evening, she checked the supplies, fetched water, practiced boxing, and studied an art appraisal history class. Only after finishing the basic course did she go to sleep. At 4 a.m. the next day, Police Chief Zhou Ninghai, Su Yi, and Officer Zhao Jing arrived. She let a few people in, then started cooking breakfast. Everyone looked at the extra portion. Goose Cece understood and explained, for that ancient person. By 4:30 a.m., Goose Cece finished eating, carried a big bowl of noodles downstairs, placed the noodles on a stone table, opened the backyard gate, and sat waiting. There were only 10 minutes left. Everyone felt nervous, glancing outside the yard door now and then, but it was empty. With 7 minutes remaining, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and finally 1 minute left, suddenly, a vast, boundless fog appeared. Everyone's eyes stayed fixed on the backyard door, watching intently. Some even took out law enforcement recorders to record. Such thick fog, you can't see anything around. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it's real, Sui whispered, trying to hide his excitement. The police chief quickly put on his glasses. Zhao Jing was about to take out her phone to take pictures, but was stunned by Shen Qingyan emerging from the fog. He looked handsome, like a jade crown, calm and elegant, tall and poised, an attractive, talented man. Goose Cece immediately saw her admiration and whispered, "He's still the top scholar. Isn't he even more handsome now?" Zhao Jing clapped lightly, then quickly became aloof again, but inside she was shocked. He was a talented, handsome man. Goose Cece smiled, seeing through her act of coolness. When she saw Shen Qingyan pulling a water bucket and holding 2 baskets, standing confused in place, she hurried over and spoke loudly, so everyone could hear. "You're here. These people are my relatives called over to help you move things. It'll be faster. They're curious about you and want to chat." She made up a background first, laying a foundation so they could talk naturally. Chief Zhou Ninghai was clever. He immediately dropped his pretenses, approached like an ordinary uncle, and said, Hello. My niece is right. Come on. What are you two hesitating for? Help out quickly." Su Yi and Zhao Jing immediately went over when called. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly, bowed to everyone again, and showed respect. Goose Cece watched them, feeling just as confused as she'd been at that time, and almost wanted to laugh. With the addition of Zhou Ninghai, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing, this batch of goods was shipped faster than usual. In the end, it only took half an hour, according to the clock. Of course, all 4 were covered in sweat when they finished. Zhao Jing, in particular, drank water next to Goose Cece and said with emotion, "Isn't he the top scholar? The martial arts champion? He's so strong." Even though he was sweating, he didn't seem out of breath. "If Su Yi and I weren't from the police academy, we'd be exhausted." Goose Cece felt proud and said, "His 6 arts of a gentleman are all somewhat learned." Shen Qingyan appeared again, holding a basket that was now 1 more than before. He placed the previous basket beside a stone table. Goose Cece walked over as he spoke. "The embroidery inside was bought casually, but the pearls are my mother-in-law's dowry, collected from the EC. They should be worth quite a bit. The basket of herbs was brought by friends from other regions. You can judge their value yourself. Sorry to trouble the young lady again. Today, I didn't know if the young lady's friends and family would come, so I didn't prepare a gift. Please forgive me." Su Yi and the other 3 had been watching and listening. They felt embarrassed immediately, bowed again to show respect, and left in a panic. They looked at Goose Cece for help. Goose Cece waved her hand at Shen Qingyan and said, "No need to be polite. It was sudden that they came. They didn't prepare a gift for you either, so it's fair. Counting this time, we've traded 5 times. Next time, your stay here can be extended by an hour, which is half an hour. You can take more supplies. I can help double the amount of supplies for you. Goose Cece continued her business as if nothing was happening. Shin Qingyan was very happy and nodded. Thank you, young lady. If possible, I'd like to buy another batch of the anti-inflammatory medicine you gave me last time. Those medicines work really well. He still remembered the doctor's excited look. Also, the matter of the young lady asking me to find herbs, there's some news. The good doctor is the former head of the Imperial Hospital. He will arrive in Shilon County today. When he does, he will prepare a prescription for your father. I will bring it then. There is a rumor that a certain herb can bring the dead back to life and cure all poisons, but it takes some time to obtain. I will do my best to help the girl find it. Once I finish helping with the disaster relief, I believe I can earn credit for my efforts. Goose Cece felt happy and full of hope when she heard this. She nodded happily, signaling him to eat his noodles. Shin Qingyan behaved gracefully, and Su Yi and others also became more refined. The three of them sat in a circle around Shin Qingyan, exchanged glances, and started to ask questions cautiously. Where did you go after walking through the fog? Is it hard to pass the imperial exam in your dynasty? Cece just said you've traded 5 times. How did you realize trading was possible in the first place? Your dynasty is called the Great Huang. What was the previous dynasty called? Shin Qingyan put down his chopsticks and answered their questions one by one. Sui looked a bit anxious as he saw the noodles in his bowl getting cold. Lord Shin, you can eat while answering. Zhao Jing nudged him with her elbow. He's probably used to not talking while eating or sleeping. Don't expect him to be like us rough folks. Then we might be delaying others from eating. Sui realized this late, and Zhou Ninghai silently swallowed his remaining questions. I've finished asking. Lord Shen, you can eat now. Shen Qingyan just smiled. It's fine. After confirming they wouldn't ask more questions, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Even though some people stared at him, he remained calm and composed, every move pleasing to the eye. After the meal, Shen Qingyan left and took the 2 water buckets he had just received. His figure disappeared, and the fog began to lift. The back door gradually appeared, revealing a quiet street outside, as if nothing had happened. It really disappeared again. Now it's exactly 5:40. Sister Cece, you must be the daughter of heaven. Now I believe what you said about the system being real. What exactly is that system? Yeah, Cece. Tell us more carefully. Goose Cece lifted her head proudly. Now that they believed her, she wagged her invisible little tail in pride. Well, actually, it's just... Then the 3 of them gave a thumbs up. Zhou Ninghai excitedly spun around in place. I'm going to report to our top leader right now. Zhao Jing and Su Yi, you 2 are responsible for protecting her. This system isn't just a chance for Goose Cece. It's a chance for our entire country. We must not delay. Su Yi and Zhao Jing felt excited inside. Many people work as police officers their whole lives but never experience such a good thing. They probably earned a second-class merit. Most importantly, they gained a lot of experience and could brag about it for a lifetime. Leader, hurry up. If we get to explore space someday, maybe we can bring back a flying saucer. Then, Xiaori will be so scared he'll pee his pants. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Yes. Maybe we can even visit the elf world and get a youth potion or wings so I can finally fly. Zhou Ninghai quickly walked toward the supermarket entrance. Just then, the metal door of the supermarket was knocked loudly and urgently. The 4 of them immediately became alert. Who could be coming at this time? They couldn't help but think of the time Goose Cece was attacked by a strange delivery guy. Everyone became serious. After all, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Who would knock on a closed supermarket door? Goose Cece was pushed behind Sui. Zhao Jing grabbed her shoulders protectively. Zhou Ninghai opened the door with a stern face. Who is it? What do you want? Outside, Aunt Wang was startled. How could there be a chubby, creepy old man in Cece's supermarket, and so fierce? Could something have happened to Cece? She immediately turned around and ran. Old man, call the police. Something's happened to Cece. Her voice was sharp and frightening. Uncle Wang was walking slowly behind her and was also startled. Seeing their panic, Goose Cece recognized Aunt Wang's voice and quickly explained, It's a misunderstanding. I know that person. He lives just down the street. She pushed out and hurriedly shouted ahead, Aunt Wang, I'm fine. Su Yi, Zhao Jing, and the others awkwardly touched their heads and stepped outside. Aunt Wang came back, and everyone explained the situation. Only then did Aunt Wang calm down, support Uncle Wang, and apologize to Su Yi and the others. Everyone was both amused and helpless. Gu Sisi asked, So, Aunt Wang, is there something you came to see me about so early? Aunt Wang's smile suddenly froze, and her face became serious. She looked at Uncle Wang, who then replied, Sisi, after you were taken by the police yesterday, they informed your parents. Your parents actually left yesterday to come back. Today, she should have arrived in the morning, but just now we got up to use the bathroom, checked the flight information, and found that this flight was trending on social media because it lost contact earlier today. We still have no news. Her father hasn't been taken by cancer yet, but now the plane had an accident instead. Just now, the hope that Xin Qingyan brought suddenly fell apart again. Gu Sisi was still in shock, but quickly took out her phone to check, and others hurried to look at the trending topics. Sure enough, the top 3 headlines were: Early this morning, Flight HO 1679 from Australia to China experienced a malfunction and lost contact with ground control. Did the plane go missing? Another flight lost contact. Gu Sisi didn't know what expression to show. Su Yi and Zhao Jing exchanged a look. Su Yi patted her shoulder and said, Uncles and aunts will be fine. For now, you should come with us to the police station so we can find out more quickly. Yes, the supermarket. Leave the supermarket to me. Boss, you go ahead. Jiangxi ran over from the dim morning light, having overheard part of the conversation. The boss's family was already having a hard time, and closing the supermarket for a day would mean losing a day's income. Since the supermarket had already hired her, she couldn't allow such a situation to happen. Jiangxi is right. I and Jiangxi will watch the supermarket. You should go with them to the police station. Wang Shen'er agreed. With her there, the supermarket would be safe. Gu Sisi nodded, put away the 2 baskets of things Xin Qingyan gave her, locked them on the 3rd floor, and then left with Su Yi and others. Zhou Ninghai went to the police station, then drove to the city bureau to report to the head of the police. Gu Sisi sat in the office she often visited before, waiting for Su Yi and Zhao Jing to find out more. Meanwhile, Wang Shen'er and Uncle Wang helped at the supermarket, stocking and arranging goods. They also saw this as a good chance to learn more about Jiangxi. Wang Shen'er took the lead and asked, Jiangxi, you're not married yet, right? Where is your family from? You look so young. Why did you come to work at this small supermarket? No, I'm not married. My family is from the mountains. We're poor, and since the boss pays well, I came here to work, Jiangxi replied cautiously, half-truthfully. Although Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang are nice people, I can't speak freely about their family situation. If they happen to overhear, or if their family finds out, it could be trouble. I can't take that risk. But I understand what they're worried about. I directly said, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, I know you're worried that the boss might be tricked, but you can rest assured, I only feel grateful to her. I'm not a scammer. I just want to live a good life. If you don't believe me, you saw my ID card, so there's nothing to fear. When Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang realized what I was implying, they felt a bit awkward. Actually, I also envy the boss for having many people care about her. I know you only care about her. This gave them a way to back down. Aunt Wang quickly responded, Yes, as long as you don't mind. Her parents? Well, you're a good kid. Your parents must care about you too. Jiangxi sneered silently and didn't say anything, just focused on her work. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang looked at each other and felt awkward again. Aunt Wang wanted to say something more, but when she saw Jiangxi's expression, she suddenly remembered her own daughter, who had died 10 years ago, and the emotions she felt just before her death. A sharp pain struck her heart. She sighed, It's okay if no one cares. Love yourself and live well. You can have a good life. Keep going, kid. Jiangxi glanced to the side, then lowered her head, feeling a wave of emotion inside. In the city center, at the city police bureau, outside the office of the top leader upstairs, Zhou Ninghai sat waiting with a law enforcement recorder in hand. Many familiar people passing by greeted him, but he had no energy to respond. He just wanted to report the matter quickly. Finally, someone came out of the office. It was his turn. As he stood up, suddenly a pair of leather shoes stopped in front of him. Zhou Ninghai looked up. It's his rival. Zhang Jun looked at him, covered in dust and looking exhausted, and smiled happily. Why are you here so early from the street office? What urgent matter do you have to report? Let me handle it. After speaking, Zhang Jun pushed past him and went inside. Zhou Ninghai kept a calm face, showing no emotion. He felt proud of himself. When they were choosing positions back then, he was supposed to stay at the city bureau, but he heard that his family needed that position for his marriage, so he voluntarily gave it up. That's what brothers do for each other. Who knows? He only found out at the street police station that everything was just Zhang Jun's act, all for this position. Afterwards, Zhang Jun even turned against him and looked down on him. He had thought about working hard to prove himself, but the reality was that promotions remained difficult, and he was still being suppressed. However, now with Gu Cici's big support, turning things around was definitely within reach. After waiting another half hour, Zhang Jun finally came out. Zhou Ninghai didn't look at him and went straight inside. He carefully locked the door. The sound made a senior officer lift his eyes. You're really a rare guest. What's so important that you had to lock the door? Leader, there's a huge matter that can help all of us improve. You absolutely won't believe it. Zhou Ninghai took out his law enforcement recorder. The senior officer's serious, square face showed a slight change. He knew Zhou Ninghai never lied. Did you catch a drug dealer or an international criminal? Neither. I caught a system, Zhou Ninghai said seriously and earnestly. The senior officer's stern face grew even more serious, almost doubting his own ears. Are you saying you caught what? Systems are usually on computers. How could they be caught? He asked again, are you saying you caught JD? Only JD could be caught online. And if the matter was serious, it would indeed be a big achievement. But how many more levels of promotion would that bring him? It's not that system. It's a person with a system attached to them, using cheats. Haven't you seen novels or short dramas where the protagonist has a system? Zhou Ninghai tried to explain. The senior officer was immediately amused and slammed the table. Zhou Ninghai, be serious. Why are you here? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. Zhou Ninghai remembered he initially didn't believe it either, so he directly played the video from the law enforcement recorder for him. Just watch first, you'll understand. Manhwa, the leader, took it and impatiently started watching. From the initial confusion and frowning, to the shock upon hearing the conversation, and finally to the surprise and excitement. He looked at it several more times but found no abnormalities. The stitching and video showed no signs of tampering. Leader, that system is called the Multiverse Trading System. It is used to develop traders across different worlds. The young girl is the chosen trainee for this system. Zhou Ninghai began to explain. Chuangwa still felt it sounded a bit fantastical. Gu Cici said she's willing to give herself and the system to the country to maximize its value. I think this is a great opportunity for us. And it's definitely real. We saw it with our own eyes last night. If you don't believe me, come with me tomorrow morning and see for yourself. Chuangwa was still skeptical, but felt he had to believe. I don't have time. I have something early tomorrow morning. Leader, I promise you, you must come with me to see. If you don't, I'll resign tomorrow. This is a huge opportunity for our country. If he weren't restricted from reporting directly and didn't lack contact with the Bureau of Unusual Phenomena, he wouldn't be trying so hard to persuade him. After nagging for a while, Zhou Ninghai finally got him to agree. Fine, this is what you said. Send me the address. I'll be there early tomorrow. He decided to test this half-true, half-fake miracle, which seemed serious and important, but also a bit like a joke. Zhou Ninghai sighed in relief and repeatedly emphasized that he must arrive at the supermarket before 4:30. Only then did he leave the office with a more relaxed expression. He smiled as he walked out, but Zhang Jun was still standing at the door, glaring at him with a displeased look. What was he so happy about? Could he really think he'd suddenly become superior overnight? Was he that excited? At the police station, Gu Cece's phone was almost out of battery, and she couldn't find any updates about the flight online. Everything seemed frozen in place. Su Yi and Zhao Jing also called the airline, just told to wait for updates. But it was already 10 o'clock, and there was still no reply. Neither Su Yi nor Zhao Jing dared to look at Gu Cece, especially Su Yi, because he was the one who informed his parents, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Finally, the landline in Su Yi's office rang. He immediately answered, "Hello, this is the street police station." "Really? Thank you for the update and for your cooperation." The heavy weight on his chest suddenly lifted. He stood up quickly and rushed into Gu Cece's office. "Gu Cece, your parents are fine. They're still alive. The plane just made an emergency landing in the wild, and everyone is lightly injured. The reason you can't contact them is because the weather at the landing site is very bad. Your parents will be home tomorrow, so don't worry." Thank goodness. Gu Cece immediately felt relieved. She smiled, quickly thanked everyone, and said goodbye to go back to the supermarket. Her parents would return tomorrow, and she needed to tidy up the house. Su Yi and Zhao Jing followed her back. On the way, they reviewed the system again, but the system was too cold and didn't respond much. When they arrived at the supermarket, they got out of the car. Su Yi's phone rang. He answered the call and, upon hearing the news, signaled to Gu Cece and Zhao Jing to stay in the car. They looked at him. Su Yi explained. The director called. He said the chief believes it, and he will come in person tomorrow morning. If he believes it, the report will be secure. This means they are very close to officially joining the organization. Gu Cece, are you sure tomorrow's deal will go smoothly? You must be sure everything is okay. Gu Cece checked the system, confirmed it, and nodded.
It will be fine.
Don't worry. Su Yi then replied to the message. Zhao Jing also received a call. Gu Cece got out of the car. As she reached the door, she saw only Aunt Wang at the cashier counter. Jiang Shi hurriedly disappeared at the back door of the supermarket, heading to the backyard. Just as Gu Cece was about to go inside, a woman nearby grabbed her arm. The woman was about 50, with skin showing signs of aging, pale complexion with many freckles, and sharp, calculating eyes that made people uncomfortable. Gu Cece subtly pulled away, trying to free herself, but she couldn't. The woman held her tightly. Gu Cece felt even more uncomfortable. Her expression and tone grew colder. What's the matter? Little sister, my husband and I lost our daughter. We're here looking for her. We passed by your supermarket. We have no money on us. Could you please buy us a couple of bottles of water? Looking for her daughter. Gu Cece's expression softened a bit. She nodded and reached for 2 bottles of nutritional drink. But before she could, the woman and her husband moved faster. They rushed into the supermarket and carried out 2 boxes of nutritional drinks. Young girl, we drink a lot. You don't mind, right? It's just 2 boxes of water. Of course not. You seem generous, young lady. Boss, please settle the bill for this young girl. A married couple was rushing away with water, and Gu Cece was stunned. Who still does that these days? She couldn't let them get away with it, so she quickly stepped forward and said, "Let go of it. I won't buy you a single bottle." They were greedy, but she didn't know if what they said earlier was true. "If you want to take it, pay me. Do you see the police car up front? The police are there. If you don't pay, I will call the police." Su Yi and Zhao Jing came over, saw what was happening, and tilted their heads with a smile. The couple wisely put down the water and pretended not to care, muttering, "Why are you so stingy, little girl? You have no compassion. We're just thirsty, and you won't even give us a sip. We've been looking for our daughter for half a month. It's so exhausting. People these days." It was pure moral pressure, but Gu Cece didn't fall for it. She pointed at Su Yi and Zhao Jing and said, "If you've been looking for your daughter for so long without success, why not report it? The 2 people ahead are the police. Go report it." She didn't believe what they said. To everyone's surprise, the couple exchanged a glance and actually went to report it, even taking out a photo. Su Yi took a look and looked a bit uneasy, then glanced at Gu Cece. Gu Cece immediately walked over and saw the person in the photo. She was stunned. Wasn't that Jiang Shi? Gu Cece remembered how Jiang Shi looked when she first saw her, so distressed. There must be more to the story. Plus, her impression of the couple wasn't very good, so she tended to think Jiangxi was probably a good person. The clever couple looked at Su Yi and Gu Cece for a while, without speaking. They exchanged a glance, and the woman asked, "Have you seen her? Where?" "You probably don't know, but this girl was studying at university and ran off with a wild man. She's so irresponsible. If you've seen her, please tell us." Yes, this is about a young girl's future," the man added. "We haven't seen her," Su Yi and Gu Cece answered in unison, without exchanging looks. After that, they looked at each other, understanding the other's reserved attitude. Gu Cece pretended not to care. "You'd better find her quickly. Maybe with Uncle Mao, we can figure things out and find her. Let's go. Come with me to the police station."
It's been so long since she went missing.
"Why haven't you filed a report yet?" Su Yi was also eager to help, sticking to official procedures. First, Jiangxi is at Gu Cece's shop, and Gu Cece is now their main protected person. Trusting Jiangxi is very important. So, he gave Zhao Jing a signal to keep following Gu Cece, while he confidently took the couple to the police car. The couple happily got in. Yes, Uncle Hat's people will find her faster than they can. That stubborn girl dared to run away, showing no gratitude to her family. She must be brought back and taught a lesson. As the police car left, Zhao Jing saw the photo in Gu Cece's hand and was surprised. "Isn't this your employee?" "Yes, I will ask her." Gu Cece turned and went to the backyard. Zhao Jing followed, while Aunt Wang was busy at the cash register, glancing at her. They searched in the backyard and finally found Jiangxi in a gap between the goods. She was crouched down, head lowered, afraid of being seen. "Jiangxi, they've left. You can come out now." Gu Cece gently touched her shoulder. Jiangxi sighed in relief and crawled out from the goods. Faced with their questioning looks, Jiangxi sighed. "That couple was really here to find me. She planned to be honest, so she could keep working here." Gu Cece sat at a nearby stone table and signaled her to sit too. Aunt Wang, who had left the supermarket door half open, also came over. "What's going on?" Zhao Jing shook her head. Gu Cece asked, "Tell me what happened." "I've already asked Officer Su to report them. If you don't explain clearly, they will find you soon through the process." Hearing this, Jiangxi got nervous and explained her family situation. Zhao Jing started walking around, cursing. "They're really terrible. They kept a big secret. Your brother just agreed to sell you," and Wang sighed. "A family full of old-fashioned ideas. Girl, don't lose hope. Coming here is your new start. Things will get better." She remembered asking Jiangxi some probing questions earlier, feeling a bit guilty. Back then, she was like adding salt to a wound. "Fortunately, your brother's girlfriend is good." "Zhao Jing, they've all gone to report at your police station." "You've seen Jiangxi. What should we do?" Gu Cece asked about the main matter. Zhao Jing spread her hands helplessly and said, "According to normal procedures, this matter falls under Jiangxi's household registration area, and we are cooperating. So, yes, we're looking into it, but because the investigation is quite special and Jiangxi is not missing, we can't casually reveal others' private information. In other words, they won't disclose Jiangxi's whereabouts." Jiangxi smiled, feeling reassured. Gu Cece nodded in agreement. The matter was considered settled. The four of them shared a silent, understanding smile, and then went out to continue their busy work. Gu Cece sent Aunt Wang back upstairs to check out the treasure Shen Qingyan had just sent. Zhao Jing followed. Gu Cece tidied things up a bit. There were 3 baskets of items, 10 embroidered handkerchiefs, 10 sachets, and a pair of exquisite headpieces with fine embroidery, featuring a beautiful dragon and phoenix design. There was also a whole roll of fabric in smoky blue, which looked plain but shimmered subtly under light, with intricate and delicate patterns. At the bottom was a wooden box filled with pearls, each about the size of a finger, round and shiny, reflecting colorful light in the lamp's glow. The most beautiful was a large, thumb-sized pink pearl in the middle, with a soft, natural pink hue that shimmered with blue, green, purple, silver, and orange rainbow colors. As girls, Gu Cece and Zhao Jing found it hard to resist such magical objects. Seeing this, they both exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so beautiful. This must be natural, right? No wonder it's from the deep sea of the East Sea. It's definitely valuable. If I had money, I'd buy it right away," Zhao Jing said, her eyes shining. Gu Cece carefully closed the box, unable to hide her excitement. She remembered that similar pearls had appeared on Earth before. That pink one alone was worth over 4 million beautiful coins. With such a large box, they could make a necklace, and its value would multiply several times. She then took out some herbs, used her phone to scan and identify them, but couldn't recognize what they were. So, Goose Cece took close-up photos of the 3 herbs, detailed shots, and pieced them together. She also took multiple pictures of the pearls and embroidery, then made 3 large collages and sent them to Qinyu and Professor Wang. Since they were planning to sell, it was better to show these to them first for evaluation. Maybe they could also find a suitable buyer. Chen Yu immediately forwarded the photo to the Group of Old Fossils group chat. Yes, since his previous 2 achievements, he had earned the right to join this group. This was so he could report to the elders anytime. Within 3 minutes of sending the photo, Chen Yu's father, Chen Lao, spoke first. "Is it from the Goose Cece family again? That girl hides things well. She's only now showing the good stuff. Professor Wang, let me clarify, I've taken responsibility for those embroidery pieces. They clearly come from the same dynasty as the previous antiques, but the patterns and marks are more detailed, making them easier to study. As for the pearls, they are becoming more valuable the more we collect. I'll give Goose Cece an estimate based on the pictures. The pinkish pearl in the middle is almost the same quality as the 470-carat pearl sold at the international auction, which went for $4.7 million. If the real pearl's color is better than in the picture, it could be worth at least $5 million. Lao Chen. Those white pearls are also impressive. They look natural, big, round, and rare because so many are almost the same size. They're worth about $3 million. If you combine these 2 items, the total value could easily exceed $8 million. Because combining 2 treasures often results in more than just their sum, like 1 greater than 2. The old immortal never dies. You guys are too conservative with your estimates. Old Chen, isn't your eldest son running an auction house? Take these items there. They'll definitely be the highlight, and using them as a selling point will boost business. Qinyu peeked at the screen, feeling a bit jealous. His own photos were ignored. Still, he forwarded the chat history to his older brother. In less than a minute, Chen Mo replied, "Let's set up a dinner to meet. 2 million pocket money. Is the tight-fisted guy finally loosening up?" Chen Yu quickly responded, "Got it. Looking forward to your news." But after just over a minute of not checking the group chat, he saw there were already over 99 messages, with many mentions of his name. What's going on? He immediately scrolled up and saw an important message. The neurobiologist, Old Sue. Where did these 3 herbs come from? They've been extinct for hundreds of years. I only saw them in old books. Goose Cece, honestly, how many more surprises will you give us? Old Chen, Old Wang. Shall we go? Before others finished reading, the 3 familiar with Goose Cece were already preparing to leave. Others in the group quickly agreed. Qinyu, why don't you go pick them up? Just come to your house. We'll all go there, it's more convenient. You know these people, but you haven't introduced them to us. It's a good chance for everyone to meet over dinner tonight. Yes, we want to meet them too. Who knows, maybe they have what we need someday. Young Chun, you're really coming into your own now. Everyone praised him enthusiastically, making Chen Yu very happy. He smiled broadly. All right, I'll make the arrangements now. He immediately called Gu Cece. When she answered, Zhao Jing was already in the kitchen helping with lunch. Chen Yu's flattering voice came through the earpiece. Cece, your things are all good, especially the pearls and herbs. There are so many people wanting to see you. They want to invite you to dinner at my place tonight. Would you like to come? His tone was sweet, making Gu Cece feel uncomfortable. She thought carefully. Old Chen knew people like Professor Wang, Old Su, and others, so they must be important figures. This was a good chance to expand her network. In the future, she could auction items directly in the group or visit people one by one. She didn't have enough time, especially since her boss would come tomorrow morning. It was better to handle everything at once. Okay, I'll go. You're my big brother, and you're inviting me, so I have to go. What time? I'll get ready. Gu Cece gave Chinyu face, and then looked at Zhao Jing before adding, but I might need to bring a friend. Chinyu's tone became even happier. No problem, bring 3 friends if you want. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m. and send you home at 10 p.m. They happily confirmed the plan and hung up. Chinyu went to tell others, while Gu Cece packed her things into the empty antique box Chinyu had brought earlier. She hadn't used it all before. Then she packed these boxes into her largest suitcase, closed it, and set it aside. With these layers of protection, I hope no one will criticize again. After finishing these tasks, she went to the kitchen to help cook and casually mentioned dinner plans to Zhao Jing. She was flexible about whether to go with them, depending on their schedule at the office. She also sent a new supply request to Uncle Wang, doubling the previous amount because they needed to prepare in advance. Since it was too late today to prepare that much, only the originally agreed amount could be delivered this evening. She also notified the herbal shop and ordered 30 more water storage barrels. This way, each time they could send 20 tons of water in rotation. The yard was getting smaller and smaller, no longer enough space. After lunch, Gu Cece told Jiangxi to go home and rest for an hour while she watched the shop. Su Yi also returned. The couple is looking for Jiangxi. Zhao Jing told me everything about Jiangxi and she didn't lie. After sharing the main point, he took a bottle of Red Bull, took a few sips, and then continued after paying. I registered them. They just came to ask about Jiangxi. Her parents were pressured into reporting her quickly, so they probably won't really believe us when we try to find her. So, Jiangxi can rest assured. Parents like these at this age, I've only seen in the news. Hearing their pretentious love, I almost lost my professional composure and laughed. Thank you. Just take the drink, no need to pay anything. Gu Cece handed him another bottle. Zhao Jing is in the backyard. Su Yi was about to go find Zhao Jing when a middle-aged man, looking like a migrant worker, spoke at the door. Hello, are you the boss? I heard you're hiring workers here. Are you still looking for people? Since Su Yi was in casual clothes, the man was asking him. Su Yi pointed behind the cashier counter to Gu Cece. Uncle, you're mistaken. This is the boss. Gu Cece came out and the uncle wasn't surprised, just looked enviously. So young and already running such a big supermarket. That's great. Here's my resume, boss. Take a look. Gu Cece didn't explain much. He just took the resume, saw that the man was only 44 years old, though he looked like 54, and bore the marks of a hard life. I used to be a chef for 10 years, specializing in local dishes, and I also delivered food for 5 years. Later, I worked as a construction worker for 5 years. After that, I had a 3-year break and now I am back. This matches her requirements perfectly. Su Yi was also present. She showed her ID to check, then carefully observed him before nodding at Gu Cece. Gu Cece felt confident about the interview and went through the process again. The only thing left was testing his strength. Uncle Wang personally drove a large truck past the supermarket entrance and called out from the window, Gu Cece, unload the goods. Boss, let me do it. You rest. I want to try my strength, said the older man. He immediately ran after Uncle Wang's truck, chased around the block, and reached the back door of the supermarket's backyard. Gu Cece wanted to tell him he could wait inside the supermarket, but she didn't get the chance. After Jiangxi finished resting, he came out to guard the front. Gu Cece went to the back to receive the goods. Uncle Wang opened the truck's rear door, and the older man started unloading and stacking the goods efficiently. His strength was similar to Jiangxi's, and he was clearly very capable. While helping unload, Uncle Wang asked, Gu Cece, I came especially to see you today. Your business has been growing bigger and bigger since you returned. I wanted to see what's going on. This kid promised to help take care of things, and he came personally to be sure. Gu Cece used her usual excuse to dismiss him, with Su Yi backing her up. Uncle Wang didn't doubt it. After unloading, he drove away with the truck. The older man looked at Gu Cece expectantly. She smiled slightly and said, You've passed. The contract will be signed tomorrow with another employee, Jiangxi. It's a 3-month trial period. But I only provide 1 meal a day, no accommodation. Do you have a place to stay? Don't worry. I'll come every day on time, the older man said with a big smile, his eyes suddenly shining. Gu Sisi added him to her contacts, sent him the work schedule and instructions, and also sent a red envelope of 200 yuan. The older man didn't leave and started working right away. Jiangxi helped him, and everything went smoothly. Chenyu arrived early to pick them up, smiling so much her face almost hurt. She helped carry their suitcases and packed Gu Sisi, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing into her car. She was so happy to be a driver for the first time, feeling like a kid. Gu Sisi, I have a request. Hee, you must seriously consider it. How about I be your agent or assistant? You sell things to me and I get a small commission. Chenyu started the car and explained quickly, worried that Gu Sisi might refuse. The commission doesn't have to be much, just 1%. I can help you with bargaining and discounts at my brother's auction house. I can also be your driver 24/7 and serve as a versatile secretary. How does that sound? Are you interested? After speaking, Chenyu looked at Gu Sisi's expression in the rearview mirror. He was confident Chenyu, was offering to be her assistant and even pay her. Who could refuse that? Gu Sisi was also tempted. Chenyu has a wide social circle, can talk to many people, is good at business, and comes from a wealthy family. Most importantly, he's trustworthy. There's only this one person like him around. What about your antique shop?
Gu Sisi asked.
She couldn't expect Chenyu to give up his antique shop just because of her. Oh, it's no big deal. I'll hire 2 employees for 30,000 a month, and I'll handle the big issues myself, Chenyu said casually. He had plenty of talented people in his brother's company. But Gu Sisi, as a special benefactor, was rare and hard to find. All right, but you'll have a probation period. We can see if we're a good fit. And there's one important question. Why do you want to be my assistant? It's impossible for a young master from a wealthy family to work as her assistant without a purpose. He's not naive. Chenyu didn't hide anything and said confidently, Of course, I want your treasures. You use my resources and contacts, and I use your treasures to expand our network. It's a win-win, right? He chuckled twice, then stopped looking at Gu Sisi's eyes, feeling a bit guilty. Actually, it was his father's idea. Everyone in the family thought Gu Sisi was extraordinary. They planned to use his free time to take a gamble. Of course, if Gu Sisi wasn't as impressive as they expected, they wouldn't bother with her. Business is about making friends worldwide. Being kind and planning ahead helps you stay long-term and seize opportunities early. So, I accept your trial period. Do you accept me? Chenyu asked again, feeling nervous. If she rejected him, he'd be embarrassed at home. Gu Sisi nodded. All right, let's give it a try. All right, little boss, sit tight. I'm about to speed up. This is my new off-road vehicle, and I want to give you a thrilling experience. Don't worry about the antique box. It's securely fixed with foam padding at the back. Let's go. With a loud roar, Gu Sisi instantly made a worried face. Chenyu's house is in the city center's villa area, next to an old temple scenic spot and a river. The location is very good, full of wealth and luxury. When they arrived, several servants were waiting at the gate. Everyone was smiling, polite, and friendly. Welcome Miss Gu and her friends to visit. Gu Sisi had never seen such a scene before. Su Yi and Zhao Jing, used to big events, felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Sisi felt safe with them, so she quickly calmed down. Miss Gu, hello. I am Chenyu's older brother, Chenemo. About your pearl, we can discuss it in the study first. Chenemo, a well-dressed man in a suit and leather shoes, came out from inside. Compared to Chenyu, who was spoiled, Chenemo looked more like a powerful boss from a novel. His every look seemed meaningful, with some deep and mysterious expressions that Gu Sisi found hard to understand. She thought he was harder to get along with than Chenyu. Feeling the serious atmosphere, she also became serious, cautious, and respectful. Okay, but my 2 friends need to come along. Chenemo smiled and nodded. Of course. They need to protect you, so they should come. Gu Sisi glanced at him. He actually saw through her. Chenemo raised his hand. Please. Gu Sisi followed him, and Chenyu also came along, trying to comfort her. Don't be afraid of my brother. He just has a poker face and pretends to be deep. Actually, he's a bit shy and sometimes childish. Cough cough, Chen Mo reminded him with a sharp look. Chen Yu pouted and said nothing, but rolled his eyes. What are you pretending for? The study was Chen Mo's personal space. As soon as the door opened, his secretary handed him a tablet. Boss, the contract is ready. Chen Mo took it, quickly glanced at it, then led everyone to sit down. The secretary poured water for everyone. Chen Mo handed the tablet to Gu Cece. Miss Gu, take a look. If anything needs changing, you can also have a lawyer review it now. Just reply within 3 days. System, can you provide contract verification? After all, this is an important part of the multiverse crossing transaction. Shouldn't you also have this function? Gu Cece clearly trusts the system the most. If such an incredible system has this feature, it must be more reliable than humans. Yes, I can for 1,000 yuan each time. The multiverse trading system responds, and it costs money. Gu Cece has money now and doesn't mind. She immediately agrees, saying confidently, Done. Please review the contract quickly. The system will start checking once the data is entered. Gu Cece follows the instructions. No wonder her eyes are the system's eyes. Sure enough, the contract is only 7 or 8 pages, covering all details and agreements. Gu Cece just skimmed through it and felt a bit overwhelmed. After 10 seconds, the system gives feedback. Rest assured, this contract has been compared with all similar cooperation contracts on Earth, and an analysis of your situation has been done. It also checked the local laws. No issues found. You can sign. A friendly reminder. Your pearl at the auction house has a 50% lower commission than the market price, probably a friendship discount. Did Chen Yu finish dealing with his brothers so quickly? Gu Cece looks at Chen Yu, who is also looking at her. He immediately touches his face and asks, What? Are you dazzled by my good looks? No, just grateful to have a friend like you. But I hate to trouble President Chen. Gu Cece says. Chen Yu is surprised. You understood the contract? Sometimes he has to fall into his brother's trap. Su Yi and Zhao Jing look a bit nervous and also check the contract. Chen Mo smiles lightly, playing with his teacup casually. Miss Gu, you're smarter than I expected. If everything is fine, let's sign. I'll arrange the auction to start soon. Okay, I have no problem here. Gu Cece signs immediately. Chen Mo stamps the company's seal, then takes out the pearl in a box from the case for appraisal, acceptance, and satisfaction before leaving. As Chen Mo steps out, Professor Wang and Old Su arrive outside the door. Especially Old Su, who slaps his thigh in frustration. I knew the Qin family's young master was tricky. He definitely intercepted the deal. Look, everything is settled. Gu Cece, come with us now. Gu Cece is taken away forcefully by Old Su and Professor Wang. Chen Yu and others can only carry their boxes and follow. Gu Cece was taken to a group of senior experts, where she began to showcase the remaining items. As before, everyone examined the items on site, estimated their value, and competed to buy them. While listening to their appraisal process, Gu Cece also learned and applied what she had studied online to real life. After 2 hours, she had learned most of it, and the prices were negotiated. Old Chen took out a calculator and showed it to Gu Cece. Cece, look. Your pair of dragon and phoenix headpieces are very important for research, and they are well preserved. They are worth 28 million. After research, they can be sent to the museum for display. The 10 embroidered handkerchiefs are worth 5 million in total. That piece of fabric is exquisite and rare, valued at 12 million. The sachets are worth 3 million, so altogether it's 28 million, 5 million, 12 million, 3 million equals 48 million. Your few herbs can't be valued yet. Old Su will take them back for research, and then we can discuss based on actual benefits. But these herbs are only enough for laboratory research, so I offer 2 million. Can we raise a total of 50 million this way? After Old Chen finished speaking, the others eagerly looked at her. Especially Old Su, whose eyes showed strong hope. Gu Cece, we've worked together before. Do you trust me? Gu Cece nodded decisively. Okay, let's do as everyone says. She hadn't planned to sell the herbs for a high price. Exchanging them for supplies was enough to fulfill Shin Qing Yan's original intention. The price of 2 million for 3 herbs was acceptable. Everyone sighed in relief. Old Chin immediately arranged to sign the contract and transfer the money. The other elders gathered around, and Gu Shishi got to know them one by one, adding each other as friends on social media. After everyone was introduced, the money was transferred. Including Shin Qingyan supplies and the previous amount, there was still a full 100 million plus 2 million. Gu Shishi suddenly felt the weight of her wallet. Why are you lost in thought? Let's eat. Shishi, come, Professor Wang said warmly. Gu Shishi, along with Su Yi and Zhao Jing, took their seats. They enjoyed a lively meal. Afterward, Chinyu saw them off at the supermarket before leaving. Jiang Shi and the new uncle, Yang Kai-shun, finished work. Su Yi and Zhao Jing stayed in the guest room. Gu Shishi resumed her studies and practice, working until dawn before finally resting. At 3:50 a.m., before the alarm rang, Gu Shishi was awakened by her biological clock. She dressed up and went out, only to find that the dining table was already set with boiled eggs, savory pancakes, beef patties, and boiled corn. Su Yi carried out freshly made corn juice. Sorry, I took the liberty of making breakfast for you. I hope you don't mind. What's there to mind? Who would mind if a boy with a shellfish nickname appeared? She shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I won't be polite. These are all my favorites. Oh, and I need to leave a portion for Shin Qingyan. After finishing the meal, everyone went downstairs. The back door of the supermarket opened, and a modest car flashed its lights. Soon, Director Zhou Ninghai and a more serious but gentle-looking man stepped out. They were followed by 3 people wearing masks, 2 men and 1 woman. The group quickly walked into the yard. Zhou Ninghai introduced, "This is Gu Cece. She's the girl I mentioned, who has a special system. Gu Cece, this is our city's top boss. The other 3 are from the Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena. Hello, comrade. My name is Chuanghua." Chuanghua extended his hand kindly. Gu Cece's smile froze, and she felt a bit nervous. Of course, she knew Chuanghua. She often saw him on TV and had seen his photo. The director was really impressive to have invited someone like him. "Hello, leader. I am Gu Cece. Please have a seat." She smiled brightly and shook hands with the other 3 from the Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena. She observed them carefully, wondering if they might have special abilities. Chuanghua sat down, and the 3 bureau members began asking Gu Cece questions. She answered honestly. At 4:40 p.m., Zhou Ninghai reminded, "Time's up. The fog is coming. Gu Cece, just your normal transactions. Pretend the leader and those 3 don't exist." Gu Cece nodded, stood up, and soon thick fog spread outside the backyard door. The sound of a cart clattering echoed, and Shin Qingyan gradually appeared in everyone's view. This time, Shin Qingyan was wearing the same official uniform as at the beginning. When he saw the additional people behind Gu Cece, he became a bit cautious. The man in the middle was probably a government official like him. He carefully looked at Gu Cece's expression. Though she was nervous, she seemed more excited and happy. There was no sign of danger, so he relaxed. Gu Cece stepped forward. "The supplies will start doubling tomorrow. Today, you can spend about half an hour shopping at the supermarket and pick some other items. Everyone will follow the young lady's arrangements." Shin Qingyan nodded slightly. Seeing that Gu Cece did not introduce anyone, he simply ignored the few people present. Zhou Ninghai, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing continued to act as helpful relatives, helping to carry things just like yesterday. They moved back and forth several times. Chuanghua and the people from the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau kept running in and out, bringing some testing equipment. After nearly an hour of testing and checking, they found no abnormalities or signs of artificial phenomena. Chuanghua looked steadily at Shin Qingyan, his mind starting to stir with emotions. His thoughts became sluggish for a moment because his brain was overwhelmed by the sudden increase in activity. Meanwhile, Shin Qingyan had collected a lot of supplies from the supermarket, including white sugar, brown sugar, instant noodles, self-heating rice, and other easy-to-eat foods. He filled a large cart before preparing to leave. Before leaving, he handed a bundle to Gu Cece. Inside are 3 sets of medicine. My teacher found a good doctor who prepared these prescriptions. Each set has 3 small packets. 3 packets make 1 pot of medicine, which should be boiled into 2 bowls of water and divided into 4 doses over 2 days. These 3 sets of medicine are slightly different. You can give them to your friend's family to observe the effects. You need to record carefully and inform me next time. If one set doesn't work, we will need to change the formula. Just tell me everything. Don't worry about the trouble. His voice was gentle and steady, and Gu Cici's previous tension disappeared completely. She took the bundle and nodded continuously. Thank you, Shen Qingyan. This really means a lot to me. I will keep good records. I haven't had time to buy the fever reducer and anti-inflammatory medicine you asked for. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. By the way, how is the situation over there? It's fine. Everything is getting better, Shen Qingyan said again, bowing slightly. He glanced at the group behind her and lowered his voice. I don't know what has happened to the young lady recently, but if you need any help, just let me know. Gu Cici understood his concern and waved her hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. We're friends now, so I won't be polite. Shen Qingyan's eyes held a smile. Good friends. It was the first time he had made friends with a woman. Shen Qingyan looked at the dissipating fog and then bowed to the crowd behind Gu Cici to thank them. After that, he pulled his cart and disappeared into the fog. Within 30 seconds, the street outside the backyard door reappeared. All traces of what had just happened were erased. The 3 members of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau checked again and reported back to Chuanghua. When the fog and that man appeared, the magnetic field around us changed. After they disappeared, everything returned to normal. It was definitely a supernatural event. Although Chuanghua had long suspected this, hearing the confirmed answer still made him excited. His gaze stayed on Gu Cici, and only one thought echoed in his mind. Gu Cici's system truly exists. His eyes warmed and grew even more passionate. Having such a system is a huge opportunity right in front of him. No matter what, it would greatly benefit the city, the people, and the country. He must report this immediately. He had a feeling that everyone, even the world, was about to change dramatically because of this. Zhou Ninghai watched Chuanghua remain still, frowning and about to ask, but Chuanghua spoke firmly. Center the surveillance on the supermarket and the 2 nearby streets. Gu Cici, you and the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau personnel leave now. Make sure Gu Cici is safe. For now, the supermarket is under the responsibility of Su Yi and Zhao Jing and will continue normal operations. Follow these instructions until further notice. Su Yi, Zhao Jing, and Zhou Ninghai also became serious, even showing a hint of sternness. They responded in unison and immediately began to act. Gu Cici followed the bureau members outside, then turned back to tell Su Yi, my parents will arrive home at 8:30. Please help me keep them distracted. Miss Gu, don't worry. We will arrange everything for your family. One of the bureau members replied, then led her into a car that sped away. Less than half an hour after Gu Cici left, the seemingly ordinary Dadakai supermarket and the surrounding 2 streets had already gained many hidden eyes. At 8 o'clock, a car identical to the one that took Gu Cici parked casually on the street and stayed still. Soon after, a taxi stopped at the supermarket entrance and Gu's father and mother, carrying bags, got out. As soon as the taxi left, 2 tall, well-trained men appeared in front of Gu's parents. One of them held a phone, engaged in a video call, with Gu Cici on the other end. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm safe. They are good people. I'm waiting here for you. As soon as Gu Cici finished speaking, the video call was cut off. Please come with us, the officer said, showing their IDs. Gu's parents looked carefully. Yes, official documents. But this department? Special police? Gu's parents' hands started trembling. What had their daughter done at home? This is special police. They couldn't refuse, nor did they know what to say. They just hoped Gu Cici hadn't done anything too bad, preferably nothing treacherous. Otherwise, they would definitely take action themselves. They sat down trembling, trying to encourage each other for a while before asking, what did our daughter do? Can you tell us? Don't worry, it's just a talk. Gu Cici hasn't committed any crime. We're here to pick you up because your higher-ups need to see your family. Which leader? Gu's father was even more scared.
They were just ordinary people.
Why would they suddenly need to meet someone important? Has Gu Cece saved the world? Confidential. The officers refused to say more. Gu's parents tried to contact Gu Cece via phone and messaging, but couldn't find her. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It must be good news. Gu's father comforted his wife. They held hands, trying to boost each other's courage. But their hearts were pounding fast. Their minds were racing, trying to figure out what was happening. Almost an hour passed. Outside, the scenery became less populated and more solemn. Finally, they stopped at an official compound, went through security, and then entered. They grew even more nervous, following the staff through winding hallways, then into an elevator, arriving at a conference room decorated with national flags. There, they saw Gu Cece dozing on a sofa beside the conference table. This kid, even now, still sleeping? Gu's mother was furious and hurried over, calling out, "Gu Cece, wake up." Gu's father also went over, shaking Gu Cece's face. "Wake up. Tell us what you did. You're going to scare your dad to death." Gu Cece quickly pushed away their hands, holding her sore face and rubbing it. "Mom, Dad, you're here. Sit anywhere. Don't worry, nothing serious. It's good news for everyone. Dad, it's good news for your cancer too." Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Gu became even more confused. They both reached out to feel Gu Cece's forehead. Tears suddenly fell from Gu Cece's eyes. It's good that her parents are still here. She held their hands and said, "Mom, Dad, please sit down. I need to tell you that all of this started because I linked to a system, Mr. and Mrs." Gu tilted their heads in surprise. Meanwhile, in the highest-level city meeting room, the top city leaders sat together, watching the footage from the law enforcement recorder while holding an online meeting with the city's senior officials. Manhwa was the first to share his suggestions. "First, I think this is a great opportunity for our development. We must pay attention to it. Comrade Gu will soon face a time-traveling transaction, and we need to support her strongly. This is our main goal right now. Second, the Getting Rich supermarket has daily transactions, but each world has limited exchanges. We need to act quickly to maximize the effects of time travel. So, I plan to form a team immediately. Besides official staff, I want to select some people who have been in contact with Gu Cece during this time. Third, about keeping things secret." He spoke confidently, and the senior leaders added their own suggestions. Leaders from other departments also started to give their ideas. The area should have been demolished a long time ago, but the price was too high, so it didn't happen. Now is the right time. We can use measures like exchanging houses, buying with tickets, and so on. To keep it secret, we can pretend it's about excavating ancient tombs or protecting archaeological sites, and carry out full-area demolition and requisition. I agree. And also, the meeting lasted 4 hours before it finally ended. Gu Cece had already finished lunch, but her parents still couldn't believe what they had just heard. Mrs. Gu looked distracted. She had picked up her chopsticks several times but didn't notice. Suddenly, she asked, "Cece, what system did you say you linked to earlier?" "Mom." Gu Cece had explained this 10 times already, feeling helpless. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The family turned around and saw 5 people who usually only appear in news reports on TV. Gu Cece was used to seeing all kinds of important officials, so she remained calm. However, Mr. and Mrs. Gu had never encountered such scenes before and looked a bit helpless when faced with unfamiliar situations. "You are the parents of Gu Cece, right? You just arrived home and came to see us, which took up quite a bit of your time."
We are really sorry about that.
Manhwa reached out to shake hands first. Gu's father immediately withdrew his hand and shook back, saying, "No problem. No trouble at all. Hello, leader. Our Cece hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Gu's mother also shook hands, smiling broadly, but looking a bit nervous. "Cece hasn't been a trouble to us. She's a blessing. Your family is lucky to have such a child," Manhwa said with praise, shaking his head. He then introduced the other leaders behind him. Everyone shook hands before sitting down in the meeting room. "Leader, I've heard about the system issue. Rest assured, we love our country. As long as the country needs us, We will cooperate unconditionally. Our Cece definitely won't let us down, Gu's father quickly said. Gu's mother nodded in agreement. If you need anything, just tell us. Cece rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit nervous, but knowing there's a partnership made her feel proud and honored, especially when she heard her parents praise her.
Good.
Since you both know about the system, let's talk about how to work together, Chuangwa said, taking out a new confidentiality agreement and a cooperation agreement, then handing them to the three of them. Gu's parents immediately started reading the documents. Cece also looked at them while using the system to scan the cooperation agreement just to check if anything was forbidden or sensitive. The confidentiality agreement was straightforward. There was no risk of the country betraying her. The cooperation agreement was more important. It said her business across different worlds would continue as before, but to keep it secret, the material suppliers would be managed by the government, responsible for purchasing and logistics. To show sincerity, the country would provide all materials for free. In exchange, the profits from other worlds would be prioritized by the country. They could keep what they didn't need or sell it as they wished. Additionally, her whole family would be registered to continue running the supermarket. The country would also pay them social insurance and housing fund every month, with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. They would be treated the same as other employees of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau, with similar benefits. No one understands the joy of painless integration, not even the whole family. Moreover, the story continues with time travel. If she brings back items required by the government, she will also receive extra rewards. Later, when she travels through the supermarket, the money from selling the goods belongs to her. In other worlds, besides what the government needs, she can also bring back valuable items to sell, and the money is hers. It's all money, countless amounts. Gu Cece listened as the system confirmed the contract was fine, then signed her name directly. Gu's parents watched happily, surprised that, even at their age, just before retirement, they had benefited from their daughter and entered the system. Both Gu's mother and father smiled, thinking it was a good thing. Sadly, they knew they wouldn't live long enough to enjoy it. But it was okay. They had been worried about their daughter's stable income in this world, and now, with her official position, she had a secure job. At least she wouldn't go hungry and would stay warm. Even if they died tomorrow, they could rest easy. After signing the contract, each member of the Gu family took their own copy. Chuangwa then spoke again. Gu Cece still needs staff at the supermarket. The two people there. To prevent leaks, they need to continue working at the supermarket. You should talk to them and get them into the system. Gu Cece quickly understood. Officially, the government could handle this, but they gave her the chance to do it, probably to help her win people's trust. Okay, she replied decisively. Also, Gu Cece, you need to make a detailed list of everyone you've traded with who knows about the valuable items you have. We need to handle this. Chu Onguo waved his hand. His secretary brought over a list and placed it in front of Gu Cece. She started copying names from her phone's contact list. Professor Wang, Old Chen, Chenemo, Chenyu, Old Su, Su-Yi Zhaojing. Oh, and the three people who reported her. Especially the delivery guy who ambushed her. She marked it with a note, has a grudge, attempted to assault a woman living alone, later reported seeing the fog where Shin Qingyan was, shows revenge tendencies, danger level 5 stars. Then she handed the list back. Chuangwa smiled and said, all right, now you can go back and wait for arrangements. But for now, it's best not to leave the supermarket. We hope our future cooperation will be smooth. He stood up, and everyone else also stood up. Gu Cece's family immediately got up too. After Chuangwa and his group left, Gu's father quickly patted his chest and said, that was really scary. I felt like I was at a United Nations meeting. Me too. My legs are weak, and it feels like a dream. You didn't tell us earlier, girl. We weren't mentally prepared, Gu's mother said, pretending to pinch Gu Cece's ear. Gu Cece quickly jumped away. Outside the door, Zhou Ninghai entered with a big smile. Let's go. I'll take you back. From now on, everyone at the police station will be shining because of you, Gu Cece. Thank you. It's true, one person succeeds, and everyone around benefits.
Huh.
Goose CC is his lucky star. According to the current documents, to keep things secret and for convenience, the entire police station is now responsible for Goose CC's family's safety and related matters, joining this national confidentiality project. Moreover, if this project wants to succeed, it's not easy. It's a rare opportunity, and only people like us, who have been overlooked, can wait for such a day. Goose CC's family got into the car with Zhou Ninghai leading the way. Meanwhile, at the Chen family, Chunyu was being forced by Chun Mo to write a plan for auctioning pearls that Goose CC entrusted him with. He kept looking at his phone, waiting for Goose CC's message to free himself. But he never received one. Sighing, the servant outside hurriedly ran in. Second young master, something's wrong. Official people are here, looking for you. The eldest young master and the old master. Chunyu shook his stiff neck in confusion. Their family hadn't committed any crimes or tax evasion. Why are they here? Could it be another trap set by a rival? He quickly sent messages to his father and older brother upstairs, asking them to come down. But before he could send the messages, 8 well-trained officials in uniform entered, and his phone lost signal. Chunyu? Hello, do you know Goose CC? The leader of the officials, Chu Feng, asked. Chunyu was shocked. Goose CC caused such a big fuss. He quickly shook his head. I don't know her. Not familiar at all. The few officials. Chunyu looked at them and knew they didn't believe him, so he felt discouraged. All right, I know her. I am her assistant, but I wasn't involved in any illegal activities she might have done. He felt nervous inside. With this situation, did Goose CC sell a national treasure? His family probably didn't make a wrong decision. Now the old man would be furious. The officials remained silent again. They really are good teammates, but the leader was right. Having an assistant like this actually helps make up for Goose CC's lack of business sense. Chun Mo and Old Chin came down from the second floor. Compared to Chunyu, they were much calmer, especially Chun Mo, who gave instructions to the confused servants. Guests are here, so hurry and prepare the tea. Brew the best to Hong Pao. What brings you here today? If it's for the country, we will cooperate fully. Old Chin immediately showed his stance, giving a suspicious look at Chunyu. The troublemaker in the family was definitely him. It must be his fault. If my son has done something wrong, please take him away at any time. We will not cover for or tolerate him, Old Chin said with great righteousness. Chu Feng and the others. Yep, confirmed, they are truly family. Old Chin and Chen Mo looked at the officials' clothes, special police uniforms. This was a serious matter. Rest assured, we just need to discuss some things with you. It's a good thing. Please come with us. Chu Feng signaled to calm them down. Old Chin understood, and without hesitation, led the way. Silent Chunyu and calm Chen Mo followed. The car left through the main gate and headed straight to Chu Ongwa's office in the official compound. When the Chen family father and son entered, several familiar people were already there. Professor Wang, Old Su. Everyone is here, Chunyu whispered. Professor Wang just shook his head. After greeting and shaking hands with Chu Ongwa and others, he signaled everyone to sit on the sofa. Everyone sat quietly. Only Professor Wang hesitated before speaking. Leader, I have guessed that what you are about to tell us involves Goose CC. She is my student. I ask that you investigate carefully and thoroughly. It might be a misunderstanding, and I can't be sure. She has a kind heart, and I don't believe she would do anything against the country or break principles. Old Su nodded and said, That's right. She also gave our association a few rare medical books. We only paid a symbolic amount, and her only request was to care for patients across the country. I don't believe she's a bad person. That leader, I also trust her. She's a bit clever, but not much, Chunyu added, supporting him. With his intelligence and insight, he wouldn't make a serious mistake. Chu Ongwa listened and smiled. I think you misunderstood. Today, I called everyone here to tell you that the country needs your help because Goose CC has obtained a special system. After Chu Ongwa finished, Chunyu was the first to smile. His initial reaction was that it seemed impossible, but since Chu Ongwa said it, it must be true. He couldn't smile anymore. Why didn't such good news happen to him? But luckily, our Chin family bet and won big. Goose Cece and her family have already joined the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau. As for trading across 3,000 worlds, we need to form a team. Professor Wang and the other professors are experts, and Old Chen is a leader in the business world. I believe that with a few of you joining, our team will quickly take shape. Of course, this is just an official invitation, not forced. If everyone refuses, they can just sign a confidentiality agreement and leave. Chu Ongwa personally poured tea for everyone. They were all surprised and honored. Old Su was the first to respond. Please allow us some time to think. This news is really overwhelming. They were all experienced elders, and to receive such an urgent and important task from the country, traversing 3,000 worlds, trading systems officially recognized, felt like a dream, like an illusion. Chuanghua understood their feelings, so he simply sat back in his seat and waited. After 10 minutes, Old Su spoke first. Leader, I am willing to join this task. The benefits Goose Cece has brought to the people are obvious to me. I want to help her, and also help every person in our country. This aligned with his lifelong dedication to traditional Chinese medicine. Then I am willing too. I have some connections and resources, but nothing outstanding. I feel a bit shy, but just thinking about how I can see the newest and rarest treasures ahead of the whole world every time makes me happy enough to work until I die. Old Chen also nodded. Professor Wang hesitated a bit. I still have a few graduate students and doctoral candidates. They will graduate this year. Can I work part-time first and then switch to full-time after they graduate? Although he shared the same goal and was willing to set aside the lab work, he still hoped to guide his students until they finished their studies, especially since they were about to graduate and changing mentors might be disruptive. Other professors also expressed their opinions, and the secretary around Chu Ongwa recorded everything. Soon, they started drafting contracts and signing agreements. After more than an hour of busy work, they finally completed the initial setup of the multiverse trading team. Everyone agreed to meet at Goose Cece's house for an initial startup meeting in a few days. After meeting with staff from other departments, everyone was sent back along the same route. At the Dafa Wealth supermarket, Goose Cece's family finally returned home. Su Yi and Zhao Jing were still shopping in the supermarket. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan were busy with work, and business was very good. When they entered, familiar customers were surprised. Hey, Guini and you, and your wife are back. Did she go to pick you up? That's so thoughtful. Why not come to my house for lunch today? Really? You didn't tell us in advance. Your world tour ended so quickly, you left, but I still come to your supermarket. That's nice of you. It's good to be back, and it saves some costs. But your daughter, she doesn't know how to save money. She hired 4 employees. Why do you need so many? Gu's father and mother responded one after another, making small talk. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan exchanged worried glances, especially after hearing the comment about needing so many employees. Their small supermarket was just the right size for 2 employees. Now that her parents were back, and since older people tend to worry about wasting money and prefer to handle things themselves, they might end up taking over their jobs. This good job. Jiang Shi felt a bit upset, but she also thought that she had relied on Goose Cece's help to get through tough times. No matter what arrangements she made, she could accept them. Anyway, everything was stable now, and she could find another job if needed. Yang Kaishan also sighed, but kept working steadily. Goose Cece observed this and looked away. Just then, Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang arrived, both smiling happily. Everyone's here. Gu family, you're home too. That's double good news, Aunt Wang said cheerfully, and everyone looked over. What good news? Why is it double happiness? Come on, tell me quickly. Are we all going to be forced to move? That would be good. I'm tired of this broken house. In a few years, it will be unsafe. The renovation funds are not enough. I was thinking when I die, I might as well wait for the house to collapse and bury me underneath. It's true, they're going to demolish the houses. The street office just notified us suddenly, saying they found an ancient tomb complex beneath our entire village. They will start archaeological work and protect the site. They want all of us to send a family representative to talk with the department about the relocation and compensation. After Wang Ant finished speaking, everyone responded in unison. Huh? Just talk about moving? Are they joking? What? Hurry home, everyone. I heard from the officials that within 3 days, everyone needs to discuss and agree, sign the papers, and within a week, the money will be transferred. Then, you can choose a new house and move all your things. Wang Ant stomped her foot, looking worried for them. Everyone shouted even louder. But this time, they were honest and quick. Once they finished paying, they ran. Those who hadn't finished paid hurriedly, and then ran just as fast. Gu Sisi, Dad Gu, and Mom Gu all knew this was an official action. The process was very fast. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang held Dad and Mom Gu, sighing. Well, I heard you can choose between a house voucher and a new house. With your big 3-story house and yard, you could probably exchange for 3 new homes. Later, we'll go choose together. If we buy a house, we'll buy it near each other. If we pick a house, we'll choose together. Knowing each other well, we won't have strange neighbors. That's good, right? Uncle Wang added. Anyway, these 2 elderly people are alone, so they're not afraid of moving. Moving somewhere new might even be good for a change of mood. Mom Goose smiled. Of course, of course. I'll go with you to see. Lao Gu, you rest. Sisi, take good care of your dad. We're leaving now. The Gu family would definitely make a formal farewell. How they exchange houses doesn't matter. After they left, the supermarket was empty. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan really couldn't smile anymore. If before they only thought they might lose their jobs, now it's certain, they will definitely lose their jobs. Since the entire area has been demolished, the supermarket can't stay open. Without the supermarket, there wouldn't be any jobs left. Why did such a kind boss have to leave? But maybe it's only fair that such a kind boss gets this kind of opportunity. Seeing their worried faces, Gu Sisi finally spoke. All right, everyone is busy today. Let's close the supermarket early. Dad, go to sleep. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan nodded. Gu's father also went upstairs, feeling very tired and a bit dizzy, unable to stay awake. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan took turns closing the back and front doors. They looked at each other nervously, and Jiang Shi asked hesitantly, Boss, are you planning to keep the supermarket open? Yes, I was just about to tell you that. Gu Sisi nodded and pointed upstairs. Let's go upstairs to talk. Su Yi and Zhao Jing had been silent all along. Now they followed upstairs. In the living room on the 3rd floor, Gu Sisi saw that her father's door was closed, so she felt relieved and said, You can sit down first. The 3rd floor is soundproof, so it won't disturb anyone inside. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan sat down, feeling nervous. They wondered what the boss wanted to say. Could it be about them losing their jobs? Gu Sisi brought some snacks and placed them on the coffee table. She saw the medicine Shin Qingyan had given her while washing fruit in the kitchen. She thought it might be good to try it on her dad. She also opened one of the medicine packs, soaking it in a clay pot. Once they finished talking upstairs, she could start boiling it. When it was ready, her dad should wake up. After preparing everything, she sat down with the fruit. Su Yi and Zhao Jing were happily eating snacks. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan opened their snack packs, but as soon as she looked their way, they quickly put them down. I know you're worried about losing your jobs. I can assure you that won't happen. And I have good news. You two will soon have a chance to join us officially without pain. But there's a condition. You must continue working at our supermarket, keep this secret from others, and not leave easily. Are you willing? As she said this, Yang Kaishan and Jiang Shi instinctively covered their waists. Little boss, my internal organs are all bad and I have leukemia. My eyes also have glaucoma. Gu Sisi. Su Yi and Zhao Jing immediately started laughing. Su Yi said helplessly, We are both Uncle Hat. Do you think we are in the same group? They didn't believe it, but they also felt it was too unbelievable and hard not to doubt. They both just gave up. Why should they believe? Gu Sisi continued explaining, You heard about the demolition earlier, right? We knew about it a long time ago, but we can't tell you the details now. If you're willing, someone will contact you soon. Just tell us if there's a chance like this, are you willing or not? We're willing, but don't hurt me badly. Jiang Shi was scared but trusted Gu Sisi, so she hesitated. Okay, Gu Sisi immediately arranged for Chu Onghua to send someone to handle her. Chu Feng sent a message and the reply was, "Already on the way." It was also lunchtime, so Gu Sisi ordered a barbecue delivery. Soon, Chu Feng arrived with the agreement and contract. Gu Sisi then explained everything more clearly. Jiang Shi had read many novels and understood everything instantly. She was amazed. Someone really awakened a system and was cheating, and she had managed to latch onto the protagonist's big opportunity. Yang Kaishun had not read many, but had heard about it. He was also very shocked. He kept staring at Gu Sisi, feeling dizzy. After signing the papers, Chu Feng left. But Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishun were still lost in shock, surprise, and happiness. Are they really part of the story now? It's unbelievable. Jiang Shi kept thinking and started to laugh. She felt like this dark world suddenly had a crack, revealing the sun, and sunlight was shining on her. Just like Gu Sisi said before, everything will get better, and indeed, everything is getting better. Yang Kaishun also did the same. He suddenly knelt before Gu Sisi, pounding his head hard, which startled Gu Sisi, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing.
Please don't do that.
It's not appropriate. It's just a small matter. Gu Sisi became speechless, but Yang Kaishun shook his head. Little boss, you don't know. My daughter has leukemia and has been in the hospital for treatment. Our family has no money left. This job was just enough for us to get by, and now, thanks to you, because he had such a stable job, others would surely be willing to lend him money, and he would definitely be able to repay the previous loans. All of this was thanks to Gu Sisi. Everyone was suddenly filled with sympathy, but they also comforted him. After comforting him, Gu Sisi prepared the medicine and waited another half hour. When the first batch was ready, the barbecue was also served. Seeing Su Yi go to get something, while others arranged the dishes, Gu Sisi went to knock on the door to call her father to eat. As she pushed open the door, she saw her father already lying on the ground, curled up like a cooked shrimp, clutching his stomach, groaning in pain but weak. "Dad, are you having a seizure? How many times has this happened?" Gu Sisi's fear reached its peak instantly. Others heard the noise and hurried over, all frightened. Zhao Jing and Su Yi helped support him. Jiang Shi called for an ambulance, and Gu Sisi quickly went to bring the freshly prepared medicine. "Dad, this is from a doctor I found in a parallel ancient world. I don't know if it will work, but do you want to try it first?" "Try." Although her father struggled to speak, his attitude was firm. Going to the hospital wouldn't help much anyway. He could only take painkillers. Since his daughter found this medicine, he naturally wanted to try. He was dying, so he might as well treat himself as if he were alive. Gu Sisi blew on the medicine to cool it, then carefully fed it to her father. Her father endured the pain and drank the medicine in one gulp, then immediately curled up on the bed without moving. Everyone watched his expression nervously. If it didn't work, the ambulance would arrive soon, and nothing serious would happen. But the hope of a cure was fading a little more. The little boss must be very sad. Gu Sisi also observed and recorded her father's reactions on her phone's notes. Her father's pain was truly intense. Everyone looked away after less than a minute, unable to bear to watch anymore. Gu Sisi only shed tears, but her rational mind kept her eyes fixed. These records might still be very useful. The ambulance arrived after 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, Dad went from quiet, painful groans to almost no sound. His body was no longer tense from pain, and he was peacefully lying on the bed. It seemed to be working. While others went to guide the medical staff, Gu Sisi took a cloth to wipe Dad's face. After a quick trip to the bathroom, she found that Dad had already fallen asleep. She reached out to check his breathing. He was still alive. She sighed in relief. The medical team arrived and quickly entered the room to check his vital signs. Then they carried him onto the ambulance. Gu Sisi stepped outside and whispered to the others, "My dad seems to have calmed down and fallen asleep. But it's better to take him to the hospital for a check. Jiang Shi, Yang Bo, you two can go back and rest. I'll let you know when everything is settled." Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishun agreed immediately. The medical staff had already gone downstairs. Gu Sisi led everyone out, closed the supermarket door, and got into the car with Zhao Jing and Sui. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishan went home. At the hospital, the doctor quickly went to check Dad in the emergency room. Everyone waited outside. After a while, the doctor came out with a slightly puzzled look. Are you family members? Since you brought the patient here, you probably already know Dad's condition. Usually, late-stage pancreatic cancer patients don't want to hear others talking. Noise can make them upset, and during a flare-up, they might be confused or unable to speak clearly. But when I checked your dad just now, he answered my questions clearly. He said his stomach didn't hurt anymore, and he seemed fine. You might not know, but at this stage of his illness, the pain shouldn't be so easily suppressed. So, what medicine did you give him?
Can I see it?
The medicines seemed to be very effective. As an expert in pancreatic cancer treatment, he immediately sensed something unusual. He hoped that a skilled doctor might have a secret method, even a small chance, to treat pancreatic cancer. He didn't want to miss it, so he asked just in case. Gu Sisi, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing looked at each other, all surprised. This was only the first dose, and the effect was so good. Were they this lucky? Or was the doctor from a parallel world so skilled that he was like a legendary healer? It seemed there was real hope. Their expressions relaxed, and they felt more at ease. Faced with the doctor's eager gaze, Gu Sisi thought for a moment, and then shook her head. Sorry, doctor, I didn't bring the medicine. I'll bring it next time I come with my dad for a checkup. Whether it can be checked now depends on asking Chu Feng first, and then researching with the relevant people, since they're from parallel worlds. But since this medicine is so effective, she is very happy. No wonder this world has the best medical books. Their skills are indeed high. The doctor nodded after hearing this. All right, let's exchange contact information. When you get the medicine, just let me know.
Please.
Also, I suggest your father come for a checkup every week to see how the medicine works. Okay, thank you, doctor. Gu Sisi watched the doctor leave, then followed the nurses to push her father back to the ward. She also sent a message to Chu Feng to ask about the situation. Gu's father was asleep, so they didn't disturb him. Everyone sat on chairs waiting. When Gu's mother arrived, she was already sweating and had tears in her eyes. Sisi, is your dad okay? Why didn't you call me? Mom, it's because he's fine that I forgot to call. I was about to come back soon. The herbal medicine I took seems to work well, so there's hope. Even just stopping the disease from getting worse is very good. Gu Sisi held her and comforted her, then quickly moved away. By the way, Mom, what's the situation with the relocation? She asked. Gu's mother entered the ward to look around, and then came out. Of course, everyone agreed. The government's relocation housing is actually a new development nearby, luxury apartments, and the price is higher than expected for the area. The housing vouchers are for our area, and the average price of other houses is quite high. Almost every household here has 2 floors, so we can buy the best houses in the same area. Even if we buy 2 ordinary ones and sell one, the renovation costs are covered, and our savings will increase. So no one refused such a good deal. Gu's mother explained without worry about others overhearing, since this was public information. Of course, there are a few troublemakers who are greedy and want to cause trouble, even asking for more money. The staff immediately said they could skip the relocation and stay to do archaeology. They could leave once every 6 months and accept being monitored. They quickly agreed. Gu Sisi also smiled. Serves them right. Is our house a ticket or a house? Gu's father's sudden words startled everyone. He stood casually at the door of the hospital room as if nothing was wrong. Everyone. Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel great now, not in pain at all, and I'm in a good mood. Shishi, go get some more of that medicine. Keeping your body comfortable before you pass away is also good. Gu Sisi was amused and a bit angry, but she was quite relaxed about it. Chu Feng called and said he was already at the hospital entrance. The group quickly went downstairs, got in the car, and followed Chu Feng back to the supermarket. Chu Feng took the leftover medicine residue to be checked. They also took 1 package of each of the remaining 2 sets of medicine. The medical staff Chu Feng brought gave Gu's father's blood sample and then left. Gu Sisi went back to finish boiling the remaining medicine, planning to have her father drink it tonight. Gu's mother took over and said, "Go rest for a while. Just tell me how to prepare it. Gu Cece explained the boiling method once more. She stayed nearby, watching her mother prepare the medicine. After waiting for the water to boil, her mother continued explaining. Our family also chose a house, a 120 square meter single story with a garden at the entrance. Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang chose the same type of house next door, so we will still be neighbors. The keys and the ownership papers will be sent tomorrow. Gu Cece nodded. She looked out the window and saw everyone happily preparing their homes. She opened her phone and suddenly saw a news alert. The headline included the name of their neighborhood. Curious, she opened it and found it was trending on social media. Ancient tombs discovered in the city's old neighborhood. According to the latest news, these are the Yu Dynasty tombs. Due to their great research value, the area will soon be demolished and redeveloped. The compensation for the demolition is surprisingly high, and everyone is smiling, getting rich from demolition. Would you give up your old, broken house for 2 new ones? In the past, she only watched others get demolished and envied them. Now, seeing others envied, Gu Cece couldn't help but feel excited. It was even more satisfying than she had imagined. She also noticed another trending topic. Zhongxing Auction House will soon auction a pink-colored pearl weighing 520 grams, valued at over 5 million beautiful coins. Chinamo was quite good at creating buzz. But 520 grams? Is it real? Can it be that precise? She wanted to complain, but her phone suddenly showed a message from Chinyu. Little boss, did you see Pearl's promotional text? I wrote it myself. I also created this campaign. I promised to sell at the highest price ever, so we can all earn a lot. Before she could reply, Chu Feng sent a message. The list of members for the Multiverse Trading Project team has been sent. We will have a meeting the night after tomorrow to discuss the next steps. I will send you the location tomorrow. Herbal medicine and 2 other medicines have been sampled and will be delivered back to you soon. The results should be ready tonight. Okay, got it. Gu Cece replied to Chu Feng first, then clicked on Chinyu's chat window to reply. Thanks a lot. By the way, how are you now? She remembered her list also included him. Chinyu didn't answer directly. You'll find out the day after tomorrow. The auction is tomorrow night, live streaming. I'll send you the link then. Remember to watch. Alright, I'll wait for good news from you, Gu Cece said eagerly, curious about what kind of price they could get. Cece, the barbecue is ready.
Come eat, Su Yi called out.
They hadn't even had lunch yet, and now the family was gathering at the table to eat. As for Yang Bo and Jiang Shi, because she missed lunch, she transferred 50 yuan per person as compensation instead of a planned meal. News of the demolition spread, and the previously posted job listing for the Fa de Kai supermarket was rediscovered. The Jiang couple originally wanted to find a temporary worker at the supermarket, working while looking for something permanent. They found the highest-paying listing. Are there still people applying? I heard they're demolishing the area, so the jobs probably won't last. Everyone's getting rich. Maybe they're moving and reopening somewhere else. It's better to ask than just wait. Maybe the pay is higher. Don't go, everyone. My family is in that area too. The Fa de Kai supermarket is also being demolished. I don't know if they'll open again, but right now, they've already hired everyone. So even if they reopen, they won't be hiring new staff. I have proof. His comment included several photos of the Fa de Kai supermarket. The couple looked at them in shock. In the photos, the so-called boss was that stingy, mean girl from that day, and the girl squatting at the door selling goods. Wasn't she their daughter? Jiang Shi. Sure. This stubborn girl dares to play tricks on them and secretly hide their daughter. She is so cruel. Seeing how hard they are searching for their daughter, she says nothing. No wonder she was in such a hurry to tell them to report to the police. She was afraid they would find out. The demolition company paid a lot of money. Since they're hiding our daughter, maybe we can ask them for compensation, Mr. Jiang said with a slight smile. Mrs. Jiang understood his meaning and nodded quickly. Yes, let that stubborn girl work with her. We need to get back the bride price we paid, ask for an extra 100,000 for settling down, and have her transfer her monthly salary to our account. Having money coming in regularly is definitely better than her marrying out. The couple exchanged a happy look. They quickly turned off their phones and headed to the Fat Prosperity supermarket. At Fat Prosperity supermarket, the Goof family finished eating grilled meat. Goose Cece tidied up, and Mrs. Gu went to rest. Su Yi and Zhao Jing helped clean up and then took their naps. In the afternoon, the remaining 2 sets of medicine were delivered back, looking almost undamaged. While checking the medicines, Goose Cece also received new supplies and herbs for the next day. She examined each medicine package. The color of the paper wrapping each set was slightly different, so she recorded the differences and set the paper aside. Downstairs, Chu Feng knocked on the door. Su Yi went to open it. Chu Feng came in, looking serious, but with a rare smile on his face. Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, Comrade Gu Cece, your traditional medicine has been extracted, researched, and analyzed, and we have results. The first set of medicine Uncle Gu took actually contains herbs that are not found in our current era. Also, we discovered different elements in the same herbs from our world, and those elements are effective against various cancers. This could be a huge breakthrough or achievement in cancer treatment research. Everyone in Gu Cece's group smiled. The future results are not yet known, but even some positive effects are good news for Uncle Gu now. The rest is still under research. It's confirmed that Uncle Gu can continue taking this medicine. Please also keep track of Uncle Gu's condition. We will do the health check every 5 days. Chu Feng explained the plan and left once everything was confirmed. She closed the door and took a deep breath. Her parents looked at her with kind smiles. Her mother reached out and patted her head, saying, "It's okay. Everything is fine. This time, the family really owes you a lot. You've grown up, Shishi. Of course. Dad's life was almost lost, but it was saved thanks to you. Shishi, tell me, what kind of gift do you want? Dad will buy it for you." Her father was very happy and immediately took out his phone to open a shopping app. Gu Cece was not polite and started choosing items right away. She was really rich now, over 1,000,000 yuan, and she would be even richer in the future. Since she spent her dad's money, if he had no more, she could just transfer money to him again. Su Yi and Zhao Jing sat nearby watching TV, smiling happily. The warm family atmosphere made them feel a little envious. They looked at each other and both smiled helplessly. Then they both blurted out, "We're doing pretty well now, too." They were amused by their own understanding and felt much happier. At night, everyone was asleep. Gu Cece entered the system practice room to study and train. The next morning, her biological clock woke her up at 4 o'clock. She felt good and hummed a song as she took out long-forgotten makeup to put on light makeup. It took her 10 minutes to get ready before she went out. Su Yi and Zhao Jing had just woken up. "Good morning. I'll make breakfast." "Shishi, what do you want to eat?" Zhao Jing came into the kitchen. She also wanted to eat and was willing to work for it. Su Yi went downstairs to turn on the lights in the yard and open the door for the people from the Supernatural Management Bureau. After breakfast, Gu's father took his medicine. Time was almost up. Gu Cece carried the wontons she made for Xin Xingyan downstairs. Chu Feng came over and said, "We're your friends. Just say we're here to help." Gu Cece nodded. "Okay." Mist rose up, and the familiar sound of a cart clattering appeared. Everyone looked forward eagerly. Gu Cece stood at the front, with her parents behind her. When she saw Xin Xingyan, Gu's father exclaimed, "Wow." Her mother suddenly patted him, and he quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to embarrass his daughter. But really, this was so fantastical. Xin Xingyan was used to new people arriving. As long as Gu Cece didn't speak, he wouldn't ask questions. When he came into the yard and saw her under the light, he suddenly felt that Gu Cece seemed a little different. He looked carefully and observed her for a while. The more he looked, the more he felt that her smile was bright and cheerful, shining even more in his eyes. Until Gu Cece waved her hand in front of him, he suddenly realized and quickly bowed in a nervous greeting, saying, "Sorry for the offense, young lady." With a soft laugh, Gu's mother chuckled and nudged Gu's father with her elbow, saying playfully, "He must be from ancient times. He's never seen modern makeup techniques." Even their daughter amazed them, and as parents, they felt quite proud. Gu Cece smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." I'll just take it as a compliment. Shen Qingyan became silent and nodded blankly, not daring to look at her again. Unaware of his reaction, Gu Sisi led Shen Qingyan forward and introduced everyone. These are my friends. I called them to help. These two are my parents. One is my father, Gu Yunian, and the other is my mother, Anna. Shen Qingyan, dressed in green, immediately bowed to greet her friends, then turned respectfully toward Gu's father and mother, forming a fist with his right hand inside and holding his left hand over it in a traditional greeting. Ah, so you are Miss Gu's elders. I am Shen Qingyan, a junior. Nice to meet you. Having learned some ancient etiquette over time, Gu Sisi understood that this parallel world probably shared some customs with ancient times in her original world. For example, the bowing gesture, which originated before the Zhou dynasty, is used for blessings, farewells, and greetings. The hand-over-hand gesture with the left hand outside signifies sincerity and respect, often used when welcoming guests, elders, or worshipping deities. If the right hand is outside, it is the proper gesture for participating in funerals. Gu's father instinctively reached out to shake hands, but Gu Sisi explained, "Here, we greet with a handshake. Just extend the opposite hand to the other person." Shen Qingyan understood immediately, extended his right hand, and responded smoothly, showing excellent adaptability. "I've heard about you from Sisi before. You truly are a talented and handsome young man. Thanks to you, I was able to suppress my illness in time. Sisi, you two can chat first. We'll help unload and load the goods." "Shen Darren, no need to rush," Chu Feng said, noticing that the Gu family needed some time, and directed everyone to help efficiently, trying to save Shen Qingyan's time. "It's better to talk more about life-saving matters." Gu Sisi looked at him gratefully. Shen Qingyan first glanced at Gu Sisi. She said he was a friend, but it turned out he was her father. He immediately turned back, leading Mr. Gu to sit at a stone table. He gently pulled up the sleeve of his other arm and sincerely said, "Uncle, you praise me too much. As long as it works, that's enough. Previously, Miss Gu mentioned you weren't here, so I couldn't take your pulse and had to rely on symptoms to prescribe medicine. There might be some inaccuracies in diagnosis. I have some knowledge of traditional medicine. If you don't mind, may I check your pulse to understand your condition? It will also help me inform the good doctor and adjust the prescription accordingly." "Of course, Dr. Shen, you are very polite." Mr. Gu quickly extended his hand to pass it over. As a top scholar, his reading and learning make interactions very pleasant and refreshing. He liked scholars the most, especially those with noble character and gentlemanly demeanor. Shen Qingyan smiled and then began to take Mr. Gu's pulse. Mr. Gu's wife and she watched nervously. After about 2 minutes, Shen Qingyan stood up. "Uncle, you can rest assured. Your pulse is strong. Although there are some issues, there might be a chance. I and the good doctor will do our best." She remembered the results of the medicine check and quickly explained how her father was taking the medicine now. She took out her records and said, "Shen Qingyan, my father has already taken the first dose. When he had the attack, the pain was quickly suppressed. By the way, are the herbs you used from your world? The trace elements are different." "Of course. Since you said your father's illness can't be treated in your world, I replaced the herbs with those from our world, hoping for different effects. Since this dose has already shown results, the remaining 2 doses are unnecessary. I will bring you an improved prescription with herbs tomorrow." Shen Qingyan explained without asking about the change of the father figure. She wanted to explain, but before she could say a word, Shen Qingyan smiled and said, "You don't need to explain further, I understand." At this moment, the 2 large carts had been unloaded and refilled with new supplies. The staff from the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau pushed the carts toward the fog to test if others could pass through. However, when they reached the gate of the courtyard, the carts could go through, but the people could no longer advance. "System, besides me and others chosen from different worlds, is anyone else able to travel through?" She saw this and hurriedly asked. If that's the case, then in the future, only she would be able to travel to other worlds. It's a frightening thought. The first time crossing was done alone by the host. In the future, each new tradable world can have 1 additional person. I will also transform into a virtual image to accompany you. I will take responsibility for everything you do. The system's voice was calm. Gu Cece was surprised to hear that it could create a virtual image. Why didn't you create one to accompany me before? The system remained silent, leaving Gu Cece to get used to it. She pouted and started helping Shen Qingyan carry supplies. Although a little time was lost earlier, with more people, the work went faster. It only took half an hour to move twice the supplies. With 10 minutes left, he ate a meal slowly in front of everyone. He also chatted with Chu Feng, sharing differences between the two worlds. Shen Qingyan was very interested. After chatting, he immediately looked at Gu Cece. When their eyes met, he quickly looked away. Gu Cece didn't notice. Zhao Jing, standing nearby, smiled like an ant and signaled Su Yi to look too. She wanted to speak softly, but her voice was loud because she hadn't spoken in a long time. Look, Lord Shen's ears are red. Ancient people are so shy. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Zhao Jing felt embarrassed and quickly covered her face. Everyone looked surprised at Shen Qingyan's ears and then at Zhao Jing, feeling awkward for her. This time, Shen Qingyan's neck was also red. He hurriedly bowed and couldn't help but look at Gu Cece with a shy but affectionate gaze. Gu Cece felt a sudden chill on her scalp. That look was so strange.
Gu.
I will leave now. Thank you all for your help. Shen Qingyan carried the last batch of supplies into the fog, showing a calm but slightly nervous expression. Everyone behind Gu Cece couldn't help but laugh. Gu Cece was confused and pointed at herself, asking, "Did I wear makeup? Is it very different from usual? Why was the reaction so big?" But it looked really fun. Next time, she would also wear makeup and tease him properly. Yes, she thought, people are naturally her toys, hee. The boys didn't dare comment on her question. Gu's parents just shook their heads and left, smiling and sighing. This kid was so clueless. Zhao Jing sighed. There's not much difference. Really not much. I'm going now to check in. There was nothing more to say to her, the tough girl. I don't understand the feeling of being moved. Being moved is just a moment, only needing a chance, and I can't control it. Moreover, the two of us are from different worlds and not suitable. What can she say? Gu Cece. In Dahuang, Shilin County, Shen Qingyan study. Materials are coming and going again. The county officials are busy. Shen Qingyan gathers his emotions and walks out of the study. The constable comes to report, "Sir, the villagers have finished the statue of Miss Gu Cece. Would you like to see it? The workers responsible for the statue have never seen Miss Gu Cece in person. They only relied on the portrait you provided. If the sculpture has any inappropriate parts, it would be better if you check and see what needs to be improved." Constable Chen quickly explains. They have many important tasks and are very tired. If it weren't for this matter, he wouldn't have come to report. Shen Qingyan's mind involuntarily recalls all the images of Gu Cece he has seen before. Feeling a bit guilty, he reaches up and touches his nose. Let's go, take a look. Yes, sir. Constable Chung leads the way. The two walk out of the government office and head straight to the open space at the city gate of Shilin County. There, a 3-meter-tall female sculpture has already been erected. The statue is made of stone. The debris and dust from the carving have been mostly cleaned up by the villagers. The stone woman wears a dress typical of their time, but her hair is naturally draped over her shoulders and back. She stands with her hands naturally down, her facial features smooth, her eyes gentle and kind, like a goddess. Shen Qingyan understands. Perhaps, in the eyes of the suffering people of Dahuang, Miss Gu is like a compassionate goddess who saves and helps. The entire sculpture is almost identical to the portrait he provided, only the eyes have been given more meaning by the people. Shen Qingyan thinks this is not a big problem, so he nods to Constable Chung. Well done. No need for any changes. Yes, sir. I will order the cleaning of the area around the sculpture and choose an auspicious day for everyone to come and pay their respects. Constable Chung immediately goes to the sculptors in charge of this project, talks with them for a while, then returns and follows Shen Qingyan back to the government office. Sir, you don't know. These days, while carving the statue, many villagers would come to pay their respects before going to the government office to collect grain. Now everyone, young and old, knows Gu Girl's name. He kept praising, and Shen Qingyan didn't find it annoying. Occasionally, he responded a few words. When they reached the county office, they saw that the villagers had already started lining up to receive their grain for the day. Although the supplies brought back now were twice as much as before, it still wasn't enough. They had previously discussed and agreed with officials from other disaster-affected regions on how to share the relief supplies. But the number of refugees outside Shilin County was still growing. Shen Qingyan frowned, worried. Chen Yanshu came out from the side door and signaled with his eyes. Shen Qingyan followed him. They walked in the back garden of the county office, and Chen Yanshu sighed deeply. Muji, the number of refugees is still increasing every day. The grain and water are still not enough. Starting tomorrow, maybe you can try to bring others with you into that magical shop. With a helper, we could bring back about 80,000 jin of supplies in one day. This would greatly ease the current disaster. Buy some drought-resistant seeds to plant. In just a few months, we can get through this tough time.
Teacher is right.
I plan to do that. Shen Qingyan nodded slightly. Tomorrow I will start trying, and I will also tell Gu Girl about this. That's good. All right, I'll go out to help with relief efforts. If you have anything to do, just focus on that. Chen Yanshu rolled up his sleeves and headed outside. Shen Qingyan went in another direction. Gu Girl's father's new medicine formula still needs to be immediately given to a doctor for preparation. Also, since the herbs in this world are different from those in the other world, he plans to go to unaffected regions to buy more herbs and send a batch to Gu Girl. In modern times, at the Prosperity supermarket, because of the demolition, everyone was busy moving to new homes and selling secondhand furniture, so the supermarket had almost no business. Gu Sisi was taking this opportunity to fully focus on her courses. In the morning, she studied 4 hours of advanced knowledge about jewelry appraisal and the Shang Dynasty part of Earth's history. In the afternoon, she practiced 4 hours of military boxing. She had already learned the entire set of military boxing moves and could perform them smoothly. Now, she was learning how to use them flexibly. The difficulty level increased, so when she came out of the practice room, she was already sore all over and collapsed on the bed, unable to move. That old man was really harsh. Cece, dinner is ready. Are you still studying? Outside the door, Mother Gu called out, then muttered to herself, I've never seen this child love studying so much before. Gu Cece struggled to sit up and open the door. Mom, I might have to travel to other worlds in the future. If I don't study enough, do you still want to see me come back safely? What's for dinner tonight? She went straight to the dining table, smiling happily. Su Yi, holding his bowl, frowned. What exactly have you been practicing? I feel like you're a bit different. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhao Jing also observed her carefully and nodded. There's a feeling that doesn't match what young people are usually like, too healthy. I haven't seen someone this healthy in a long time. Let's eat first. I'll tell you more later, Gu Sisi said with a smile, not answering their questions, and started eating enthusiastically. Mother Gu continued explaining nearby. Uncle Wang came by. He said he's retired now and won't be delivering goods anymore. Also, Chinyu called. The auction ended, and they sold a total of 9.3 million beautiful coins. After taxes and fees, it will be transferred to your account. Also, Chu Feng said our supermarket yard will be rebuilt, so tonight we need to move to the new house. The Multiverse Trading Project team will have a meeting at our place tonight. Father Gu added from the side, casually helping Gu Cece fill her bowl. Gu Cece nodded throughout, indicating she heard. Her schedule was really full. Jiang Shi and Yang Kaishun didn't talk much, just listened quietly nearby. After dinner, Gu Cece finally opened her phone and saw the live stream replay and payment calculations sent earlier by Chen Yu and Chen Mo. She didn't click to watch, but quickly sent the list of needed supplies to Chu Feng for him to prepare. Since the main plan was to rebuild the backyard of the supermarket, they didn't need to move the entire house, just bring their daily essentials and clothes. Mother Gu had already packed in advance, and the family hurried downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the supermarket entrance, two black figures suddenly rushed toward Gu Cece, startling her. But before those two figures could get close, several special police officers in nearby cars quickly subdued them, pinning the two black figures to the ground. "Who are you, and what are you doing?" The supermarket door lights turned on, and Gu Cece finally saw clearly that it was Jiangxi's parents. Jiangxi was about to speak, but Gu Cece quickly held her arm and shook her head. Jiangxi's parents looked up and struggled. When they saw the uniform on the person holding them, they became nervous. Why was Uncle Hat here guarding the place? It seemed like he was protecting this stingy girl, but this was just a broken supermarket, one of those common ones. Jiangxi's parents exchanged a glance and then forced a smile as they explained, "Uncle Hat, we are good people. We are here to find the little boss's daughter, Jiangxi. Stubborn girl, you better testify for us quickly. Do you want her parents to die?" A few special police officers looked at Gu Cece and then at Jiangxi, their eyes asking for her decision. Gu Cece couldn't decide for Jiangxi, so she asked, "Jiangxi, do you know them?" Jiangxi made up her mind and shook her head. Gu Cece breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangxi was still sensible. She then looked at the police and said, "Sorry, we don't know them. Their appearance here, hiding and waiting for me, could they have known something and are trying to investigate?" "Knowing what?" "Investigate what?" Jiangxi's parents looked confused. Before they could ask more, the police chief waved his hand. "They are suspected of stealing national secrets. Take them away." Jiangxi's parents were even more confused and shocked. How could they be stealing national secrets? This broken supermarket, this stubborn girl. What national secrets could she have? But they didn't get a chance to explain. They were silenced and taken away. Jiangxi just watched, her eyes growing colder. Finally, she grabbed Gu Cece's hand. "Thank you, little boss. From now on, you are my benefactor." She would definitely repay her well. Gu Cece couldn't stand the cheesy words. She let out a small sound and went ahead to call Chu Feng to pick them up. The Gu family 3 and Chu Feng took one car, and the others took another. In less than half an hour, the car arrived at the innermost villa in the residential area. Gu Cece, exhausted, had already fallen asleep without knowing it. When the car stopped, she woke up. She wiped her eyes and followed Chu Feng to the meeting room. Entering the meeting room, the bright lights made her feel more alert. When she saw Chu Onghua, her mind became even clearer. "Everyone's here." "Sorry I'm late, leader. Everyone just arrived, so you're not late. Please sit down," Chu Onghua said kindly, pointing to the seat on his right. Gu Cece confidently sat down. She was a woman with special advantages. She deserved it. In this row, from front to back, sat Professor Wang from the History Department, Old Su, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Professor Chen from Biology, and Professor Qi from Chemistry. Opposite them sat Old Chen, the president of the Antique Association, Chen Yu, Chen Mo, Chu Feng, and a few people she didn't recognize. Those people were very considerate. They immediately stood up and introduced themselves to Gu Cece. "Miss Gu, I am Director Yang of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau." "Hello, Miss Gu. I've heard of you." "I am Vice Director Wang of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau. I am Zhang Beibei, the largest supplier in the Southwest region." "Hello," Gu Cece replied calmly and politely, while inside she was screaming. With so many titles, she realized she might never have the chance to speak with them in her life. But now, the big shots were introducing themselves to her. "Thanks to your brother, I've reached the peak of my life. All right, everyone is here. Let's start our first project team meeting." Chu Onghua tapped the table with his finger, and everyone immediately became serious. Chu Onghua looked around and said, "Everyone in the project team should focus on Gu Cece. Our entire team is here to serve her. Please remember this. Now, each person will report on their progress." "Chu Feng, you go first." "Leader, Comrade Gu, the demolition plan for this area is progressing faster than expected. Tomorrow morning, everyone in this area will be able to move out. The major renovation can start tomorrow and is expected to finish in 2 weeks. Also, security teams from major cities have arrived and will start working in the area tomorrow. Chu Feng is mainly responsible for security and the area's renovation. Goose Cece took notes in her notebook. Professor Wang then spoke. Regarding the technical support needed for Goose Cece's multiverse trading and crossing, the handling and identification of the traded items after they are brought back will be managed by our professors. All personnel have now gathered. Starting tomorrow, they will move into the area to assist Comrade Goose Cece with her work. A reliable team support makes her feel at ease. Goose Cece nods happily, feeling relieved that she no longer worries about lacking knowledge. I am responsible for necessary diplomacy and coordinating cooperation among departments. Goose Cece, you need to take action. Identify items, find treasures, locate people or objects, report others, and handle all miscellaneous tasks. You can come to me for any of these. Old Mr. Chun is especially proud. As the supervisor, he feels happy. Okay, Goose Cece agrees with a smile. Chun Yu is her assistant. Chun Mo is Old Mr. Chen's assistant, and the two directors of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau are in charge of her safety after her crossing. They prepare weapons, supernatural tools, and solutions for difficult supernatural events. Comrade Gu, we also want to ask if, when you cross to other worlds, you can bring others with you. If you can, we will start selecting and training suitable bodyguards immediately to ensure your safety in the different worlds. Also, can you know in advance which world you will visit each time? That would help us prepare better. Yangshi takes notes in a notebook as Goose Cece honestly explains. On my first trip, I can go alone. But from the second world onward, I can bring one person. On the third trip, I can bring two. Each time, I can bring one more person. But don't worry about my safety. My system says there's a protective mechanism to defend me. Everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief. Such a big problem. With so much effort invested, if she couldn't return from her first trip, it would be a real disaster. Before crossing, I can learn about the next world I'll visit. After 5 exchanges, the mode of bringing the supermarket along will be activated. The next world to be exchanged is the primitive world, which is about to begin. After she finishes, everyone quickly starts sending messages to arrange related tasks. Finally, Chu Ongwa summarizes, "All right, I hope everyone follows the plan and works hard. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now." After he leaves, everyone also says goodbye and departs one by one. Goose Cece quickly heads outside. As she steps out, she realizes she's not in an official grand hall, but in a very luxurious house. At this moment, she was standing in the living room of a large, luxurious house. There was a sofa, a crystal chandelier, a trendy coffee table, and several special police officers guarding the entrance. Does the government really have a place like this? Goose Cece, why are you running so fast? I'm your assistant now. Chu Feng said I need to stay close to you. Quickly find a room for me. Chun Yu ran out holding his small notebook and was wearing glasses, looking very much like an assistant. Goose Cece looked at him with disdain. Fine, I'll arrange one for you when I get home. She took out her phone to call her parents. They weren't at the meeting earlier, and now they're not here either. Suddenly, Chun Yu burst out laughing. Goose Cece, little boss, you probably don't know, right? Your home, isn't it right here? Where? Goose Cece pointed at the magnificent house in front of her. The ceiling in the living room must be at least 10 meters high, and the crystal chandelier probably stretches 3 meters. Are you saying I'm standing here now? Chun Yu nodded confidently.
Yes.
Amazing. Her mom said they chose a house with a garden on the first floor, but this is... Chu Feng had just finished seeing Chu Ongwa and returned. Hearing Goose Cece's words, he quickly explained. Comrade Gu, the house over there is part of the official process, a normal compensation for your family. But for your safety and to make meetings easier, this villa is a gift from the government. You can use it without worry. After saying that, he took out a bright red property deed and handed it over. Gu uncle and aunt should be in the room tidying up, so they haven't appeared. The house is quite large. You don't need to worry. The other professors are staying in the neighboring villa, which is standard treatment of a red property deed. Goose Cece couldn't help but laugh. She grinned and waved her hand at Chun Yu. Go ahead, pick your favorite room. Just choose any. The boss is now a wealthy person, hee hee. All right, I'll go right now. Chun Yu happily agreed and joined in the fun. Gu Cece first stepped out of the villa's gate to get a better look at the whole place. Chu Feng was walking on her right and started explaining again. The villa is surrounded by visible and hidden special police guards to protect everyone's safety. I will stay nearby too. Here's an alarm device. Take it with you, and if you're in danger, just press it. Chu Feng handed over a necklace. The necklace has 8 planets orbiting a red sun, with a small blueberry-sized button on the back of the sun. It looks like a good item. Gu Cece examined it briefly before putting it on her neck. Chen Yu also looked at Chu Feng with anticipation. Chu Feng then handed him a walkie-talkie, saying, "Just use this." Holding the walkie-talkie, he looked like a security guard. Gu Cece couldn't help but laugh. Chu Feng really knows how to fool people. Before the villa, there is a 120-square-meter garden at the entrance. The second-floor master bedroom and the third-floor master bedroom each have a balcony, which can be considered a small garden. On the roof, there is a sunroom. The first underground floor has a 10 by 10 swimming pool, and the second underground floor has a media room and a chess room. Chu Feng introduced everything one by one. He led Gu Cece to tour the villa, and by the end, all her tiredness was gone. She was full of energy. The whole villa isn't very big, about 1,000 square meters. After walking around, the family finally gathered in the sunroom on the roof. The sunroom was still empty. Gu Cece didn't mind. When she collects rare plants and herbs from her travels across 3,000 worlds and plants them here, it won't be an ordinary sunroom anymore. Then anyone who visits will have to pay an entrance fee, haha. The family stood on the roof, feeling happy but also sighing. Especially Gu father. Cece, I feel like I'm dreaming. The fortune teller once said I'd be rich in old age. I didn't believe it at first. I was almost dead, and not very rich. But I never expected luck to come all at once. Isn't that true? Thanks to Cece and her system. It's really a good system. Gu mother kept nodding. Unlike other systems in novels, which threaten lives if tasks aren't completed. Humph. The system snorted proudly. Gu Cece also smiled. Yes, yes, yes. There's no better system than this. If it were human, I'd definitely marry it. Maybe in this life, next life, or even the one after that. Every life as a rich person, haha. Love-struck brain. The system responded, its tone seemingly a bit happy, not just teasing or commenting. She wondered if she was hallucinating from exhaustion. You just smiled? Gu Cece tentatively asked. The system probably doesn't have emotions, right? Isn't artificial intelligence supposed to evolve? But she didn't get an answer. Looks like she's playing dead again. By the way, Cece, your dad's illness hasn't improved. I also need to take care of him. Chu Feng said that the higher-ups arranged for me and your dad to stay in the villa from Monday to Friday, then come back on weekends. Our story to others is that you went away for work. That's fine. Mom, you should just rest well now that you're retired. Dad should also focus on recovering. Chen Yu is a bit arrogant, but he's a good person. And Zhao Jing and Jiang Shi are here with me, so I have enough company. Gu Cece nodded. She felt more at ease with this plan. Come on, let's go back and rest. You need to get up early tomorrow, her mother urged. She then went to help Gu Cece tidy up her room. Gu Cece enjoyed her mother's chatter. After washing up, she lay down on the big bed that was 2 meters wide. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. At 3:50 a.m., Zhao Jing came to wake her up and also relayed Chu Feng's message. Little boss, Chu Feng said that before 10 a.m. this morning, everyone in the area will evacuate. The supermarket and nearby areas have already been cleared and sealed off. The area will start renovation at 2 p.m. We will leave at 4:10 p.m., finish the transaction, and then come back for breakfast. The schedule is tight. Gu Cece used her high school speed to wash up quickly, finishing in 15 minutes. She then went downstairs, where Su Yi, Chen Yu, Chu Feng, and others were already ready to go. It was early, so the roads were clear with no traffic. When Gu Cece arrived at the Fortune supermarket at 4:35 a.m., she was amazed. The construction was impressive. She had only seen such scenes on the news before, but seeing it in person was even more shocking. Her supermarket had already been framed for renovation, and the yard was transformed. It was originally less than 30 square meters, but now it had expanded across a whole street around it. The back door hadn't changed, probably because they weren't sure if they could move it. The entire yard had grown sideways, with huge carts on both sides, piled high with supplies. There were also 4 dump trucks, each capable of carrying 38 tons, about 76,000 jin, assuming 100 jin per stone, or 760 stones. Altogether, these 4 trucks could carry around 300,000 jin. Looking at the trucks, Gu Sisi asked, "Are you guys planning to teach Shin Qingyan how to drive?" "He's from ancient times, after all," Chu Feng nodded. "Yes, I was just about to mention that. Let's try it. It'll be much faster." Gu Sisi raised her thumb. The back door fog lifted, and Shin Qingyan appeared. His blue clothes had tears in them. He looked at the changed courtyard and paused for a moment. Gu Sisi didn't hide anymore. She stepped forward and said, "Shin Qingyan, our country found out about your deal with us. They feel sorry for what you're going through, so they prepared these things and improved my shop." Shin Qingyan was surprised. He looked at Chu Feng. The man was handsome and had a strong military vibe. He probably was a little leader from the military camp of this country. Since he appeared here, he was likely in charge of this matter. Shin Qingyan bowed to him and said, "Helping in times of need is rare. Thank you for your country's help. If you need anything, I will do my best. Don't mention it, Lord Shen. We're doing this for Gu Sisi. Just keep your normal trade going," Chu Feng said calmly, standing behind Gu Sisi to show his attitude and status. It was already said above that Gu Sisi had a system. The country provided supplies for free, gave rewards, and built her a house to keep her safe. Using her system, she traveled through many worlds and got big chances for the country's growth. She was a treasure of the country, the main person they all served. They had to keep their promises all the time. Shin Qingyan understood and looked at Gu Sisi with gratitude. He took out a wooden sculpture and said, "Miss Gu, our people want to thank you. They've made a statue of you and pray for you every day." This small wooden sculpture is a mini version of the statue. I thought I'd bring it as a keepsake.
Please accept it.
Wow, Gu Sisi quickly took it. She looked at it while explaining. "All the supplies are packed. You can just take them away. There's one more thing I want to tell you. There's a surprise." "Okay," Shin Qingyan said immediately. All the supplies in the yard were packed on many carts. He just needed to carry them back and forth at the gates of the 2 worlds. 80,000 pounds of supplies, 15 trips, half an hour, done. With an hour and a half left, he came back panting. Gu Sisi pointed to a dump truck and said, "Look, that's our world's cargo truck, called a truck. A truck can carry 760 stones, and it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to drive there. Including unloading, it's about 7 or 8 minutes per trip. In just a quarter of an hour, you could transport around 1,500 stones of grain. Would you like to learn how to drive such a truck?" After Gu Sisi explained, Shin Qingyan visibly became excited. He quickly lifted his robe and hurried toward the truck. Seeing it was indeed filled with grain, he immediately ran back and said, "Please, everyone, kindly teach me." Even if he couldn't learn today, he could learn tomorrow. Once he learned, with just 1 hour each morning, he could make about 10 round trips, transporting roughly 8,000 stones of grain daily. All the disaster victims in Shillong County only need 2,000 stones a month, about 20,000 jin every 3 days. In one day, he could gather enough for 4 months' worth of needs for Shillong County, while sending the rest to other affected regions. The hope of solving the disaster was within reach. He had to learn this skill. Some officials in the court started spreading rumors and stirring trouble. Since yesterday, rumors spread that his mentor had gained the trust of the people and was considered a future emperor. The emperor was beginning to doubt and fear him and his teacher. His teacher hurried back overnight, likely in serious danger. If anything happened to his teacher, he would be finished. Before that, he had to ensure the disaster was resolved and that the people found hope again. This was his chance to repay this extraordinary opportunity. As for the personal feelings in his heart, since there was no future or promise, he could only send his blessings. He glanced again at the wooden doll carved by Gu Cece, then shifted his gaze to Chu Feng. Chu Feng stepped forward, waved his hand, and a special police officer got on the truck to demonstrate. All right, Lord Shen, first watch the demonstration, then I'll teach you. Lord Shen, look, the front part of the truck is called the cab. The two mirror-like structures on the sides are called rear-view mirrors. While explaining, he demonstrated the main functions: moving forward, reversing, unloading, accelerating, decelerating, braking, turning on and off the lights, and honking the horn. Shin Qingyan was deeply shocked, his eyes already showing infatuation. What kind of world was this, to have such a magical vehicle? He didn't have time to think carefully. Time was tight. After the demonstration, he followed Chu Feng to the driver's seat and began to learn directly.
Gu Cece, huh?
He just got into the driver's seat and started practicing immediately. Chu Feng was brave, and Shin Qingyan was also quite bold. Gu Cece had a fear of large objects and was a beginner driver with Shin Qingyan, so she immediately hid in the supermarket. Zhao Jing and Su Yi kept looking at the wooden doll in her hand. Young boss, this doll really looks like you. Even though it's dressed in ancient clothes, the hairstyle, facial features, and expression are almost identical to yours. This is the first time I've seen a wooden carving that matches a real face so closely. Sui sighed, and Zhao Jing smiled even more. Master Shin really put in a lot of effort. Most importantly, he also put in a lot of sincerity. They've only met a few times, but he remembered Gu Cece so deeply. Gu Cece looked carefully and realized it was truly a masterful craft. She decided to keep it well. She put the doll into her pocket, looked at her hungry stomach, and searched the fresh food section of the supermarket. Then she took an apple and started eating. You too can eat freely. I'll treat you. Zhao Jing and Su Yi naturally didn't refuse. While eating, Gu Cece also packed several bags of various fruits and vegetables for Shin Qingyan. She hadn't prepared breakfast for him today, so this was like his breakfast. Half an hour later, Zhao Jing, who went to check the situation in the yard, suddenly exclaimed. Gu Cece hurried over to see, and they both marveled. Has he really learned that quickly? Gu Cece was jealous and envious. An ancient person learned to operate a truck in half an hour. What about her? She hadn't even gotten her driver's license after half a year of learning. I used to learn for only that long too, but he's from ancient times. He's quite talented, Su Yi said with emotion. You said he's a top scholar and has some knowledge of the 6 arts of a gentleman. He's naturally smart. He's not only clever but also physically capable. Thinking about it, there's nothing surprising about that. He was already a top student from ancient times. Gu Cece nodded, seeming to agree. There were 50 minutes left. Shin Qingyan got out of the car and ran into the fog. Chu Feng came back and explained. Master Shin said he's going back to tidy up his study and make some preparations. Everyone understood. The connection point between the two worlds was inside, so it was indeed difficult for the truck to pass through. They probably needed to clear out the entire study room. They waited another half hour. Shin Qingyan finally returned, looking exhausted and dirty, but he was unaware of it. Everyone walked over and he explained, my study has a high ceiling about the height of 2 trucks stacked after loading. Also, earlier, I cleared out a lot of things to make space for transporting supplies, so now everything is ready. Thank you all for your help. Stop talking and go drive the car, Gu Cece said, feeling worried for him. Such a good official serving the people. It's truly touching. Shin Qingyan nodded politely and got into the truck that Chu Feng had driven to the back door. Under everyone's worried gazes, he started the engine, awkwardly turned the truck, and then reversed it into the fog. System, is this okay? Will something go wrong? No problem. No matter how he drives, he will always accurately enter his world. No need to worry. Gu Cece sighed in relief. Meanwhile, at the Shilin County Government Office, in Shin Qingyan's study, the study was now empty. All the guards were gathered at the door, watching inside with confused whispers. Master suddenly told us to clear out the room and said a miracle would happen soon. Is that true? Did he learn magic in another world? Stop talking nonsense. You guys stop staring and guard the door. You'll take over again tomorrow. The master works hard for the country and the people. The court is still. We can't let him worry. Let's go, let's go. Wow, look. What's that? Suddenly, in the large study, a tall, red, metal-like object appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a giant cart's back, but it was taller, sturdier, and more frightening. It was called a vehicle, but it didn't look like one. It made loud rumbling sounds, and the house seemed to shake with it. It even seemed to breathe, exhaling foul air. It looked like a monster. Moreover, the monster's body kept growing longer. Finally, its head opened a door, and Shundaran actually jumped out from inside. Is that a monster? What kind of beast is this? Master, are you okay? Master, what is this thing? Everyone was scared to approach, but Shin Qingyan commanded, don't come closer yet. When I finish pouring out the contents, you all quickly move out. I need to do it a second time, so move fast. After speaking, Shun Qingyan got back into the truck and showed everyone how to pour out the contents. Everyone saw that the back of the vehicle, which looked like a bullock cart, could automatically lift up to unload goods. They were all so scared that their eyes widened and their mouths opened in surprise. Until the steward kicked it, everyone hesitated and then moved forward weakly to unload the cargo. Meanwhile, Shin Qingyan slowly lowered the dump truck back to the modern world. When Gu Cece and the others saw him appear again in the car, they all clapped spontaneously. After 2 trips back and forth, only 3 minutes remained. Shin Qingyan finally relaxed. Gu Cece handed him the prepared items and pushed him into the fog. Shin Qingyan smiled at her, then suddenly hurried into the fog. In the last minute, he reappeared in front of Gu Cece, reaching out to place 2 large bags and 2 big baskets of items in front of her. Miss, if you have free time tomorrow, I would like some drought-resistant crop seeds. Sorry to trouble you. Also, here are the new prescriptions and medicines for your father. Goodbye, Miss Gu. Shin Qingyan's eyes were clear, like a sky full of stars. He seemed to have many things to say, but as a reserved person, he simply bowed slightly to say goodbye, expressing his feelings without words. Gu Cece didn't notice anything and happily took the medicines and prescriptions, looking down to check them. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she looked up and the fog had completely cleared. Shin Qingyan was gone. Chu Feng came over. Gu Cece handed him the 2 big baskets. You guys go check and sort these. Do they need to be examined again? Chu Feng nodded. Yes, better to check. After saving the data, we'll send them to Uncle and Aunt. As for the others, let the other professors review them. I'll go inform them. Gu Cece hummed in response. She then glanced at the contents in the baskets. Chu Feng waved his hand, and 2 special police officers came to classify and take the items away. As soon as the items were taken, fog rose again outside the back door of the yard. This time, it turned a greenish color, looking a bit frightening. Gu Cece, today you completed the 6th transaction in the first world, meeting the requirements to open a new world. The transaction time is from 6:40 to 7:40 Earth time in the primitive world. Gu Cece nodded silently, then reminded others, the second world has opened. It's the primitive world. Everyone doesn't know what the primitive world looks like, but they know that early humans haven't fully evolved. It might be violent, wild, and more dangerous. So Chu Feng blew a whistle and made hand signals. The police officers on site immediately prepared for action, forming defensive formations and readying their firearms. Zhao Jing, Su Yi, and Chu Feng stayed close to her to protect her. The second trading dimension information is being retrieved. The retrieval is complete. This world is a parallel primitive world from the era of tribes and stone tools. Automatic translation and safety defense mechanisms are activated for the host. By the way, will people from other worlds bring their viruses when they come here? Will I catch their viruses when I travel back and forth? Gu Cece suddenly remembered this, but she was sure it shouldn't be a problem. After all, Shin Qingyan has come and gone many times in this dimension, and nothing unusual has happened. The fog has various virus cleansing effects. Please rest assured. I see, Gu Cece understood. She then looked at the fog. This thing is so powerful. Can't we collect it to cure all poisons? The system's items cannot be taken away. The system reminded helplessly. Goose Cece explained all the information to Chu Feng. Chu Feng recorded and transmitted it to other teammates and superiors. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on the greenish fog, full of doubt. Why are the people in this world walking so slowly? Shen Qingyan always comes out in just a few seconds. A minute passed, and only then did everyone hear footsteps and faint human shadows. They saw a tall figure moving the fog aside, walking with pauses toward the yard. Soon, the figure appeared in front of everyone. Goose Cece and Zhao Jing exclaimed, and everyone looked up. As the team leader, Chu Feng was already 192 centimeters tall. The others were all over 185 centimeters. But at this moment, the people from this primitive world were taller than them by more than a head. Goose Cece looked at her own height of 162 centimeters. A little dwarf. The wild man wore a tigerskin skirt, with long hair on his legs, and was naked from the waist up. His hair was unwashed for a long time, so it was styled and didn't easily float in the wind. He had a big face, big eyes, and a mouth hidden behind a beard. His lips were pressed tightly, eyes alert, and he was holding a stone-made weapon that was gradually aimed at everyone. "What is this place? Ugly little female," the wild man shouted loudly, and the others were confused, but Goose Cece understood him. He started insulting her right away. That was very rude. Goose Cece calling herself ugly? What a load of nonsense. "Hello, ugly male. This is a shop in the fairy world. I am a divine being, she. I can bring food, weapons, and fire to your tribe, anything you can think of, if you trade me your treasures." Goose Cece thought that the most needed items in the primitive world were these, so using them as bargaining chips was a good idea. She also couldn't explain why her world was different from theirs. To make trading easier and to show strength, pretending to be a divine being was the best choice. But when she spoke, everyone else was confused again. She explained softly, and Chu Feng nodded but remained suspicious. What Goose Cece said sounded like a kind of secret language. Could the wild man really understand their tribe's language? In the next second, the wild man's eyes widened. "Fire? You have fire? I don't believe it. How could a great divine being be so small? Even a tiger's claw could catch you. You're a liar sent by another tribe." The wild man suddenly got angry, suspicious, and waved his weapon, a thick wooden stick with a sharp stone tied to the top. Everyone stayed still, just staring at each other. "I can create an everlasting fire," Goose Cece said calmly. "Ignorant, ugly male, wait and see." She went into the supermarket and took out a candle, a lighter, some apples, and bananas. She placed the items on a stone table, lit the candle with the lighter in front of the wild man, and then held the flame close to him. "Ignorant male, look. This is fire. I have countless fires. Do you believe me now?" The tall wild man's eyes filled with excitement. Suddenly, he knelt and bowed. "Great divine being, she, please grant our tribe an eternal fire. We are willing to exchange our lives." Goose Cece was a little surprised but didn't show it. She kept her calm and looked at him. "Tree, you must tell me which tribe you come from and why you need an everlasting fire. The divine doesn't want your life. We only want to trade. For example, your dress, your necklace, your stick. Anything useful." The tree looked up and put down his weapon. "Stream, God, I come from the Red Sand tribe. Our land is all red soil, so we are called the Red Sand tribe. Last month, the sky god was angry and sent down a lot of rain, flooding our village. Many elders froze or drowned. We climbed to the mountain, but we still couldn't find fire." He explained in broken sentences, and Goose Cece understood that the red land he mentioned was probably the red soil, which is poor and usually found in hot, rainy places. It was exactly as he described. "God, I need an eternal, unquenchable fire to drive away wild animals and save my people. Please grant the Red Sand tribe an everlasting flame." The tree bowed again. Many people in the tribe had already died. He had come here to find shelter from the cold in a cave, but suddenly ended up here. Since he could control fire easily, he must be a sky god. This is the home of the sky god. The tree believed this completely and looked even more respectful. He remembered what Goose Cece had said about exchanging, so he quickly started to take off his tiger skin skirt, removed the beast tooth necklace from his neck, and handed over his weapon. Then he bowed again. Please, God, exchange with me. The moment he took off his tiger skin skirt, Goose Cece almost couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately covered his eyes, and Chu Feng quickly took off his coat and threw it to the tree. Su Yi also took off his coat, but not as fast. He started demonstrating how to tie it around the waist. The tree was very smart. As soon as he saw Goose Cece's actions, he understood immediately. The sky god wouldn't like to see his body. But his body was really strong. He was the strongest warrior in the tribe. So he quickly copied Su Yi's way, wrapping his lower body. However, because his clothes weren't big enough, he could only cover the front. Goose Cece went back to the supermarket to get a giant lighter. It lasts longer and is better suited for such a huge tree, which could break smaller lighters with just a few presses. The super large lighter was the best choice. An eternal fire can only exist in the sky god's world, but I can give you a flame that lasts a very long time. Tree, do you understand how to use the flame? Goose Cece approached him and showed him how to use the lighter. The tree happily took it, pressed it, and a small flame appeared. He let out a loud cheer and danced excitedly. Goose Cece handed him an apple and a banana, both safe to eat. These are wild fruits. Eat them to fill your stomach. I give them to you. If you go back to your tribe and tell everyone that you can help me exchange things, I can give you more food and fire. The tree took the red apple first, bit into it, and found it sweet and not sour. Zhao Jing peeled the banana, and his eyes lit up. Such soft and sweet food. If the elders in the tribe who have no teeth could eat it, they wouldn't go hungry, right? He immediately knelt again. I am willing, God of the Sky, Cece. But how can I go back to my tribe? Goose Cece sighed in relief. Luckily, this person was easy to fool. She pretended to be mysterious, pointed toward the fog, and said, Walk into the fog, and you will find your way back to your tribe. Go now, and don't forget the god's instructions. The tree stood up, holding a candle, a lighter, and the unfinished bananas and apples, then left. It was only 7:15 now. After he left, the fog didn't clear up until 7:40. Everyone finally relaxed their guard. Goose Cece also shook her head, feeling tired of pretending to be a fortune teller. She looked at the tiger fur in Chu Feng's hand and reached out to touch it. She had never felt tiger fur before. It was rough but interesting. All items needed to be checked and sorted first. Professor Wang arrived with the items and left with them. Goose Cece followed to the neighboring building next to the supermarket, which had become a temporary screening office. Other professors were there too. Breakfast was laid out on a big table in the dining hall. Goose Cece took a soy milk and a fried dough stick, eating while watching nearby. Among the 2 baskets of items sent by Xin Qingyan, there were jewelry, charms, handkerchiefs, and some bottles and jars. This time, they looked more like ritual items rather than vases or decorations. In the end, the items with research value, those bottles, jars, and patterned ornaments, were taken away. 10 samples of golden sunflower seeds and sunflower nuts were also taken, leaving the rest to her. They weighed over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Goose Cece carried everything in her hands. The bones, leather skirts, and weapons given by the natives were all taken for further testing. After breakfast, she felt accomplished. Goose Cece hummed a song as she prepared to return to the villa. She noticed she had already reached the 2nd trading dimension, but she still hadn't finished learning her military boxing, let alone self-defense skills. She needed to spend the daytime practicing. Plus, she had just moved into a new house and needed to buy many things. Her time was running out. As she was about to leave, her phone vibrated. Chun Yu, standing nearby, was holding his phone and smiling foolishly. Little boss, I guess your auction item has been sold and the money has been transferred. Goose Cece checked her phone and saw the confirmation message. There was also a detailed bill from Chen Mo showing the auction price, fees, taxes, and final earnings. Usually, auctions take a commission of 10% to 20%, but with Chen Mo's discount, she only paid 5%. Her pastel-colored pearls sold for 5.2 million beautiful coins and the white pearls for 4.2 million, totaling 9.4 million beautiful coins, which equals about 65.8 million yuan, using an exchange rate of 7. The auction house's commission was 3.29 million, and expenses like storage, handling, bidding documents, advertising, appraisal, and insurance cost around 4 million. After paying 20% personal income tax, she received 49.44 million yuan. Adding the money from previous sales, her total in the bank was over 150 million yuan. Gu Cece counted the zeros on her card and shook her head, sighing. She still had over 2 gene of golden sunflower seeds. Maybe she should keep them as collectibles since she didn't need to exchange money now. Her savings were already overflowing. What's wrong? Why aren't you happy? 5 million in one go. Even I, a second-generation rich kid, would be excited, Chenyu said, puzzled. The others looked at her with concern. Gu Cece shook her head again. It's nothing. I used to like this money a lot, but now that my account is full, I feel it's just ordinary. Being a billionaire is really that simple. She looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and, imitating a famous person, continued, money is just a string of boring numbers. It's meaningless. They suddenly wondered why Gu Cece seemed so indifferent about her wealth. Chenyu gave her a thumbs up. Boss, you're amazing, you're powerful. And as for me, my commission, hee. Gu Cece quickly calculated and immediately transferred a round number of 500,000 yuan as her commission. Xiao Yuzi, follow Sister Shi and eat 9 meals a day. Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you, boss. How about we go out for a nice dinner tonight? It's on you, Chenyu suggested, and Gu Cece thought it made sense. Okay, you're a rich second-generation kid, good at eating, drinking, and having fun. You pick the place. After work tonight, we'll go. Gu Cece happily agreed. Now that she had money, she should let her parents and herself enjoy life. Got it. I'll go arrange it right away. Chenyu took out his phone to contact someone, and everyone got back into the car. Back at the villa, Gu Cece immediately started practicing. She only came out after she was exhausted. When she changed clothes and went downstairs, her parents had already put on very formal outfits. All new. Cece, we heard from Xiao Yu that there's a big dinner night. Does this outfit look okay? Do you think it's nice? Your dad's taste isn't very good, but I don't believe him. What do you think? Gu's mother was very happy, her face full of happiness. Gu's father rolled his eyes. His taste was actually quite good. Gu Cece carefully observed and nodded. Mom, this outfit is really nice, simple, elegant, and comfortable. She felt warm inside. It was really good to have a family like this. Jiang Shi, Chen Kaishan, Chu Feng, Zhao Jing, Su Yi, and their family of 3 set off. Because Gu's father was ill, Chenyu chose a famous herbal cuisine private restaurant. The average cost was about 10,000 yuan per person. Many wealthy people chose to subscribe monthly and have meals delivered to their homes. When they arrived at the restaurant, its elegant and antique decor immediately showed how expensive it was. Chenyu led the way. Uncle, Auntie, this is the place. Second Gu, what are you doing here? Is Cece getting married? Coming to discuss marriage, a deep male voice interrupted, sounding like a joke. Everyone turned around, seeing him with a contemptuous look, carrying suspicion and hostility. His gaze finally landed on Chu Feng, Chenyu, and Su Yi. It seemed he was judging who among them was the person Gu Cece was supposed to marry. Since this place was so expensive and they were so poor, he wouldn't spend so much money on a meal unless it was a big deal. But Gu's family didn't usually have the chance to come here, so he understood. Cece is impressive, huh? She's dating a rich second-generation kid, he smiled. The girl behind him, Gu Cece's cousin Zhang Yuan, also smiled but said nothing, seeming dismissive and proud. Gu Cece knew that her cousin had always been the perfect child, with better grades and a family worth millions. She carried a natural sense of superiority. When talking to these relatives, her cousin often made sarcastic remarks that disregarded others' feelings. Because her aunt married into a wealthy family, her mother always avoided interactions to protect her own pride. As a result, Gu Cece and her cousin kept their distance since childhood. Now, they hadn't spoken to her aunt's family for a long time and had cut ties. Gu Cece no longer wanted to tolerate it. Sometimes, money can solve many problems. Money is also a person's confidence. President Zhang, you're mistaken. I've just become a wealthy young person. We'll be here often in the future. Just don't get so upset you can't eat. Ha ha ha, wealthy young person, Yuan, listen to this. Your cousin used to do poorly in school. Now she's in society and trying to act important. Cece, you shouldn't behave like that. You two also don't take care of your children and you don't even call your uncle anymore, Zhang Zhongquan advised with a sarcastic tone. She just graduated from a second-tier university. A girl. How could she be a wealthy young person? Gu's father and mother looked angry, especially her mother. After battling cancer twice, she had become more resigned. She believed her sister's treatment of her was her own choice, spoiled and deserving of hardship. She shouldn't follow her sister's foolishness anymore. It would have been fine if they hadn't met today, but now that they had, her mother's eyes flashed with hostility. My child is doing very well. Do you need to interfere? You. Zhang Zhongquan looked confused. Had they really become rich? Now they dared to argue back. Dad, everyone's waiting upstairs. Let's go, Zhang Yuan said, pulling Zhang Zhongquan and showing no respect for the Gu family. Zhang Zhongquan smiled. All right, we'll go first. Who knows if we'll see our wealthy young person again later. He walked away sarcastically, not caring about breaking ties with his wife's closest sister. Zhang Yuan didn't even glance at them and went straight into the elevator to go upstairs. Several relatives passing by also chose to ignore their family and quickly left for the upper floors. Their snobbish attitude was truly unpleasant. Chunyu couldn't hold back anymore. These people are so shallow. Little boss, let's go eat nearby and ruin their place. How dare they look down on our little boss? Today, I'll pay for everything just to get back at them. As he spoke, he waved to the manager of the main hall. Find out which table they're at and seat us as close as possible. Second young Master Chen, they're sitting in the semi-private room in the main hall. It's not even a proper private room. Are you sure you want to lower your status? Maybe you should use the room the old master usually uses? The manager hesitated, then looked at Gu Cece with understanding. But before he could say more, Chinyu laughed. Haha, the main hall. Acting so proud. I thought they were so impressive. He was speechless. Then we'll take the semi-open room. Miss Gu, she is my little boss and my father's friend. We must show respect, right, little boss? Chinyu acted like a loyal follower. Gu Cece hesitated, wondering whether to enjoy the meal or get revenge. But then she thought, why not do both? After all, paying is easy. After Chinyu finished explaining, the manager's face changed. Being so young and already considered a friend of old Master Chen and the boss of second young Master Chen. I see you're important guests. We won't assign other tables nearby. We will make sure you enjoy the same treatment as in a private room. Please follow me. The group went upstairs to the second floor hall. The manager led the way, arranging everything. Several handsome men and beautiful women, all waiters, came to greet them. 18 in total, giving them full respect. Each person was assigned a waiter for one-on-one service, while the rest handled serving food and drinks. Zhang Zhongquan and Zhang Yuan looked back, wondering which famous wealthy family was receiving such treatment. They saw Gu Cece's family being surrounded and served. She frowned. Could they really come upstairs to eat? Other relatives at the table also looked confused. The Gu family was just running a small supermarket. How could they afford a private chef that cost as much as a few years' profit? Seeing Zhang Yuan and Zhang Zongquan's unhappy expressions, they quickly started to belittle the Gu family. I know that second young Master Chen from their family. He's the son of the president of the Antique Association, Chen Laojia's son. Probably invited by him. The Gu family is just lucky to get some benefits. They're not on our level, not like our Zhang family. Oh, I see. I thought they were just pretending to be important. Later, don't ask us to settle the bill. Everyone knows Mr. Zhang is generous and is also a relative of the Gu family. Every family has some poor relatives. There are plenty of people trying to get by, haha. They all laughed, but their eyes kept drifting toward Gu Sisi. Although it was a semi-open private room, the carved screens were large, and since the tables were close, even the lowest decorations were in sight, so everyone could see. Gu Sisi wanted her father to sit at the main seat, but he gently pushed her down and said, "You've grown up now, and today you're the host. Whoever invites guests should sit at the main seat. You sit there." Gu Sisi didn't dare argue, so in the end, her mother sat at the main seat, while her father sat on the other side. Chun Yu sat opposite her, and Shu Feng sat beside her, making it easier to protect her. Their seating arrangement made Zhang Zhongquan smile. No wonder the Gu family has only been able to run a supermarket all these years without making much money. They even dared to let second young Master Chen sit so close, and he looked at her without any affection. TSK, TSK. Gu Sisi noticed his gaze and glared back. The manager personally came over and handed her the menu, explaining, "Our chef is a descendant of royal chefs, and the ingredients for the medicinal dishes are made from suitable herbal residues used as fertilizer, then raised until fresh and green. The herbs used in the dishes are all wild and guaranteed to be natural. We also have different service levels. The table next door offers a standard medicinal dish, which anyone can order. We also have specially prepared medicinal meal sets." After the explanation, Gu Sisi looked at the prices. They weren't as expensive as rumored. The table with Zhang Zongquan's group averaged just over 4,000 per person, while the highest-end set, prepared by a dedicated chef, was 12,000 per person, with 8 dishes per person. Since her father was in poor health, he needed a dedicated chef, while others could just order the standard set. Gu Sisi chose her meal, and then a traditional Chinese medicine doctor came to check her father's pulse and record it. Finally, they settled on a special menu for her father and a selection of suitable dishes for the table. Gu Sisi looked at the recommended menu and chose everything. Since they were here, trying all the dishes wouldn't hurt. Tonight, there are 48 dishes in total, plus a 10% service charge, totaling only 188,000 yuan. Gu Sisi quickly took out her bank card, moving so swiftly that even the person next to her looked over. Zhang Zhongquan. Does she really have money? It turns out she paid the bill herself. I thought she just ordered a few bowls of soup. Gu Sisi swiped her card, and soon the dishes arrived. The food was delicate, filled with a medicinal aroma, but it didn't taste like traditional medicine. Instead, each dish had its own delicious flavor, which was quite surprising. It's true that wealthy people's lives are really wonderful and beyond imagination. After finishing the meal, Gu Sisi looked happily at her parents. When she turned around, the manager quickly approached her. "Do you need anything? This medicinal diet is quite good. I want to subscribe for my parents, send lunch and dinner every day. Calculate how much it will cost, and have someone check my mom's pulse." Before she finished speaking, her mother suddenly interrupted, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. "I don't need to check my pulse. Just customize it for your dad," her mother said. Gu Sisi. Everyone else looked over. Gu's mother has always been fashionable and open-minded. Normally, she wouldn't refuse such a thing. It's quite expensive. Even if we have money, we should save a bit. "I don't need to eat such good food every day," her mother quickly explained. She couldn't have her pulse checked now. Old Gu's illness had just shown some hope, but it wasn't confirmed that it could be cured. She was still worried. If anything, she'd wait until they were sure the illness could be treated before deciding. "Mom, just for 1 month first. If you get tired, we can change it," Gu Sisi suggested. Her mother still shook her head. Shu Feng noticed something and advised, "Gu Sisi, if Anne doesn't want to eat it, just send her money. She can buy whatever she wants." "That's true." Gu Sisi nodded and immediately handed her mother her bank card, which previously had 1.2 million deposited. "Mom, here's some living expenses," she said. Her mother took the card, and Gu Sisi used her card to subscribe for a 2-month meal plan for her father, costing a total of 560,000 yuan. After paying, everyone gathered and enthusiastically headed downstairs. Gu Sisi felt a burning sensation on her back. Without looking, she knew who was jealous. HMPF. Zhang Zhongquan couldn't stand it anymore. There were only 9 people, yet they ordered so many dishes. Almost as many as their 16 people. His face was completely embarrassed. They watched as they went downstairs. He waved to the waiter in charge. Come here. Miss Gu is my niece. Has she paid the bill? How much did she spend? I'll settle it for her. The waiter? It's not the first time here. Doesn't she know she should pay first before eating? Despite this, she answered, combining gossip from the lobby earlier. Miss Gu spent a total of 748,000 yuan. She has already paid. If you insist on paying for her, we can refund her, Zhang Zhongquan. Never mind, next time then, he joked to cover it up. Over 700,000 yuan, Gu Cici is quite good at spending. That's a lot. If you need anything, just call us, said the waiter, turning to leave with a roll of her eyes. So fake. 748,000 yuan, a relative was shocked. That much money could buy a house in a small town, or pay the down payment on a nice house in a second-tier city. She just swiped it all, and it was only for one meal? Are small supermarkets making that much money now? No way. Old Gu's family must have suddenly hit the jackpot. We're all relatives. Maybe we should visit his house to see what kind of business makes money so fast. Could be some shady business. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's go visit. If there's a good business, we should share the wealth. We're all relatives, better than outsiders getting rich off our resources. Seeing others interested, Zhang Zhongquan didn't stop them. He stood up and said, Let's go. We might as well catch up. They immediately went downstairs, following Gu Cici's car, less than 10 meters behind. Gu Cici was unaware of this. Chu Feng sensed something, but didn't say anything. He just drove as usual, taking Gu Cici's family back to the villa. Zhang Zhongquan and others followed behind Gu Cici's car, feeling more and more puzzled. When they reached the villa area, everyone was stunned. Old Gu's family had really made it big. They could afford such an expensive villa. Just this one house was worth more than Zhang's entire family fortune. But at the villa gate, they were stopped. Chu Feng also stopped the car and signaled Gu Cici to look back. A relative in Zhang's car shouted at the security guard, We are with the 2 cars ahead. Let us in. Do you know Miss Gu? What's your relationship? At the entrance, a police officer disguised as a security guard sternly questioned. Did Gu Cici's family really buy a villa inside? Are you a spy? Here's a red envelope. Take it. Tell me, what kind of business is the Gu family involved in that made them so rich so quickly? I also have a red envelope. I'm just concerned about them and worried they might go down the wrong path. One by one, the red envelopes were handed over. The police officer accepted them all, then whispered into his radio. Within a minute, a team of police surrounded Zhang Zhongquan and his group's cars. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. What's going on? They just wanted to take a look inside, and gave red envelopes. Why are they now surrounded? Sir, you are suspected of stealing national secrets and bribing government officials. You are under serious suspicion. Please come with us. The group was quickly taken into custody. Everyone was shocked. Was the entire Gu family involved in secret government work? What is this? In just half a year, it seemed like the Gu family had reached heights they could never have imagined before. Zhang Zhongquan and Zhang Yuanyu and looked toward Gu Cici's car, feeling shocked, unwilling, and scared. They were quickly taken away. Gu Cici exclaimed in surprise. They actually dared to follow them. This was just asking for trouble. They brought it on themselves. However, Chu Feng had deliberately stopped earlier, so she could see. He must have already noticed something on purpose. She's cunning, and she really admires that. Ha ha. This is hilarious. Karma is real. They probably won't get out so easily. Chunyu stuck his head out of the back seat and laughed, feeling pleased. He also sent a message to Chinemo. Brother, someone is bullying your biggest client. Your client isn't in a good mood now, probably not interested in buying anything. Name Chun Mo replied simply with 2 characters. Chun Yu silently asked Gu's dad about it in a chat bubble, then sent the message to Chun Mo. Gu's parents were also smiling, and their anger was completely gone. Back at the villa, the official cook brought out the prepared medicine. Gu's dad took his medicine, Gu's mom watched over him, and Gu's Cece followed Chu Feng to the small garden behind the villa. Since the area nearby had been cleaned up, it felt almost like their own garden, not much different from their home garden. Chu Feng walked ahead of her. Since you'll be traveling to other worlds and this is your first time alone, we have prepared a training plan for your safety. Take a look at the schedule. It includes essential survival skills in the wild, combat techniques, equipment usage, and understanding. The teachers assigned to you are experienced experts. The one currently teaching you combat skills has arrived, so you can meet him now. Goose Cece followed him, listening and looking at the schedule. On the schedule, besides the daily morning trading time and free morning activities, from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m., all the time is dedicated to your training. It's almost like preparing for a big exam. Of course, as your close companions, Su Yi and Zhao Jing will also learn with you. Yang Kaishun and Jiang Shi need extra training outside before they return. Chu Feng made arrangements one by one. They then arrived at the backyard garden, where a teacher dressed in loose white clothes was waiting in a pavilion. The teacher is a woman, about 30 years old, with a strong build and sharp eyes that looked a bit intimidating. Goose Cece approached, and the teacher also observed her. She looked surprised. Miss Gu, have you practiced martial arts? Your foundation is quite good. Let's try a quick test. Come. Without introducing herself, she immediately attacked. Goose Cece quickly put the schedule back into Chu Feng's hands and thought about how to respond based on what the system's martial arts lessons had taught her. The two exchanged blows. Under the teacher's leniency, Goose Cece managed to hold her own for a while. Zhao Jing and Su Yi suddenly brightened. They realized Goose Cece had been hiding her skills. They didn't know when she learned this, but was it from the martial arts secret manual the system provided? Their eyes widened even more. Goose Cece was also surprised. The teacher's skill was impressive, at least half as good as the old man in the system, or so she guessed. That old man was mysterious and unpredictable, always teasing her like a cat. After 8 minutes, Goose Cece was panting, and the female teacher finally stopped. She was still breathing evenly and smiled. Not bad, Goose Cece. I've never seen this kind of boxing from you. Who taught you? Another teacher of mine. Chu Feng. I forgot to tell you that Brother Tongzi arranged martial arts and treasure appraisal courses for me, Goose Cece explained again. But I can also learn fighting skills. Having more skills never hurts. Anyway, I want to become stronger. And practicing with a real person feels really good. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself.
Hello, Goose Cece.
I am Feng Yu, the only disciple of the Flower Planting Country Martial Arts Association. I've also been the national fighting champion for 5 consecutive terms. Your boxing looks complete. Could you show me a demonstration? Feng Yu gestured with her hand, and Goose Cece naturally agreed. She then demonstrated her moves for everyone to see. Feng Yu watched carefully and nodded repeatedly.
I see.
Your boxing relies on strength to hurt others, which is something you need to improve. And if I'm not mistaken, the most amazing part of this boxing is that it can help the body recover to its best state, which is very good for health. Many young people are now in poor health. If this can be promoted, she is also about to run for vice president of the association, so this is a good opportunity. Chu Feng also had some ideas. The two looked at each other, then went aside to make a phone call.
Goose Cece.
Su Yi and Zhao Jing both gave thumbs up and looked at her with admiration. After a while, Chu Feng and Feng Yu returned. Comrade Gu, the leaders think your boxing has great potential for promotion. They hope you can work with the authorities to spread it widely, so everyone can get healthier. We'll start drafting a contract once you agree. Goose Cece didn't really want to refuse, but, System, Brother Tongzi, can I sell the rights to the military boxing? Anything you learn in the system belongs to you and can be used freely. The system's answer reassured Goose Cece. Of course, I agree. Then I thank you on behalf of our martial arts association. I'll do my best to get a good price for you. By the way, what's the name of this boxing? Later, I'll say it's your family's exclusive, passing down only to women. Very precious. In fact, it really is very valuable. Just call it military boxing, Goose Cece thought for a moment. There was no better name, so she decided on that. At everyone's request, she demonstrated it again. The others recorded videos from different angles, then took them back to estimate the value. Goose Cece returned to her villa. As soon as she entered the house, her phone vibrated. Your China Construction Bank account has received 1,800,000 yuan. Where did this money come from? She instinctively looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng checked the message and suddenly understood, explaining. Usually in the office next to the supermarket, a few professors do an initial appraisal of the traded items. Later, they take them back to the research institute. If some items are not suitable for research or have already been studied and need to be displayed in a museum, they will be placed there in your name, and you will receive a monthly share as your reward. Goose Cece was already overwhelmed with joy, another steady income. Please put this money on my parents' card. Can I use it as their living expenses? Goose Cece thought for a moment. What if she had problems with time travel in the future? It's better to leave a backup for them. She also planned to transfer some of her large savings to her parents when she had time. Chu Feng immediately nodded. Okay, I will arrange it right away. That evening, Goose Cece continued studying treasure appraisal in her room using the system. After finishing her military boxing training, she quickly washed up and went straight to sleep. The next morning, she went to the supermarket. When she opened the door, she saw 10 dump trucks in the backyard, all loaded with supplies, ready to depart. At 4:40 a.m., Shen Xingyan appeared. This time, he arrived pulling a 2-ox cart, with 2 oxen side by side. The carts were full of items, stacked high and tightly bound. Even with the ox carts, Shen Xingyan looked proud and confident. Miss Gu, Commander Chu, these 2 carts are all the various things I've gathered for you. Please accept them. Shen Xingyan jumped down and started unloading. Others immediately helped, and after unloading, he quickly hitched up 2 more ox carts. In less than 10 minutes, 2 more carts were filled again. While everyone was moving items from one cart to another, Shen Xingyan spoke. This cart is a gift from the people of Shilin County, especially for Miss Gu. Please accept it as a token of our goodwill. Today, Shen Xingyan smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in his expression. Goose Cece didn't have time to ask before he jumped into the truck and drove away again. She could only start counting the items he had given her. Besides medicine for her father, there were many books, bolts of fabric, small jewelry boxes, brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, a scroll painting, and a small, chubby white bird in a cage, curiously watching her. The villagers didn't expect to give her these things. It seemed more like a gift from Shen Xingyan. Goose Cece was full of questions. But this time, Shen Xingyan was so busy that he couldn't stop. He came back and forth 10 times. Until the fog cleared, Goose Cece still didn't get a chance to ask him her doubts. The fog disappeared, Shen Xingyan left, and he vanished from sight. Goose Cece always felt something was strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Meanwhile, in Shilin County, Shen Xingyan's study. The constable saw Shen Xingyan return and immediately reported, Sir, Lord Qi sent word that your mentor, Lord Chen, has been imprisoned. The charge is corruption with a huge amount of money, causing the treasury to run out of supplies for disaster relief. The constable looked angry. They had seen miracles before, so they knew Lord Chen was innocent. Lord Qi also said that he is being held without trial for now. It seems they are waiting until your disaster relief work is finished before punishing him, because your family has already been secretly watched. If you don't return to the capital after finishing the relief, they might. Isn't this just using your family as hostages to prevent you from escaping? And killing those who helped with the relief? How cruel. The scheming officials in the court have succeeded again. Sir, what should we do? You're innocent. The constable knelt down and the other officers also knelt, their eyes filled with tears. No one can save the people who need help. Those who work to help others are being used as scapegoats for disasters. It's so ironic. Shen Xingyan looked around the study. Although everything had been cleaned up, the space was still too small. Now that his driving skills had improved a lot, he believed he could make 15 or even 20 trips in an hour next time. The study room couldn't hold more goods, and he didn't have much time left. He needed to finish the disaster relief quickly. He also thought about Goose Cece's courtyard, which had been nicely renovated. He immediately waved to the captain. Go find some villagers to help. Tear down these 2 walls of the study tonight, in modern times in the backyard of the Prosperity supermarket. After the greenish smoke rose, Gu Cece's attention was drawn to the new world opening before her. She thought for a moment and went to the 3rd floor to get some vintage ceramic bowls she had bought online earlier, along with a metal barrel cooker and a cast-iron frying pan. A figure of a primitive man, over 2 meters tall, with the shape of a tree, gradually became clearer in the greenish smoke. He was slightly hunched, carrying large bundles in front and behind him. The bundles were woven from fresh tree vines into net-like objects. On his head, he held up a huge wild boar, larger than anything Gu Cece had ever seen. The boar's meat hung down so much it almost blocked the tree's view. No wonder he moved so slowly. He was carrying such a heavy load. On his arms, there were also ropes made from thick vines, tied around wild animals. One was a black lion, and the other was a tiger. Not to mention why the lion was black, but these animals were alive. Gu Cece had never seen such a scene before and was quite frightened. Rest assured, the system will keep you safe. The gentle system voice sounded, and Gu Cece snapped out of her temporary panic. She suddenly straightened her back. Zhao Jing and Jiang Shi quietly stepped back. The other Special Forces soldiers immediately pulled a few people back, keeping more than 8 meters away from the trees and wild animals, with weapons ready in front of them. In the next second, Chu Feng pulled out a huge tranquilizer needle from somewhere. With 2 quick shots, he hit the 2 fierce animals. Their pupils widened instantly, and they started to growl angrily, but within less than a second, they collapsed heavily to the ground with muffled sounds. This is a specially made high-dose tranquilizer needle, effective in 3 seconds. It works on any person or beast. But the previous wild animals seemed more sensitive, so they fell in 1 second, Chu Feng explained. Only then did everyone relax. The tree was startled and quickly put down everything, kneeling and bowing. God, you truly have great power. The elders of our tribe say they want to give you the most precious thing, living animals. Do you like them? Gu Cece, acting like a deity, responded. Yes. I will give you many fire sparks and grains. Stand up now. Thank you, God, Cece. The tree bowed again before standing up and obediently stepping aside. The special police began checking the black lion and tiger, then all were placed into large iron cages. They moved all other items brought by the tree to the nearby workshop, where other professors started initial checks and data recording. Soon, workers brought 8 wooden boxes, simple wooden planks nailed together. When opened, they contained fire starters. Gu Cece immediately understood the purpose of this arrangement and resumed her divine act. Tree, these fire sparks are easier to keep and use. They are specially prepared for you by the gods. Thank you for your elders' kindness. After speaking, Chu Feng took out a fire starter and began teaching the tree. The primitive man stared intently at the stick in Chu Feng's hand. He saw that the stick could be pulled apart, and when blown on, sparks appeared, covering it would extinguish the fire. He immediately knelt and extended his hands to receive it. Thank you, Cece, great God. All the boxes were moved to his feet, and his net bag was returned to him. The tree started packing the fire starters. Gu Cece then brought out a bowl of water, which Zhao Jing handed over. The tree touched the smooth bowl, tentatively took a sip, and looked shocked again. Water in a bowl. Is that possible? It's not stone, not heavy, and can hold so much. He no longer cared about the fire starters and knelt again. God, Cece, please bless us with this water container. But you need to exchange something, just like with the fire sparks, Gu Cece replied. Just then, Professor Su arrived behind her, holding a large ginseng the size of a palm, constantly signaling. Gu Cece took the ginseng and gestured to the tree. Tree, next time, use a root like this to exchange for a water bowl. Can you do that? The tree was overjoyed and nodded quickly. God, you are so kind. Our high mountains are full of such roots, but they are poisonous. Eating one could kill us. You not only bring us new things but also solve our problems. Thank you, great God. Gu Cece's mouth twitched, and Professor Su looked stunned. There were wild ginseng plants all over the mountain. With such strong effects, eating one in one go would be deadly. Since he said that, Gu Cece decided not to hold back. I have a pot here for cooking rice, soup, stir-frying. Just one ginseng root, this root. I'll exchange it for a pot and give you a bowl. Go ahead. She was so happy he almost jumped. After thinking again, he took a woven bag with a fire-starting tool and a bowl and ran into the fog. Less than 10 minutes later, he appeared again with a thicker, larger wild ginseng. It still had fresh soil on it, but it was clear that because it was dug up quickly, the roots were all torn apart. Old Master Su almost fainted from shock. Such a waste. Oh God, please tell him to keep the roots intact when digging ginseng. Old Master Su was anxious and started calling Gu Cece a divine being. Gu Cece immediately looked unhappy and shook his head at the tree. Tree, I want the whole root. Carefully dig it out, complete and intact. The tree immediately looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowered its head, and put down the ginseng. Divine, rest assured, I will tell everyone in the village to be careful. Divine, please forgive the tree. Can you exchange 2 pots for the tree? The tree wants to show the pots to everyone in the village. Yes, and they also needed to bring a sample. Gu Cece nodded and gave him a cooking pot and a stir-fry pot. The tree happily ran off again. Until 7:40, when he didn't appear anymore, Gu Cece finally relaxed and went to the next building. Before entering, he could hear loud, cheerful laughter inside. Look at this ginseng, at least 700 years old, and wild. That's nothing. Do you know what those 2 fierce beasts are? They're species that went extinct in the 18th century and have never appeared again. The Cape Black Lion and the Yellow Tiger from the Flowering Kingdom. But now, they should be called the Flowering Kingdom Black Lion, haha, look at you showing off. Lord Shun brought a lot of good things this time. Yu Chao's research data has been greatly enriched. As for Gu Cece's gift, so many books. I really want to borrow and read them, but I wonder if she will agree. Gu Cece entered. I agree, but after the research, please return them to me. Young Gu, you're really willing? Professor Wang smiled in a very flattering way for the first time. Don't worry, I will keep it safe for you and won't damage it. But what if it's not from the Yu dynasty? Gu Cece asked again. The gifts from the De Huang dynasty's people were probably not antiques. Most likely, they were items from the current era. In that case, we'll record it, make a copy, and return the original to you. Just focus on studying the De Huang dynasty, Professor Wang said seriously. Gu Cece nodded in agreement. Then, she started helping Professor Wang count the books Shen Qingyan had given her. The other items Shen Qingyan gave her were also checked by staff. After inspection and archiving, they were sent back to her villa. She didn't go back with them. Instead, she stayed here to watch everyone work and learn new knowledge. Chu Feng went to report the situation to Chu Onghua. Chu Onghua was sitting in his office. When he received Chu Feng's call, he couldn't hide his smile. Good, very good. Your progress is excellent. I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month, and take good care of Comrade Cece. After hanging up, he felt very satisfied and went back to the meeting room. All the leaders were there, including Zhou Ninghai, who had just been promoted, and Zhang Jun. Chu Onghua briefly explained the situation to everyone, then looked at Zhou Ninghai. Your judgment is very sharp. Thanks to your willingness to risk your future, I paid more attention to this matter. You've made great contributions. Chu Feng no longer needs someone like you in that area. Stay at the headquarters and move to Zhang Jun's department, where your position will be the same. Thank you, leader. Zhou Ninghai immediately smiled. Zhang Jun's face darkened like a pot. He looked down on Zhou Ninghai the most, but now he was on equal footing with him. The possibility of Zhou Ninghai quickly rising to become his superior made him feel worse the more he thought about it. Recently, they hadn't achieved much, so he knew he still had to work harder. He glared at Zhou Ninghai, who responded with a sneer, feeling very pleased inside. What could be more satisfying than crushing a former friend who betrayed him and making himself the top again? Zhang Jun had worked hard for years, only to find it was all in vain. He laughed loudly, feeling great. Thanks to Gu Cece, she was his benefactor. Meanwhile, on another side, the black lion and the yellow tiger, after being checked and their data recorded, were secretly transported to the largest and best-equipped zoo in the city. The director received a call and was still confused about which rare animal required their zoo to set up a special team to handle it. Until he saw the pictures sent to him, he immediately jumped up from his chair. Secretary Zhang, quickly gather the best keepers and veterinary experts for a meeting in the conference room. Secretary Zhang had never seen the director so excited. Without asking why, he hurried to inform everyone. Soon, everyone arrived in the meeting room. The director took out his phone and showed 2 photos. We just received an urgent official notice to form a team to handle these 2 animals that have been extinct for many years. Are these the Hope Cape Black Lion and the Golden Tiger from the Flower Kingdom? They're entrusting them to us. Where did they find these? The officials didn't say much, but they mentioned the animals were sent by private rescue. The names for these treasures are already decided. The black lion is called Gu Xiaohe, and the yellow tiger is Gu Xiaohuang. The rescuer is Gu Cece. The director read the message aloud, feeling puzzled. If it wasn't from official sources, he would think that Gu Cece was joking. All right, director, I want to be the keeper for the black lion. I will take good care of it. I've studied black lions before, so let me be in charge. Director, I'll take care of the yellow tiger. The others argued eagerly. The director quickly arranged personnel transfers and started preparing the habitats for the black lion and the yellow tiger. Since these animals are extinct, they were just delivered. They won't be displayed to the public until they fully adapt to zoo life. But the director could already imagine how popular the zoo would be when these extinct animals were shown. People from all over the world would come to see them. He would become one of the most famous zoo directors in the world.
Haha.
Soon, official vehicles drove into the zoo through the back gate. Although the black lion and yellow tiger made a few sounds, the vehicles were covered tightly, so no one could see inside. Only hear the sounds, and no one suspected anything. However, a wildlife photographer in the corner suddenly stood up. He wondered why he hadn't heard these sounds before. He had been photographing wild animals for over 10 years. Although many big cats sound similar, different species have distinct calls. He rolled his eyes. The zoo is so secretive. As a social media creator, he has a keen sense of detection, so he immediately followed. He tracked to a remote, already closed-off area of the zoo. Seeing so many people there, all with excited and serious expressions, he knew he was onto something. There must be big news. He quickly adjusted his position to stay hidden and set up his camera carefully, waiting patiently. When the back door of the vehicle opened and staff started moving, he began taking continuous photos, clicking rapidly. He saw a black lion, confused and stunned by the dark lion. He didn't forget to record a video clip. After the vehicle left, he quietly returned to his previous spot and carefully examined each photo. When he finally identified what he had captured, he couldn't help but smile widely. Excited, he covered his mouth and hurried back outside the zoo to his car. He edited the footage, wrote a caption, and posted it all in one smooth flow. Breaking news: extinct wild animals reappear. Don't you want to see the black lion and yellow tiger's impressive looks? He already had 1 million followers, and once he posted, it quickly attracted a lot of attention.
Wow.
There really are black lions in this world. They look so tall and scary. Did he really film this at the city zoo? I want to visit. The yellow tiger looks like a golden tabby, but with unusual coloring. Still, it seems fiercer than a regular tiger. The city zoo is impressive. Oh, they even have names. I saw that too. There's a sign on the cage. Gu Xiaohe and Gu Xiaohuang. Such simple names. And the rescue organization is run by Gu Cece.
Who is Gu Cece?
Someone noticed a key detail, and more people started asking online. Who is Gu Cece? With many voices, more revelations quickly emerged. A few days ago, the owner of the pink pearl at Zhongxing Auction House was also named Gu Cece. Could it be her? It's not surprising that the owner of such a priceless pearl is capable of helping rescue endangered, fierce animals. Our museum recently received many artifacts from the Yu Dynasty for display. The donor's name is also Gu Cece. Is this the same Gu Cece? I suspect she might be a descendant of the Yu dynasty royal family. Does the Yu dynasty even have a royal family? Why are there so many people named Gu Cece? Who exactly is this Gu Cece? After several hours of fermentation, who is Gu Cece trended to the top of the search rankings, and everyone was looking for Gu Cece. But within 10 minutes, all information about Gu Cece disappeared completely, and no posts or notes related to her could be published. Everyone.
Who understands?
Human curiosity reached its peak at this moment. The Zhang family also saw the trending search at home, along with the process of the news appearing and then vanishing. Dad, it seems Annie's family really is a secret that can't be told. I didn't know abroad, but how come you didn't notice here? Such a big deal. Now she's become an enemy. Zhang Yuanyuan was unhappy and felt very regretful. I didn't know that a poor family could have such great wealth. You're blaming me? She's your real aunt. You don't even try to keep in touch or build a relationship. Zhang Zhongquan was also annoyed, but he dared not say anything more about the Gu family now. Oh right. Zhang Zhongquan looked back at Chen Anmei sitting nearby. She's my wife, and she's the mother of my daughter. She's actually the younger sister of Gu Cece's mother. How did I forget that? Zhang Yuanyu and also looked at Chen Anmei. Chen Anmei snorted coldly. Don't count on me. If I hadn't been blind and lacked confidence back then, I wouldn't have been pushed down by you all, letting my sister suffer because of me. If she hadn't stopped talking to me, I wouldn't help you now. After saying that, she went upstairs, returned to her room, closed the door, and started crying. She truly regrets it now. After crying, Chen Anmei took out her phone and called Gu's mother, but only heard a voice saying the call was unanswered. She hung up feeling dejected and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Gu's mother wanted to answer the call, but just as she put her hand on the phone, the call was disconnected. She felt mixed emotions. She was her sister, but now they couldn't even dare to answer her calls. She sighed, left the room, and saw a special police officer talking to Gu's father. Mom, come quickly. Today we need to go for a health check. Come with me. I'm scared alone, Gu's father said with a smile, waving. The police officer pursed his lips, holding back. Gu's mother blushed. There are others here now. You shameless old man. What are you talking about? Are you afraid? You're not afraid of ghosts, but you're afraid of a health check? Come on, let's go. Don't talk on the way. The two were taken to the research institute. After a routine check, they waited in the lounge and video called Gu Cece, who was having lunch, to wait for the results. Less than an hour later, Gu Cece had just finished eating when the institute's director hurried in, holding all of Mr. Gu's test reports. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, congratulations. In less than a week, the cancer cells in Mr. Gu's body have significantly decreased. This is a rare and unprecedented case in history. His words made the entire Gu family very happy. Really? Old Gu, you don't have to die anymore, Mrs. Gu cried happily, excitedly patting Mr. Gu's shoulder. She looked at her phone screen. Cece, did you hear? Your dad won't die. I heard. That's great news, Gu Cece smiled. After the family's happiness, the director continued, based on the test results of the medicine and your condition, we made a prediction. It shows that in at most a month your cancer will improve a lot, and in 3 months, you could fully recover. You might be the first patient in history to fully recover from pancreatic cancer. This success came from his research institute. It was his good fortune and also a blessing for the whole institute. When he saw Gu Cece on the video, he moved closer to her, opposite, sighed, and asked through the screen. Miss Gu, your father's body might have developed antibodies against pancreatic cancer. Can we take 200 cubic centimeters of blood to test? If so, we might be able to extract stem cells with the cancer-fighting antibodies and quickly develop targeted medicine. Is that okay? Just 200 cubic centimeters? No problem. I agree. She doesn't get to decide. Mr. Gu, who had suffered enough from his illness, knew the pain well. Having experienced such a great miracle himself, he felt he should contribute to others with the same disease. Just a small blood sample, he could handle it. Gu Cece saw how thin her father was and hesitated, but since he was willing, she asked, Will drawing blood affect my dad? No, no, don't worry, Miss Gu. The director quickly shook his head, his eager eyes almost piercing the screen. Only then did Gu Cece agree. Thank you, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, Miss Gu. We truly appreciate your cooperation and contribution, he said happily. He immediately prepared the tools and took 200 cubic centimeters of blood from Mr. Gu. Then, she left this independent space for Gu Cece's family. Gu Cece was sure the medicine was very effective. She started thinking about the future. Besides asking Shin Qingyan to send more medicinal ingredients, she also wanted to have all the herbs in the recipe be alive and transplantable. Later, she planned to try growing these herbs in this world to see if they could produce the same healing effects. If growing them didn't work, she would focus on researching the herbs. Having two plans would help make progress in fighting pancreatic cancer. While she was lost in thought, Gu's mother hesitated. After taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Cece, I have something I've been hiding from you. Now I have to tell you. Huh? Gu Cece snapped out of her thoughts. Mom, what is it? Gu's father was also confused. His wife was hiding something from him. Gu's mother bit her lip. Actually, I also have cancer, cervical cancer. But it's a slow type. I was afraid it would delay Dad's worldwide travel plans, and I was worried you wouldn't accept it. So, I didn't tell you. Now that I see Dad has a chance to be cured, I think it's time to tell you. Both Gu's father and Gu Cece were silent. They understood Gu's mother, but they sighed. She was under so much mental pressure. It's okay, Mom. Now there's hope. Tomorrow, I'll ask Shin Qingyan to find a good doctor and get a prescription for you. Although Gu Cece was hopeful, she also felt worried. What if something went wrong? Yes, everything will be fine, Gu's father said with emotion and hope. Then, in a sad tone, he added, Why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had started treatment sooner, maybe you'd be better now. He held Gu's mother's hand, his gaze deepening. The family talked for a while. When Gu's mother was taken for a checkup, Gu Cece hung up the phone. Chu Feng came into her study carrying some documents. Comrade Gu, here are the upcoming supplies. Please check if there's anything else you need to add. Gu Cece took the documents and looked through them carefully. In addition to the usual supplies, Shen Qingyan's world would also include items for women and children, such as milk powder, sanitary pads, common gynecological medicines, and children's clothing. For the primitive world, besides agreeing to give the tree the frying pan and cooking pot, they also prepared matching spatulas, basins, dishes, and some ceramic jars. They also included educational videos on planting grains. Gu Cece finished reviewing everything and felt it was quite complete, with nothing more to add. She nodded and handed the list back, but then she reminded him, Don't forget that Shin Qingyan can only come once every 3 days now. So, for the next supply, prepare more materials, as he might bring back more at once. The system had mentioned before that once the second world opens, after 8 trades in the previous world, that world will only be open every 3 days. Shin Qingyan is a better driver, but since the trading time is shorter, he will naturally act faster. They can't be without enough supplies on their side. Okay, I understand. Chu Feng wrote a note on the list, then added, Besides exchanging supplies as usual in the primitive world, the professors also hope you can gather some information about that world, plants, animals, environmental features, to help us find research and trading directions later. They want to explore what is missing in the primitive world. Also, the black lion and yellow tiger have been sent to the city zoo. After a few months of adaptation, the zoo will open certain hours for visitors to see them. Since there will be income, you'll get a share. They'll come to sign the contract with you tomorrow. Gu Cece didn't expect this could generate income, but Chu Feng continued. Uncle Gu provided research on pancreatic cancer antibodies, so he will also receive part of the reward. Plus, your pancreatic cancer prescription. If the research develops an effective drug and the results are stable, and once it's ready for promotion, you'll get a share. For now, the share is set at 50%. The contract will be sent to you for signing once everything is finalized. Okay, call me when signing the contract. Gu Cece was now used to receiving various incomes and signing contracts, remaining calm. Chu Feng finished his report and left. Soon after, Shin Qingyan returned the items she had sent him for inspection. She then began organizing her space, filling her empty study with antique-style artifacts, which gave it a unique charm. All the books were placed on the shelves. As she arranged them, she looked at the titles but couldn't understand them. The system started translating for her. These are basic books that men used to read, such as 1,000-character classic, 3-character classic, and 100 family surnames. Gu Cece nodded, put the books on the shelf, then took out a few more. This is The Customs of the Great Huang Dynasty, compiled by teacher Shin Qingyan. One book is a history record of the earlier times of the Great Huang Dynasty, and the other is called Shuhe Sha Niao Tu, a beginner's book for children learning to draw. The system knows what each book is and what it's for. The more Gu Cece listens, the stranger she feels. How could something given by common people be like a complete set of textbooks needed from childhood to adulthood? She believes the system said her study was moved to Shin Qingyan's study room. After sorting the items according to the system's categories, she looked at the scrolls. When she opened the first one, she was stunned. It was a painting of her, walking with some vegetables and fruits. Not only was it well done, but it was also quite beautiful. The modern clothes she wore appeared on an ancient-style painting, blending east and west in a strange yet harmonious way. In the lower right corner of the scroll, there was a small inscription and a personal seal. She looked at it for a long time, but the system stayed silent. Had it fallen asleep? "System, translate this," she said. The system didn't reply. Gu Cece felt speechless. This system really acted like a turtle, refusing to speak. She hung the painting on the wall, then opened others. The rest were pictures of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and landscapes. There were 8 paintings in total, but only 4 could hang on the wall. She stored the rest away, placing them in a bamboo basket at the foot of the bookshelf. There was also a jewelry box containing hairpins, earrings, rings, and bracelets, an entire set. There was a small jade chain, too. Gu Cece smiled, wondering which girl had prepared this for her. In ancient times, this was a standard gift set from a man to his beloved girl, also used as a dowry or for makeup. She put everything in her empty dressing table drawer, tidied up the other scattered gifts, and then remembered the bird that hadn't been returned yet. She got up and went downstairs to ask. As she did, Aunt Qin Hong, the nanny, came up and said, "Miss Gu, lunch is ready." "Where's Chu Feng?" she asked, looking around. "Your biology teacher has arrived." He went to the door to meet someone. Aunt Qin replied, then went downstairs. Gu Cece headed straight to the door to greet the teacher. When she saw who it was, she was surprised. It was an old acquaintance, Lao Su. Lao Su also smiled and said, "Gu Xiaoyu, I didn't expect it's me, right? From now on, I'll call you friend, and you have to call me teacher." Gu Cece dared not say anything else. Moreover, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association personally taught her, which was hard to request. Arrange for old Su to be your teacher. First, because old Su has a double degree in biology and traditional Chinese medicine from back then, no one is more qualified than him. Second, it's for convenience, to teach you some Chinese medicine knowledge nearby, which will help increase your safety after crossing over. Chu Feng explained a reason for this arrangement. Old Su had already entered the room. Gu Cece led him to eat together. After the meal, the classes officially began. The whole afternoon was dedicated to Old Su's lessons. During class, Old Su seemed like a different person, very serious and intense. Gu Cece studied carefully. After class, Old Su handed her a form. "Fill this out. I've also written down the information you need. When you're ready, hand it to me. I'm busy, so I'll go now." "Goodbye, teacher," Gu Cece replied politely. She looked at the form and was surprised to see it was the paperwork to become Old Su's graduate student. Wow, this is possible. Special admission, earning money and getting rich, and at the same time, exciting crossing over while also being considered as graduate study? Gu Cece chuckled and started preparing the materials. She filled out the form in the study, then went to her parents' room to find the household registration book. The house had a copier, printer, and other office tools, so she finished everything quickly. Aunt Qin came to call her for dinner again. She packed all the documents into a folder and went downstairs. Her phone vibrated. She looked and saw it was her high school friend and best friend, Suyu, whom she hadn't contacted in a long time. Before she inherited the family business, Suyu was still talking about getting a research spot and sleeping in the lab every day. Now she surprisingly had free time. She answered the call. Suyu immediately started talking excitedly. Cece, there's a bunch of idiots in our high school class group saying you're involved in pyramid schemes just because of those news and trending topics. I just saw it and told them off in the group, then left. You should go too. Let's both go and roast them. Make them so embarrassed they can't speak, like keyboard warriors, just spouting nonsense.
It's so disgusting. Getting on the news is just for this. Why do they think like that?
Goose Cece wondered as she opened the class group chat, which had been on Do Not Disturb mode for a while. Sure enough, Suyu was still arguing in the group. She looked at what others had said about her. She is definitely buying trending searches, boosting traffic for publicity, creating a wealthy image, and tricking everyone into following her. When the time comes, she will betray us for her own benefit. After all, we know how much money she has. That's right. Luckily, the authorities acted quickly. This shows she really has serious problems, as she was noticed immediately after she appeared. She used to be a simple student. How did she become like this? When she first gave me a love letter, she was so innocent. Did she also give you a love letter? She gave me one too. I also received one. Is she obsessed?
Haha.
Everyone got one. It seems she doesn't even know which powerful person she's attached to now. She's really gotten into this line of work. Goose Cece originally thought being criticized was enough, but now she's starting rumors? It's hilarious. No wonder Suyu was so fierce in the group defending her. Goose Cece stopped replying in the group, took screenshots as evidence, recorded everyone's names, and then forwarded everything to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, my personal matters are also your concern. Chu Feng, it's not just personal. Spreading rumors about government officials is illegal. I will pass this to Old Chen. Don't worry. Chu Feng responded quickly. Old Chen always felt he was not very noticeable, but now he finally has something to do. Cece, why aren't you talking? Siu saw that Goose Cece wasn't arguing in the group and found it strange. Goose Cece was never the type to swallow her anger quietly. It's nothing. I just reported all of them. Goose Cece replied to Suyu, then suddenly had an idea. Yeah, if what the news says is true and the donors of those things are me, do you think I would say the same thing as them? How is that possible? With your guts, you would have already sent me a secret message to call the police and save you. I think it's just a case of someone with the same name, but you should still scold them. Calling the police is just a warning. Fighting back is more satisfying. While talking to her, Suyu kept typing in the group. Goose Cece's eyes were starting to hurt. All right, yeah, stop scolding. Isn't your lab busy? Why are you thinking of me today? Suyu's furious comments in the group finally stopped. Goose Cece then replied, I haven't written any love letters to anyone, and I'm not involved in pyramid schemes. To those spreading rumors, wait and see. I've already reported it to the police. Yo, what are you pretending for? Calling the police? Do you dare to report? I'll send you my address. Okay, let Uncle Hat come and catch me. I'll give you my address too. We're classmates, just joking. No need to take it so seriously, right? Goose Cece immediately took screenshots of the address and forwarded them to Old Chen, then left the group. You really called the police? Well, that's fine. Our lab project is on hold because our supervisor got into trouble and was taken away. Now we're just left to wait for the school to handle it. Maybe a new supervisor or something else. Suyu's mood sank lower as she spoke. I plan to take advantage of the upcoming summer break to find a part-time job. Does your supermarket need help? I can lend a hand. Just pay me 1,500 yuan a month. Goose Cece quickly agreed. Sure, I'll send you the address. Come over. You can stay at my place. I remember you're studying biology, right? Of course. I'm a bit worried you might not dare to come after I send the address. No way, absolutely not. Suyu said confidently. Goose Cece smiled. All right, come soon. I'll wait for you to have dinner.
Bye.
After hanging up, Goose Cece first asked Chu Feng if she could hire a summer worker to help at the supermarket, maybe do some small tasks for the professors. After getting approval, she sent Suyu the villa's address. Then she also sent Suyu's photo to Chu Feng, so she wouldn't have trouble entering the gate. She and Suyu had previously talked about working together and relaxing at work, so it was almost like their dream was coming true. She invited others to dinner and ordered 2 servings of family-style snail noodles. Aunt Chin volunteered to go outside and buy them. Goose Cece reopened the class group and found out it had been officially frozen. Old Chin was really efficient. Meanwhile, Goose Cece spread rumors about a classmate's family. One of the boys who spread the rumors saw the class group suddenly freeze and felt a little nervous. Since Goose Cece had just warned them, and now it was frozen, it was hard not to think it was related to her. But she was just an ordinary person with no background. What could he do? He thought he could just say it was a joke later. He got up from his computer. Just as he stood, there was a knock at the door. He thought it was the delivery, so he hurried to answer. Just leave it at the door. Didn't I tell you not to knock? Open the door. Street police. A cold, firm voice called outside. Hearing it was Uncle Hat, the male student immediately went to open the door with a smile. Uncle Hat, why are you here? Are you looking for me? Uncle Hat looked serious. After checking the ID and confirming the name, he held up a screenshot and asked, "Is this what you said?" The male student looked carefully and realized it was indeed what he had said in the group earlier. Now he was being questioned by the police?
Yes.
But I was just joking. Do you really have to arrest me? I'll delete it right away. Our group has been frozen anyway. He tried to lie his way out, but Uncle Hat waved his hand, and other officers stepped forward to hold him. You are suspected of spreading false information about a confidential government person. You have broken the law. Please come with us.
What?
Spreading rumors is also illegal?
No, wait.
What do you mean, a confidential government person? Goose Cece is a government secret, so those news reports were taken down because of this. He was shocked and deeply regretful. He still wanted to take the civil service exam. But it was already too late. The others who spread rumors received the same treatment. When they met at the city bureau and were handed over to special police, they were so scared they almost fainted. Only 2 words filled their minds. It's over. 200 meters from the villa gate, the driver told Suyu to get out of the car. The navigation shows we can't go further. You go inside yourself. I'll leave now. Suyu was confused. She would ask later how Goose Cece suddenly became rich enough to live in a villa. But are rich people just so eccentric? The taxi can't even reach the gate? She dragged her suitcase and, resigned, continued walking. When she reached the gate, a tall, long-legged security guard came out. He was a strong, handsome man over 190 centimeters tall, with a commanding presence that made her almost speechless. Are you Suyu? Please show your ID and register. Wow, is the management of this villa area so strict now? The security is different from other places, more upscale. She obediently stepped forward, took out her ID, and started filling out the form. But as she filled it out, she found it strange. The form asked for very detailed information. Almost everything from her ID, household registration, and even her resume. Such detailed information is unusual for a residence. She felt nervous, but the handsome security guard was so serious and intimidating that she had no choice but to finish and hand it over. Please wait a moment. We will let you in once we've verified everything. She looked around. Was she the only one here? Did Goose Cece send the wrong address? She stepped out of the security booth to check the neighborhood name, then asked Goose Cece to confirm at the green bubble. Just as she sent the message, a patrol car arrived, with 2 security guards on board. But their uniforms were different. And there was a national emblem. Whose neighborhood has special police? Suyu was sure Goose Cece had sent the wrong address. She immediately grabbed her suitcase and tried to run away. Sorry for the trouble. I think I came to the wrong place. I'll leave right now. Damn it. What kind of mess had she gotten into? Suyu, I didn't send the wrong message. Don't run. Goose Cece suddenly appeared behind the tall special police officer. She just wanted to surprise her. Was it really necessary? Suyu heard Goose Cece's voice. She slowed down her escape and looked back. Yes, Goose Cece wasn't being taken away. She couldn't do something as stupid as a cosplay stunt.
So,
What exactly was her situation now? She was almost crying from fear. Gu Cece ran up to Suyu, grabbed her suitcase, and Chu Feng casually took it from her with a proper attitude. Suyu saw the badge on Chu Feng and was shocked again. Just now, that familiar move, special police dealing with Gu Cece? Cece, tell me honestly, are you married now? Did you become some important high-ranking official's wife, so you're being protected? She looked at Chu Feng, suspecting he was the handsome guy who took Gu Cece away. Or, have you awakened some kind of tech system? She was about to say more, but Gu Cece quickly covered her mouth. All right, let's go inside first. We'll talk more when we're inside. I'll tell you everything slowly. After that, she nodded at Chu Feng, signaling him to prepare the confidentiality agreement. The group got into a sightseeing car and headed straight to the villa. At the dining room, everyone else went to training. Only Chu Feng stayed in the living room, while Gu Cece and Su sat at the dining table. Aunt Qin brought in snail rice noodles, smiled at Suyu, and then left. Suyu looked at the magnificent decor, which was truly dazzling, and at the luxurious surroundings along the way. She was shocked and said, "You can't be a super-rich second-generation kid, right? You were pretending before, and now you're going to come clean with me. Isn't that how it's shown on TV? Wealthy parents pretend to be poor to teach their children humility. When the kids grow up and face the hardships of society, they reveal the truth. Otherwise, how can all this be explained? Tell me first. If you don't tell me, I really can't take it anymore." Suyu was holding her chopsticks but was distracted, even though her favorite dish, snail noodles, was in front of her. She looked at Gu Cece with bright, intense eyes, staring at her. Gu Cece almost burst out laughing at her expression but deliberately played it cool. She took a few sips of the snail noodle soup before Suyu nudged her to speak. All right, I'll tell you. Actually, I linked to a system, a crossing and trading system that can... Gu Cece vividly described the system's functions and how she had to submit to it. Suyu was stunned, then sneered and shook her head. You've learned to write novels, haven't you? Just making things up. Such fantasies couldn't be real. She didn't believe it. Everything she had now must be due to some other reason. Gu Cece's excuse was probably just to fool her, but she was doing it for her own good. Suyu made a knowing expression, saying, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll just take what you said as the truth." Gu Cece had seen this kind of reaction many times. She didn't rush to prove herself and called Chu Feng. Chu Feng then brought over a confidentiality agreement. "Miss Su, you just learned a national secret. Please sign this confidentiality agreement and the employment contract with the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau." Chu Feng handed her a pen, looking serious, and showed his ID to indicate authority. "Miss Gu just told the truth. Please read the contract carefully and sign." Su started to waver. Looking at Gu Cece and Chu Feng's expressions, she realized they didn't seem to be lying. Neither of them was trying to hide a smile. Based on her understanding of Gu Cece, if she hadn't been smiling all this time, it probably was true. So, she carefully took the documents and looked at them. With each page, her shock grew. When she finally signed, her hands trembled. In this world, there really is a system. Her best friend unexpectedly became a national secret agent, and she, through one brave act, earned a lifelong position as a member of the National Supernatural Phenomena Management Agency. She only needed to report during winter and summer vacations, and after graduation, she could officially start her job. If she didn't want to, she could choose not to join, and her contract would then be void. Good grief, how is this different from her being bound to the system? This is just a sign to her. Refusing? Impossible. Even a fool wouldn't turn down such a good opportunity. She initially thought her mentor's situation was uncertain, but unexpectedly. "Cece, I'm so touched. Those fools in the group are still saying you're involved in some secret project. If they knew about my current treatment, they'd regret it so much they'd feel sick." Suyu hugged Gu Cece tightly. Chu Feng took the signed documents and left, leaving space for them. "All right, stop crying. The snail rice noodles have cooled. Eat first. Starting tomorrow, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll tell Aunt Qin and Chu Feng to order takeout for you." I want you to live the good life we once promised. Whoever gets rich first, the other can enjoy a carefree life. As for others, no need to let them know. I don't care if they think I'm doing well. You are my best friend, so I want to share this good news with you. Goose Cece patted her chest, and Sue felt her image was especially heroic now. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. After finishing the snail rice noodles, Goose Cece took her on a tour of the house and arranged a private guest room just for her. Shu Feng then arranged a car to take her to her university dorm to move in. Goose Cece entered her space to start her training. That night, they shared a bed because they kept chatting about gossip and couldn't sleep, and they were worried about affecting her work the next day. So Sue decided to go back to her guest room to sleep. Early the next morning, Goose Cece was pulled into training by her martial arts teacher, Feng Yu. Since Shun Qingyan's world now opened only every 3 days, the time from 4:40 to 6:40 was free. After practicing for an hour and freshening up, she went downstairs. Suyu was just getting up, had breakfast, and they went to the supermarket together. Suyu was excited. Am I really going to see a time traveler? And wild people? No. Primitive people. So exciting. Yes, we're almost there. You'll meet many famous professors soon. Take it easy, and don't forget to watch your image. Goose Cece looked out the window, clearly entering work mode. At 6:25, she got off the car at the supermarket entrance. All staff were in position. Today, only the primitive world trade was happening, so only old Sue and a biology professor came. At 6:30, everyone waited in the backyard of the supermarket. Jiang Shi, Chen Kaishan, Su Yi, and Zhao Jing were not there. They are officially starting training today. They won't return for at least a month. After that, they will take turns training and working, Xu Feng explained nearby. Because they left in a hurry last night. I didn't tell you earlier. Okay, Goose Cece nodded calmly. Her movements already showed leadership qualities. Suyu watched in amazement. Wow, so cool. At 6:40, a thick green mist rose. Suyu stared in shock, sitting on a stone bench, not daring to move. A primitive person with a net made of vines carried a large bundle of goods slowly into the yard. He let out a soft shout, setting down his cargo. As he did, he relaxed the muscles that had been tense from supporting the load. Then he bowed to Goose Cece at the front. Godshi, this is a root our tribe dug up in 1 day and 1 night. Please accept it and grant us fire and a pot, he said respectfully. Suyu looked at the ground. There was a long, thick ginseng root, as long as a big fresh vegetable from the supermarket shelf, with complete roots and a strong ginseng smell. She opened her mouth wide, unable to close it. As a biology student, she knew that in today's Earth, such ginseng would have either already become a spirit or no longer exist. It was about 4 or 5 gene, roughly 2 to 3 kilograms, probably over 1,000 years old. Such a large one could be exchanged for a cast iron pot. No wonder the country valued Goose Cece and her systems so much. Its worth was truly priceless. Old Sue and Professor Wei from biology immediately went to examine it. Sue looked at Xu Feng, asking if she could go see it too. She was very eager.
Chu Feng not dead.
She quietly tiptoed over, crouched down, and carefully examined a ginseng root next to Professor Sue, smelling it. Her heart was pounding with excitement. It was real, all real. And being surrounded by the natural wild ginseng aroma felt like a dream. Each one looked like a chubby newborn baby, so beautiful. She was so happy she almost fainted. Old Sue and Professor Wei were also very excited. They took each check one by one, sorted them into baskets, and their faces were full of smiles. This quality is good, they said. And this one is good too. Plus, I have this one so big, at least 6 pounds. Sell it to me as a treasure for the shop. Wow, and that one is even bigger. They spoke softly, afraid that the trees might hear and feel they were at a disadvantage. But the trees were busy inspecting the pots they had given, including many iron pots, basins, ceramic bowls, and tools. The tribe's people could exchange so many items after just a day and night of work. They could also trade these items with other tribes. This winter, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. He secretly looked up at Goose Cece, afraid to smile, worried that the gods might think they were getting too much. The elders and young children in the tribe usually had weak labor strength, which was a burden and responsibility. But now, even a small child could dig 10 roots in one night. Their fingers were delicate, and they dug better than even the stronger, taller people. The trees packed everything up and once again thanked the gods. "Thank you, gods. We will dig more roots and exchange them with you." Gu-Sisi kept thinking about how to naturally ask about their original world without revealing that the gods didn't really understand them. Suddenly, right across from her, someone's head popped out. Everyone. The person who appeared just grinned, but then they saw many black gun barrels aimed at him, and there were many men in hats, even special police. There was also a giant over 2 meters tall, muscular and broad. It didn't look like a proper place at all. He seemed to have come to the wrong place. Chu Feng waved his hand, and the person was immediately dragged down, silenced, and taken away. Gu-Sisi remained calm. That was a thief. He wanted to steal from the gods. If he does, he will die and never see tomorrow's sun. The trees seemed to hear that word for the first time. They repeated it several times, trying to remember. Our tribe also has thieves. They steal our animal skins and meat. Everyone is very sad. God, do you have the sun here? How many? We have 2 sons, the trees asked casually as if chatting. But Gu-Sisi caught the key point. 2 sons, just like in the primitive world of the 3-body universe. 2 sons? Isn't that good? Gu-Sisi avoided the main point and asked cautiously. 2 sons? Not good. It's hot. The tree shook its head and held its head, saying, when the golden sun rises, it's very hot. When the white sun rises, it's even hotter. Mom was just burned to death. The tree was very sad and disliked the sun, but at night it was very dark. There were only small sparks above, many small sparks, but they weren't hot, they were cold. The tree started to explain about the primitive world. Chu Feng turned on the recorder. Gu-Sisi guessed that the small sparks the tree mentioned were stars. The golden sun is just the sun, but the white sun is even hotter, so it's definitely not the moon. Summary. In the primitive world, there are only stars at night, no moon. The tall tree won't die from heat because it's very tall and big. It takes a long, long time for the tree to reach the sky. Also, there are trees that turn golden from the sun. Their bark falls off, revealing a beautiful golden inside. So, Mom called him Tree, hoping he would grow tall and not be easily damaged by the sun. Gu-Sisi had a good feeling. If she peeled the bark, it might reveal a golden trunk. Could it be golden silk Nanmu wood? She was excited. If it was real, she would buy a whole set of furniture made from golden silk Nanmu, shiny and beautiful. When visitors came, they would be dazzled by the sparkle. She quickly took out her phone and searched for pictures of golden silk Nanmu. Then she pointed at the tree and asked, "Tree, is this the kind of tree that won't die from the sun?" The tree looked at the glowing screen in surprise. "God, what is this? It glows. I can see the tree. This is a treasure from the gods, Tree. Are those glowing trees also like this?" Gu-Sisi asked again. The tree finally understood and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, God. Just like your magic tool, many of them large patches. But we don't like them. They're too bright, not good for burning, and useless." Gu-Sisi. She really didn't know if they were easy to burn, because no one had ever done that before. She had never even seen the real thing. Chu Feng ran back and forth behind Gu-Sisi, sending a message on her phone. "Exchange golden silk Nanmu for recipes and seeds of grains." Understood. After replying, Gu-Sisi nodded. "Tree, these pots, can you use them?" The tree nodded but then shook its head. "I am willing to teach you how to use them, give you grains, and teach you planting techniques so you will never be hungry again. But I need you to exchange the golden tree. Are you willing?" Gu-Sisi, holding a divine pose, asked questions confidently. The tree was very excited. The divine really helps their tribe. They didn't want the roots, but the divine exchanged good things with them. Now, even the disliked golden tree was willing to trade for conditions that would stop their hunger. "Great divine," she, "thank you. We are willing. Our Red Sand tribe wants to always believe in you. Please give us a way to never go hungry." He held out his palms, stretched his arms forward, rested on the ground, and placed his head on his arms, praying sincerely. Then Chu Feng took out a tablet and showed him pictures of rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and other seeds, along with planting methods. He also taught him how to use pots, basins, bowls, and plates. He explained raising animals and building houses so he could always get what he wanted. He kept the enthusiasm for exchanging goods. For an hour, the tree learned very seriously. He even practiced using various kitchen tools, though a bit awkwardly. When only 10 minutes remained, his learning stopped. Goose Cece then told him, "Tree, next time you bring a glowing tree and a root, exchange a bag of rice for a glowing tree." There was a bag of 50 pounds of rice nearby, so she pointed at it. The tree looked like he understood. So that was called a bag. "Tree, go back quickly. The path to the divine realm is closing." Goose Cece's storytelling became more confident. The tree hurriedly carried a large woven basket into the green mist and disappeared. He walked very fast, reaching a tall, primitive-smelling cave in just a few seconds. The cave walls were partly covered with countless clear, shiny stones. Occasionally, white sunlight shone in, reflecting rainbow colors from the stones. The tree was momentarily blinded by the light, so he squinted and took a few steps forward to avoid it. These stones were really annoying. He then put the basket on the ground, made a strange shape with 2 fingers, and put them in his mouth. A sound like an animal call came from his mouth. Soon, several primitive people who looked exactly like him entered from outside the cave. They were very happy to see the tree, especially when they saw the things around him. "Tree, did the divine really exchange so many pots with you again? Great. Let's quickly take our things and go back." "The tree, the flood has reached the foot of the mountain," said the great shaman. "In a few days we can leave the mountain and return to our tribe. Unfortunately, we lost everything we previously gathered, but luckily, we met the Divine Creek." "Does the Divine Creek have any instructions for us?" asked the primitive people eagerly. "The Divine Creek is now their only hope. The Divine Creek taught me how to stop feeling hungry," he explained. "It will also teach me how to build a house. A house is a cave where we can sleep without feeling cold. We won't be hungry or cold anymore. Everyone can survive. The Divine Creek also wants to trade food and seeds for our golden trees. We should thank the Divine Creek for helping us. The elders and children will dig roots, and we will cut down trees, gather pots, and trade with other tribes." They agreed to sell 10 trees for 1 pot. Other tribes would probably agree too. The sacred tree responded solemnly to everyone. The primitive people were very happy, waving their sticks and pounding the ground with loud thuds. They kept making happy sounds, expressing their excitement with their simple gestures. In the modern world, at the big prosperity supermarket, the staff delivered all the large ginseng roots brought by the trees to the office building next door. "Comrade Gu, the wild ginseng has been approved by the higher authorities. You can handle the rest of the ginseng yourself, except for the research part. But first, you need to take samples for quality testing," said the staff. After finishing the call, Chu Feng began reporting to Gu Cece. Su Yu, already familiar with the process, was helping out along with old Su. According to market prices, 200-year-old wild ginseng is worth about 20 million yuan. Many of these roots are over 300, 400, or even 500 years old, some over 1,000. Their value is hard to estimate. The leader asked me to see if you could give old Su a wholesale price so they can buy all of them. The quantity is large, and if the price is too high, their association might not be able to afford it. Chu Feng felt a bit guilty, remembering that a 9.6-gram ginseng root was sold for 20 million yuan before. Gu Cece looked up and said, "I will keep the ginseng over 1,000 years old for myself. Those over 800 years can be auctioned. The rest, if sold at 20 million yuan each, can be directly paid to me." Old Su came out of the room and said, "That's fine, of course it's fine. At that time, the tree will definitely bring many wild ginsengs. We have kept enough reserves for ourselves. The rest will be sold at a fair trade fair, all at high prices to foreigners. Later, I will give you an extra payment, how about that? No need to be so detailed. I will give you a wholesale price of 20 million per root. If you insist on giving me a reward, just donate that money in my name to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association to help it develop better and train more talents." Goose Cece waved her hand to refuse. She was very satisfied with this price. Moreover, she had always hated the way small cherry blossoms were plundering the traditional medicine market. Now, it was just a small effort for her, so she naturally wanted to contribute a little. She entered the office area. After waiting for 2 hours, all the ginsengs had been counted, sorted, and identified. Comrade Gu, there are a total of 360 ginseng roots here. Among them, 12 are wild ginseng over 1,000 years old, 25 are over 800 years old, 66 are over 700 years old, 125 are between 500 and 700 years old, and the rest are mainly 200 to 300 years old. The staff finished the review and reported. Old Sue added, "For each age group, we need to take 2 to 3 roots for research. So, you can take 10 roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng, 23 roots over 800 years old, and the remaining 300 roots. At 20 million per root, that makes 60 small targets." Hearing this, Old Sue rubbed his forehead. The association's funds for several years had been used up. He looked a bit troubled. "We really can't come up with that much cash all at once. How about we pay a 10% deposit first, and for the rest, we sell 1 root and give you the money for that root." The trade fair needed to be organized immediately, and quick income was essential. Otherwise, all the good treasures might be missed. "Okay, let's sign the contract." Gu Cece nodded. 60 small targets, he. Money, after all, is just a number. Sue was happy to hear this, but she didn't feel much else. She had only ever had about 60,000 yuan, and 60 targets was too far away to feel real. But getting 60 targets in one morning was too profitable. "Comrade Gu, these are your ginsengs. Don't sell them yet. Wait until the official quality report comes out, and I will send you a copy. Only then can you sell them. Also, I will prepare the contract and send it to you after I return to the association this afternoon." Old Sue reminded her, and Gu Cece agreed, taking the box he handed over. Chunyu had been jumping around nearby for a long time, but couldn't find a chance to speak. After Mr. Su left, he pushed past Suyu and eagerly asked Gu Cece, "Little boss, besides your own collection, could you sell me a piece of the 1,000-year-old ginseng? My dad wants to keep it as a family heirloom. If possible, my brother also wants one. He said if you sell it to him, he won't charge any commission on future auction items. What do you think?" He also wanted to buy a piece as a family treasure but couldn't afford it. "Okay," Gu Cece agreed, without hesitation. There are more later, and she wasn't short of a few favors like this. Chunyu immediately beamed with happiness and hurriedly handed over several contracts. "This is a profit-sharing agreement for Xiao He and Xiao Huang from the zoo. Please sign it. Also, this report shows that the Research Institute has successfully developed a special medicine for pancreatic cancer, which is about to enter clinical trials. This is their report. Based on contributions, you will get 50% of the net profit, and Uncle will get 1%. The payments are settled annually." As Chinyu spoke, he looked envious. Pancreatic cancer, a special medicine with 50% profit, and it's permanent. Gu Cece now truly seemed like a lucky money god. Gu Cece used the system to check the contracts and confirmed everything was fine before signing and returning them. Chinyu took the contracts and then got out of the car on the roadside to handle the process. Back at the villa, Aunt Chin immediately came forward. "Miss Gu, they've returned the birds. I was about to bring them to your study." Gu Cece took the birds from Aunt Chin. The chubby, lively little birds looked energetic, tilting their heads to look at her. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Gu Cece held the cage with one hand and playfully tapped her finger on it. "What kind of breed is this? The person who brought them said they are parrots genetically. But I don't think they can talk, and they don't look like the parrots here, so I'm a bit skeptical," Aunt Chin said with a smile. Gu Cece didn't mind either. It was a gift from someone else, so she decided to keep it. Suyu stared at the birds. Gu Cece's phone rang, so she handed the bird cage to her. "Yeah, help me hold this." "I'll take a call." Suyu was eager to help and quickly answered, then carried the cage to the living room and placed it on the table. She squatted down to teach the birds to talk. Goose Cece looked at the caller ID. It was her high school homeroom teacher. They had a good relationship back then, so she still had the contact information. She answered the phone, and there was a pause on the other end before they asked, "Is this Goose Cece?" "Yes, it's me." "Teacher, how have you been lately?" She greeted politely. "I'm doing the same as usual. Teaching, taking walks, nothing special. How about you?" "I saw your news on the internet earlier, but it was taken down quickly." "Are you okay?" The teacher's tone was cautious. Goose Cece guessed she was trying to find out her purpose, but since the teacher didn't say directly, she just assumed she didn't know. "I'm fine, teacher." The news was all false. "You don't need to believe it. That's good. Are you free to talk now? Some parents of your students mentioned you're now working as a confidential officer. Actually, I was asked to call you. I know some classmates in our class group." Goose Cece didn't rush to reply. After the teacher finished, she asked, "Teacher, if the people spreading rumors about you are targeting your daughter, would you forgive them?" There was silence on the other end. After a long pause, the teacher finally spoke. "I'm just meddling too much." "Sorry, Goose Cece. I hope you won't be upset. I wish you all the best in the future. You're doing the right thing." "Yes, thank you for understanding. I'll visit you when I have time." She hung up and went into the villa. Suyu had already given up completely. "Cece, he's mute. He won't talk. All right, don't worry about it. Maybe he just doesn't speak Mandarin. After all, he's an ancient bird. Let Aunt Chin put him in my study. We should go out for a bit." Suyu listened and handed the bird to Aunt Chin. "Where are you going?" "Shopping." Goose Cece replied simply, then looked at Chu Feng. "Can I move freely?" "Yes, but after we change clothes." Chu Feng pointed to his uniform and then turned to leave. Goose Cece went upstairs to get her wallet and took the bank card with just over a small target amount. She and Suyu exchanged glances, both giggling like villains celebrating a victory, their wild laughter echoing. Chu Feng and two colleagues followed her out in plain clothes, but once they reached the biggest mall in the city, Chu Feng and the others blended into the crowd. Goose Cece felt especially reassured holding the alarm necklace Chu Feng had given her earlier. They had just moved into a new house. Although everything was there, it was mostly old stuff from when they lived in the supermarket. The style of the current house doesn't match at all. Everything needs to be replaced. "I should buy one for the villa, and also get one for my parents' house. Whatever you like today, just buy it. I'll pay for everything." "That might not be a good idea. We're friends, but I feel a bit guilty if I spend too much money," Suyu said happily, but still felt it might not be right. Her spending should match her own financial situation, not Goose Cece's. "It won't be much." Others also get benefits. Every 3 months, a set of skincare products, 6 outfits, 10 pairs of shoes, 8 bags, and 3 group dinners costing about 10,000 each. When Jiang Shi and the others come back, they'll get the same. Hearing this, Suyu felt more at ease. "I'm different from them. I want double." "Okay, let's go." Goose Cece nodded, and the two immediately linked arms and headed to the luxury skincare store they had wanted to visit. As soon as they entered, they saw a familiar face. The three of them exchanged surprised looks. Goose Cece and Suyu went over, and all three said at the same time, "What are you doing here?" "We're shopping." "You work here?" "That's perfect. You can recommend some products," Goose Cece said with a smile. The sales assistant was their high school classmate, Wang Meng. She wasn't a close friend, but they had been classmates and got along pretty well back then. Sure. I just started working here, and we haven't opened yet. Look at those Indian hornbills over there. I've missed them so much." Wang Meng rolled her eyes silently. Their store's products are expensive, so most customers are regular clients they've built relationships with. Wang Meng, as a newcomer, had nothing and didn't know many wealthy people, so it was hard for her to meet sales targets. Wang Meng welcomed Goose Cece and Suyu inside. The staff members were secretly watching, clearly thinking Wang Meng was wasting her effort and feeling a bit smug. The clothes Goose Cece and Suyu wore were from college, cheap and not the kind of thing someone who could afford skincare products costing thousands would wear. Wang Meng took her job seriously, recommending products based on their needs without being dismissive just because they might not buy. After understanding their needs, Goose Cece nodded. "I have dry skin, Suyu has oily skin, Jiangxi and my mom both have dry skin. So, Let's get 3 sets for dry, oily, and combination skin. And 9 sets for men's products. Goose Cece did some quick calculations. The number of items was about right. Wang was shocked and widened her eyes. 18 sets? That's hundreds of thousands. Are they here for wholesale? Goose Cece took out her bank card and also sent the address of the villa to Wang. Just send it to this address and pay by card. Everyone in the shop saw this, but they still looked suspicious. Could these 2 poor students really spend over 300,000? Wang immediately went to get the POS machine. Total is 324,000 yuan. The card was successfully charged with a beep. Everyone's eyes changed again. They really bought everything.
Wow, what did they miss?
Goose Cece. Thank you, Wang said, very touched. She quickly started to issue an invoice and handed her bank card back. Goose Cece shook her head. No problem, I'll find you again next time. After saying that, she left with Suyu. As soon as they left, Wang was surrounded by colleagues. They all changed their faces, acting very eager and speaking in a sour tone.
Who are they? Whose daughters are they?
I've never seen them before. They look. How come? Xiao Meng, you got quite a commission this time. Such a good client. Where did you find her? Yeah, Xiao Meng, we underestimated you. You made a big sale right away. They discussed among themselves and then posted in the mall's business group. Alert. A low-key rich lady disguised as a poor person just spent 320,000 in 10 minutes at our shop.
What?
320,000 in 10 minutes. My bag is expensive, so that's 3.2 million in 10 minutes. I'll wait for good news. By the way, what are their features? I'll go try to attract customers. Now they're at our place, ha. Are they 2 young girls? I could tell at a glance. They have the aura of a rich lady. The rich lady left our shop after spending 3 million on a VVIP membership, with total spending over 38 million. She took the latest limited edition bags we just got in.
Ah.
The rich lady bought a full set of phoenix coronets and many gold accessories, claiming its staff benefits. I really want our boss to see this. She spent 3.2 million in the end. Brothers, the rich lady asked me about selling sports cars. I recommended my friend, and she immediately ordered a Bentley for her dad, costing 4.8 million. My friend said I get half the commission, ha. Throughout the morning, Goose Cece and Suyu enjoyed shopping and had a delicious lunch before returning to the villa. Chunyu had already gone to the mansion to bring over all the things she bought and was helping Aunt Chin carry them upstairs. When Chunyu saw her, he hurriedly said, Dad, Goose Cece is back. Goose Cece turned around. Old Chen was also here? Goose Cece looked back and saw Old Chen coming out of the kitchen. He was holding a pot of health tea, smiling as he walked toward her. Goose Cece felt a chill down her spine.
Why was he smiling like that?
What was he planning? She also smiled and quickly went to greet him. Old Chen, why are you still working? Let me do it. I can handle it. Old Chen didn't hand her the tea, but instead led her to sit on the nearby sofa. Young Gu, please sit. I'm quite skilled at brewing tea, so I'll do it myself. Would you like to try some first? Old Chen's smile was clever, but also a little cute. He was fully focused on Goose Cece and didn't notice Suyu at the staircase corner. Suyu didn't disturb Goose Cece while she was entertaining the guest. After exchanging glances with her, he went upstairs directly. Goose Cece took the teacup and sipped cautiously, feeling very nervous. After one sip, she put the cup down. Old Chun, we're old friends. Just tell me if you have something to say. All this makes me a bit scared. Old Chin chuckled again. All right, I'll be straightforward. The first thing is about the 200-year ginseng roots you promised to sell us. I'd like to know your asking price. Just 20 million yuan per root, Goose Cece said with a light smile. So that was the main issue. Old Chin immediately looked displeased. That won't do. Old Sue and the others are offering wholesale prices, and the roots aren't as old as what I want. We're after 1,000-year-old ginseng, which is rare and hard to find. Don't worry, our Chin family isn't short of money. He wanted to get the roots as quickly as possible and didn't want the younger generation to lose out on the price. How about this? You give me a discount, but I'll buy them at 40 million yuan each,
Old Chin suggested his price. Gu Cece nodded again. All right, what's the second thing? Old Chin gave a mischievous smile and pointed upstairs. The group from the research institute that the Lord sent to give you gifts. They've seen it. I haven't even looked at it yet. Let me have a look, okay, Gu Cece. Was this the reason he came all this way? She made a please gesture, and Old Chin immediately went upstairs, excitedly walking up while saying, I'll arrange for the money to be transferred to you right away. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Gu Cece, exhausted from a morning of shopping, leaned on the sofa and sighed. Her bank account still had less than 60 million left after a small goal, and the money she just spent was quickly topped up by Old Chin. Money really does make more money. You can never spend it all. She rested, drinking the tea Old Chin brewed, which indeed tasted good. Upstairs, in Gu Cece's study, Chunyu was changing the 4-piece bedding set. Old Chin saw this and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Now you finally look like a real person. In the past, he only knew how to waste money, but now he had learned more and was more careful with work. Even if he couldn't find a wife, he could still get married. Why are you coming in? This is my little boss's study, and it's private, Chinyu boasted, trying to chase Old Chin out. Old Chin was so angry, he slapped Chinyu on the shoulder. Who do you think I am? I only come in with the owner's permission. Get out of here and don't delay me admiring my treasure. Old Chin took out a pair of gloves and a magnifying glass from his pocket and started wandering around the study. Chunyu watched him closely, looking worried that his father might steal something. Seeing this, Old Chin kicked him a few times, which made Chunyu feel better. Fine, his son was no longer a child, but Gu Cece's little follower. Old Chin watched carefully, and Chunyu also looked on. When they saw the third painting on the wall, Old Chin exclaimed. Chunyu immediately leaned in, following Old Chin's gaze. He saw a poem written in the lower right corner of the painting and read it aloud. Only because I once looked back at you. Old Chin continued, that makes me think of you morning and night. The father and son both stared in surprise, their eyes wide, and said in unison, could it be a secret crush? Shin Qingyan secretly liked Gu Cece. This poem's meaning matched the painting, which depicted Gu Cece. In that world, besides Shin Qingyan, no one else had seen Gu Cece. Even if they had, scholars rarely. And the artist was even rarer. So, it could only have been Shin Qingyan who painted this combined with the poem. Does Gu Cece know? Old Chin asked Chinyu. Chanyu shook his head. Probably doesn't know. She's quite carefree and happily doing her work. It seems she hasn't realized the truth yet. Should we tell her? Chinyu asked again, and Old Chin also looked confused. How should he make the decision? By the way, looking at all these things, I think they all belong to Shin Qingyan. If those jewelry pieces were also given by him in the name of the common people, then he is definitely secretly in love. It's not surprising, since Gu Cece is a lovely girl, but he is from ancient times, so there's no real chance. However, Gu Cece has the right to know, so Old Chin was anxiously pacing in place. Here's an idea. You find a chance to tell Gu Cece this poem. You don't need to say anything else. That counts as telling her. If she's love-struck, you could try to flirt with her. You're not very reliable, but you're also that kind of person, and with us here, you can't really hurt her. Old Chin reminded him again, and Chinyu felt overwhelmed. He has so many rumored girlfriends. How does his dad know about his feelings for Peony? And now he wants him to flirt with Gu Cece. What does he think of him? But Old Chin continued to admire other things. Chunyu went downstairs and saw Gu Cece dozing off. He decided to hold back and go back. Since Shin Qingyan didn't say anything directly, he wouldn't say anything either. Gu Cece still seemed carefree and happy. Besides, Gu Cece hadn't said she liked Shin Qingyan, so it didn't seem necessary to say anything. All right, Chunyu decided to just carry Gu Cece to her room, put her on the bed, cover her with a blanket, and then go to the study next door to find Old Chin. After taking a nap, Gu Cece woke up and found Old Chin sitting in her study, reading the books sent by Shin Qingyan. She walked in surprised. Old Chin, can you understand the writing of that world? Just barely, I'm guessing, Old Chin said confidently. The writing is somewhat similar to some characters from Earth's past, but not exactly the same, so he had to guess and guess. Goose Cece. He couldn't understand it but was so serious about reading. He wasn't even sleepy. Impressive. She lost interest and went downstairs to eat, then started her afternoon study courses. In the evening, Suyu was taken away by old Sue to help out. She continued her training courses through the system. At night, Suyu returned home. Both of them were exhausted, so they went to bed early. The next morning, the two of them went to work smoothly and arrived at the supermarket's backyard by 6:30, waiting there. Seeing the wall, Goose Cece remembered the person who climbed over it yesterday and asked, Chu Feng, who was that person yesterday? He's a tomb raider. He thought we were archaeologists and believed we had dug in the wrong place, trying to see whose tomb this really is. Chu Feng answered immediately. Goose Cece, Suyu. They really have integrity, probably a professional habit. At 6:40, a greenish mist rose. Goose Cece stood up, straightened her posture, and faced the back door, waiting for the tree to arrive. Because the whole area was under renovation, there was also a tall, bright street lamp in the yard, illuminating everything as if it were daytime. First, a large cylindrical shape, over a meter in diameter, appeared in the mist. The surface was uneven, gradually becoming clearer. It was the trunk of a tree, one end visible. The bark on the trunk had been stripped away in some places, reflecting a smooth, inner surface under the light, like a thin layer of gold with slight impurities wrapped around it. Although the color was dark, the faint golden glow made people feel happy. They wondered how dazzling it would look after polishing, how shiny and radiant it would become. The tree was thick and long. The front half was carried by the tree, while the back half dragged on the ground. The tree was exhausted, panting heavily, but still bowed to her after placing down the golden silk Nanmu wood. God Cece, I brought you a golden tree, but breaking it was not easy. We only managed to break 10 in one night. Once I bring the rest of the golden trees, please teach us how to make sharper weapons. Yes, Goose Cece immediately responded, not daring to glance at the golden silk Nanmu. The tree immediately stood up and went back into the mist, carrying the golden silk Nanmu back and forth. Goose Cece looked at Chu Feng and asked, Should we give him a chainsaw? That's fine, but it might run out of power or accidentally hurt someone. The primitive people aren't very smart. Let's give him a regular long saw. They're strong, and with a suitable long saw, efficiency could increase fivefold. Chu Feng finished speaking and immediately made a call to arrange it. The first piece of golden silk Nanmu was over a meter in diameter and about 15 meters tall, very rare. The second tree appeared, and Goose Cece couldn't help but feel a little shocked, opening her mouth in surprise. How could a large round table face her directly? It was at least 1.5 meters thick. If cut horizontally, it could make a top for a fine wooden table. This tree was over 10 meters tall. How many tabletops could it produce? But making beams and pillars from it would also be impressive. Goose Cece was calculating in her mind. According to the original law, when a rare wood like golden silk Nanmu is discovered, it belongs to the state. How much could she get? Would the government pay her money? This wood was very precious. She wanted to follow the law. So, if she could get 20 to 50%, she would be very happy. She sent a message to Chu Feng asking him to inquire. When the tree was dragged over, Chu Feng replied, 50% belongs to you, but you can't appear too often in the market under your name. So, 10% is for you to handle yourself and 40% is considered the government share, paid to you. The market price is about 7,500 per cubic meter, but older trees are worth more, especially golden silk Nanmu. This tree is estimated to be around 200 to 300 years old, worth about 30,000 to 50,000 per ton. Goose Cece was a bit disappointed to learn that the wood could only be sold for this much. The tree then disappeared into the mist again. Besides a large bag of wild ginseng, it brought another new tree. It wasn't as dazzling, but it carried a fragrance she had never smelled before. It smelled very pleasant. Professor Wei stepped forward to examine it, then came back softly whispering to her, This is exactly the same quality as the Hainan yellow rosewood here. Hainan yellow rosewood is called the best wood in the world, extremely valuable. The heart of the tree can stay unrotted for 1,000 years, and it takes 60 years to grow just 18 centimeters in diameter. This yellow rosewood is at least 1.2 meters thick, probably over 400 years old. How much is yellow rosewood worth? Goose Cece was also happy. If it could last 1,000 years without rotting, it would be even more valuable for making furniture, houses, or coffins. She no longer wanted to use golden silk namu for furniture. She wanted this yellow rosewood. Professor Wei raised 2 fingers, then added a third. 2 to 3 million per ton. Wow. Goose Cece couldn't help but turn around. This was more expensive than the golden silk namu. Seeing her interest, Professor Wei added, golden silk namu has high collection value. It's a non-renewable resource, usually growing on gold mines. If you weren't unable to travel through time now, we'd all want to go mine for it. Goose Cece understood. It's okay. If there's a chance in the future, I will go and dig it back. God Xia, this tree is a gift from our tribe. It smells very nice, and bugs don't dare to come near. Everyone likes it, so we are giving it to you. The tree gently pushed the yellow sandalwood to her feet. Goose Cece almost couldn't hold back her laughter. It's worth millions. When it's placed in front of her, who wouldn't smile? I like it very much. Please pass on my thanks to everyone in your tribe. The gods will protect them. Do you all keep such fragrant trees at home? The way things are placed shows their importance, and their importance indicates how many there are. Goose Cece was trying to find out more. Yes, we put one in each cave. God Xia, if you like it, I can send you more. The tree sensed Goose Cece's happiness. But one fragrant tree costs 10 pots or 10 bowls. Goose Cece looked at Chu Feng's price on her phone and replied. The tree was happy again. It gave gifts to the gods, and the gods responded with more. I agree. Thank you, gods. It bowed deeply again. Then Chu Feng took out the exchanged items and asked him to put them in his net bag. He also started teaching him how to cook rice and other foods. The tree learned and waited for the food to cook. While waiting, it played videos to guide him on planting grains. Because it was worried he might forget or not learn well, it arranged to teach one thing each time he crossed over. Teaching one thing a day made it faster. Moreover, this was the 5th time the tree came to trade. As more time passed, it could teach him more. Today, it taught him how to plant lotus roots. Based on the tribe's environment, planting lotus roots was suitable because they didn't fear heat or floods and could still be harvested. It was a reliable food source to start with. Then it brought a long saw and showed him how to use it. In half an hour, the lotus root soup was ready. The tree started learning to use chopsticks. Since it was inconvenient, it used one chopstick to eat. The moment it tasted the food, it let out a wild, excited cry. It finished a pot of food in just a few bites. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something important. It looked in shock at the seasoning packets beside the pot, started tasting them one by one, and searched through them. Finally, it held a jar of salt and poured some into its palm. Its eyes looked pitiful yet excited.
Goose Xia, this.
This taste is just like the stones. Eating it gives strength. Can I keep it instead of the pot? He also didn't know what it was called. Goose Cece understood now. They had already found salt just like on the stone. They must have found salt stones. 1 fragrant tree, 10 packs of salt. Goose Cece answered calmly, looking at him with a longing gaze. I'll give you all this salt. Take it back. This thing is called salt. I understand. Thank you, great god Cece. The tree was so excited it almost jumped. As the fog began to clear, he quickly packed the pots, tools, and lotus root seeds into a large net bag, carried it on his back, and carefully held the salt jar as he left. The greenish fog disappeared, and the backyard gate closed. Goose Cece's phone vibrated again. It was the deposit promised by Old Sue. The 6 small goals had been achieved. She smiled slightly. Just as she was about to put down her phone, a message from her online banking came. It was from Old Chun, transferring 80 million. Now she had over 7 small goals. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day, and Shen Qingyan should come. She needed to remind her mother not to forget to come here tomorrow for Shen Qingyan to check her pulse. Goose Cece picked up her phone and called her mother. Everyone else was busy with their own things. When she connected the call, her mother immediately urged her, "Finish your work quickly and come back. Your dad and I are at your villa. We've prepared a nice lunch for you. Aunt Chin has been given a day off." Got it, got it. Goose Cece immediately felt the familiar sense of urgency. After hanging up, she went to the neighboring office area. Suyu was busy working with old Sue, and Chinyu was counting her share of the supplies. This time, all the ginseng they obtained was sent to Chin Mo's Zhongxing auction house for auction. One piece of golden silk nanmu was kept for auction, and the rest was sent back to the basement for storage. The Wangwali wood was first given to her parents as this year's birthday gift. Later, when the tree brought more Wangwali, she planned to make a set of furniture as a family heirloom. Any leftovers would be stored or auctioned. Chunyu started handling the follow-up according to her plan. She was also busy training in the system, but first went with Chu Feng to the villa by car. On the way back, she opened her phone to reply to a few professors. It took 20 minutes to respond to messages from Chuanghua and her parents. The big data news feed accurately pushed information about pancreatic cancer. She clicked to read. Cure for pancreatic cancer becomes a reality. Clinical trial patients are currently being recruited. The rare medical book has been donated by the mysterious Miss Gu. It contains the secrets to curing various difficult illnesses, with a major breakthrough in curing pancreatic cancer. Many people are commenting below. Is this real? Cancer is so destructive. Can it really be cured? Fully healed like it never happened. My family has several cases of pancreatic cancer. Now, my children are afraid to marry or have children. If this is true, I really want to thank the scientists and Miss Gu. Where can I sign up? Please send a link. I am already in the late stage, so I don't have high hopes, but I want my last days to have the greatest meaning. I am willing to participate in the clinical trial for free. Gu Cece, who has a family member with cancer, deeply understands everyone's feelings. The value of crossing through 3,000 worlds becomes even clearer at this moment. When she arrived at the villa, she put down her phone, got out of the car, talked with her parents for a while, then went upstairs to study in the system. After studying for 2 hours, she finished just in time for lunch. Passing by the study, she remembered the bird hadn't been fed yet, so she went in to check. To her surprise, the chubby parrot suddenly spoke. "Hello, Miss Gu. Gu Cece. It's not mute? It really is a parrot. Hello, Miss Gu. Hello, Miss Gu." The parrot kept calling, bobbing its head happily, very cute. Gu Cece reached out to pet its little head. The parrot also stretched out like a dog. But hearing the tone sounded a bit familiar, like Shen Qingyan calling her. Its owner is Shen Qingyan. The parrot can mimic the owner's voice and tone. Having gone through tough times, it looks thin and speaks slowly. The system explained you can feed it peanuts or sunflower seeds. Those are its favorite foods. How do you know? Gu Cece asked back, thinking it's like the system's bird. I can look up information. The system replied calmly, then fell silent again. Gu Cece muttered to herself, it really does seem like the system's bird, silent and loving to keep to itself. After feeding the bird, Gu Cece went downstairs to eat. Meanwhile, in the primitive world's Red Sand tribe, a large pot of wild beast meat and lotus root soup was freshly cooked under the command of a tree. The aroma filled the entire tribe. Everyone gathered around the pot, cheering loudly, ha,
Ha.
ha, to encourage each other. Everyone was circling around the fire, waving their hands and moving their feet, as if performing a mysterious dance. After the dance, the tree began using the exchanged bowls to share food with everyone in the tribe. Each person took a sip and sighed with satisfaction. Many older women wiped their tears, saying, if we had met the divine creek earlier, our young ones might have survived by drinking the soup. From now on, the elders and the young can all live. We thank the divine creek and the gods for giving us everything we have now. Thank the divine creek. Everyone in the tribe knelt down and worshipped. At that moment, a tribe member on patrol ran back quickly. Chief, something's wrong. The Yellow Earth tribe from next door has arrived, bringing everyone from their tribe. Are they here to steal our things? All the people of the Red Sand tribe prepared for defense. The warriors gathered at the gate to meet the Yellow Earth tribe. The high priest of the Yellow Earth tribe, smelling the salty scent in the air, became more certain that what she saw earlier was true. Red Sand tribe was truly blessed by the gods. After observing for a few days and gaining many good things, she was the first to kneel down, and others followed. Warriors of the Red Sand tribe, Tree, we are members of the Yellow Earth tribe. Our tribe is struggling to survive. We want to join your tribe. Please accept us. Please accept us. Others from the Yellow Earth tribe also bowed, showing their sincerity. The people of the Red Sand tribe were silent. In the Great Dynasty, behind the county office, in the study room, Shen Qingyan and some old classmates who had come from afar were discussing disaster relief. After the discussion, one classmate sighed. Mu Ji, in the past 2 days, all the grain from Shilin County has been shipped out. If your study cannot reach that magical shop again, I'm not worried about disaster relief. I'm worried about you. Yes, the court is now waiting for your disaster relief efforts. If the grain no longer appears, you will lose your value in their eyes. It's probably only a matter of time, but maybe we can turn the situation around and create a change. Mu Ji, why don't you run away? We can report that you died and just find a dead victim of the disaster to send back to the capital. It's a way to deceive everyone. Shen Qingyan remained silent, feeling bitter inside. They were all thinking too simply. Whether the disaster relief is successful or not, he will die. This is not only because he and his teacher were framed and became the people's heroes, making the rulers wary. It is also because the reform of the imperial examination system they support threatens many people's interests. This incident is an opportunity, an escape for the victims, and the best chance for those who want to destroy him and his teacher. It is also the outcome the rulers hope to see. Therefore, they are doomed to die. News from my former followers says that near Shilin County, many private soldiers are gathering and training. All have been caught, and their confessions are the same. I and my teacher are the masterminds. When we were helping with disaster relief, they were fabricating charges against us, cutting off our escape routes. Several have come here risking great danger. Please, everyone, go back quickly to avoid being involved. I will try again tomorrow to see if I can reach that world during the relief efforts. Shen Qingyan stood up and bowed deeply. Moreover, he knows he will never change his original goal in life. The victims need help, and the election system must be reformed. He will live each day to support these causes, until he dies. A person's life is driven by a belief they are willing to follow forever. Shen Qingyan is not the first, nor will he be the last. He is willing to pioneer and lead the way with his teacher. Everyone saw his firm determination. For a moment, no one spoke. They were deeply moved and stayed put. When they studied together with Shen Qingyan, they were classmates. During the imperial exams, they were friends. They shared youthful passion and later pursued their ambitions in the court, never abandoning their original ideals. Now their goal is disaster relief. Their original purpose remains to help the common people survive hardships, seek happiness for all, and open new paths for the poor. They will never fear death or run away now. Mu Ji, the path you are taking is also the path we have always wanted to walk. How can you leave us and go alone? Since you are determined to walk this road, I will go with you, and I, a true man born between heaven and earth, should stand tall and strong, with righteous spirit, fighting for justice in the world. I am willing to tear open this dark sky with you. Our brothers will remember the way we started. 18 years later, we will still be good brothers. Life is joyful, and death is nothing to fear. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears, yet they still smiled happily. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly and thanked them. Having good friends like this, I have no regrets. Meanwhile, in the modern world, at Gu Cici's villa, after afternoon training and dinner, Gu's father and mother came over to stay. Su had just gone out to report to old Su and missed them. Gu's father is still recovering, and Gu's mother is no longer pretending to be healthy. Once they arrived home, they went upstairs to rest separately. Gu Cici sighed and decided to return to the system to continue studying. Brother Tongzi, buy me a biology course. I want to study at night, or I won't know what to do when I encounter valuable things in the future. By the way, do you have anything on traditional Chinese medicine? If so, Let's open a course together. I'm not short of money now. I want to learn whatever I like, take as many classes as I want. Okay, I'll start the basic diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine course for you. Each lesson costs 10,000 yuan. I'll also open the basic knowledge encyclopedia of biology at 1,000 yuan per lesson. The prices depend on the rarity of the books, no bargaining. Gu Cici. This system really understands her, knowing she would complain about the price increase and explaining it in advance. Got it. Gu Cici smiled and directly entered the traditional Chinese medicine study room to begin studying. 4 hours later, at 10 p.m., the system prompted her. Chu Feng also came to remind her to rest. Gu Cici listened obediently. Not only will Shun Qingyan come tomorrow, but also the 6th transaction in the primitive world will open. After that, the 3rd world will also begin. It will be a bit busy, so she must rest early tonight. Based on the system's information about the 3rd world, she told Chu Feng to prepare. After washing up and getting into bed, Gu Cici still felt uneasy inside. She tossed and turned for a long time before finally falling asleep. When she arrived at the supermarket with everyone, it was only 4:20 a.m. She counted the latest supplies, prepared enough for 20 dump trucks. It should be enough to cover the transportation time for Shen Qingyan this time. Gu's father and mother also sat at the stone table, anxiously waiting, worried that the treatment might not work. Under everyone's watchful eyes, at 4:40 a.m., fog began to rise. Urgent footsteps sounded from inside, and Shen Qingyan's figure suddenly appeared. When he saw Gu Cici, his worried heart immediately relaxed. Before reaching the yard, he turned around and disappeared into the fog. Half a minute later, he arrived with a cart, carrying various supplies. He drove the ox cart into the yard and stopped, bowing to everyone with great joy. Miss Gu, Commander Chu, Uncle, and Aunt, I didn't realize the other day. After 8 exchanges, this passage will open once every 3 days, and in half a year, it will close completely, Gu Cici quickly explained. Sorry, I forgot to tell you last time you left. He hasn't been able to come these past few days, and must be worried. Shen Qingyan understood, and felt regretful. With only half a year left before it closes, the relief efforts will surely be resolved. Her appearance seems to be for saving the people of Dahuang. Shen Qingyan suddenly felt her decision was right. But she probably won't see Gu Cici again. That's okay. By then, he might already be gone. Miss Gu is kind-hearted and values loyalty. If she knew, she might worry more. That's fine too. I see. Miss Gu, there's no need to blame yourself. These items are what I brought for exchange this time. Please, Miss Gu and Commander Chu, check them. Also, since the passage now opens every 3 days and supplies are reduced, many disaster victims haven't been helped yet. I want to ask if there's any food that's easy to transport and can solve urgent needs. I want everyone to survive first. Please help look for such food. Hearing this, Chu Feng stepped forward. We thought about this problem, so we prepared emergency compressed biscuits, which are standard supplies for our army. Chu Feng tore a small hole in a bag of supplies on a cart and took out a small brick about the size of a thumb, handing it over. Lord Shun, please see. Soak this small piece in water, and it will expand into enough food for 1 person for a day. It doesn't taste good, but it's very filling. The outer packaging is waterproof, moisture-proof, and fireproof, suitable for transport. This entire cart is filled with compressed biscuits, enough for 10,000 people for 11 months. So, such a miraculous thing exists in the world. Shen Qingyan once again felt that everything was destined. After bowing in gratitude, she immediately got into the truck carrying the compressed biscuits and took the driver's seat to start transporting supplies. He moved quickly yet steadily, traveling back and forth between 2 worlds. In just an hour and a half, he finished delivering supplies for 20 vehicles. There were also backup supplies prepared, so he took 5 more trucks. When only 10 minutes remained, Shen Qingyan decided to stop. Today, with the supplies taken away, along with compressed biscuits, everyone can eat and stay alive. Recently, many wells in different counties have started to flow again, which means the disaster will soon end, and everything looks hopeful. Gu Sisi saw Shen Qingyan stop, so she pulled her mother forward. Shen Qingyan, I actually have one more thing to ask. My mother is also sick. Could you help check her pulse and pass on the doctor who previously treated my father? Please prescribe medicine for my mother too. Shen Qingyan was slightly surprised. Gu's family had faced many hardships. Then he simply nodded without saying anything. They sat at a stone table. Gu's mother reached out her hand. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome, madam. Shen Qingyan carefully checked her pulse, gradually calming his own restless heart caused by the recent hard work. He gently felt her pulse and asked quietly, Madam, how have you been eating and drinking lately? Normal eating and drinking, good appetite. But I always feel very tired and can't wake up fully, Gu's mother replied honestly. Compared to Gu's father, her symptoms were much milder. I used to have chest pains about 2 or 3 times a week, but now almost none. When it does happen, it passes quickly. Has it gotten worse? Gu's mother asked worriedly, but then realized her question might not be appropriate. Shen Qingyan hadn't checked her pulse before, so he couldn't know if her condition had improved or worsened. He simply nodded. I don't have much medical skill, but I can record Madam's pulse and act as a stand-in for a good doctor to observe and diagnose. Don't worry, being able to eat and drink is a good sign. Even if the illness is serious, being able to eat and drink means there is hope. She still has time to wait. However, Gu's mother's condition was much more serious than Gu's father's, and it might be more dangerous. If something happens before she gets better, he must act quickly. Hearing this, Gu's mother felt more at ease. He continued to observe and ask more detailed questions, then stored the information in his mind. Only 2 minutes remained before the fog started to ripple. Shen Qingyan stood up. Madam Gu, there's no need to worry. The next time we meet will be in 3 days. Please exchange half of your food supplies for compressed biscuits. Also, I need more seeds. Sorry to trouble you. Gu Shi felt something was wrong. She had a strange feeling that Shen Qingyan's words sounded like farewells, last wishes, or final preparations. But Shen Qingyan's expression made her think she was overthinking. Are you okay? Gu Shi asked hesitantly. Shen Qingyan paused slightly before turning away, then smiled brightly.
I'm fine.
Take care, young lady. After saying this, he strode quickly into the fog, his figure looking determined and resolute. System, is the disaster relief in the parallel world going badly? This was the only possible worry Gu Shi could think of about Shen Qingyan. According to the system, everything is going smoothly. Everyone and every world has its own path and destiny. The things they experience are countless. It's not necessarily a problem with disaster relief. But none of this concerns you. You are just a merchant of the multiverse. Traveling through 3,000 worlds, your main task is trading. Please remember that. The system's tone was gentle, almost like an old friend softly reminding her. Maybe she was overthinking after all. If Shen Qingyan needed to say something, he would definitely say it. At 6:40, the green mist rose, and the gate to the original world's trade opened. A savage, Tree, carried a bundle of logs onto the scene. As soon as his figure appeared, the fresh scent of leaves wafted into Gu Shi's face. She smiled slightly. Ah, it's the smell of treasure, the smell of money, the smell of happiness. Wow, so much yellow rosewood, Gu Shi. When the time comes, sell me 2 pieces. I want to make a set of furniture. Professor Wei suddenly appeared behind her and spoke. Gu Shi was startled, but instinctively maintained her divine authority, looking serious. She gave a soft nod, and then looked at the tree. The tree had carried for 50 minutes, bringing hundreds of yellow rosewood logs. A tall mountain of wood was piled in the yard. Finally, it carried back a few hundred wild ginseng roots, set them down, and took a breath. The tree looked at the supplies given by the divine, bowed in gratitude, then hurriedly carried them into the fog, worried he might be late and unable to return. Gu Shi saw how busy and anxious he was today and spoke softly, "Tree, come back later." The tree obediently turned around but looked anxious. "Divine Shi, is there something you want me to do?" "To reward your obedience, the gods are willing to increase the time you can spend in the divine world." Starting today, you can stay here twice as long as before. Do you understand? You can exchange more items for different things like farming or building houses. If you have any questions, you can ask to understand better. Hearing this, the tree immediately started watching the greenish smoke. It really is still there. The smoke is still present, and the gods clearly like their Red Sand tribe. Thank you, God Creek. I have something to tell you. The neighboring Yellow Earth tribe has merged with us and become part of our tribe. They brought many animal skins and want to exchange them with the gods. Are you willing to accept their offer and trade with them? Wow, they're growing stronger. Goose Cece was impressed. If this keeps up, their small tribe will soon grow into a larger one, moving from primitive society toward a slave society. She feels she is speeding up their social development. She replied with a smile, and the tree immediately ran into the mist. Soon, it came back carrying a pile of animal skins as tall as a small mountain. Primitive people make animal skin simply, so the smell from the pile was strong enough to make Goose Cece faint. Luckily, she held her breath, and the staff quickly used carts to carry the skins away, allowing her to maintain her dignified, divine posture. 1 piece of animal skin for 3 pots, 3 packs of salt, or 3 packs of seeds. Goose Cece pointed at the remaining supplies and asked. Compared to Wangwali wood, this price was quite reasonable. The tree looked at the supplies happily. Can I exchange for a little of each? Yes, Goose Cece nodded. The staff immediately started trading, counting the amounts carefully before letting him take them. After the exchange, the tree began asking detailed questions about the process of making clay pots, planting seeds, and dealing with problems during these activities. Professor Wei, who studied biology and knew a bit about farming, was also a farmer by background. He was very skilled at handling primitive people like the tree. While learning, the tree ran back and forth, recording what Professor Wei said in their own way. It wasn't until 2 hours had passed that the tree reluctantly left. As he just left, the greenish smoke gradually turned into silver-white smoke. When the silver-white smoke completely replaced the previous color, the system prompted again. The original world has completed 6 trades. The 3rd trading world is now opening. The trading target is being selected, and the target will arrive soon. This world is a technology world, from Earth in a parallel galaxy, 300 years ahead of the host's Earth. Listening again, Goose Cece still felt nervous. With such a powerful world, she was protected by the system and not afraid of danger. But there could be others. What if the visitors brought deadly weapons? No messing around. Everyone here is an elite. Losing even one would be heartbreaking. Background information of the technology world. Technological advancements are 300 years ahead of Earth, including controlled nuclear fusion, lithography technology, digital society, aircraft engine pods, dark matter technology, and more. So, what should we exchange with them? Goose Cece muttered to herself. Everyone else's technology was hundreds of years ahead. What could they be missing? She always felt like she was poor but trying to do business with billionaires. But thinking carefully, every era has its strengths and weaknesses. Their world must also have things that future worlds need. She should be more confident and not underestimate herself before even starting the deal. She must keep her confidence. The silver-white smoke started to change. It stretched up to at least 3 stories high. Everyone looked up. A huge figure was approaching through the smoke. Because Goose Cece had a system with protective mechanisms, everyone felt safe. They took her back to the supermarket's rooftop, barely catching sight of the approaching giant emerging from the smoke. Only then did everyone see the true appearance of this giant. Majestic, tall, and awe-inspiring. Chu Feng, usually calm and expressionless, was slightly surprised. His mouth opened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, This is a mech? Goose Cece wasn't sure either. She usually wasn't interested in robots, and mechs she only heard about from others, big robots used for fighting. The huge mech was about 9 to 10 meters tall, looking spectacular under the bright sky. The armor on him is all dark outlines and plates, with a golden glow like a volcanic eruption in the middle. In the center of the glow, there is flowing red light that keeps flickering, but it doesn't feel hot. It's like a suddenly appearing superhero, tall and strong, standing proud and bright even in the daytime light, not to be underestimated. Goose Cece can't understand everything, but she still has to admire how powerful and beautiful he looks. The armored person moves slowly, turning his head to look around, then looks down at Goose Cece and her group. His big eyes seem to have a life of their own. It's as if the person inside is watching them. Goose Cece communicate with him. Chu Feng was the first to react. He gently patted Goose Cece's shoulder. In the next second, she felt all the eyes inside the armor were on her. Hello, friend. This is Earth in 2024. Welcome here. I am the Universal Trader, Goose Cece. My main business is trading with people from many worlds. Nice to meet you. Her words were translated. The armored person nodded, then suddenly raised a large finger, pointing at the ground, and spoke in a deep, steady voice, like the sound in a 3D surround sound theater. With a mechanical tone, he said, "Come down. I will shrink myself. Please tell me more about this world." Goose Cece nodded. The group immediately moved down. As they entered the backyard, they saw the armor transforming. It was like a special effect from a movie. In 10 seconds, the 10-meter-tall armor shrank to just over 3 meters. Inside, a head appeared, human-shaped, with blonde hair and black eyes. It looked like a strong, powerful girl, probably no older than 25. Surprisingly, she was a girl.
Goose Cece was surprised.
The girl's face was cold, her eyes icy, and she curiously looked around. Earth, 300 years ago, interesting, she said. She even took a few deep breaths of fresh air before turning her gaze to Goose Cece.
Goose Cece?
There's no free lunch in this world. Tell me what you want. I can afford it. We'll talk about the conditions later. Trying to test her bottom line? Not a chance. Goose Cece smiled slightly and replied, "First, tell me about your world. What is Earth like 300 years from now? What good things do you have? Otherwise, I don't know what to trade with you." The girl still looked cold, but her eyes had become sharper. She slightly raised her chin and added pride to her voice. Of course, space exploration and genetic technology. After 300 years, we've found the key to human lifespan through telomere research. After long experiments, gene replacement technology has become mature. Now, ordinary people can live to 200 to 300 years old, and people no longer need to eat. We've also built permanent research bases on the moon, created small towns on Mars, and have space elevators for tourism, all at the price of a plane ticket. In short, our technology level is far beyond what you can imagine now. Suyu gasped softly. That was amazing, but living so long. She blurted out, "What do people eat in the future? And what about the issue of souls? Has Mount Fuji erupted? When did it erupt? Are the people living under Mount Fuji okay?" This was the most important thing to her after work and making money. Unknowingly, one of her questions touched a nerve. The girl in the mech suit suddenly looked upset. There is no Mount Fuji. It has never existed in history. Earth has gone through 4 ages, and only our Chinese civilization has remained strong. She then smiled gently again. It seems we are not from the same Earth. Suyu immediately looked worried, as if she had said something wrong. She looked to Goose Cece for help, but Goose Cece was calm and unhurried. We are indeed not from the same Earth. We come from a parallel world, similar but different. We must have things that complement each other and need from each other. Our Earth is very powerful, so your advanced technology is what we need. I think you also need our rich resources, clean water, soil, and even plants. When she mentioned what they needed, the girl's expression changed again, showing annoyance, as if she was upset about being guessed at. The system also added in Goose Cece's mind. Their Earth has highly developed technology, so natural resources, especially non-renewable ones like water, are scarce. That's enough for us to use as bargaining chips in negotiations. Goose Cece became more certain of her thoughts and continued speaking to the mech girl. So, you can't afford to eat not because you don't need to, but because there is no normal human food left, right? The mech girl carefully examined Goose Cece. This so-called trader of the multiverse was more impressive than she had imagined, and she should have enough resources to trade with her. but do they have enough resources? I am a trader of the multiverse. Even if our world doesn't have enough of the resources you need, I can go to other worlds. There are countless worlds I can find for you to trade and exchange. Now, have you made your decision? The mech girl then showed a faint smile. Hello, Goose Cece. My name is Jade. I am the commander of the mech soldiers on Phillip Earth. I came here unexpectedly on a mission this time. The first thing I want to trade with you is water, clean fresh water. By the way, since you can travel across countless worlds, can you reach our Earth? If she can, then maybe she can also bring her army to this Earth. For plunder. This Goose Cece really didn't know. She looked at Chu Feng, who checked his watch. There were still 15 minutes left, so there was enough time. He replied, "Please wait a moment." After saying that, Chu Feng left the back of the supermarket and went to the front to call Chuanghua. At this time, Chuanghua was busy selecting more talented people to join the World Trade Team. He held a meeting with top experts from various fields of the country, including the retired but still active researcher Taishan. When he answered the call, he couldn't stop smiling. Chuanghua looked at the most difficult person to deal with, Su Jinbang. He had a team studying mech soldiers and their own super laboratory. His team included experts in mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, computer science, and human-computer interaction. They might face many difficulties developing their own, but working with real prototypes from others should be easier. He happily looked at Su Jinbang and said, "Old Su, if I give you a real mech, really a mech, would you be willing to join my new task force?" Old Su was suspicious. Before, he was told it was a resource exchange project, so how did a mech appear? Mech soldiers only exist in movies. In real life, where would they come from? He shook his head. "Don't fool me. I don't accept models. If it's really a mech, not only will I agree, I'll be begging to join your project. I'll work on it until I die." But that was impossible. His team was already researching weapons like mechs, and they were among the top in the world. Yet their progress was slow. Su Jinbang smiled. "All right, I hope you won't change your mind. By the way, old Feng, your research on lithography machines hasn't made progress, right? We can give you a better lithography machine. Would you like to join us?" Old Feng was just pondering whether the country had some secret technological breakthrough. Before he could figure it out, the topic shifted from mechs to lithography machines. Such a big jump, with so many achievements, it must be fake. Is someone playing tricks? If there really was something new, he should have heard about it first. It wouldn't come from Chuanghua's department, which is so far removed. He said, "If it's real, I'll work on it until I die, just like old Su. Leader, stop messing with us. If you called us here, just tell us what important matter you have." Others also agreed and nodded. Chuanghua quietly said on the phone, "First, we need the mecha and the lithography machine. The rest can wait." After saying that, he looked at the scientists present and said, "Everyone, don't rush. Besides old Su and old Foam, does anyone else want certain technological achievements or have urgent problems that need breakthroughs? Please make a list." When he said this, all the other professors laughed loudly. Can they really get what they want just by making a list? Will listing things actually solve the problems? Chuanghua decided not to continue the meeting right now. Once the mecha and lithography machine arrive and the real items are here, they will come back to find him. He stood up and said, "Everyone, please make a list." In less than 3 days, the results for Old Su and Old Feng's requests will be available. Everyone stood up but shook their heads. No one made a list. These were confidential projects, and they couldn't risk leaking any information. "Leader, I'll leave first. The Research Institute still has work to do." "Leader, I'm leaving too. By the way, when the mecha is ready, remember to notify me. I'll definitely come." "Leader, scientific research isn't that simple. Don't worry about it." Chuanghua was not angry at all, just smiling. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Chu Feng told Gu Cece then spoke with Jade. Jade wasn't surprised at all. With her cool, custom-made mecha, who wouldn't be tempted? "That's fine, but I can only get lithography machines below 3 nanometers. As for the mecha, I'll give you a small one to play with. Consider it a gift for meeting you. The manual for the mecha is included. Jade finished speaking, took out a small pendant from her chest cavity, and threw it to Gu Cece. Gu Cece caught it and examined it. The pendant had a tiny but very detailed mecha doll hanging on it, and it felt heavy in her hand. My idea is a large mecha, about 15 to 18 meters tall, weighing 100 million tons of water. For other sizes, there are 3 types of mechas, all using 100 million tons of water. One lithography machine, using 50 million tons of water. Is that acceptable? Jade asked again. The system automatically calculated and reminded, 100 million tons of water is enough for your city's 12 days of use. The amount that can be used in the original world without impact is 300 billion tons. The most advanced lithography machine on Earth is the 5 nanometers model from ASML, which is an extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine. They also have a high-NA lithography machine that reaches 3 nanometers, but it is very expensive. With such strong support for water resources, Gu Cece felt relieved. However, she still felt that not bargaining seemed like a loss. So she added, "All right, let's stick to this standard for the first deal. After mutual trust is established, buy 5, get 1 free. Whatever you buy, you get the same free. Deal, it's settled." Feitsue also agreed happily. "We'll meet again at the same time tomorrow." Here is a water storage sphere for your convenience. Each sphere can automatically absorb and store 1 million tons of water. This is the remote control, with instructions included. Just press the green switch to operate. After speaking, she took out one of the spheres and demonstrated the operation to Gu Cece. Then she removed the small sphere from the limbs of the mech and tossed it in front of her. There are 10 spheres in total, each about the size of an apple, neatly arranged on the ground in a row. Seeing the silver-white mist about to disappear, Gu Cece quickly mentioned the time limits for the exchange, and Feitsue hurriedly stepped into the mist and left. Soon, she returned, extending a mech hand and placing a larger sphere on the ground, about the size of a basketball, totaling 18. This is a water storage sphere that can hold 5 million tons of water, operated the same way as the previous ones. Her voice became faint, and then the mist completely vanished, everything returning to normal. Everyone took a moment to recover from their shock and began handling the scene. A single small water sphere can store 1 million tons of water. This technology far surpasses that of Earth. They must study it carefully before taking it away. They also planned to study the mech she gifted them. Everyone was very excited and busy. Chu Foam quickly reported to his superiors. They had obtained 1 mech, but since its safety was uncertain, they applied for testing. Chuanghua immediately requested Old Su to oversee it. In the laboratory, Old Su heard this and immediately laughed. "Mech testing? Which mech are you talking about? Are you sure you're not joking? Who is the genius behind the creation of that mech? Let me hear who it is." Old Su thought carefully. It was unlikely that the person in charge would joke about such a thing. However, with such great progress in scientific research worldwide, which talented person is so capable that he wouldn't know? Chuanghua's secretary shook his head. "This is a long story. You should go see for yourself. After you watch, Miss Gu and the person in charge over there, Mr. Gu, will explain everything clearly." Old Su looked at everyone, all serious, and his heart started to waver. If there was even a small chance, even if today was to be his downfall, he would still go. Mechas are very important. If they can achieve human-machine interaction and communication become seamless, it would be a huge advantage over those small-time troublemakers. And once the technology matures and leads the world, the status of the Flower Kingdom would be much higher than it is now. "Let's go and see." Old Su, with his hands behind his back, quickly got into his car. He saw his 2 doctoral students coming out of the lab and waved. "Come on, Chunyan, Jiangsu, come with me." Chunyan and Jiangsu obediently got in the car. As it started, Chunyan yawned and asked, "Teacher, where are we going? What are we doing?" "We're going to see the mecha." Old Su was both excited and doubtful. Chunyan and Jiangsu were shocked and turned to look at him. "What?" After the renovation of the Prosperity Supermarket area was completed, Gu Cece hadn't yet seen the whole area. This time, to test the mecha, she followed along. The area requisitioned for demolition was much larger than she expected. Even the few mountain peaks at the end of the area were included, all for the big test needed today. It looked quite desolate. Everyone chose the largest open space at the foot of the mountain, waiting for old Sue to arrive. Although the other professors weren't from the same field, they didn't miss the chance, and all came. Even old Chun and Chun Mo were present. Chun Yu kept exclaiming, showing off to others about the mecha he saw earlier. Dad, brother, you really are lucky to have me. If it weren't for me, you'd never get to see such a cool scene, so thank me. Gu Sisi was speechless and shook her head. Old Sue's car entered the area. Chu Feng reported to Gu Sisi. Old Sue will arrive soon. The leader's instructions are to let you observe the mecha test and have others participate. While mechs are important, Gu Sisi is worth 100 mechs. She is even more impressive than a lithography machine. Gu Sisi nodded in agreement. Soon, Professor Sue's car arrived quickly. The back door opened, and an elderly man with white hair, wearing a lab coat, strode out confidently. He asked, "Who is Chu Feng and Miss Gu?" "I'm here." "Hello, Professor Su." "I am Gu Sisi," she replied. Professor Su glanced at her casually, with a look of doubt. He asked, "How old are you, and what is your education level?" "I'm 23 years old, just graduated with a bachelor's degree, young and talented." "Is the mech something you developed?" Professor Su looked surprised and skeptical. A 23-year-old college girl knowing about mechs? It seemed unlikely. Could she really have made it? It was almost unbelievable. Maybe she got help from connections, and he was just here to see an ordinary smart robot. Also, Chu Onwood didn't know much about mechs either. "It wasn't me who developed it. Someone gave it to me as a gift," Gu Sisi honestly answered. Professor Su looked at her with disbelief. Not wanting to explain further, she took out the mech necklace and handed it to him. "Please take a look. There's a manual inside, but I don't understand it very well." She truly couldn't understand it. She recognized only the symbols for up, down, left, and right. The rest of the technical terms were unfamiliar. She knew each word but couldn't make sense of the whole. Professor Su, determined to see it through, took it and examined it. The feel of the pendant surprised him. He carefully observed its shape and material, which he had never seen before. And this material looked extraordinary. Could this girl really be something special? Someone gave her this gift, but it probably wasn't from aliens. "Where is the switch?" he asked. Gu Sisi pressed the spot on the mech's chest where the pendant was. Instantly, a touch screen appeared, about 13.5 inches, like a computer monitor. It was filled with dense text. Everyone fell silent. Professor Su and his two students stared wide-eyed. Judging by the device and the situation, it didn't seem like nonsense. The three of them gathered around to look together. The more Professor Su looked at the manual, the more he thought this was a serious device. But without a manual for making mechs, he couldn't be sure of its true nature. The best way was to follow the instructions and try out its functions. However, only the three of them understood how to operate it. If something went wrong— "Teacher, let me try." Chunyan was the first to raise her hand. "You know I am good at handling things calmly, so I am the best fit for this. If she becomes the top person in the mech world, haha, she would definitely be included in textbooks forever, and her papers would immediately have more value. She is really close to being overwhelmed by her papers. Junior, please let the senior take this one. Miss Gu, I truly want to be the one to do this test. Please, you must agree." Gu Sisi dared not agree. She was the disciple of Old Su and a doctoral student. Old Su shook his head. "No, I will do it myself." "Teacher, you can't come." "I will do it. You just give instructions. If you go in and something goes wrong, it will be a big problem," Chen Yan insisted. After a long debate among the three, Chen Yan volunteered. She rubbed her fists, first reading the operation manual carefully, then discussing safety precautions with Old Su. They also set up some safety measures, including communication devices and backup equipment. At 11:30 in the morning, Chun Yen pressed the button to activate the mech warrior suit, waiting for the transformation. Everyone stepped back 10 meters and watched Chun Yen in the center. Her mech pendant around her neck started to spread around her body. In less than 30 seconds, it transformed magically, covering her completely. She grew to over 2 meters tall. That small pendant somehow covered her entire body in steel armor. Only her head was left exposed. Chunyan took a deep breath and transmitted a message through the intercom. I am about to fully seal myself. She closed her eyes, pressed the button, and her head was sealed. Everyone could see her appearance. The outer armor was layered with pinkish-white scales, each joint detailed and delicate. The mech followed her body's curves, fitting perfectly, clearly showing she was a refined female mech warrior. Is such a cute, pink design suitable for the battlefield? Goose Cece liked this gift but was full of curiosity about the unknown. Chunyan, how do you feel? Old Sue asked hurriedly. Try moving a little. Mentor, I feel like I'm just wearing a suit. It's very comfortable, and I don't feel restricted at all. But I suddenly grew nearly a meter taller, and I'm a bit afraid of heights. Chunyan's voice came clearly. She began testing various movements to check the agility of the armor. She squatted, walked, punched, and kicked. Everything was smooth and easy. It didn't seem like the armor should be so flexible and sensitive. Let's test the strength now, she said. The armor isn't just for looks, it's mainly for real combat. Okay. The virtual screen in front of me can be controlled with my eyes or my mind for more difficult tasks. Teacher, should I try hitting a tree? There was nothing else nearby to test on. Just a tree, Su Lao replied. Everyone watched closely, afraid to miss any detail. Especially Chinyu, who tugged at Goose Cece. Little boss, can I play too later? Please. It's every boy's dream. File your report. If the higher-ups approve, I'll agree, Goose Cece said, pushing his face away. Chen Yan then controlled the armor to walk over to the closest tree. She hugged the tree and gently pulled. The tree came out of the ground like a bunch of scallions. She kept challenging thicker, taller trees. Each one was pulled out easily, like pulling scallions, until she reached a big tree that two people's arms could wrap around. It was a bit harder, but she still managed to pull it out. Without being told, Chunyan squatted into a fighting stance and suddenly threw a punch forward. The tree trunk in front of her shattered instantly.
Wow.
This is close combat. Who can stand against that? This small armor, less than 3 meters tall, is mainly for personal protection or small missions, and it's so powerful. Jade said medium and large armor, 15 to 18 meters tall, are even more unstoppable. What? Large armor? Who is Jade? Su Lao looked back. On his communicator, Chunyan's voice sounded confused. Teacher, there's a survival feature not mentioned in the manual. Do you want to test it? Because of the noise and Su Lao being shocked by the large armor information, Chunyan only heard one word. Yes. She chose the escape function, selecting the ascent icon. 1,000 meters. In the next second, her body suddenly lifted off the ground, and the scenery changed rapidly.
Chunyu was amazed.
Su Lao, look. Your student is flying. Everyone quickly looked up and saw Chunyan in her armor hanging motionless in the sky. They couldn't help but feel relieved that she had stopped. Suddenly, everyone looked anxiously and shockingly at Goose Cece, Chu Feng, and Old Sue. After all, only the three of them were decision-makers here. Old Sue initially thought Chunyu was rude and speaking improperly. But in the next second, he looked up at the sky and let out a sharp cry. Who told you to go up? I didn't give any orders. How dare you act on your own? Chunyan, what exactly did you press? Chunyan's trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie. Teacher, what should I do now? It's so high up, I'm so scared. Luckily, it's not cold up here. What material is this? The insulation is so good. Teacher, I already asked you, Chunyan said sadly, then became serious. I pressed the escape function. There was an icon for up, down, left, and right controls. I pressed up to 1,000 meters. There was also a free flight and landing mode. Should I press the down icon now? Based on the current situation, that should be fine. Wait, hang on first. Let the people below prepare some defenses. Who knows how you'll come down or at what speed? If she falls and gets hurt, today's accident will be a big deal. Old Sue was worried, shocked, and excited all at once. This mech was small but fully equipped, full of surprises. Many functions were mysterious, and their purpose was unclear, making it very valuable for research. He couldn't imagine medium and large mechs. He was already looking forward to meeting those bigger models. Chun Yen responded with a hum and floated in the sky like a large ornament. Chun Yu and Suyu were taking photos. They believed that after Chun Yen came down, she would definitely want these pictures. Gu Cece clasped her hands together and prayed, "Please, no accidents. Brother Tongzi, if she falls, can you catch her?" Only the host has an external protection mechanism. Oh, right, she realized she had gone up herself. Who would have thought that even this had a protection mechanism for her? Truly comprehensive. Chun Yen was really determined. Was it worth risking her for a paper? Xu Feng immediately arranged for people on the ground to prepare a rescue cushion, a counter-gravity net for catching her, and a ready mobile cushion. All set to go. After confirming, Old Su communicated with Chun Yen again. All right, start descending. If you can input the height, try 999 meters. Chun Yen weakly responded and started pressing buttons to input values. Surprisingly, there was a setting for descent speed. She chose a steady speed. After selecting, Chun Yen waited for a smooth descent. Suddenly, she saw her surroundings rapidly fall away, but she didn't feel weightless. Only during the first second of the descent did she feel a slight sensation of falling, enough to make her shout. This mech actually calls that steady descent? Everyone watched as, in just 5 seconds, Chun Yen, wearing the mech, floated in the air about 1 meter above the ground. Under her feet, faint blue-white flames appeared. It looked like the flames from a rocket booster after fuel combustion. But why was there no flame when ascending, only when descending? Old Su also noticed this. After observing and confirming Chun Yen was fine, he became serious. Wait a moment, try going up again. You can also test the free flight mode. Chun Yen felt more confident now, and was less scared. She nodded in agreement. Gu Cece, standing nearby, wanted to speak up and say she also wanted to try, but she held back. Xu Feng, does it have thermal imaging and recording functions? Old Su pointed to the camera recording the test and asked. Even if the naked eye couldn't see it before, maybe other modes could observe it.
Zhu Feng note that.
Several machines began adjusting. Once ready, Chun Yen suddenly soared into the sky again, then flew up, down, left, and right at various distances. In less than 10 minutes, she mastered how to control the mech for free flight, flying short distances in the air. Teacher, this operation is so simple. It's even easier than our instruments. So fun. Chun Yan's tone was excited. But this small mech only has close-range attack and escape functions. If it could also shoot from afar, combining a superhero and a fighter jet, that would be amazing. Hearing this, Gu Cece also started to look forward to other types of mechs. These small mechs are really good as gifts. They don't have much attack power but look nice. Even in natural disasters, with their speed and functions, they could truly save lives. The maximum speed is 180 kilometers per hour. It could even be made into a flying vehicle. There are still many things that haven't been fully understood, Miss Gu. I was really blind earlier and didn't recognize your importance. I apologize. So, could I take this mech back for research? I promise I won't dismantle it. The last part of his sentence sounded uncertain. He really wanted to take the mech apart now. Gu Cece could tell that this was a gift from Jade. If she couldn't produce it when asked, it wouldn't look good. Old Su, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. And you really don't want to dismantle it? Gu Cece refused. Jade will send me some small, medium, and large mechs tomorrow. Can you start your research then? Yes, you can dismantle it whenever you want then. Xu Feng chimed in. Miss Gu's things are private. If you dismantle it, you'll need to pay. We don't have enough funds, but some of tomorrow's mechs are funded by the government and are free. As an experienced researcher, Old Su understood this well. He held back his urge to scratch and nodded, smiling as he raised his phone. All right, Miss Gu, let's add each other as friends. He looked a bit worried about being rejected. Chun Yen and her younger brother Jiang Su quickly followed, handing over their phones. Miss Gu, that's no ordinary favor. She even claimed she graduated with a bachelor's degree, which was probably just a cover for hiding her true identity. Gu Cece added everyone as friends and gave notes. She glanced at Chu Feng, who then gestured with his hand. Old Sue, let's go to the office to discuss everything about the Mechs, Jade, Miss Gu, and our project. Old Sue was eager to understand what was really going on and immediately decided to follow. Chun Yen disabled the defense and wearing functions, and the mech instantly shrank and transformed back into a pendant. She handed it back to Gu Cece, feeling reluctant. Chun Yu's eyes glowed green as he held his palms up. Little boss, let me play with it. Please. Chinemo also looked on intently, eager to try. Many people present wanted to try as well. Gu Cece also wanted to try. So she looked at Chu Feng. I won't get into trouble. Remember the safety mechanism I mentioned before? I just found out this also includes that. 10 minutes only, Chu Feng agreed. Old Sue also smiled shyly. Hee, just give me 1 minute then. So, in the next 3 minutes, Gu Cece learned how to operate a small mech. The others, Professor Su, the young disciple, Chen Yu, Chen Mo, Old Master Chen Suyu, and Chu Feng, each tried it out. Then the whole group left. Back at the wealthy supermarket, just as they arrived at the entrance, Old Su suddenly appeared. He simply glanced at Old Su and said, You got caught too? Looking good. Gu Cece, I've been looking for you all day. Come with me. I have a surprise for you. He then pulled Gu Cece toward a nearby car, not forgetting to inform Chu Feng. Chu Feng, don't worry. I've already asked the leaders and got approval. If you don't believe me, ask them. Chu Feng directed Chen Yu, and Su quickly followed, waving to call someone over. Old Su, how about I arrange a car to take you home? Let leader Chu Ongwa explain everything. I need to protect Miss Gu. Normally, he couldn't be more than 3 meters away from Gu Cece. While arranging everything, he checked the message Chu Ongwa had sent earlier. The document was real, so he had to go along. Understood, but no need to make it complicated. I'll go with you. Old Su, do you mind? Old Su looked at Old Su, almost wanting to slap him. They used to be classmates, and it was frustrating that such a good organization didn't contact him to join. It's no problem. It's just a surprise. Everyone's here, so it's fine. Old Su leaned out of the car window, winking at Old Su. Then the 3 cars set off. After leaving the secure area, the other 5 cars quietly approached the 3, blending into the traffic to provide protection. Meanwhile, on the other side, a drone blogger watched his footage. On the distant mountaintop, a human shape in the sky looked very confused. He watched repeatedly, but couldn't see clearly because of the distance. He could only see a humanoid figure suddenly shooting up into the sky, hanging there for a while, then descending and disappearing. It kept flying up and down, moving rapidly until it finally vanished. That area, according to the map and distance, was the same place where the tomb was being excavated and then demolished. Could it be an alien spaceship? He felt like he had uncovered the truth. So, I immediately took a part of the video and posted it online. Ancient Cemetery Group unexpectedly shows UFO. Humanoid flying craft repeatedly testing above. Gu Cece looked at the scenery outside the car and was surprised to find they had entered the back door of a pharmaceutical technology company. The back door was heavily guarded and had been replaced with their own people. The security guard was watching the scene, and Old Su handed Gu Cece a mask. Put this on. You're not supposed to show your face. Also, sunglasses and a cap. I picked them out for you. Wear them and you'll look like a celebrity. Gu Cece. She obediently put on the mask. After getting out of the car, she walked quickly inside under the crowd's protection and cover, keeping her head down. She looked like a famous star. Gu Cece almost laughed at herself. This was too crazy. What kind of surprise required such a big show? They entered the hall and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Through the tall, closed glass doors, Gu Cece saw many reporters inside, like at a press conference. Old Su pulled Gu Cece away and led her into a VIP lounge. After closing the door, he explained, Cece, today is a press event and we need you there. In about 10 minutes, you, Chinyu, Suyu, and Chu Feng will sit in the audience. The first 5 seats on the right in the front row are reserved for you. The second row behind is for others. I'm going to prepare now. Remember to go. After saying that, he hurried off.
Everyone else could only look at each other helplessly, silently waiting for 10 minutes. Then, everyone stood up and headed toward the venue they had just seen. At the reporters' corridor, Chu Feng and Gu Cece led the way, followed by Chun Yu and Su Yu. Behind them were Chun Mo, Old Chun, Old Su, and others. Many reporters in the back row saw the unfamiliar faces. They didn't plan to take photos, but when they saw Old Chun's family walking behind the group, they exchanged glances. Look, that's Old Chun, right? And Chun Mo, Chun Zong, and that playboy Chun Yu. Wow, and the one at the very end is Old Su. With such a position and status. Also, I heard that Jinjin Group didn't invite so many big shots today. And look, Old Su and Old Chun are only sitting in the second row. Who is that woman in the front row? No idea. She's covered up so tightly. Let's take a few photos now, or we won't get her back view later. Gu Cece sat quietly, observing her surroundings, completely unaware of the faint, mixed sounds of conversation around her. In front of her was a stage similar to those seen on TV during press conferences. There was a row of elegant tables and chairs, microphones, and nameplates. Old Su sat in the center seat, representing the company's research team. Next to Old Su was the company's chairman, Su Jindong. Other people included laboratory staff and senior executives. The host stepped out, made a brief opening speech, and then everyone took their seats. Su Jindong glanced in Gu Cece's direction before beginning to speak. Hello, media friends. Today, the Zhongxin Group has invited you here to announce a major decision related to a research project. He stood up, acting mysteriously, with a look that seemed to say, "Aren't I impressive? Admire me." Recently, our Traditional Chinese Medicine Association received an invitation from Miss Gu to collaborate. She donated some rare medical books at a very low price. After research and testing, we confirmed that the ancient text, the acupuncture classic, lost in history, can be combined with modern medicine and used practically. Based on this priceless medical book, we have reorganized and created many new treatments, including for stomach issues, headaches, joint pain, and nerve diseases. We've made great progress, even curing conditions like nervous exhaustion and migraines. For more details, please visit our official website. But that's not the main point. The key is to thank Miss Gu for her kindness. All the results from this book will be made into free educational materials. These will be donated as books to schools. If interested, qualified medical practitioners can also, with their national ID, pass an approval process and learn from this book for free. When he finished, all the reporters stood up excitedly, taking photos and discussing loudly. Free? It's really free? The Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and Jinjin Group must be crazy. This is such great news. Many primary and secondary schools now offer Chinese medicine courses. This could help them become famous doctors from a young age. Such a huge benefit without charge. What a bold move. No wonder the official reporters are here. I'm sure this news will cause a big stir. This is truly a major event that benefits the country and the people. So, is that mysterious Miss Gu the person sitting in the front row? At such an important moment, after the crowd finished their discussion, Old Su took the microphone again. Of course, I know what everyone is worried about. These achievements have already been patented and registered for heritage protection. Every step has been taken. If others want to use them, they must ask us to buy the rights. Old Su briefly hinted at the follow-up arrangements. Gu Cece understood. It's to prevent those petty people from claiming others' work for heritage registration or patents. Who are these petty people? Everyone knows. So, domestically free, earning from foreign copyrights. Isn't that just using their own tactics against them? Additionally, our remaining rare medical books are still under research and experimentation. We welcome everyone to continue following the Chinese Medicine Association and Zhongxin Group. I believe traditional Chinese medicine will make great progress. At this historic moment, let's invite the mysterious Miss Gu to the stage. Gu Cece? Is she really going up? While she sat still, people behind her suddenly started taking photos wildly and looking around for someone. This mysterious Miss Gu is finally going to appear. So exciting. This is a great achievement. If it were me, I'd sell it for a lot of money. Who exactly is Miss Gu? Why isn't Miss Gu coming out yet?
Gu Cece stood up. She had never been in a scene like this. She felt a bit nervous. Old Sue had already stood up and walked straight to her. Young Gu, you're a bit scared, right? But there will be more chances like this in the future. You are now one of a kind in the world. You are a national treasure. What are you afraid of? Come, I'll take you with me. Old Sue extended his arm. Gu Cece put her hand on his arm, feeling less nervous. After all, she is a national treasure. And she was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask disguised. Even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. She straightened her back. Chu Feng came behind her and followed her onto the stage. Gu Cece's eyes nearly blinded by the lights. She just stood still like a statue, letting them take photos. Looking at the bright lights and the joyful celebration, Gu Cece saw her parents in the crowd and waved at them. After the photos, Old Sue quickly took Gu Cece off the stage, so fast that the reporters were caught off guard. Hey, don't go. Can't Miss Gu give an interview? Old Sue, why did you leave too? Old Chun, Old Sue, you came with Miss Gu. You must know her. Can you tell us what kind of person Miss Gu is? Yes, we're all very curious about Miss Gu. She is full of mystery. The others were shocked and laughed bitterly. Old Sue dared to stay and face their questions. There were too many people around, so they couldn't escape. Everyone look at the latest news. Pancreatic cancer has been declared completely cured. The first patient is also named Gu. I heard the medicine was donated by Miss Gu. Is she from a famous medical family? This caused a big stir. Everyone quickly checked the trending topics and rushed to the next interview spot. Old Sue and Gu Cece went to the lounge to wait. After a few minutes, a tall, mixed-race man with a model-like figure appeared. He was about 1.88 meters tall. Gu Cece. So handsome. Supermodel. His gaze immediately focused on Gu Cece, then shifted to Old Sue. He leaned casually against the doorframe and knocked. Uncle Sue, my dad asked me to meet Miss Gu. Can I come in? Come in, come in. We're all young people. Maybe you and Cece can add a little fun. Old Sue sighed and then said to Gu Cece, this guy is good at flirting. If you like him, date him. If not, just have fun. By the way, he's the heir to the Zhongzhen group and a bit of a spender. If you have antiques, you can sell them to him. His name is Su Leong and his English name is Anderson. As Gu Cece took out her phone, Su Leong sat across from her. His long legs drew attention. He added her as a friend and kept smiling at her. When he handed back her phone, whether intentionally or not, he reached out and shook her hand, gripping it tightly. He seemed a bit greasy. Gu Cece immediately looked down. She wondered how such a handsome man could be so narcissistic and greasy. She preferred gentlemen like Shin Qingyan, who are polite and respectful. Miss Gu, you're young and accomplished. You're even a year younger than me, yet you've achieved so much. My dad would scold me if he knew I was talking to you. You're very handsome, which is an advantage. Gu Cece felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She pulled her hand back and looked at Chu Feng for help, hoping someone would send this greasy person away. Do you really think I'm handsome? Then I can be your assistant just like Chinyu. My dad said I could even be a vase at your house. Su Leong smiled even more brightly, but I couldn't look at him directly. He was too attractive and a bit greasy. A vase or an oil bottle. Gu Cece waved his hand. Forget it. If you come, you'll just be wasting your talent. At this moment, Chinyu finally squeezed out from outside. Seeing Su Leong's expression, he understood immediately. He quickly stepped between Gu Cece and Su Leong. What are you doing? My boss, you dare to flirt too? You flower peacock, go away. Gu Cece was shocked. So that was flirting? He almost didn't recognize it. His skills were really poor. Old Su kept laughing. Chu Feng pursed his lips tightly, looking serious. Chinyu pulled Gu Cece away. Chu Feng hurried to follow. Su Leong stood up and moved to the side, still smiling. His dad probably miscalculated. She's a straightforward girl and can't be seduced easily. He should try a more subtle approach. Outside the lounge, Gu Cece asked confusedly, Chu Feng, why didn't you stop him or me just now? Did he come for your system? using a charm tactic on a girl like me. Such things might happen more often in the future, so I just wanted to give you a heads up, Chu Feng said casually, seeming unconcerned. Gu Cece. Wow, the world of rich people is really different. Luckily, she didn't like that kind of thing, just admired from afar. Otherwise, she would have been embarrassed just now. They went out through the back door to the car, and Chu Feng took Gu Cece back to the villa. At the villa, Gu Cece checked the news and her trending searches. The big news about her pancreatic cancer being cured and the free copyright issue was so huge that the UFO incident disappeared from the top 10 in less than 10 minutes. Dear VIP customer, on September 30th, 2024, at 11:23 a.m., the Chinese Medicine Association transferred 600 million yuan to your account. Your current balance is 768,003,200.82 yuan. Wow, the promised 6 billion payment for the 60 billion deal was made, 6 billion as a deposit. Now another small goal has been reached, leaving 48 more. The future looks bright. Gu Cece chuckled to herself. Now she has over 7 small goals. How should she spend the money? Gu Cece, these contracts need your signature, including the cooperation letter sent by the Heavy Town Group and the upcoming medical book sharing agreements. Qin Yu entered and began explaining. In a parallel world, in the future technological city of AS City State, inside the most luxurious hotel suite in the city center. The room's theme color is silver white, filled with a futuristic tech vibe, but also cold and unapproachable, like ice that cannot be penetrated or melted. Emerald wears a silver-white jumpsuit uniform with high-tech glasses, communicating with a holographic projection of a real person in front of her. The projection has no shadow, and white light surrounds it. If not for this, it would be hard to tell she is just a virtual image. Captain, the items you asked us to prepare are ready. We have 2 lithography machines, but they are outdated models, so they are easy to find. There are 4 types of mechs. 1 close combat, small-sized, and 2 medium-large ones. These are also outdated products, unable to fly in the sky, only capable of flying within the atmosphere. Captain, what do you want so many scrap parts for? Your third sister is watching for your mistakes every day. Although these items are stored in the warehouse, they are still leverage. If she uses them as an excuse, currently the competition between federal cities is very fierce. Those who can bring greater benefits to the Federation are more likely to become the future leaders of the entire Federation. And yet, the best person is clearly their captain, but the original Federation City Lord prefers someone else. I understand, but I want Marrow to find my weakness and force her to act. Then I can settle old scores along with new ones. Emerald's eyes are cold, even filled with hatred and a strong will to win. She and Marrow are just artificial creations born in the same machine chamber. They are barely considered sisters. The position of Federation commander must be hers to take. Emerald turns off the holographic projection, removes her high-tech glasses, and stands up. The ground is fully transparent, allowing a clear view of pedestrians and robots passing by. With every step she takes, silver-white snowflakes bloom on the ground. Emerald contemplates silently. Her large water storage sphere for Gu Cece can only hold 100 million tons of water, enough to exchange for 1 large mech or 2 smaller types, or 2 lithography machines. For both sides, the trade is too slow. She needs a bigger water sphere to exchange more items. But a larger water sphere is a secret military device, so she must complete a second trade first to prove her strength with water, and then apply. She hopes Gu Cece won't let her down. Modern day, Gu Cece's villa. Gu Cece returns home, first testing the water sphere with a reservoir. Finding it very simple to operate, she then goes back to training and sleeping. Before she knows it, the next day's trade arrives. Everyone is excited about the possibility of bigger, more powerful mechs. When Gu Cece arrives at the supermarket, Old Su, Qin Yan, and Jiang Su are already there. They look at her with obsession, even a bit fanatical. Young Gu, you haven't had breakfast, right? We brought some for you. Old Su becomes even kinder. Yesterday, he signed a confidentiality agreement. After learning the truth, he thought about it all night before calming down. In this world, there really are people favored by heaven. Such a lucky encounter. Though he didn't develop the weapons himself, he owns powerful weapons from the Flower Kingdom, and if they can be mass-produced, it's his achievement. He hopes to get such a cheat help. Professor Su, you're too kind. Goose Cece accepts the breakfast. The group heads to the backyard of the supermarket. Only 10 minutes left before the tree arrives. She doesn't need to worry about supplies, but she wonders if the tree can learn to use the water sphere. Even if it can't, Chufeng can still go to the reservoir to get water in time. At 6:40, greenish smoke rises. The tree appears faster than usual in front of everyone. The amazing sight makes Professor Su, Qin Yan, and Jiang Su exclaim excitedly. They watch as the tree brings a large variety of plants, still fresh with soil, to help with storage. Great God Cece. Our tribe has built warm in winter, cool in summer houses. We've started trading pottery, bowls, and dishes with other tribes. We can eat well every day. But floods and the Tianshui River are coming again. In the next few days, I must take my people to the mountaintop and cannot trade with you anymore. Please understand. The tree bows deeply, very devout and sad. Sadly, their newly built home is about to be lost. Goose Cece listened with a sudden realization. The pouring of the Milky Way must mean it's raining heavily. How heavy does the rain have to be to cause a flood? The key point is, they don't need to run far to store water. When did the Milky Way start pouring? It has already begun. It's still small now, so I can still go into the cave. After I tell you this, I have to run for safety, Shu said, clasping his hands and placing them on his forehead. Will the gods have a way to help them this time? He looked at Goose Cece with hope. Goose Cece nodded, then took out a military green backpack and pulled out a shiny silver ball to show Shu. The tall tree knelt down and bowed his head. Great God, what is this? This is a divine tool. It can absorb all the floodwaters and the pouring of the Milky Way. Look here, if you follow my instructions and use it when the flood comes, it can save your tribe from disaster. When the ball inside is full, put it back into this green bag and bring it back to me. Goose Cece explained and taught Shu for a long time. They simulated the scene, observed Shu's reactions and actions, and confirmed he could handle it. Only then did he hand over a bag of water-absorbing balls.
Go now.
Be sure to return all the balls before the passage closes today, or the gods will punish you, Shu understands. Shu will go immediately, he said nervously, standing up quickly and disappearing into the mist. When Shu returned to the cave, the once dry cave now had ankle-high water, meaning the flood had started. He hurried out and saw the tribe members packing their belongings, waiting at the cave entrance to go to the mountaintop to escape the disaster. Shu ran out, raised the smallest ball, and loudly said, "The gods have given us a divine tool to stop the flood. We don't need to run anymore." What? The gods gave it to us? Really? Can we really stay home and not go hungry? Shu, what kind of divine tool is this? It's so small. How can it hold all the water from the Milky Way? Mom, that's a divine tool. It can't be small. Shu, try it yourself. People from the Red Sand tribe were full of hope and excitement, even fully believing. But some others escaping from different tribes laughed and stomped their feet. Only the leader of the Yellow Earth tribe is useless. He lost the shamaness and now believes you can communicate with the gods and be blessed. The gods even gave you a divine tool? We don't believe it. The floodwaters of the Sky River have spilled over, and so many people have died. Even stronger beasts couldn't stop it. How could your small ball possibly hold back all this water? Let's run quickly. If we wait any longer, the floodwaters will sweep everyone down the mountain. Everyone started to run. The trees didn't believe their tricks. They simply took out a small ball and, following Goose Cece's instructions, moved toward the hillside and toward a place where they could see the sky clearly. Other tribespeople also followed him, and no one doubted that the sky god was real. They all knew how well they had been living these days, sleeping peacefully, eating enough. If all that was fake, then what was real? They reached the mountain's edge. Tree stood at the front, looking at the rushing, clear water waves over 3 meters high, and the water about to pour down from the sky, making it hard to breathe. He opened the water storage ball and threw it into the sky. The ball shot up with force, suddenly growing very large, as if the sun had appeared in front of them, blocking half the sky. Tree felt like the rain above was being blocked. The primitive people were terrified by what they saw. They all knelt and bowed to the water ball, shouting, "It's a god. It's the power of a god. We are saved." "Thank you, Cece." People from other tribes also heard the loud noise. They looked back and were so shocked their legs went weak. They knelt down too. "Chief, this must be a miracle. Our tribe is truly blessed by the gods. Chief, look. That huge ball is blocking the sky. We can't feel the water anymore. But what good is blocking the sky? Look, the waves are still coming. We should run fast." Yes, blocking the sky doesn't really help. But in the next second, a loud rumble came from the huge, silver-white ball. Suddenly, the air around them, the water waves below, and the water falling from the sky river started to twist and turn. The water waves twisted into thick ropes, forming giant water columns rushing into the silver-white ball. Rows of water walls stopped moving, and the water from the sky river began to drift toward the opening of the water ball. Seeing this, Tree immediately turned on the remaining water balls and threw them out. Dozens of water balls released their power at once. The water waves quickly retreated, and not a single drop of water from the sky river fell to the ground. After half an hour of absorption, each water sphere began to close itself and return to its original size, flying back to the tree. The tree then followed the remembered instructions from Goose Cece to lock and close the water storage spheres, one by one stuffing them back into the backpack. Looking back at the path they came from, there was no longer any sign of flooding. The sky river was now only a light drizzle. The tree was so excited it shed tears. All the tribe members knelt down in awe. "Thank you, Divine Cece, for this miracle. She is our eternal faith. Let us build a monument and a statue in her honor, so future generations will remember her forever. Chief, the god of the Red Sand tribe is so powerful. Unlike ours, where even a fever can be deadly and uncurable. Maybe we should join their tribe like the Yellow Sand tribe did. We want to eat well, stay warm, and live in good houses. Thank you, Divine Cece. Wait here, I need to go and return the divine artifact to the gods. If I don't come back before the passage to the divine world closes, we will face a greater punishment." The members of other tribes had already gathered around the tree. Hearing this, they believed it completely and immediately knelt down, making way for the tree. The tree, carrying a heavy backpack, ran down the mountain quickly and soon returned to the cave, disappearing into the mist. While waiting, Goose Cece and the others hurriedly finished their breakfast. They packed the supplies for the tree into several large hemp bags, ready. When the tree appeared, Goose Cece almost choked on a sip of soy milk. She quickly drank a few gulps to calm down and then pretended to be normal. Did the water from the sky and the flood get absorbed into the divine artifact? She asked calmly, as if it was all natural and easy. The tree was so excited he cried. With big, red, bull-like eyes, he knelt and handed over the backpack. "Thank you, Divine Cece. We are all safe.
We can go home now."
No one was hurt. In fact, no one was even injured. Only he knew how powerful the force had to be to make this happen. Shufeng took the backpack and found it much heavier. His strength could push up to 200 kilograms, but it was still a bit difficult to carry. He checked each water sphere to see if they were full. Not only were they all full, some were almost bursting, and all the storage space was used up. Such a sudden influx of water, even in a modern technological world, would be a huge disaster. However, extracting 30 billion tons of water from the primitive world has no impact. Besides providing for future technological worlds, the current Earth and the flower-planting country can also store some water. They can use water from the primitive world to exchange for water storage spheres for their own worlds. He checked and nodded at Goose Cece, then sent her a message explaining. Goose Cece pointed to the supplies next to the tree, saying, "This is what the gods gave you this time. Besides pots and pans, there are also blankets for sleeping and cold medicine. Hurry back, time is almost up. The greenish smoke began to dissipate, and the trees started running back and forth to deliver supplies. He was as happy as a child. Gu Sisi also explained that the trade would be open once every 3 days, after completing 8 transactions. Only then did the tree completely disappear. A silver-white mist appeared, and everyone prepared themselves. Gu Sisi still stood at the front. This time, Jade came dressed in a silver uniform, looking very high-tech, but the guns at her waist made it clear she was not to be underestimated. She approached slowly, exuding a queenly aura, giving off a cold, intimidating presence that made others feel unwelcome and cautious. Old Sue and the others looked at her, exchanging glances that made them shiver. "This girl has killed quite a few people," Old Sue whispered. Jade looked around and saw that apart from a few new people, everything was pretty much the same as yesterday. She reached out and asked, "Where are the things I asked for?" Gu Sisi took out a ball and threw it over. "Take a look." Jade picked it up, sensed it with her hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise, one of the few emotions she showed besides indifference. Then Jade took out a silver briefcase, opened it, revealing various spherical-shaped slots. Gu Sisi opened her backpack. Jade pressed a button on the briefcase, and all the water storage spheres automatically entered the case, making clicking sounds as they fit perfectly inside. Jade closed the briefcase and asked, "I brought 2 of each item today, but the water here isn't enough to exchange for everything. However, the water you provided is very good quality, so I will order another 10 billion tons of water. The extra mechs and lithography machines will be considered my deposit. That's fine, but besides the mechs and lithography machines, I also want to exchange some water storage spheres." Gu Sisi is a very adaptable person. When talking to Jade, she unconsciously adopts a commanding attitude like Jade's, looking down on everything. The water storage ball with a small capacity is a common product among civilians. For Jade, it's really not difficult to make. Okay, 1 water ball with a capacity of 1 billion tons and a storage tank of 50 million tons. Anything bigger is impossible. "I'll bring one next time," Jade replied, then turned and walked into the fog. Less than 3 minutes later, she returned. She carried a larger box, about 32 inches. When opened, it revealed large, medium, and small mechs, as well as close combat mechs, each 2, worth 4 billion tons of water. She went back and returned again, bringing 2 smart robots carrying 2 lithography machines about the size of printers. Old Sue's eyes couldn't keep up. He carefully examined each item. "Item check complete. All items are normal. Please rest assured, host," the system announced, making Gu Sisi feel very safe. Now they owed 4 billion tons of water. This trip might take longer. "I will bring a larger water storage ball. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. If I can't make it back, we'll meet tomorrow, Gu Sisi." Gu Sisi agreed. After Jade left, Old Sue couldn't hold it anymore and jumped 3 feet high.
Ah!
Look. A 2 nanometers lithography machine. Only 2 nanometers. And this machine is much smaller than the world's most advanced one, which is 3 nanometers. "I don't know how much it can produce, but I can't wait to try it. Teacher, these mechs. They're so big. Where are we going to test them?" "Let's test the mechs first, teacher. It's better to get familiar with them, so testing will be faster. Chu Feng, how do we handle these?" Old Sue waited for instructions. Chu Feng looked at Gu Sisi. "These are military weapons and national machinery. So, besides the mech Jade gave you, you can keep it. The rest, half belongs to the state and half is bought by you. But, developing such heavy-duty mechs independently is impossible. The cost is enormous, but Jade can mass-produce them. So, feel free to negotiate prices. 1 large mech costs 50 million and all the others, 2 for 50 million, can be sold as a package. Is that okay?" Gu Sisi made the offer herself. Since it's all a profitable deal, and the country's development benefits everyone, she's just selling casually. If someone from another country had been standing here today, at least worth hundreds of millions. Today, it also counts as 150 million in earnings. No, wait, there are also the ginseng and wangwali. Countless amounts of money. "All right, Chunyu, go report to the leader," Chu Feng said, tilting his head. Chunyu immediately obeyed and went, but his face quickly turned into a bitter melon expression. Meanwhile, in the world of future technology, Jade carried a box of water storage balls straight to the building at the center of Sky City, the office of the current Federation commander, her father. The topmost floor is entirely his father's office area, heavily guarded. Although she can directly enter this floor to see him in person, she must wait for an official notification. Fortunately, today the notification was quick. She strode into the office and saw her good sister, Agate, already inside. Agate smiled sweetly and softly called out to her, "Big sister, hello." Behind Agate, there are several other leaders of different Federation cities. It seems they are making choices today, but she will show them who truly made the right decision. "Why did you come so early, sister? Do you have good news?" Jade asked first. Agate nodded. "Yes, we have developed a new medicine. Just one pill, and you won't need to drink water. Although this shortens human lifespan to about 100 years, it greatly enhances strength and mental power, shortening lifespan by nearly half." Jade disapproved. "We've worked so hard to develop technology and push human limits. What is this? A step backward. Besides, humans are not animals. Isn't this medicine really harmful? Are there no toxic effects? But, sister, if we don't do this, where will we find water? All the water in the Federation is running out. If this continues, people won't even live to 100. I'm only thinking of all the Federation's people. Why do you blame me? By the way, hasn't your interstellar water resource exploration plan been successful? If it had, I think we wouldn't have to pay such a high price." Agate's tone was ambiguous. The other Federation leaders behind her started looking at Jade with jealous eyes. It seemed everything was being blamed on her mistake. Even her father, Commander Eagle, was very unhappy. "All right, Jade, if you have something serious to say, do it quickly. Don't always be upset with your sister. You're the older one, so you should be more patient with her." I succeeded. Jade was used to the family favoritism and the way people in the Federation looked down on others. She spoke firmly, word by word. The water resource search plan, have succeeded." Everyone gasped in surprise. "Jade, you can't fool us, Major Jade. Please speak carefully. This is an important matter that requires responsibility. Sister, you can't just get upset. The plan you're responsible for is being watched by everyone on the planet. If there was such big progress, how could no one know? It was impossible that there was no news at all." "Colonel Agate, are you doubting me?" Jade finished speaking and turned to Eagle. "Father, these are the samples I brought back. There are 100 million tons of fresh water here. Because my water storage balls are not big enough, I could only bring back this much within the limited time." Jade handed a water storage ball to each person present. "But I have already ordered 100 billion tons of water from the other side. Our water needs for half a year are enough to support us in finding new energy sources or reaching a new habitable planet." Everyone checked the samples and froze in place, looking at the water storage balls repeatedly and tasting some of the water. "How is this possible? It's really fresh water and of such high quality. It's even better than the water from Earth 300 years ago. Exactly, this water feels so familiar to me. Major Jade, you're amazing." "What's going on here?" Jade had no smile, her face still cold. "Father, I think the details of this matter should be classified as Federation secrets. It's not suitable for so many people to hear." After she finished speaking, she glanced sideways at the others, clearly looking down on them. The group behind Agate dispersed a bit, no longer forming a tight team. Jade sneered contemptuously. A ragtag crowd. Eagle just let the others leave. Only then did Jade explain the details of the multiverse trade and emphasize that plundering was not allowed, as well as the strength of Goose Cece. 10 minutes later, Eagle finally took out a badge. "From today, you are promoted to Major General of the Federation and are in charge of military logistics. All resources can be freely allocated for water resource exchange, but you must report to me daily." "Yes, Commander." Jade saluted, then took the new appointment letter and the badge symbolizing authority and left. Outside the door, Agate was waiting for her, but Jade only had less than 15 minutes to trade with Goose Cece. She immediately took a flying vehicle back and exercised her new powers on the way. arranging 10 water storage balls of 1 billion tons capacity and 10 of 500 million tons at the destination, waiting for her. In the last minute, Goose Cece watched the time in front of the fog, waiting for the space-time portal to close. Jade appeared, dragging 3 large silver-white boxes, pushing them toward Goose Cece. Next, inside are water storage balls with a capacity of 1 billion tons. See you tomorrow. After speaking, with the smoke dispersing, Jade disappeared. Goose Cece struggled to drag the boxes, finally managing to pull one out, which was as big as a stone pillar by the roadside. After checking it, she put it back. Xu Feng, Chen Yu, and Goose Cece each carried a box toward the building where the workshop was. The classification and testing of other items had already been completed. The professors gathered in a group, following Goose Cece and Xu Feng. Xu Feng, have you found the location for the large mech testing? Everyone is already eager to go. If not, we can fly to the desert. Yes, yes, yes. The desert is uninhabited, not even a bird. No one will notice us. We can take a helicopter, go now, and be back tonight to sleep. We all want to go. Not only to the desert, but also to the top of Mount Everest to see how the mech performs in the most extreme survival environment. Xu Feng looked at his phone. The desert is the closest, but there are other experiments ongoing there. It's not suitable for us to go. The best place is the secret military zone, but we're still waiting for approval. The leader suggests that you, the professors, can first test the photolithography machine. Recently, there's a lot of fuss internationally about chips. Once we finish testing and make a breakthrough or find results, we can quickly research and solve urgent problems. Xu Feng finished speaking, and everyone understood. Professor Su patted his thigh loudly. All right, let's start by testing the photolithography machine. The latest and best lithography machine in our country is only 7 nanometers, and it was recently developed. Surprisingly, we now have a 2 nanometers machine, which is the best in the world. Although it's only 1 nanometer smaller than the world's most advanced 3 nanometers machine, only experts understand how much scientific skill, effort, time, and resources are behind this achievement. It took years, decades, or even 100 years, and it also represents our national pride. Feeling pressured and controlled is uncomfortable. Professors who are not specialists in this field couldn't help much, so they stayed behind to continue their research. Goose Cece and Xu Feng also had their own tasks and plans, so they didn't go. But right after Old Su and the others left, the approval came through, saying the desert testing site was ready and the flight plans were set. Busy as he was, Old Su carefully handed over the lithography machine to the officials, assigning the team responsible for developing the 7 nanometers technology. He immediately returned and joined Goose Cece and others on a plane heading to the testing site. Once there, they took a helicopter to reach the location. The plane landed in an area controlled by the military. Guided by local officials, they arrived at a vast, endless desert. It was very dry. That was Goose Cece's first impression. Chen Yu took out a scarf, mask, and goggles to help her wear them, then did the same for himself. He also offered a cup of warm water. Here, boss, soothe your throat, Goose Cece. He really is a very good assistant now. Xu Feng is very good at guiding people. She gave him a thumbs up. After Old Su prepared everything, Chen Yan was eager to try and was studying the instructions with Old Su. Goose Cece had long wanted to try it herself, so she went over to listen to the explanation. According to the instructions, the 4 types of mech differ mainly in functions, speed, and size, but all are operated by a human-machine integrated intelligence system. Chen Yan has experience, so she can try each one. Old Su, I want to try too, Goose Cece said sincerely with a smile. Old Su shook his head. I can go in, but you can't. Xu Feng, you manage this. How could they let her try on a national treasure? He still wanted more good things. Old Su, let Goose Cece try. She has approval, and she will be safer than anyone else. Chen Yan is also very talented, and we need to protect her. Xu Feng was very sincere, making Chen Yan unable to refuse. She shyly smiled with her lips pressed together, feeling happy that someone finally saw her as a person. During the experiment, Women were treated like tools, and men like the most basic tools. Such a sad situation. Old Sue finally agreed, and Gu Cece immediately took the small mech pendant, hanging it around her neck. She pressed the switch and shouted, "Armor Warrior, transform." Your mech voice switch has been reset to Armor Warrior, transform. To revert to normal, just speak the command again. The mech's mechanical voice responded coldly. Gu Cece. Luckily, she didn't shout, "Bala Bala little magic fairy full body transformation," or the soldier testing next might have been too embarrassed. The mech quickly changed shape. In less than 10 seconds, Gu Cece felt her body change. Something soft yet strong was placed between her and the hard body of the mech. Her vision suddenly lifted, revealing the smart control display screen Chen Yan mentioned before. She moved her limbs, but suddenly lost her balance and fell backward. She tumbled down straight, kicking up clouds of dust. Cough cough, Miss Gu, your skills need improvement. That's normal. Last time, it was a close combat mech about 2 to 3 meters high, so the height difference wasn't too big. Now, this small mech is nearly 4 meters tall, so it's harder to control, and the ones at 10 meters, 15 to 18 meters, must be even more difficult. Gu Cece blushed a little. She moved around to adapt, then got up. Despite the large mech, it looked funny and adorable. Xu Feng took out his phone and snapped a picture, then smiled softly before putting it away, returning to his usual cold expression. It was as if nothing had happened. Would you like a mech training guide? It only costs 100,000 yuan. The system started promoting again. Gu Cece immediately agreed. She stood still for 10 minutes, going over the tutorial first, then practiced daily movements, big moves, martial arts, and finally started practicing military boxing. Her body was incredibly flexible. From others' perspective, it looked quite spectacular and a little frightening. In flight mode, Gu Cece chose the highest speed. Suddenly, blue light flashed beneath her feet, and she shot straight into the sky.
Wow, wow, wow. So fast.
Chen Yu exclaimed, full of admiration. After a brief dizziness, Gu Cece adapted and reported to the opposite side. The maximum speed of the small mech is 150 kilometers per hour, which is about 2,500 meters per second. According to the instructions, it can fly at this speed for a full 2 hours. Old Su and Jiang Su were recording various data and communicating with Gu Cece. They were still very shocked. The mech was small, but if it could support such flying speeds for 2 hours, where was the fuel stored? Unless nuclear fission control technology had made great breakthroughs or other energy utilization technologies were used. Not far from the military camp, several leaders saw a flash of black shadow and blue light in the open space. What kind of shell is that? It doesn't seem very fast. I could even see it clearly. This test feels pretty unimpressive. Yeah, I heard it was brought in by Chuanghua. He's not a specialist in this area, so just take a quick look. Next, it was the medium-sized mech. Gu Cece transformed again. Her ground view extended to about 10 meters, and she no longer needed to stand. She had a cockpit of about 2 square meters. She sat in the center seat, tied up with straps. Suddenly, she felt like she was driving a tractor. She held back her laughter as Gu Cece started explaining data and conditions to the ground. The mech's limb movements are still flexible. It can perform normal ground operations for up to a month. Now, let's test the flying speed. The maximum speed shown is 2,000 kilometers per hour, about Mach 2, with a maximum endurance of 8 hours. High-speed trains are only about 350 kilometers per hour, and Gu Cece felt a bit scared at 2,000. System, are you sure I won't die during the mech test? No, I will protect you, the system replied. It then manifested a transparent human figure standing beside her. Gu Cece opened her eyes wide, impressive. But this figure looked strangely familiar. Start the test. Gradually accelerate. No need to reach maximum speed immediately. You'll be overwhelmed, Old Su advised. Gu Cece responded, and Old Su then looked at Chen Yan. You are the small mech and chase Gu Cece. Chen Yan immediately got into the mech. When Chen Yan took off into the sky and lined up with Gu Cece, both prepared for the test. Gu Cece shouted, "Start," and the two mechs began flying at high speed. Within 2 seconds, Gu Cece's medium mech had already left Chun Yen far behind, out of sight. Gu Cece was still speeding up, circling around a large area. Not far away, the leaders in the military camp couldn't sit still. Now we see something real. The previous one was too small to see clearly. Just now, our detection station confirmed it's a mech. Its speed is incredible. We don't know its attack power, but with this speed, we should go over quickly. The closer to the action, the better. If it gets into our weapon storage, that would be a big problem. The group immediately drove to the scene. At the same time, as the mech accelerated, Gu Cece felt her ears and body becoming uncomfortable. At first, she could barely tolerate it, but once the speed exceeded 500 kilometers per hour, she couldn't handle it anymore. Speed exceeds the pilot's limit. Adjusting driving mode and reducing cabin gravity. After the mech's voice finished, a nearly transparent shell appeared around Gu Cece, like an eggshell wrapping her up. Then, a black, slimy substance similar to venom flooded into the shell, sealing her inside. But after being sealed, Gu Cece felt even more that she was truly merging with the machine. The fit was better, her vision clearer. It was amazing. The feeling of gravity pulling her body also gradually disappeared, making her feel very light. She looked back, and the virtual figure was still beside her. Gu Cece pressed the acceleration to the maximum, flying several laps at Mach 5, the speed of a supersonic jet, before stopping. Under Old Su's command, she attacked the distant targets, creating several big craters. After collecting data, she finally stepped out of the mech. But she felt her mental strength had been halved. It was really exhausting. The mech warrior requires a lot of mental energy. If you hadn't practiced military boxing for so long, you wouldn't last this long, the system explained in her mind. No wonder, Gu Cece sighed. Does that mean I can't test the large mech? You can, but it will drain your energy for several days, affecting your daily trading. It's better not to. The system finished, and Gu Cece decided to give up for now. She would do it when she was stronger. Right now, her main focus was her multiverse trading business. The mech turned back into a pendant. Gu Cece held it in her hand, her limbs feeling weak, as if she had just run 3,000 meters. Chu Feng, with the best eyesight, quickly supported her. Old Su was still smiling and asked quickly, "What's wrong, young friend Gu? Are you afraid of heights?" "No, Old Su. Controlling medium to large mechs in battle requires a higher level of mental strength. I don't have enough, so it's a bit difficult. For the larger mechs later, we need someone with good physical fitness to test them." After Gu Cece explained, Old Su seemed to remember something. He took notes and nodded. "Exactly. The link to your brain and the special materials surrounding you are probably a special kind of medium. They allow your nerve activity and conscious commands to connect with the mech, making your brain the main control center. That's why the human-machine integration works so well. Therefore, the mental strength required for operators is indeed very high. After all, current pilot selections are very strict, and these mechs are even more advanced than modern technology." He hadn't thought everything through. But right now, among everyone present, only Chu Feng and other special soldiers have the physical fitness to qualify. However, they are all protecting Gu Cece. Old Su looked around, feeling a bit troubled. Suddenly, a hearty voice spoke up. "Let me try. My physical fitness is the best within 100 kilometers. A few military vehicles were parked nearby behind them. Several people with colonel and general badges approached. The leader was dressed in plain training clothes, so his rank wasn't clear. But as they got closer, Chu Feng and the others saluted him. Gu Cece knew his rank was high. He politely said, "Hello, sir." "Hello. I am in charge of this military district. My name is Mauda. I find what you're doing quite interesting. The flying mech earlier was pretty good. I'll help test yours." "No need to say much. I have authority here." Mauda nodded at Gu Cece and directly made a request. Gu Cece saw Chu Feng also nodding and agreed. Old Su saw everyone agreed and decided to continue his experiment. He pulled Mauda aside to explain the instructions. According to this manual, this large mech in standby mode is 18 meters tall. In combat mode, it reaches 60 meters. Its total weight can be over 6,000 tons. It can carry 2 people at once. Its arm strength is... Mauda was shocked. 60 meters tall, that's almost as tall as the giant mechs in movies. Is a real version even possible? Its cockpit is in the brain area, and its chest contains a blue-guided bomb with high precision and penetration ability. It can penetrate up to 50 meters of soil or 10 meters of concrete for explosion. There are 10 such bombs. Its fists can generate an electric arc pulse of 800,000 volts, and it also has 10 small nuclear devices, hydrogen bombs. Even if it stays still, with its body armor so tough that it is almost indestructible, it can serve as a large shield. Compared to other mechs, this largest one is purely for combat and has huge destructive power. It is a deadly weapon, either it destroys others or it gets destroyed. It is much more powerful than similar weapons known internationally. After the introduction, Old Sue asked, "Are you really sure you want to test it? There might be risks for you too. If I stay inside the mech, will my protection system also shield other drivers? If so, I probably won't need to use much mental energy, right?" Goose CC checked with the system again. If that's true, this is the safest way to test. It seemed she heard a soft sigh, then the system firmly responded, yes. After explaining this to everyone, Mauda also insisted on testing. The two of them held the mech pendants together. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped back until they saw Goose CC turn into a small black, then waved to signal it was okay. Goose CC skillfully turned on the switch. Suddenly, their view changed rapidly. They were inside the mech, and the shock wasn't very strong. But others, from eye level to looking up, then tilting their heads back to look at the sky until their necks ached from the upward view. In the distance, in the desert, a huge creature about 20 stories tall rose from the ground. Its body was strong and shiny in the sunlight. It swung its fists, and its large mech eyes stared intensely, giving a sense of great pressure. "Chu Feng, help me. I have a giant thing fear. It's too scary," Chinyu said, feeling his legs weaken. It was truly a huge creature. Old Sue, however, was very excited. He held the walkie-talkie, speaking eagerly, "Goose CC, start the test." Goose CC was responsible for sitting in the co-pilot seat inside the cockpit. Mauda sat in the driver's seat. They could hear each other's voices clearly, so they followed the instructions to activate each function one by one. Some routine tasks were completed quickly, but when it came to attacking weapons, we had to move the mech farther away to avoid accidental damage. Suddenly, 3 small reds appeared on the virtual screen inside the mech system. The mech issued a warning. "Alert! 3 fighter jets with stealth capabilities are approaching. Do you want to warn or shoot them down?" Goose CC was worried about friendly forces and was about to ask, but he heard Mauda use his communicator to contact the military. "Within 10 kilometers of the camp, are there any fighter jets at these coordinates?" 3 of them. "Have we sent any aircraft?"
No.
Okay. After speaking with the military, Mauda chose to issue a warning and then explained to Goose CC. "We don't have any fighter jets on mission, and our detection towers haven't found them either. They are probably new stealth materials invented by another country, deliberately testing them here. Judging by how familiar they seem, this isn't their first time." The warning from the mech ended, and the enemy fighters were confused. They carefully looked at the huge machines standing in the desert. One of them exclaimed, "We've been spotted this time," and even received a warning, but it wasn't from their tower. "Look, what is that? Is it a mech? Impossible. There are no mechs this big anywhere in the world. Maybe their equipment has been upgraded, but our fighters can reach speeds of 2.5 Mach. Even a mech can't catch us. We'll circle around and go back as before, tease them a little, and make them angry. Then we can say it was a mistake during a military exercise." They were very confident and ignored the warnings. Goose CC watched the red dots circling around like persistent flies and suggested, "Leader, can we use an electric cannon to shoot them down? We've warned them more than 3 times already. It's enough." "Perfect chance to practice," Mauda said calmly, but with a hint of frustration. He immediately controlled the mech to lock onto one of the fighter jets. The mech raised one hand, aimed in a certain direction, and suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning-like light. In the next second, the fighter jet was completely destroyed and fell straight down. The pilots of the other two jets didn't have time to scream in panic before a small missile headed straight for them. Damn it! Quick! Activate the escape system. It's a guided missile. The frightened voice was very loud, but the missile was even faster. Just after they were ejected from the plane, the missile quickly caught up with the fighter jet. In an instant, only 1 second, the sky lit up with a brilliant display like fireworks. The explosion's powerful shockwave caused several pilots to faint and fall. Before losing consciousness, they sent back their final images and last words, filled with disbelief. Researching large destructive weapons in our country is real matches. The results are good. The missile actually exceeded the current world's fastest missile speed, reaching 25 Mach, now at 30 Mach. Let me check. Next is the testing phase. Manhwa was very efficient. In less than 3 minutes, he went through all the functions and procedures of the large mech. Gu Cece watched in amazement, still thinking about the unlucky pilots. She cautiously asked, "Won't this cause international trouble?" "With whom?" Manhwa turned around. "Breaking into our military base without permission means there's no coming back, and it's against international law. No one will admit to such a guilty act. Let's forget about this now. The test is done. Let's go down. Gu Xiaoyu, we'll talk more when we get back." 5 minutes later, Gu Cece sat on the sand, feeling how nice it was to touch the ground. Old Su and his team started working on data and planning the second test. Manhwa sat down next to Gu Cece casually. "Gu Cece, Comrade Gu, so, what do you plan to do with this thing? I don't care where you got it from. I just have one question, can you give me one? Look at how dangerous this is for us. Without the mech, we really can't go on. And honestly, your city doesn't need this kind of mech." Manhwa knew he should ask the higher-ups for approval, but that would take too long. If Gu Cece gave him one, he could report it quickly. Gu Cece shook her head. "Leader, you need to ask my boss. She wasn't stupid." Chu Feng helped her up and went straight to the car to leave.
Manhwa also got in.
"All right, I'll go find Chuanghua. We'll head back together." Gu Cece thought to herself, no way. He was so persistent. She could only pretend to be dead. She was too tired, so Gu Cece closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. She really fell asleep. Chu Feng took her back to the villa. When Gu Cece woke up again, she found Chu Feng carrying her on his shoulder as he walked into the villa, like carrying a sack. No wonder she had dreams feeling someone was hitting her stomach. "Chu Feng, put me down," Gu Cece said just as he set her down. Aunt Qin quickly brought out warm water, and Qinyu handed her a bottle of energy drink. Gu Cece took it, while Chu Feng went outside to take a phone call. After she finished drinking, he came back to report. Someone upstairs said that heavy rain in the southern country caused a big flood. They can't handle it domestically, so they need to open the water gates of the dams next to our country. At that time, nearby towns might also be flooded, causing huge economic, property, and human losses. The leaders think since our water storage balls are meant to hold water anyway, we might as well use them to collect water, and then send it to the dry Yangtze River basin. After that, we can bring the water back. It's a win-win. Gu Cece thought this was a good idea. The water storage balls are really useful for people's safety. "Can I go?" she asked honestly, feeling a bit weak. "We will send military personnel, but the storage and use of the water balls need to be managed by our own people. I need to go there myself. I'll be back tonight. Before I return, you can't leave the villa," Chu Feng explained. Gu Cece quickly agreed. After seeing Chu Feng off, her mind involuntarily thought of Shin Qingyan.
That side is also dry.
When Jade brings the water storage balls they need tomorrow, she can fill them with water and have Shin Qingyan take them to the ancient times to pour into the river. This way, the disaster could be mostly solved. By then, Shin Qingyan wouldn't need her help anymore. Would he come again? Thinking about how the passage between these two worlds would close completely in half a year, she felt a bit reluctant. Maybe because Shin Qingyan was her first trading partner. He hadn't come for so long, and she didn't know how the disaster was going on his side. He worked so hard to help with disaster relief. Maybe he needs new medicine. Hee hee, what are you thinking about? Smiling foolishly, Chenyu suddenly appeared behind Gu Cece with a mischievous look. Gu Cece was startled and casually said, thinking about Shin Qingyan, I don't know. Ha ha, you figured it out, Chenyu asked in surprise. You, a straightforward girl, finally realized? You've been studying hard lately, and now you can even understand Shin Qingyan's signature. What does this mean? What has she figured out? But Gu Cece subtly disguised herself and looked up. How am I doing? I've improved a lot. What about you? Can you understand now? She deliberately looked down on him with a dismissive expression, which clearly provoked Chenyu. Chenyu chuckled. How could I not understand? I'm an expert in antiques. The painting you mentioned and that poem. The last line is about thinking of you morning and night. Plus, the things he gave you, it's obvious he's secretly in love with you. It's easy to understand, but you're too naive to see it. After Chenyu finished, Gu Cece's mind went blank. Only the words, he's secretly in love with you, kept echoing loudly. Shin Qingyan, secretly in love with you? It was as if a switch had been flipped in her mind. Memories flooded back, Shin Qingyan's gaze. Gu Cece suddenly felt shy and proud, sneering to herself. She still has some beauty after all. If Shin Qingyan were from modern times. No, stop thinking so much. Gu Cece quickly shook off the drifting thoughts. She opened her phone to check Suyu's current work situation. Suyu had been taken away by old Su every day and hadn't been seen for several days. As soon as she opened the app, she saw the latest trending news. The Flower Kingdom announced that their latest 2nm lithography machine technology is gradually becoming mature. Research is progressing so fast. The second headline was, Foreign media reports that a giant mech was spotted in the uninhabited zone of the Flower Kingdom, suspected to be a research project for a large destructive weapon. Researchers have been warned to stop immediately. In Dahuang Dynasty, Shilin County Government Office. A group of plainclothes officers quickly returned to Shin Qingyan's study and reported one after another. Sir, if women can be half the sky, we can use Miss Gu's story to make a catchy rhyme. It's already widely spread in several nearby counties. With the help of a few other officials, the whole Dahuang dynasty probably knows now. Sir, news from Minister Chen's friend in the court says that the emperor has heard these rhymes. Several officials have proposed to revise the imperial examination system, allowing women and men to participate equally in private schools, studies, exams, and official appointments. The proposals have been submitted, but there has been no reply yet. The frontier prince seems to support this rumor. He has already set up a girls' school in his territory and received much praise from the common people. There are still many adults in the court who oppose, but some are beginning to soften their tone, perhaps worried about the ambitious border officials. Honestly, you are forcing yourselves into a dead end. If there was still a chance to change your mind and seek survival before now. With things at this point, the officials opposing Lord Shen and Lord Chen must hate those who stand against them. For the emperor, all rain and dew are blessings from the heavens. If he wants to punish a minister, the minister should be grateful. Yet, this minister dares to betray him, so no matter the outcome of this policy, those involved in this act must be eliminated. Upholding the supreme authority of the emperor and not tolerating challenge is the fundamental principle of those in power. As for the restless border officials, they are highly capable and have made great contributions. They are eyeing the throne, and although they could be wise rulers, they currently only lack a proper excuse. Those who have gained the people's support but are wrongly killed by a foolish ruler are the best excuses. The deaths of Shin Qingyan, Chen Yanxiu, and others have become certain. They died with integrity, without regrets. But for the detectives who witnessed and knew the truth, it is hard to bear. However, they also know that Shin Qingyan, gentle and refined, with a strong backbone, would never change a firm decision. So they kneel silently on the ground, their hearts burning with passion, eyes red with emotion. Every day that passes deepens their fear. Shin Qingyan seems unaffected emotionally, only offering a faint, reassuring smile. Everyone get up. As long as you remember Shin will always be alive. Although the relief efforts have stabilized the situation and allowed everyone to survive for now, The rain still hasn't come, which could cause trouble. Please take extra care of the common people in the coming days. Yes, sir. No need to say more. We will do our best, the detectives replied, bowing in unison. They then slowly stood up and went back to their duties. Captain Chung stepped forward, looking serious. Sir, your family in the capital sent a message. They have safely left the city and are now somewhere unknown. They told you to do what you need without worry about them. He choked up halfway through, then steadied himself before continuing. They hope you are happy, and they support your decision. Shun Qingyan paused, his eyes turning red. He clenched his hands tightly and, after a long moment, managed to say just one word, yes. Captain Chung looked at him, knowing how heavy his heart must feel. He turned to the kitchen, brought out the lunch, and placed it on the table. Seeing the dusty bookshelf, once filled with books, he picked up a cloth to clean it. In the past, the official loved reading more than anything. His room had more books than clothes or shoes. Now it looked empty. At the foot of the bed sat a large chest. Thinking it held winter clothes, Captain Chung tried to lift it to move it to the wardrobe. But he underestimated its weight. His hand slipped, and the chest hit the floor with a loud thud. The unlocked lid popped open slightly. When he lifted the lid, he was surprised to find that it wasn't filled with books or personal belongings. Hearing the noise, Shin Qingyan looked startled. Captain Chung picked up one of the small wooden carvings inside and froze. Sir, had you been staying up late carving these figures of Miss Gu? The chest was full of them, hundreds at least. Shun Qingyan's ears turned red, though he tried to stay calm.
Yes.
Since I no longer have books, the nights feel long, so I wanted something to do. Lately, the townsfolk have been wishing for small carvings of Miss Gu, but many can't afford them. The ones they make themselves don't look much like her, so I carved some to give away. I see, Captain Chung said with a smile. You truly care for the people, sir. Even such small things you handle yourself. Shall I take them out and hand them to the townsfolk? He was delighted. He had wanted one himself, and his own carving skills were poor compared to his superior's lifelike work. Shin Qingyan had received many compliments before and usually accepted them calmly, but this time he felt uneasy. A trace of reluctance flickered in his eyes. His hand moved forward, then pulled back, then finally waved lightly. Go ahead, distribute them. Captain Chung happily called another officer to help carry the chest. Shin Qingyan focused on his meal, and only after finishing did he glance toward the door. By now, they must have finished giving them out. He stood up and looked back at the spot where the chest had been. There, neatly placed, was a single wooden carving of Gu Cece. Shin Qingyan couldn't help but smile. This old man Chung. In modern times, at the Shun family villa, in Gu Cece's bedroom. She was sleeping very restlessly, dreaming she had gone to a primitive world, where the people were taller than trees and lacked intelligence, chasing after her. She ran out of breath, almost caught, when a familiar blue robe flashed before her eyes. A figure wrapped her and pulled her into a nearby cave. Gu Cece, still shaken, looked up and was surprised to see Shin Qingyan. How could Shin Qingyan be in the primitive world? Miss Gu, Miss Gu, Miss Gu. Shin Qingyan kept calling her, like a repeating machine, refusing to stop. Gu Cece suddenly woke up, sweating cold. She touched her forehead, and there was a tiny voice in her ear. Miss Gu, Miss Gu. Gu Cece covered her face. She thought she was going crazy. She only knew someone liked her secretly, but dreaming about that person and hearing voices after waking up? That's too much. She shook her head, patted her ears, and still heard the voice.
Gu Cece.
At this moment, she noticed movement under her blanket. She suddenly pulled back the blanket. A chubby white parrot was gasping for air. It kept shouting, Miss Gu, Miss Gu. The voice was exactly the same as in her dream and what she had just heard. Gu Cece quickly picked it up, tried to revive it with artificial heart massage, poked it with her finger, and blew air into it. It turned out that this little beast had caused her to dream. She thought, but how did it get into the blanket? And how did it get out of the cage? Gu Cece performed CPR on the chubby bird for a while. It finally recovered and flew back into its cage, still calling out, Miss Gu, save me. Goose Cece. She turned to leave, but suddenly remembered that the birdcage she saw earlier seemed to be closed. How did it? She quickly looked back. Sure enough, the chubby bird's claws were already on the latch, trying to open the door. One person and one bird stared at each other in silence. At 9:40 p.m., in the backyard of the Prosperity supermarket, in the silvery mist, a jade figure staggered. The moment she ran out of the mist, she knelt on one knee, blood pouring from her mouth and neck, a shocking scene. Goose Cece was startled and hurried over, but she didn't dare get too close because she didn't know how to help. Her tongue was starting to tie because she was so anxious. What's wrong with you? Chu Feng, quick, save her. Fortunately, they had prepared various emergency plans for all kinds of situations because of the multiverse trade, including a medical team and some special medicines. But they didn't expect to use them on an alien for the first time. Chu Feng had first aid knowledge and experience. He went over while calling for help on the walkie-talkie and checked the wound on the jade. It's a torn carotid artery. It was life-threatening. Usually, a person could die in less than 30 seconds. The medical team was on the second floor of the supermarket. They quickly came down with tools. The scene was very bloody. Goose Cece couldn't bear to watch. Chunyu pulled her aside, turned her around, and told her, "If you can't look, don't look. Just wait." Chunyu usually acted carefree, but he was well trained by Chen Lao. He remained calm and even took half of Chu Feng's responsibilities to keep the situation under control. Goose Cece's mind was filled with fear and chaos. She nervously turned her head. The place where Jade had been lying was now surrounded by the medical team, so she couldn't see inside.
Done.
Luckily, I was quick and sewed it up fast, thanks to my good cooperation. The blood that sprayed into her windpipe didn't have time to suffocate her. I sucked it out. She was saved. This life is safe now. Her wound was caused by a sharp blade. She's a trained fighter, so she's not easy to get close to. The person responsible for bandaging, hurry up. Goose Cece listened and looked more and more grim. She thought, holding the blood vessel with bare hands. Impressive. She had heard online that military doctors often prioritize speed to save lives and use rough methods. And indeed, they were rough. She watched everyone stand up and walk back. Jade was helped to sit on the ground, with an 4 in her arm. Jade still looked stunned. This was the first time Goose Cece saw her expression change from cold and emotionless. As she walked over to squat down, Chinyu took a piece of cardboard and a water pen and handed them to Jade. Jade looked directly at Chinyu and wrote on the cardboard, "Goose Cece, the exchange is paused today. We will restart tomorrow. I need to handle some personal matters. As a thank you for saving my life today, I will give you the full research data for the mech suits." When she turned the cardboard over to show it, Goose Cece gave a thumbs up. That was amazing. It was like standing on the shoulders of a giant. Compared to the effort she put into dismantling and researching everything, it saved a lot of money. Billions of yuan. Chinyu tore off a piece of paper and ran to show old Sue. He would definitely be very happy. Jade continued writing, "I need to wait until the passage is closed before returning. Here are the water storage balls I brought for you, 5 with a capacity of 1 million tons each, and 10 with a capacity of 50 million tons. I originally brought a batch, but many were lost during an attack on the way. I will bring more next time." After finishing, Jade handed the board back and then took her backpack from the ground nearby, handing it to Goose Cece. "Okay, I understand.
No rules.
You handle your things first. Are you cold?" "Chinyu, bring a blanket." Goose Cece reached behind her, and Chinyu quickly ran over. Chu Feng then took the backpack with the water storage balls to check, and after inspecting, he sent it to the next workshop. Goose Cece took a small blanket and a chair, then helped Jade sit down and lean back on it. She carefully wrapped her upper body with the blanket. Jade was still weak and did not resist. She just numbly allowed herself to be arranged. Her hand touched the blanket Goose Cece had touched, feeling the warmth of human body temperature. Hot. Jade's eyes flickered. That was something she rarely encountered. In this future world, ordinary girls like Goose Cece were almost gone. Of course, girls as unique as her were also rare. Seeing Jade staring at her, Gu Cece smiled. What, are you also enchanted by my beauty? Life needs a bit of fun, and teasing someone with a cold face is especially enjoyable, whether male or female. It always feels interesting. Yes, indeed. Girls like her, who are shameless, are even rarer. Jade closed her eyes to avoid looking at Gu Cece, afraid she might laugh.
Laugh.
She was surprised by her own thoughts, then became cautious. She opened her eyes and glared fiercely at Gu Cece. She was worried her boundaries might be crossed. Gu Cece was startled and took a quick step back. You, such a temper. She turned to Chinyu. Tell her, am I a pretty person? Chinyu nodded, looking at Jade with righteous anger. That's right. She's a shameless person. Gu Cece chuckled softly, and the others also smiled. The emerald's lips still curved into a slight, upward smile, which Gu Cece noticed before she gave up. Chu Feng and Gu Cece discussed, guessing that the emerald might need to regain some fighting strength before returning. The military doctor came again to give her N4 to boost her energy, helping her recover quickly. By 10:40, the emerald's figure disappeared, and everyone's work for the day was done. Without Chu Feng needing to speak, Gu Cece took the lead. This time I won't sell the water storage balls. I'll give one to them for research, and the rest we'll use to fill water. Tomorrow, Shen Qingyan is coming, and all the water will be used for disaster relief. Send more later. Keep 10 of each capacity for me, in case other worlds need them in the future. Extra ones will be packed at 20 million each. Is that okay? Okay, I'll report back, Chu Feng said, quickly making arrangements to fill the water and then sent all 15 balls back to the supermarket. Gu Cece packed the water storage balls into her suitcase and went downstairs to her villa after leaving her room on the 3rd floor. As soon as she got into the car, her phone started vibrating wildly. It was a message from Old Sue. That batch of ginseng has been sold to the foreigners, and the income was very good. The remaining 4.8 billion yuan has already been transferred to your account, but because the amount is large, it will take some time. Please wait patiently for good news. Gu Cece quickly checked her bank message. Sure enough, the money was transferred to her usual China Construction Bank card. She then reached into her wallet and pulled out the card with over 700 million yuan left, handing it to Chinyu. Tell my parents this small amount is my pocket money. Your transfer is on your account, don't worry. After saying that, Gu Cece immediately sent out 101,000 yuan red envelopes in the workgroup chat, each with just one line. Today, you're rich just like that. While everyone was grabbing red envelopes, she also transferred 2 million yuan to Suyu. The other side immediately called her. Cece, I'm so poor now, and someone still wants to scam me? Do you know what just happened? My bank account suddenly received 2 million. Someone sent me 2 million. Help, Gu Cece. Your awareness of fraud is pretty high, but maybe you should check if the last 4 digits of the transfer account are familiar, Gu Cece gently reminded him, and sure enough, the next second, her phone rang with explosive cheers from Suyu. Why did you give me 2 million? Do you want to marry me? I'm willing. Suyu had even thought about how to persuade her parents. Get lost.
Who wants to marry you?
Use it to buy flowers. Stop calling. Gu Cece laughed and hung up, focusing on her own work. The next morning, she woke up at 4 o'clock but felt anxious inside. At 4:40, fog appeared in the backyard of the supermarket. Everyone waited for several minutes, but Shen Qingyan didn't show up. Gu Cece looked eagerly, wondering where he was. He wouldn't waste a minute, right? Could something have happened to Shen Qingyan? Worried, Gu Cece was anxious that morning. She even said her dreams were reversed. Last night, she dreamed she was in danger, but in reality, Shen Qingyan was the one in danger. Her mother sat beside her and immediately saw what her daughter was thinking. She shook her head. Nothing will happen. Shen Qingyan is a good officer. Good officials are blessed by heaven. While Gu Cece was thinking, Shen Qingyan appeared, riding a cart, looking a bit tired. He finally arrived. Gu Cece breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly looked him over from head to toe, making sure he had no injuries before feeling at ease. She happily went to meet him. How is the disaster relief going over there? Was she worried about him? Shin Qingyan smiled slightly. His tired expression immediately brightened a bit. Thank you for your concern, miss. With the compressed biscuits from before, most of the relief work is done. If we distribute these biscuits again, and if the weather cooperates with rain, the people can plant their fields. This disaster will be over. Living a peaceful life again was within reach. That's good. Time is tight. You should start transporting supplies now. I have something good here that will definitely help with the disaster. After you deliver it, I'll explain the details, Gu Sisi urged, worried she might run out of time today. Shin Qingyan immediately turned his eyes away and focused on his work. This time, 10 trucks of compressed biscuits were enough to sustain various regions for 2 months. Combined with the supplies already sent, they would also deliver fresh grain daily, enough to last 3 or 4 months while waiting for new crops to grow.
There are 40 minutes left.
After working hard, Shin Qingyan seems a bit more tired. Gu Sisi took an extra meal and waved to him from the stone table. Mother Gu also stood up with a warm smile. The scene looked very lovely. Shin Qingyan walked over, greeted Mother Gu, then sat down to eat. While he was eating, Gu Sisi—
There are 40 minutes left.
After working hard, Shin Qingyan seems a bit more tired. Gu Sisi took an extra meal and waved to him from the stone table. Mother Gu also stood up with a warm smile. All the water inside is poured into the river to help with the drought. In Shanghai, the daily water use is only 320,000 tons, but over 20 million people live there. In Dahuang, only about 800,000 are affected by the disaster. There are billions of tons of water here. Even if some is lost when flowing into the river, it's still enough. Most importantly, Shin Qingyan said, they are just one step away from rain. When so much water suddenly appears, the humidity in the air rises, which can help clouds form rain faster. Shin Qingyan stopped eating. He looked at the box Gu Sisi pointed to, his face serious. His eyes swept to Chu Feng, Mother Gu, Qin Yu, and everyone else, who all looked very focused. He had to suppress his shock and accept that such a small ball could hold so much water. He was very happy, but his mind was still trying to process it. Could such a big drought really be solved so easily? He couldn't eat anymore. Food was precious and shouldn't be wasted. So, Shin Qingyan finished quickly, then stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you all for your great help. I am very grateful. Miss Gu, how do we open these balls? The disaster area is crossed by a long, narrow, fast-flowing river. The upstream source lacks water, causing the water level to drop, and eventually it dried up. The source is right in their small Shillong County, so everything is easy to handle. Gu Sisi used a remote control to explain and also demonstrated with an empty water ball. Shin Qingyan watched the silver giant ball in the sky grow, shrink, and glow, and couldn't help but marvel. The saying goes, there are always people better than you, and heavens beyond the heavens. It was expected, there are immortals outside humans. The sky outside isn't the same as ours. Even though the world looks similar and people look alike, the sky where Miss Gu is from is completely different from the sky of Dahuang. This is a magical tool. If it isn't, then how could it be possible? Gu Sisi saw his expression and smiled widely. This was the shock of technology thousands of years ahead. Don't forget, she is from ancient times too, and they were all very amazed back then. After the demonstration, Gu Sisi handed the suitcase to Shin Qingyan. Shin Qingyan was already eager to speak. Miss Gu, I am very grateful. I have nothing to repay you. Please wait a moment. I have prepared medicine for Madame Gu, and I will deliver it soon. After saying that, he turned around quickly in a cart and left, taking the suitcase with him. Soon after, he returned alone, carrying 2 bags of medicine, one large and one small. Miss Gu, this bag is for Uncle. He needs to keep taking it for another month. This one is for Aunt. She only needs to take it for 3 days to see the effect. When the prescription is adjusted to the right stage, I will send more for Aunt Gu. Gu Sisi kept nodding, while her mother kept thanking her beside her. Talking about 3 days. Gu Sisi thought about how many worlds there were in this trading system. In this world, 3 days, and in the other world, 3 days, she simply couldn't keep track of the time difference. It was too rigid and complicated. System, can we change the rule that after 8 uses, the world passage only opens every 3 days? Since it's all within half a year and it's only once every 3 days, that makes 60 times. Can we just limit the number of uses? This would make trading between worlds much easier. The multiverse trading system is updating the rules. The update is successful. From now on, after 8 trades in each world, you can trade 60 times within half a year. But there is only 1 crossing opportunity per day. Gu Brother Tongzi, I really love you. It's amazing that such a considerate, understanding, and quick-acting system exists. The system didn't reply, so Gu quickly told Shin Qingyan about the new rules. Shin Qingyan was very surprised. This made disaster relief much more convenient. He looked deeply at Gu his eyes full of affection, reluctant to look away. This time, Gu saw it clearly. She didn't know how to respond and held her breath nervously. That glance only lasted a few seconds. Shin Qingyan had already left, but she was still overwhelmed. The feeling of being under his passionate gaze and unable to breathe was just too intense. Chunyu walked over, pouting, and said, "So now you see? Are you excited? Shin Qingyan, such a pure-hearted man, really suits you. Don't say you, I like him too. Chu Feng?" He silently moved away from Chunyu. Gu also let out a small sound, then looked suspicious and quietly stepped back. Chunyu was speechless. "I'm not your sister. I'm just expressing admiration. It's normal for men to appreciate other men. Admire you? Forget it. Just focus on work. If he's slacking off, you can tell him off. Don't worry." Old Chin came from behind Chunyu and gave him a stern look. "Let him speak freely. When it's work time, it's work time." Gu was startled by Old Chen's boldness, but just nodded perfunctorily. Outside, the fog was changing, and the trees were approaching. The staff immediately moved all the things Shin Qingyan brought to the neighboring building. Gu's mother's medicine was also quickly sent for testing. When Chu Feng returned to Gu side, the trees appeared. Besides the different types of plants and stones he brought, he also carried several tall Lingji mushrooms, looking like huge red umbrellas. Very impressive. Biology Professor Wei immediately came over carefully to take them away. This time, he also taught the trees some patrol arrangements, guard post setups, and how to train the tribe members. The tribe was now famous because of the divine help. Every day, small tribes asked to join or seek refuge. The expansion made other large tribes wary, so protecting the tribe became a problem. Therefore, the trees proposed exchanging weapons before reluctantly leaving. After he left, Gu looked at the fog with even more enthusiasm. "Jadeite should come today, right? We will probably choose cold weapons for the trees, steel swords for close combat, spears for hunting, and traps for assistance. If we add more, it might harm the ecosystem too much," Chu Feng discussed with Gu nearby. After all, the primitive people had great strength and no concept of sustainable development. "I think that's good. We really can't add more. Let's arrange it like that. Jadeite is coming, so I'll focus on this first." Gu nodded and immediately ran ahead. She carefully examined Jadeite's neck. Her skin was as white as snow, with no scars. "Are you recovering so quickly? Or is it that a month on your side equals just 1 day here?" Gu asked curiously. Jadeite also returned to her usual cold expression. "Just a special medicine. But remember, this medicine is a secret and cannot be shared. Here, the water storage ball you wanted." Gu wanted to ask about the special medicine but was stopped. Fine, if they didn't want to sell it, she wouldn't insist. Jade handed over several large suitcases. Gu took them, and the other staff immediately began checking and counting. Meanwhile, Jade moved back and forth between 2 worlds, bringing a long line of suitcases all at once. She pulled the packed suitcases toward her like pulling a rope, handing them to Gu one by one. "A total of 5,000 water storage balls are a gift for you. The last two big suitcases contain 96 water balls, enough to hold all the water we agreed to trade. Just give it to me in parts, and tell me if you need to exchange anything along the way. By the way, this small suitcase contains all the data on various types of mecha. Goose Cece stepped aside. Chu Feng handed her a red file, indicating that the other side had already asked about what was needed. Goose Cece said directly, "We don't need mechas for now. We want to exchange new technology. For example, a space station that can hold over 10,000 people, or a spaceship. Have you already developed that level of technology?" If she guessed correctly, the so-called Nanten Gate project that many netizens speculated about has been underway for a long time. Traveling through space is many people's dream and a goal for many scientists. Jade smiled slightly. These two technologies are also top tier in their era. How could they reveal such secrets so easily? We can provide data, but you can only choose one, either a space city that can hold 100,000 people or a spaceship. For that one, I want all the remaining water in exchange. Once you choose, our deal will be temporarily settled. Jade was very confident. Selling these two scientific achievements so cheaply, Goose Cece wouldn't refuse. If freshwater resources weren't so precious to them, and if the two worlds weren't mutually plundering each other, and if safety could be guaranteed, she definitely wouldn't agree. Goose Cece thought deeply and exchanged glances with Chu Feng. According to the documents, it was best to acquire both technologies. If not, the priority should be the space station. No, the space city that can hold 100,000 people. But she wanted to get both, to make the flowering kingdom surpass the entire world, to outpace other countries by hundreds of years, and to make them tremble. The tech world lacks fresh water. People are willing to exchange a lot of high-tech items just to gain more time and chances to survive. Besides water, other resources can also be traded for survival. The system subtly hinted at something, and Goose Cece understood immediately. A bright idea flashed in her mind. She quickly replied, "I choose all the data about Sky City, including the materials needed, energy, and the power systems. To thank you, I'll treat you to a meal when you come again tomorrow." Goose Cece suddenly made this request, which had nothing to do with the trade. Jade was surprised and wondered if there was some hidden plan. As fellow Earthlings, Jade guessed that Goose Cece was just stalling, probably trying to negotiate for scientific data about the spaceship. But she was confident. No matter what Goose Cece offered, she wouldn't be fooled. "Okay, I agree. Let's work well together, Miss Goo. I have some things to do, so I'll go now." Jade briefly shook hands with Goose Cece and then turned to walk into the mist. The whole area was busy today because of the large income and work. Chu Feng asked as they entered the supermarket, "How are we planning to arrange the meal for Jade? Whether we can trade for the spaceship depends on how good our chef is. Prepare dishes from the 8 major cuisines. Also, get 10 trucks of fresh ingredients, vegetables, meat, and fruits. If we don't use them, we can trade with the primitive world. It won't go to waste." Goose Cece made her plans first, and then explained her ideas. "Take a risk. Turn a single bike into a spaceship. We're betting big, but it's worth it. It's been a long time since we had fresh food, and I believe the people from Earth will like it." Chu Feng understood and nodded. Chinyu gave a thumbs up. "Boss, you're amazing. It's the system that's incredible. It understands each world and knows when to remind her of things she might forget. This system is really thoughtful. If this deal goes through, the food problem will be easier to solve. The first step is to use the land resources in the primitive world. Let them grow vegetables for half a year, which will be enough to supply the needed vegetables for the tech world. The second is that next time Jade comes, they can trade again, fulfilling 5 trades at once. The next time, the 4th world will open for trading, giving more chances to get food. The third point is that the country's grain storage is actually impressive. Plus, they can buy imported grain, so it's not a problem. In short, there's no need to worry." Goose Cece stepped into the neighboring office area. Professor Wong, who hadn't been here in a while, suddenly poked his head out. "Goose Cece, come here. I have something to tell you. Professor Wong, is there a new important discovery about antiques?" No. I just want to say, you work every day. Young people should go out and relax sometimes. For RC University's 70th anniversary celebration, we invited many outstanding alumni. I want to invite you to join the fun. The male idol you liked back in school will also be there. Professor Wang winked. He still remembered the first time he saw Gu Cece, when she chased after that boy. This invitation should be tempting enough. Gu Cece felt like laughing. Chunyu's gossip eyes were spinning. I want to go too. Professor Wang was about to refuse, but then seemed to think of something. He nodded. All right, everyone will go. Since you're her close assistant, you definitely should go. I'll send you the time and place. Next week, remember, he was doing his best for the young master Su Leong of the Heavy Town Group, even trying to connect him. Mainly because that kid was really good and suitable for Gu Cece. Also, Su Leong was genuinely coming, so it wasn't a lie. Meanwhile, in Dahuang Dynasty, Shilin County, Shin Qingyan was riding a bullock cart back when the constables quickly approached. Captain Chung saw that he hadn't brought anything back this time and asked hurriedly, Sir, the passage will close in 2 hours. Why not stay longer? Everyone immediately ride faster. Notify all the people in the county and send messages to other states, districts, and officials to post notices. Within 3 days, no one is allowed to stay in the river. The source of the Mi River is about to flood. Staying could be life-threatening. Move quickly, they didn't have much time left. Shin Qingyan was heading toward the county office on his cart. Captain Chung immediately gathered people to handle the situation. The river had long been drained. Normally, no one was there, just passers-by. But just in case, they couldn't afford to waste any lives that had been hard to save. He didn't have time to ask Shin Qingyan how he knew this news. He just blindly trusted him. He ordered several officials to ride horses to help with disaster relief and rushed to notify the entire county, and even the next one. Attention all villagers. The source of the Mi River is about to flood. The drought will end soon. Within 3 days, no one should stay in the riverbed, as it could be dangerous. Everyone who hears this must pass the message along and inform others. As these words spread, the villagers stopped on the street and started talking excitedly. Did you hear that clearly? Lord Shin said the Mi River will flood soon. Is it true? Does that mean we might have a good harvest this year? That means the new year will be better. Since Lord Shin has shared this news, it must be true. That's great. I need to tell everyone in our village. This terrible drought is finally ending. We owe thanks to Lord Shin and Miss Gu. They come from a secret noble family and are so powerful. By the way, I received a wooden doll of Miss Gu carved by Lord Shin himself. I must go pay my respects. These two are like living saints. The villagers gathered in a lively crowd, looking prosperous and happy. Shin Qingyan stood at the county office gate, feeling the hot wind blow his robes. He was so focused that he didn't notice anything else. He was planning that one day and night was enough for the news to spread and be arranged. Tomorrow morning, before he met Miss Gu, he planned to release water into the river and return the water storage balls. He was worried that Gu Cece might be concerned about such a precious item. The constables left in the morning, and by the afternoon, the news had reached nearby towns and villages. That night, all the constables returned to the county office. After dinner, they were supposed to go home, but they all stayed to see how the dried-up source of the Mi River would flood. The source of the Mi River was behind the mountains outside Shilin County, in a large, deep lake. It took about 15 minutes to ride a fast horse from the county office to the foot of the mountain. They had to leave at the beginning of the hour, 1 to 3 a.m., to have enough time to go and return, or they would miss today's crossing event. At the end of the hour, Shin Qingyan carried a box. Captain Chung and the other constables held torches and hurried to the cliff on the mountain's edge outside the town. Below was the source of the Mi River. Shin Qingyan opened the box and carefully arranged all the water storage balls on the ground. He then took out the remote control for the water balls. Under the torchlight, he followed the instructions Gu Cece had taught him. Captain Chung and the others watched closely, staring at the silver-white large ball, hardly believing it could fill the Mi River. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Could Lord Shin have been tricked? Suddenly, one of the silver spheres flew up straight into the sky, growing larger as it reached above the source of Mijiang. It looked like a huge roundhill hanging in the air. It's getting bigger. What is this thing? Captain Chen exclaimed, trembling so much he knelt down. The others were just as stunned. Everything before them was too shocking, something they could never have imagined, even in their dreams. Though they knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up, their eyes stayed fixed on the silver water storage sphere in the sky. They didn't dare blink, afraid to miss any miracle happening above. Shen Qingyan pressed the button to release water. The silver sphere made a clicking sound as metal slid inside. In the next moment, a hole opened at the bottom, and a huge stream of water poured out, falling into the large lake at the source of Mijiang. The rushing water hit their hearts hard. So much clean water was just pouring out like this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes just now, and if someone told them that a water sphere the size of a watermelon could hold so much water, they wouldn't believe it. Shen Qingyan finally relaxed. Thank goodness, everything went smoothly. One sphere contained enough water to solve the drought overnight. With so many water spheres here, the drought could be ended quickly. After so much worry and effort, they finally saw a good result. It was hard not to feel genuinely happy, to rejoice for all the people. Oh my, there's water. How much water is in this sphere? That girl Gu must be a fairy, right? Lord Shen, is the world you came from actually a fairy realm? Definitely. This isn't something ordinary people like us can make. It's a divine tool, a magic artifact from the gods. Heaven is helping us. Lord Shen must be honest and pure, touched by the heavens, which is why they chose us. Lord Shen is talented in both civil and military skills. Maybe he's the reincarnation of the star of literature. Otherwise, why would so many people in the world choose only him? He's mighty. The guards kept whispering and bowing repeatedly to the water sphere. Shen Qingyan knew time was urgent. While marveling and praising, he kept working, continuously releasing water. The large lake at the source of the Mi River quickly filled with water, and fresh water rushed out from the source straight into the city's river channels. The villagers had already heard Shen Qingyan's announcement. Many couldn't sleep at night and stayed by the riverbank, while others ran toward the source after hearing a loud rumbling sound. However, after waiting for a long time, no sign of water flowing from the source appeared. Just as they were about to feel disappointed, one person rubbed his eyes and looked toward the source. White waves and water were rapidly approaching them. It's water. The river is flooding. It's really flooding, he shouted, and everyone turned around in shock. They staggered to their feet, staring tightly at the rushing water, afraid that it was just their imagination. Until the river water filled the narrow channel and kept flowing forward, the air around the water seemed to become moist and no longer stung their throats. A cool breeze washed over them. Everyone enjoyed this moment. Some suddenly started to laugh, their smiles turning into soft chuckles, then into loud laughter, and finally into tears of joy. The water is real. The Mi River is alive again. We are saved. It's true. Everything is real. There's water now. The crops can survive, and we can live on. So much water. Lord Shen predicted this. He must be a divine person. This drought was only ended thanks to Lord Shen and his team. They saved us. Lord Shen is the true God among us. Thank you, Heaven. Thank you, Lord Shen. Thank you, Lord Chen. Thank you, Miss Gu. Tears streamed down their faces as they bowed to the river. The commotion attracted more villagers, who called friends and family to witness this grand moment ending the drought. The villagers cried, danced, and embraced each other by the river, celebrating joyfully. Meanwhile, many villagers reached the source of the Mi River. Shen Qingyan was pouring the last few water storage balls when he suddenly heard a shout. Turning around, he saw a few villagers staring wide-eyed and then falling backward stiffly. Don't worry, sir. Keep casting your spell. We'll handle this. Head Constable Chen quickly waved his hand and led a constable over. He shook his head and said, "We've survived droughts that killed hundreds of thousands. Don't let yourself be scared now. That would be a waste." Head Constable Chung went over to check their breathing.
Don't worry, sir.
They're just frightened and fainted. Shin Qingyan chuckled softly and cast a spell. Never mind. He decided to focus on his own tasks. Once he finished releasing all the stored water from the water balls, the water was so much that it almost burst the mountain peaks at the source outlet on both sides. He carefully collected each water ball back into the boxes, then pulled the boxes toward the horses. You stay here and take care of the villagers. Bring the people back. I don't have time. I need to return to the county office. Yes, sir, the constables responded. After Shin Qingyan's figure disappeared on horseback, the constables began patting the villagers' cheeks to wake them up. The villagers, upon waking, immediately looked back toward the cliff, but found nothing there. Could they have seen it wrong just now? One of them looked around at the constables. Yes, they had been here too. Only Shindaren was missing now. Captain Chung, why are you and the officials here? We saw Shindaren just now, and there was a big moon leaking water, the villager asked cautiously. Captain Chung thought for a moment, then suddenly came up with a perfect idea and replied, You didn't see it wrong. Shindaren was using a divine tool. The divine tool was given by Miss Gu. You saw all that water. It's stored in about a dozen large balls like these. What? So big, and then so small. No wonder Shindaren could bring so much grain. Turns out Miss Gu is a goddess. That makes sense. Shindaren is a top scholar and is blessed by the gods, now protecting us villagers. Shindaren is truly a hero. Maybe Shindaren is the reincarnation of the star of literature. Heaven sent him to save us. Exactly. Shindaren is a reincarnation of an immortal. He's our blessing from the great Huang dynasty. As long as Shindaren is here, we will surely turn misfortune into good luck. The villagers followed Captain Qing back and immediately started spreading what they had seen everywhere. Everyone believed it wholeheartedly, and news quickly spread throughout the city. Shin Qingyan was unaware of this. He was just surprised that Captain Chung and the others had only just returned to the county office. He was in his room packing things to send to Gu Cece. Captain Chung waved his hand, signaling the other constables to help, then motioned for Shin Qingyan to follow him to the study. When they arrived at the study, Captain Chung suddenly knelt down and cupped his hands. Sir, the villagers have been safely brought back, but I have a matter to report first. Please forgive me if I've done wrong. What's so serious? Get up quickly. Shin Qingyan helped him up, while Officer Chung stepped back and explained. A few villagers saw what happened. I didn't stop them from spreading rumors that you are a divine being. At this point, the whole city probably already knows. Sir, perhaps with this talisman for protection, you won't have to die. This is my personal wish, and I believe it is also the wish of all the people who owe you kindness. Shin Qingyan did not answer. Officer Chung looked at Shin Qingyan and apologized, but his eyes showed no regret. Sir, maybe you don't know, but we have all agreed that if the court really wants you, Lord Chen, and other officials' lives, we will take the villagers to the execution ground. No matter what, we will not let our 800,000 disaster-stricken people's benefactor die so easily. The court did nothing, even after tens of thousands of people died, refusing to issue a famine escape order. It seemed they abandoned the people in other regions first. But it was Shunda, Lord Chen, and others who worked tirelessly day and night just to save one more person. They are the true officials who care for the country and the people. Such honest and upright officials are about to be wrongly executed.
Why?
Sir, we have already faced death once, so we are not afraid. Isn't your lifelong wish also to bring happiness to the people and live honestly? Now that we have a chance to survive, even gain high status and power, why do you insist on passively going to your death? Officer Chung was deeply distressed, kneeling again and loudly questioning. One sentence woke Shin Qingyan up. His mind suddenly cleared, as if an invisible chain had been broken. He had been reading the classics, following the rules of ruler and minister for too long. His instinct was to follow the rules set by others to fulfill his lifelong wish, but he was no longer the Shin Qingyan of the past. He still had over 50 chances to cross and trade. Could he not fight for himself and take control of the rules? If he did, no one would have to sacrifice, and the people could benefit from the rule changes as quickly as possible. The fog in front of him cleared. Shin Qingyan firmly helped Officer Chung up, then stepped back several paces, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for awakening me. I see clearly now." "Officer Chung, you are right." He had been confused himself. Seeing Shin Qingyan understand, Officer Chung finally relaxed, his nose feeling sour. Now, everyone had a chance to survive. However, this rumor needs to be changed a bit. If you spread it like that, it sounds like I want to become emperor and the teacher is still detained in Kyoto. Right now, I have nothing but my reputation. If this gets out, it won't just threaten the court, but also the teacher's safety. At that time, the teacher might not be able to protect himself either. Shin Qingyan thought carefully for a moment, then made up a story to teach to Captain Chung. He no longer wanted to be emperor. To truly understand the people suffering, he needed to live among them. Staying in a high position for too long can make someone forget their original intentions. He just needed a position that gave him influence. Captain Chung immediately went to handle it. The ox cart was ready. Shin Qingyan drove the cart, carrying his luggage into the fog. He was already 15 minutes late and hoped Gu Cece wouldn't be angry. He guided the ox cart through the fog and soon saw a bright light, a large street lamp hanging above the supermarket, always showing him the way. Soon, he saw the face that kept appearing in his mind. It was like white jade, with clear eyes and a smile as beautiful as a flower. Maybe she was bored waiting, sitting on a stone bench, leaning against a stone table, yawning like a proud yet lazy cat. The light on her face only made her look more radiant. Shin Qingyan smiled slightly, patted the ox's rear, and sped up. Gu Cece finished yawning and saw Shin Qingyan. She quickly stood up and walked over confidently. "I thought you wouldn't come today."
How was it?
"Did the water storage ball work without any problems?" "No problems. I believe the drought will be over in a few days. Thanks to everyone here, especially Miss Gu. I really don't know how to thank you." Shin Qingyan got off the ox cart, looking energetic and different from his previous gloomy state. Everyone could see the change, so Gu Cece also believed the problem was truly solved now. That's why Shin Qingyan felt so relaxed. She teased, "Then, how about you marry me?" In ancient times, people often said things like that. Chunyu made a duck-like giggle, Chu Feng tried not to laugh, and others also chuckled secretly. They all understood this kind of playful joke. Shin Qingyan was first surprised and amazed. Then he looked at Gu Cece, his eyes becoming more serious. "She, Miss Gu, just said." His mind suddenly filled with many thoughts, but he didn't know how to sort them out. He kept staring at Gu Cece, his mouth slightly open then closed, as if he was tense like a stretched string. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Gu Cece suddenly remembered that he secretly liked her. Oh my, her quick words at this moment. Shin Qingyan looked a bit disappointed, but then he suddenly relaxed. He smiled at Gu Cece and said, "Miss Gu is always so interesting. Actually, I came here to discuss something. After taking the grain this time, I want to exchange some other supplies, like weapons for self-defense, preferably enough to fight 10 or 100 enemies alone. I wonder if you have such weapons, and if we can trade." "Why do you suddenly want these? Won't the drought end, and then there be more chaos?" Gu Cece guessed, her smile fading as she worried about the people over there. "You guessed quite right. The Da Huang dynasty is facing serious internal problems. Our relief efforts have gained the people's trust, but we are worried for our safety." Shin Qingyan spoke calmly, but there was a bitter tone in his voice. Everyone understood and felt sorry for him. Gu Cece looked at Chu Feng, pulled him over to discuss, then came back and said, "We can trade, but there are many types of weapons. Chu Feng will introduce them to you, and then you can choose a few. Do you have any ideas or specific requests? Since this is a parallel world and won't affect Earth's history, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Shin Qingyan just wants to protect himself in this court. There's nothing wrong with that." Chu Feng didn't hesitate. He first took out a small crossbow from his waist and demonstrated, explaining, "This is a silenced pistol, less than 20 centimeters long. It has 20 hidden darts, which can be fired 20 times. Within 50 meters, if it hits a vital spot, the target will definitely die. About 50 meters is roughly from here to. This is a submachine gun, suitable for close combat, and there's also a sniper rifle for long-range shooting. This is a light machine gun, good for large squads. It can take on 100 enemies alone. Besides these handheld weapons, I also have grenades, which I think would be suitable for your side. Chu Feng mumbled and explained, demonstrating for 20 minutes before finishing. Shen Qingyan's worldview was once again expanded. You have so many powerful weapons. There probably aren't any enemies in this world, right? No wonder life is so good here. Everyone couldn't respond or speak to his words, only smiled. Yes, he's so powerful that if he fought, it could destroy the world, so he chooses not to fight. Gu Sisi casually brushed it off. Shen Qingyan nodded and thought carefully, then said, I'll choose a silent pistol and a grenade. Next time, I'll bring gold and jewelry to trade. It's a whole cart and I'll trade as much as I can. Okay, I'll help arrange that. Gu Sisi nodded. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly, and then, led by Chu Feng, started transporting today's supplies. After finishing, there was about 15 minutes left. Chu Feng simply taught Shen Qingyan how to use the silent pistol. Gu Sisi watched nearby. Shen Qingyan learned very quickly. She was fast at driving and shooting. In just 10 minutes, Shen Qingyan was already shooting well, though her shots hit the wall of her yard, which was a bit tough. She wandered around bored, then saw the calm old yellow ox. She waved her hand at it. Come here. Gu Sisi didn't think the old ox could understand, but unexpectedly, the ox snorted and suddenly charged straight at her. Wow, help!
Chu Feng, Gu Sisi shouted.
The ox had a bad temper. Chu Feng and Shen Qingyan both turned around. Their eyes showed shock as they saw Gu Sisi rushing toward them. Both instinctively reached out to catch her. Activate safety defense system. The system's voice sounded. In the next moment, Gu Sisi saw Shen Qingyan reach out her hand, and suddenly, she disappeared right in front of her. She looked back, and the cart and the ox had also vanished. Everyone. Damn, it's another ghostly thing. Gu Sisi exclaimed, so this is the safety defense system. What about the ox and Shen Qingyan? They have returned to their own world. The system's voice sounded colder. Gu Sisi nodded. Anyway, the time was almost up, so she thought it was okay. She explained to the others again. Only then did everyone understand. The green mist rose again, and the second trading world was about to begin. This time, a basket made of woven vines was carried by a tree. From the first simple fishing net bag to the now tightly woven, sturdy basket, their progress was clear. Perhaps because the primitive people had larger bodies, their baskets were also quite big. When the tree put down the basket, it reached Gu Sisi's chest.
Gu Sisi.
She glanced into the basket and silently thought, wow. Chinyu also looked over and said, whoa. Other workers gathered around. Gu Sisi casually picked up a red gemstone about the size of a papaya from the basket, trying to maintain her calm and noble image. Wow, such a big ruby. This gemstone must be naturally formed from the primitive world. It's as big as a papaya, clear and shiny. Although its surface is a bit rough and unpolished, under the light, its brilliance is still impressive. She couldn't imagine how beautiful and valuable such a gemstone would be after polishing. Currently, the largest natural ruby in the world is called Star of Fula, weighing only 101 carats in rough form and 22 carats when finished. It was sold for 250 million yuan. The one in her hand weighs at least a few pounds. The price would be astronomical. But more than money, it's precious. Gu Sisi plans to keep it as a family heirloom, just like a treasure passed down. Moreover, the basket was full of gemstones of various colors and sizes, enough for her to open a jewelry store. However, the tree was still traveling between worlds. It brought back several baskets. Gu Sisi looked through them one by one. Besides rubies and sapphires, there were even raw diamonds. Very beautiful, I like it, Gu Sisi responded as she saw the tree watching her closely. The tree was even happier and ran back into the mist. The Divine One likes it. Good, we have plenty. I'll go carry it. After saying that, the figure disappeared completely. Once he was gone, Gu Sisi started smiling. Such beautiful stones. So many diamonds and gems are finally free to be used. She touched and examined them happily. But this time, the tree had been gone for nearly half an hour and hadn't returned. All the supplies on this side had been sorted out. Everyone was waiting. System, what about the tree? He's back, Chinyu reminded her. Gu Cece straightened up and looked over. She saw the tree, who had been fine earlier, now covered in blood. It was panting heavily and kneeling on the ground. Godshi, a large tribe has united to attack our Red Sand tribe, claiming our gods are fake. Our people can't fight their sharp weapons. Please help us and grant us weapons. He, a strong man over 2 meters tall, was crying heavily and very angry. Gu Cece waved his hand, and Shufeng immediately brought out the spears and steel knives they had promised. The red-haired man, with tears in his eyes, carried some steel knives in a basket and held 2 bundles of spears in his arms, then rushed into the fog. Gu Cece was very worried. This primitive battle seemed very fierce. He hoped the tree would return safely. In the primitive world, the tree ran down the mountain straight to the tribe. Their tribe's gate had already been broken open. The young men and women outside were trying to stop the attackers, but more than half had been injured or killed. The smell of blood was strong. He returned from the back door of the tribe and shouted in the center of the square, "Red Sand Tribe, gather and receive the weapons given by the gods. Are the weapons from the gods here? That's great. The weapons from the gods will help us win. Thanks to God Shi. Tree, quickly, throw the weapons to us." Everyone was excited. They took their weapons and went into battle. Some held spears, others held steel knives. They clashed loudly. A spear and a steel knife together could attack or defend, switching easily. The people became more skilled with their weapons. With just one stab, they kept enemies at bay. With one slash, they broke the enemy's weapons into 2 pieces. Soon, the attackers started to retreat, running away wildly. But the tree fought bravely, catching everyone and tying them up in the square. The Red Sand tribe cheered. The others, tied up, were scared and regretted. They couldn't believe they had divine protection. They all fell to the ground, trembling. "Please, God Shi, forgive us. We are willing to do anything for you." They kept praying. The tree watched them and then returned to the cave, walking into the fog. He still needed to ask God Shi what to do with these people. Gu Cece saw the tree come back and sighed with relief. As long as he was alive, that was enough. After hearing the tree's question, Gu Cece looked at the gemstones. Let them mine for resources to survive. Since they hurt your tribe, they should do the hardest work. After 3 years, they can be released and join the Red Sand tribe. The tree agreed immediately and carried the weapons he hadn't finished carrying earlier back into the fog. This time, Jade came faster than Gu Cece expected. Almost as soon as the fog lifted, she appeared. Although Jade's steps were quick and seemed urgent, her face showed her most relaxed expression ever. She was holding a silver 28-inch suitcase with a fingerprint lock. She walked into the yard and handed the suitcase to Gu Cece. On Earth 300 years from now, even luggage locks are high-tech. I spent yesterday searching to find a suitcase with such an old lock for you. After saying this, Jade sat down at a stone table. Compared to her usual formal and reserved manner, she looked much more relaxed. Inside are all the materials for building the space city, including the necessary supplies, techniques, and high-end spacecraft and life support system data. Gu Cece sat quietly beside her listening. Chu Feng took out a voice recorder to note everything. I believe these will help you build the space city faster. Also, this USB drive is something I found in the trash. After all, we had already started using brain computers back then. Jade then took out several USB drives from her bag. Her gestures and actions were casual, like grabbing a handful of snacks, and she placed them into Gu Cece's open palm. These drives contain information on how to efficiently and safely maintain the space city, how to securely transmit data with the ground, control commands, how to convert cosmic effects like magnetic storms and solar flares into energy needed by the city, and how to build defense systems, including data communication modules for space battleships. Halfway through, Jade realized Gu Cece might not understand, so she stopped talking. In short, everything you need to build the space city, including potential technical problems and solutions, is inside. This is the result of over 100 years of research. Now that you have the items, remember you promised to treat me to a meal today. Where is it? She had never eaten a hot meal before, only drinking strange powders or injecting energy shots every day. Goose Cece took the suitcase, handed it directly to Chu Feng, and then looked at the brightly lit kitchen on the third floor of the supermarket, where the sound of chopping vegetables was lively. A hand reached out from the window above and gestured A1 to Goose Cece. Goose Cece understood immediately. Don't worry, the dishes will start soon. We have several dishes for the state banquet, some local specialties, snacks, and drinks prepared. She was confident she could handle Jade's appetite. To win a woman's heart, you need to understand her stomach, Goose Cece believed. Soon, the first dish arrived, an impressive, high-level dish from the state banquet. Buddha jumps over the wall. The clay pot was placed on the stone table, and the rich aroma of mixed ingredients was already tempting. Chunyu set the bowls and chopsticks for Jade, then uncovered the lid. Instantly, the smell was overwhelming, making Jade gasp in surprise. The chef responsible for this dish stood behind Goose Cece and explained, "This dish uses abalone, sea cucumber, fish lips, yak glue, king oyster mushrooms, tendon, flower mushrooms, squid, dried scallops, and quail eggs, among other delicacies. It is cooked slowly, with a special technique. Please enjoy." Jade had only seen these ingredients in documentaries. Now she realized this was the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall. She carefully scooped a small bowl, planning to taste it first. As she held the steaming bowl in her hands, she suddenly felt warmth. Her heart fluttered slightly. She gently blew on the food and took the first bite. Her eyes immediately brightened. But she quickly masked her surprise. She said nothing and focused on eating the delicious food. The warm meal entering her body felt wonderful. She seemed to experience a feeling called happiness. So amazing. The dishes kept coming: braised shark fin, boiled water cabbage, rock sugar blood swallow, and 3-cup duck. Jade watched the table fill with food and tried to control herself, eating only half a bowl of each dish. After finishing this round, Goose Cece clapped her hands, and Chunyu brought more dishes, local cuisine, and ice-cold beer. Some of these are quite spicy. I don't know if you'll get used to them. You can try. The combination is quite enjoyable. Jade sat there and smelled the pungent aroma, doubting whether it would taste good. She hesitated, picking up a bright red dried chili. Goose Cece quickly stopped her. Hey, that's a condiment. It's best not to eat it. Try a few bites of the dish first, then take a sip of the cold beer when your mouth feels numb from the spiciness. Goose Cece decided to show her directly. Fei Tsue followed her example, and the strong taste made her hum softly. At first, she frowned in discomfort, but soon her expression turned to curiosity. The more she tasted, the more enjoyable it became. The feeling grew stronger, and after taking a sip of cold beer, the mix of hot and cold made her scalp tingle. Fei Tsue wondered if Goose Cece had added something strange to the food. It felt too unusual. Still, she couldn't stop eating. She tried every dish several times before forcing herself to stop. Goose Cece then asked the staff to clear the table and bring out desserts. From Fei Tsue's expression, it was clear she was tempted. Goose Cece decided to take advantage of the moment. Beijing's bean cake, Guangdong's rice rolls, Jinhua soup dumplings from Zhejiang, Yunnan's lemongrass grilled fish, Shandong's donkey meat, Guangxi's snail noodles, Chongqing's spicy noodles. And then came the drinks: lemon water, lemon tea, mango milkshake, jasmine grape tea, bubble milk tea, mango sago dessert. 12 kinds of milk tea in total. Fei Tsue's eyes widened. When she took a sip of milk tea, she even let out a small burp, breaking her usual calm image.
You people really eat well, she said.
She tried a few more bites, unable to stop herself. Finally, when Goose Cece brought out cream cake and a fruit platter, Fei Tsue was completely full and raised her hands in surrender. All right, that's enough. I can't eat anymore. Tell me, what do you want in return for all this? Goose Cece smiled. Success. I want all the research data on the spaceship. In exchange, I'll give you fresh ingredients for making these foods. I've already prepared 10 tons today. If you agree, you can take everything in those trucks right now. As for the total amount, we can discuss it further. Goose Cece rested her chin in her hands and grinned. Fei Cui looked at the supplies Goose Cece had brought, then at the food in front of her. She resisted the urge to pick up her chopsticks again. She thought about her own world. Yes, they had solved the water problem and could survive, but no one was happy. Yes, deeply unhappy. Aside from living and working, all they had were high-tech entertainment programs that had long lost their charm after hundreds of years. Everyone was tired of them. For the future plan to move to a new planet, all humans did not feel excited. Many people didn't even want to live anymore. They were just living like walking corpses. They were living in a cold, high-tech world. Jade thought that people might need warm, delicious food. Food can make people happy, give new hope, and bring life back. So she nodded decisively. Okay, I agree to exchange, but I have one more condition. What is the condition? Goose Cece was a little nervous. This was the final step. If she couldn't meet Jade's condition, all their efforts would be for nothing. Jade looked very serious. She didn't speak for a long time, making Goose Cece feel more anxious. Take away those dishes from earlier. Besides fresh ingredients, I also need the recipe videos. And I want 20 dishes made every day to bring back. You have a lot of information to handle. You need to be convinced, not just me, understand? She had a cleanliness obsession. No one was allowed inside her home, so she couldn't ask someone to cook. It was better to take everything directly. Goose Cece nodded. She planned to give the food to other managers. It was the right thing to do, both publicly and privately. Is that all the conditions? Goose Cece felt secretly pleased. It wasn't much, just a small request. No more. Let's prepare the contract, Jade said, returning to her usual cold face. She glanced at Goose Cece. Good, her little plan hadn't been discovered. Goose Cece was very happy after the deal was made. Chu Feng immediately drafted the contract. Chinyu packed all the food from earlier and used a small cart to carry it over. The cart was full, for layers high. Jade's lips curved into a slight smile. Soon, the contract was signed. Jade quickly learned how to drive a truck and transported all the supplies back. Then she pushed the cart into the fog and disappeared. Jade returned to her world. She looked at the dishes on the cart and reached out her hand. Suddenly, she remembered she had asked for everything earlier but forgot to ask Goose Cece for chopsticks. What would she use to eat now? Damn it, she muttered softly. Her subordinate nearby immediately stepped closer. Major General, who did you say should be killed? We will go and take care of her right away. This matter can be discussed later. For now, move these supplies to the Federation's main city. Be sure not to tip over the small cart. Take everything along while it's still warm, so the commander can also taste it. She considers the sacrifice as a way to gain her father's trust and show her progress. Only then will he feel comfortable giving her more responsibility. Within half an hour, all the supplies were delivered to Sky City, outside the main city of the Federation, under the command of the Sky Eagle. The supplies were hidden so no one could see them, but the smell of the food kept lingering, tempting people. Many people looked at Jade and her group. General Jade has brought something good again. It smells so delicious, like food. It's really tasty. I just had an energy shot, but now I feel very hungry. I really want to go see what it is. Jade entered the Sky Eagle's office and opened the dishes on the small cart one by one. She looked at the nearby agate, who was politely offering tea and water, and gave a sneering smile. Commander, I found some new food. It's from Earth, our old cuisine. I think it will make the Federation people happy. As she spoke, she invited several respected elders in the office, who were over 200 years old, to taste the food. These elders were among the first to reach over 200 years old in the technological era, but it also meant their lives were nearing the end. Have you all eaten this kind of food before? Please help me taste if the chef I found is authentic. Having lived so long, they had long forgotten the taste of hot, fresh food. Talking about meals was something from a century ago. They stood up and solemnly approached the small cart. Everything felt so familiar, as if they had suddenly returned to their family dinner table from the past. One elder took a bite and immediately started crying. But he didn't stop eating. Tears streamed down his face silently as he ate, finally smiling through his tears. Yes, this is the real taste. It reminds me of my childhood. Another elder picked up a cup of milk tea, took a sip, and nodded. Yes, this is the flavor. I still remember when my wife passed away, she told me not to forget to make her the first cup of milk tea every autumn. I haven't forgotten, but later, there was no more milk tea. This disgusting thing is still here. I remember my mom loved eating it most. When I was little, she would always sneak bites. I used to dislike it, but now, just smelling it, I find it has a special taste. After they finished talking, everyone looked teary-eyed. Ma now noticed something was wrong. These old folks weren't the ones she had invited to speak well of her. Surely, these things were caused by that goose Cece again. Who exactly is goose Cece? If she catches her, she must get rid of her. But she couldn't resist the temptation of the food and started eating bitterly. The table of delicious food was finished, and everyone stopped. Ma now softly said, "Sister, it seems these supplies aren't enough. It's only enough for one meal. We can't just secretly eat all the food for ourselves while the whole Federation is watching." She didn't believe she could produce that much food for the entire Federation. Jade ignored her and looked at the Sky Eagle. "Commander, this is what I wanted to tell you. I used our first-generation spaceship data, which we eliminated, to exchange for enough food to last 30 years. Today, I brought back 10 tons of fresh ingredients, right downstairs, ready to be announced to the entire Federation at any time." Ma Nao's face couldn't hide her shock. Her surprised look made Jade secretly pleased. Other elders also stood up. "Jade, you're impressive.
Let's go see for ourselves."
The whole Federation is lucky. Jade is truly talented at such a young age. "Commander, let's all go see."
This isn't a small matter.
In the modern era, all the data about the space station base of the Space City was quickly sent to Deputy Chief Engineer Zhang's office at the National Space Agency. This was the first time the Space Agency received space-related information from the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau. It was quite interesting. Zhang sat in his office, waiting impatiently. When Chuanghua personally arrived pushing a suitcase and introduced himself, Zhang finally paid attention. Chuanghua didn't say much. He opened the suitcase directly. "Engineer Zhang, these materials come from a high-tech world.
They spent 100 years researching them.
It's complete data on the space station of the Space City. Their Space City is a highly secure sky city capable of holding up to 100,000 people living in space." Chuanghua spoke excitedly, even himself getting quite enthusiastic. "This information was hard to get, so please take a careful look. If there are still unresolved issues, you can list them and send them to Director Yang Shi of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Bureau to contact us." Engineer Zhang sneered, as if he was hearing a joke. He appeared polite on the outside but didn't really believe it inside. Does he really understand what he's talking about when he mentions a space station that can hold 100,000 people? A space station that has been studied for 100 years? And in a high-tech world? Which high-tech world? Moreover, there was no official document from the central government, which was strange. He suspected Chuanghua might be having a mental episode. "All right, I will review this carefully. You can handle the rest. Please go back now." Chuanghua was busy with his work. Seeing Zhang's serious attitude, he hurriedly left to attend to his own tasks. After Zhang left, he also stood up and left. His box was left in the corner of the office. His assistant asked carefully, "What should we do with those materials?" "Put everything in the archive room. Don't worry about it for now. We've been so busy lately that we have no time for these strange things. When things calm down, we'll review and respond." After giving the order, Zhang hurriedly left. The assistant carefully moved the box to the corner of the archive room, took photos for records, and then quickly followed. At this moment, the office phone rang. The assistant had no choice but to go back and answer. "Hello, this is the Space Agency."
"What?"
"The documents are with you?" "Chuanghua has already been here and left some files. I've already sent them to the archive room."
"What?"
"Okay, I'll bring them over right away." Hearing the urgent tone of Director Yang, The assistant was stunned. His mind kept replaying the words, "Those documents are confidential, really." He ran to the archive room while calling Jiang. Jiang answered quickly, but his tone was annoyed. "What now? Do you have to find me right now?" "Engineer Jiang, Director Yang just told me to quickly send the box Chuangwa brought to you. He said it's confidential, really." "I'm on my way now," he warned Jiang in advance, then hurried to the archive room, worried that someone might have moved the box elsewhere. "Here," Engineer Yang said the files were highly confidential, far beyond any current secret documents. If Engineer Yang had arrived a little earlier, he wouldn't have missed Chuangwa, and this funny mistake wouldn't have happened. However, since he delivered the items to the archive room, he bears a heavy responsibility. Engineer Jiang hung up the phone, feeling very confused. He still couldn't quite believe it, but he put aside his work and hurried to Engineer Yang's office. When he arrived, his assistant was already there, along with several other engineers and senior scientists. Everyone was focused on the materials inside the suitcase, paying no attention to his arrival. Usually they work seriously but with some humor, but today everyone was very solemn and serious. He also went over and picked up one of the documents to read. As soon as he looked at it, he noticed something unusual. The document was labeled with the word Federation. The more he examined it, the more surprised and shocked he became. It turned out to be genuine scientific data about a space station from a certain country, covering over 100 years of research. It included details about the challenges faced and how they were solved. It was like a detailed manual for building a space base or even a space city. An hour passed. No one spoke. Everyone was testing some small parts of the information in the documents. 2 hours later, still no one spoke. They were busy recording details and making calls to arrange new experiments and testing sites. By noon, during lunch, the assistant reminded everyone, and they suddenly realized what was happening. Engineer Yang, the top leader of the space agency, looked at the people present, then turned to Engineer Jiang. "You should have been more patient. Although no accidents happened this time, it's a serious mistake. You will receive a formal warning. I accept the criticism, but I also want to say that I really believe in this space city project." Jiang was very anxious. This project was their lifelong dream, and he couldn't afford to miss it. "Let's discuss this later. We need to hold an emergency meeting now. We must start shifting our focus. Also, the staff involved in this project won't be able to go home for the next few years. Think carefully before signing up. That's all for now. Go have your meal." After saying this, Engineer Yang sent everyone out quickly and immediately called Chuangwa. Others reluctantly left, but no one went to eat lunch first. Instead, they returned to their offices to finish their applications, hoping to stay ahead of others. In the Great Bright Dynasty, in Kyoto, inside the royal palace. Usually, the morning court session starts at the hour of the rabbit, 5 to 7 a.m., but now it is almost noon, 11 a.m., and the session has not ended. All officials are present, standing on both sides, but the atmosphere is as silent as death. On the throne, the emperor has a jar of wine in his right hand and a beautiful woman in his left. He looks very happy. He tilts his head back, takes another sip of wine with the woman's help, and then asks, "So, how should we handle Shin Qingyan? Is this problem really so difficult?" The emperor's presence commands respect without anger. His eyes are full of killing intent. He scans the officials below, who all kneel and bow their heads in submission. "We humbly await your majesty's commands." A few officials exchange glances, wanting to speak up with other opinions, but they are held back by others nearby. The emperor, acting casually, points and asks, "You, from the censorate, what do you think? Since your majesty asks for my opinion, I dare to speak frankly. Shin Qingyan has made contributions to disaster relief, but now that the relief efforts are incomplete, rumors are spreading among the people that he is a star sent from heaven for our Great Bright Dynasty. His presence means the nation will prosper, but this is just nonsense." The head of the censorate stands up after bowing and speaks with a righteous tone. "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. All people are subjects of the king. Only your majesty can truly determine whether the nation is thriving. Shin Qingyan is secretly raising private soldiers, which is clearly an act of rebellion. In my opinion, before these rumors spread widely, Shin Qingyan should be summoned back to the capital and brought to trial along with Qin Yanxiu. Your Majesty, I believe that Shin Qingyan and Qin Yanxiu, who are raising private soldiers and proposing rebellious policies that challenge the royal family and the people, openly oppose the traditions of generations. They have committed a serious crime, with clear evidence. But considering their contributions to disaster relief, their families may be spared death. Still, Shin Qingyan should be sentenced to death. Please, Your Majesty, make a just decision. Everyone's words are reasonable. The emperor's authority must not be challenged. Shin Qingyan's rebellion is a serious offense. Your Majesty, please decree his death. With a few leading officials speaking out, almost all the officials kneel and plead. The emperor finally shows a satisfied expression. He suddenly threw the wine jar to the ground, smashing it into pieces. Haha, fine, let's follow everyone's advice. Summon Shin Qingyan back to the capital to face the court with Qin Yanxiu. After confirming the signatures, execute him after the autumn. Court dismissed. After speaking, the emperor stood up with his beauty and prepared to leave. The ministers also stood up, smiling happily. One old official couldn't hold back and suddenly stood up. Your Majesty, Shin Qingyan is clearly a hero who helped with the disaster relief. He only suggested men and women sharing positions, which is not a big deal. Why are you ignoring this? Stop talking. Another old official quickly pulled him back and knelt before the emperor, begging for mercy. But before he finished speaking, the first official spoke again. Go? How do we go? If we give in today, we will have to give in every day in the future. Corrupt officials control the government, and when will this country see light? The country is falling apart. That's not why we, the scholars, serve as officials. Are you afraid? I'm not, the old official shouted loudly, pointing at the noble families and officials present, with a sad but determined smile. Shin Qingyan will surely overturn this world, and the people will too. Your Majesty, I am willing to die to advise you today. We will not retreat even half a step, his words echoed loudly. Then, he rushed toward a pillar in the main hall and hit it hard. With a loud bang, he fell backward, blood pouring out. The hesitant officials behind him looked at him with tears in their eyes and clenched their fists. But the emperor didn't seem to care. He looked at them with disgust and ordered, threatening the emperor with death? Ridiculous. Take him to the mass grave and let wild wolves eat him. No funeral allowed. After speaking, the emperor left with his beauty, leaving behind this tragic and heroic scene. Some ministers left laughing, mocking him. The remaining officials felt cold as ice. One whispered, "Tell Shin Qingyan the truth. Let him not return to the capital. He should go to the frontier and join that person. This dynasty is almost finished." In modern times, Gu Cece sat in the supermarket waiting for the next-door staff to count supplies and sort items. She was also counting the zeros on her phone's new balance, 30 billion. Adding the previous 48 billion, her account now had nearly 80 billion in available funds. A number that would never make her worry about money again. Gu Cece felt more and more secure, her confidence growing. Having money is really wonderful. Chu Feng reported, "The country owes you money. We'll settle it once now, and then pay you every 6 months. If you need more money in between, you can apply for a transfer at any time." Gu Cece nodded and responded with a soft, Chinyu saw her sigh and smiled beside her. Still not used to the life of the rich? You work too much and don't have time to enjoy yourself, so you don't understand the value of these numbers. Otherwise, you definitely have time to sigh. But I envy you, young master. So much money, and it's all cash. My family doesn't have that much liquid funds. Now I have to call you wealthy sister. Chinyu looked at her with a deliberately flattering expression, like a silly little dog, grinning mischievously, both funny and a bit cheeky. Gu Cece couldn't help but laugh and rolled her eyes. How much assets does your family have? Still jealous of her sudden wealth. Every time old Chen makes a big show of generosity, it doesn't seem like they're short of money. Honestly, she was curious. How rich could wealthy people really be? Not much. Mainly, my brother manages a company and my dad's private museum is valuable. Those treasures add up to hundreds of billions. My brother's company is probably worth $1 trillion. Otherwise, how could I be so wasteful? Their family was small, rich, and without a sister-in-law. If he was also hardworking and only knew how to make money, who would he spend it on? Life would lose its meaning. In the past, Goose Cece would have slapped him for such bragging. But now, she really felt like she needed to find 2 money-burning projects, people to spend money. Honestly, she didn't love luxury brands much. She liked traveling, but now that she had traveled through 3,000 worlds, she wasn't very interested in visiting other places on Earth anymore. Life, after all, is forever full of worries. By the way, I've already checked out your alumni gathering. Hua Kongke will be there too, so I guess that guy is trying to flirt with you again. Be careful not to be fooled. Chinyu warned her again, like he was talking to his own sister. When he mentioned Su Leong, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Got it. I don't like him. He's too greasy. Gu Cece shivered at the thought and saw Chinyu's mischievous expression again. I know. You probably like Shin Qingyan, the kind of pure, noble flower who's as clear as the wind and sky, right? He seems to be joking or maybe testing. Gu Cece's mind immediately filled with Shin Qingyan's face. Compared to Su Leong, she feels more comfortable and relaxed around Shin Qingyan. When she sees him shy, she wants to tease him. No, she's drifting off topic. At this moment, Chinyu's expression becomes even more mischievous. He leans in close to Gu Cece and whispers, "What are you thinking? Tell me. Are you interested? Do you like him? If you do, please ask that good system to extend Shin Qingyan's crossing time, so he can come to our flower country and marry us. Be brave. Don't hesitate. If you like him, go for it and get him." Chinyu teases while watching Gu Cece's expression. She smiles softly, her eyes full of affection. Chinyu understands. She's starting to feel something. This is really interesting. Things are about to get fun. Gu Cece, with a serious face, pushes Chinyu's head away and says, "Stop joking during work hours. What are you talking about?" Su walks over from nearby, followed by Su Yi, who hasn't been seen in a long time. Su Yi waves enthusiastically. "Little boss, I finally got out." Jiang, she went back to the dorm. She'll be back later. The next 2 months. We'll protect you. Are you happy? Yes, very happy. Gu Cece nods politely. Chinyu immediately chimes in. Seeing you happy is great, but of course, I want to see Shin. Before he finishes, Gu Cece quickly covers Chinyu's mouth with her hand and warns softly, "Chinyu, if you say another word, I'll personally give you a good beating. Let's see how tough your military boxing is." Chinyu laughs even more happily, nods, and, while Gu Cece releases him, he leans his face close again. "I'm so handsome. Do you really not care? I told you. Shin Qingyan, he finishes with a flirtatious wink. Gu Cece can't take it anymore. She yanks his collar and starts hitting him. Chinyu tries to run but can't escape, and he yells loudly as he gets beaten. Everyone around tries to hold back their laughter. Su Yi and Suyu exchange glances and step back several paces. When did Gu Cece become so fierce? It's terrifying. Old Chin watches from the second-floor window, laughing nonstop and nodding repeatedly. This kid finally got it. He's glad that Shin Qingyan is now trying to flirt with Gu Cece, which is great. Gu Cece finished talking with Chinyu. Today's supply list was also out, showing what was received each day, the quantities, categories, and how much belonged to her share. Gu Cece took the list and went straight back to the villa. Shin Qingyan brought medicine, and Mom took some too. She didn't know how effective it was, so she needed to check on her and see if there was anything else at home that needed to be bought. Chu Feng was very quick, and she arrived home in just an hour, taking a day off to rest. Gu's father, mother, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Wang were chatting and drinking tea in the connected yards.
They looked very relaxed.
When they saw her return, they all hurried to stand up. Gu Cece, with Chu Feng, Su Yi, Chinyu, and Suyu, went over to sit down. Gu Cece didn't hold back and took the tea her mother just poured, drinking it.
Mom and Dad, what were you talking about just now?
I saw Aunt Wang wiping tears. Life is good now, so why aren't you happy? Tell me, maybe I can help. She had money and could solve 99% of the problems in the world. Nothing much, her mother replied, shaking her head. Aunt Wang was just thinking about her daughter. She's wondering why, with all the advanced technology now, her daughter can't see her. Even if it's just a fake, like the daughter of a producer in a game you girls play, she would still feel happy to see her. Her mother's words made her shake her head, signaling Gu Cece not to ask further. Money could solve many problems, but when someone dies, they can't come back. That's something money can't fix. Hearing this, Gu Cece paused her tea drinking. She knew what she needed to do next. She was going to create a holographic projection. The technology in the Jade world was already advanced enough. Holographic projection technology was likely mature or even beyond their current understanding. Even if it didn't meet her expectations, she could invest in the project herself and develop it according to everyone's needs. Now, with technology commercialized, the goal was often to replace human jobs, making life more convenient for many but also causing unemployment and making life harder for others. Gu Cece believed that science should serve people, aiming to improve their happiness. It shouldn't be just about commercial value. She didn't believe these two couldn't coexist. Once she finished, Aunt Wang would be her first customer. Gu Cece looked at Aunt Wang again with a firm tone. Aunt Wang, don't worry. Technology is developing quickly. Maybe in a few months, we will have full hologram projection technology. It might not be expensive, and everyone could have their loved ones nearby. Aunt Wang just smiled and shook her head, not believing it. I hope so. Honestly, if I could have such a peaceful life, I would be very happy. Everything else is just a dream. I won't talk about it anymore. You finally have a holiday and come home, and you're listening to my old stories. I don't have the face for that. Stop talking about it. Be quiet, Cece. The medicine you brought for your mom is really good. She hasn't been in pain lately and seems much more energetic. Uncle Wang added with emotion. You've really grown up now and can handle things on your own. But where did you find such a good doctor? Their skills are amazing. Your dad's pancreatic cancer and your mom's heart issues. Both are serious illnesses. It would be great if this doctor could come and see patients. Hearing this, Chu Feng also had the same idea. It would be great to exchange knowledge and learn. Old Sue would be very happy, and it would definitely help the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Gu Cece's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. She quickly asked the system, Brother Tong, I remember you said before that we could send people to other worlds to stay and work. Could we also exchange the same number of people from those worlds to come here? If that was possible, they could have medical exchanges. No, that's not possible. Except for those chosen and contacts who trade with the host, no one can cross over and stay for a long time. That's not good. Gu Cece felt disappointed, but quickly cheered up. If the mountain didn't come to her, she would go to the mountain. Staff could go to other worlds to stay, learn, and then come back. Maybe in the future, there will be a chance. I will definitely be the first to tell you, Gu Cece replied to Uncle Wang. In the afternoon, the four elders went for a nap. Gu Cece added some details about the staff who would stay in other worlds later, including some new arrangements and criteria for selecting personnel. While Chu Feng was handling things, Gu Cece waved at Su Yi and Qin Yu. Boss Qin Yu, your family is good at business. Can you ask your brother if he's interested in working with me? We want to develop that full hologram projection, immersive with all 5 senses. Besides catering to the public, it could also be turned into a commercial product to make profit. For example, watching movies as if you're really there, experiencing it alongside the main characters. Sound, touch, smell. All so real that it feels better than real life. Who wouldn't want to try it? It could also be used in escape rooms, virtual life simulations, battle games. Endless applications and business opportunities. Right now, the so-called hologram projections on the market are pretty useless and boring. If it were anyone else, I might not say yes, but for you, my brother would definitely agree. You're like his lucky charm. But, as usual, I'll be involved in this. I'll help you deal with my clever old brother, and in return, I want a small commission from your earnings. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with excitement, full of anticipation. You know I'd do anything for you. I'd definitely get my money back for what I spend on you, he quickly added, worried Gu Cece might refuse. Gu Cece thought of Chun Mo's sly smile. He was cunning and sharp. She knew she couldn't handle him alone. We're friends, so I'll give you 5%. Chen Yu's eyes lit up with joy, and he nodded before going to call Chun Mo on the side. That evening, Jiang Shi arrived at the mansion. As soon as she entered, Gu Cece noticed she looked different from before. She had transformed from a cute, soft plush cat into a fierce, majestic Maine Coon. Jiang Shi also smiled at Gu Cece. Coming back this time, she felt like she had a new life, all thanks to Gu Cece's care. She opened her mouth, and her originally confident tone suddenly softened. Cece Jia, I'm back. The next morning, everyone waited from 4:40 to 6:40, but Shen Qingyan never appeared. Gu Cece felt a little worried. Had something happened to Shen Qingyan? If she didn't come today, based on her usual habits, she would have given some notice yesterday. But at least they had time to enjoy a relaxed breakfast. When the tree appeared, Gu Cece's attention was drawn away. The tree carried a large basket on its back and dragged a big bag of various gemstone raw stones. After bowing to Gu Cece, it got up and continued to bring other goods from the primitive world. It took a full hour for the pile of gemstones and raw stones to form a small mountain before the tree stopped. Seeing the tree panting, Gu Cece gave him a large peach. The tree took the peach but did not eat it. Instead, it knelt again and asked, God Cece, I thank you on behalf of everyone in the tribe. It is you who has allowed us to live without hunger, without fear of cold, and with an everlasting fire seed. But, God Cece, now our tribe is too big. Every day, people fight within the tribe, and more are injured than before. The tree was very worried. It originally just wanted a peaceful land where the tribe members and newcomers could live well. But with more people, they become disobedient. And when fewer people are around, they suffer from bullying. He truly didn't know what to do. God Cece, please help me. Make the tribe's people listen and behave. Originally, they could gather more gemstones, but now half the tribe is injured, and resources are running out. This makes the future of the tribe very worrying. But can we first talk about why they are fighting? Gu Cece asked calmly, signaling Chu Feng to find a helper. She wasn't trained in management or history, and she knew nothing about managing wild people. If her ideas didn't work, it might damage her image as a god. Chu Feng nodded understandingly and quietly left. The tree bowed again. God Cece, because there are too many people and they come from different tribes. When gathering gemstones, some work hard, others slack off. They start arguing over their previous status and contributions, which eventually leads to fights. A big tribe has broken into smaller groups. The tree frowned more and more as he spoke, seeming distressed by the scene he remembered. But hearing this, Gu Cece felt it sounded very familiar. Isn't this similar to the conflicts during collective labor here, plus the folk disputes after unification in history? There are many ways to handle this. Gu Cece nodded and then told the tree to stand up. I have a plan. Listen carefully. The tree showed a surprised expression. The will of the gods must be useful. Even if they don't like to listen to us, the gods will be passed down, and they will definitely listen. He immediately knelt down, perked up his ears, and stared with big eyes at Gu Cece. Chu Feng shook his head. Gu Cece didn't hold back and directly replied, First, because everyone now comes from different places with different habits and customs. To survive, they joined the Red Sand tribe, but they don't see the tribe as their only home, just a shared home. So, the first thing you need to do is unify the tribe's customs. For example, decide what everyone does, eats, and plays on the same day to build bonds. Also, since each tribe has a different name, and now we are one tribe, changing the name is difficult. But you don't have a surname. You can all share the same surname, so everyone feels like family and strengthens their connection and sense of belonging. After finishing the first point, the tree tilted its head in confusion. What is a surname? Gu Cece explained again, and the tree suddenly understood.
God Cece.
All the people in the Red Sand tribe are alive because of you, the god. Can we take your surname? He thought, surely everyone would agree. No one would refuse to take the god's surname.
Goose Cece.
This tree is quite clever.
But
My surname is. Goose Cece suddenly changed his words halfway. My surname is Gu, but the mother of the god who nurtured us is Huang. Huang, the yellow, the color of the sun, the color of fire, the color of light. You can also take Huang as your surname. The tree nodded repeatedly. It's even better to share the surname of the goddess of the tribe. The sun's color, the fire's color, the light's color. Such a wonderful idea. The second point is to establish rules. These rules should apply to the entire tribe. They need to be discussed and agreed upon by everyone. Anyone who breaks the rules will face punishment. Goose Cece continued to give advice to the tree. The third point is that the tribe's labor must be divided according to how much each person contributes.
sharing food equally is.
Only through fair distribution can everyone stay motivated. These 3 points are enough to solve the current problems of the Red Sand tribe. The rest will be discussed when Chu Feng and the experts arrive. The tree looked very satisfied, kneeling in place and deep in thought. It used its finger to draw and write on the ground, recording something. Gu Cece guessed that the original world had already started creating characters. After thinking for a few minutes, the tree must have remembered everything. It then bowed to Gu Cece and said, "Thank you, God Shi. I will go back now to set the rules." With that, it left with a respectful attitude. Gu Cece finally relaxed. A quick rise of civilization is about to begin. Chu Feng handed her a bottle of water. "Hydrate your throat. Every time the tree comes, it's like a class. I've already applied for the experts you need." The leader said he'll go to persuade them at noon. To bring someone over. These documents list the materials needed for building the space city, but we still can't solve the material problems. Many of these materials are not available on Earth, so we can't produce them. If we try, it will take too long. Chu Feng then handed her another form. Gu Cece took it quickly and understood his meaning. Jadeite came out of the fog and saw the form. He reached out and said, "Isn't this for me? Just give it to me. I still handle after-sales service." Gu Cece smiled. Jadeite seemed difficult to deal with, but he turned out to be an honest businessman. The system automatically translated the text, so Jadeite could understand what she read. Jadeite looked at it and then showed a rare smile.
"Come on, sit down.
Let's order food first. Then we can discuss how to make these materials and what the finished products will be. What will you exchange for them?" Gu Cece sat down at a stone table. Chunyu went to get the menu. After Jadeite finished ordering, Gu Cece replied with a smile, "You just said this is your after-sales issue. Naturally, it's included in the previous payment. It's not right to pay multiple times for one transaction, Jadeite." Luckily, she kept her mind clear, so Jadeite couldn't fool her. If she had spoken too quickly and admitted it, she would have been tricked again. After all, what we want is the space city. Any problems during construction should be your responsibility to solve. I won't compromise. Although Jadeite's high-tech equipment is very valuable to her side, compared to Jadeite's planet, food and water are more precious and vital. Moreover, if Jadeite really refuses to help, they can develop their own technology. With the data they already have, they can make a significant leap in strength. Even reaching the current limit is not a loss. And in the future, she can explore more worlds, full of endless possibilities. Sure enough, Jade looked steadily at Gu Cece for a moment before squeezing out a sentence. "You're right. Let's discuss what you'll exchange for the spaceship and building materials. I'm a trader of all worlds. As long as you want it, I can get it. It's just a matter of time. So, why don't you tell me what you need?" Gu Cece was very confident, which was the confidence that came with having a special ability. Jade snorted and nodded. "Then it will still be grain. Double the amount we agreed on before is fine." This Gu Cece, he seemed to have become more difficult to deal with after a few days. Jade watched the dishes arrive. Not wanting to waste time enjoying the food, she started eating directly, thinking that the previous grain supply would last 10 years, but now it could last 30 years. If they kept trading, 50 years would be enough. Gu Cece loved bargaining. Thinking about what he wanted to do, he asked, "That's possible, but with such a large amount of grain, we will also be tight on supplies. Since you want double, how about you give some gifts?" I don't need much, like holographic projection technology, flying cars, human aircraft, or gene editing technology. Jade was about to pick up a bite of food but hesitated, deciding to answer first. I can give you the first three. We can discuss the others next time. But I suggest that gene editing technology is the best not to share. Some scientific research can be too much, and considering her current development, it has both pros and cons. Plus, the information is too confidential, and she couldn't give it to Goose CC anyway. Having received the three items, Goose CC had achieved his goal. He then went to bring Jade a milk tea, saying, "All right, those three are good. Do you have samples? I want to try them first. When you're done eating, show me." Jade did manage to eat her food, but her patience was at its limit. Seeing Goose CC's smiling face, she remembered how he had tried hard to make her laugh when she was hurt before. Her heart softened. Oh well. Since she looked so much like she was enjoying herself, she didn't want to eat a few hot bites. Plus, they were here to do business, and business came first. So Jade took her milk tea and walked back into the mist. Within a few minutes, she returned pushing a cart loaded with 4 identical machines. Jade walked to the center of the yard and began setting up the equipment. She arranged the 4 machines at the 4 corners of the yard, following the directions of east, south, west, and north. She then brought over a tablet and handed it to Goose CC. This is holographic projection technology. These 4 machines work together as a set, mainly for watching movies. To achieve real-time holographic calls with live people, many homes need to connect and build a local network for it. You can try playing with it first. I'll bring the other stuff next time. After saying that, Jade went to eat. Chun Yu, Jiangxi, Su Yi, and Chu Feng all stood behind Goose CC, curious and excited about the amazing holographic projection from 300 years in the future. Only Goose CC has a built-in translation system, so only she can understand the text on the tablet. She took the tablet and first familiarized herself with the interface. The interface was very simple, showing only media functions, video playback, 5 different apps, and a calling feature. She tried each one. As Jade said, without establishing a local network for this system, the calling function on the tablet couldn't be used. Only the media functions worked independently, with stored content available at any time. She first opened the media function. The 4 machines emitted a silvery glow, covering the entire yard, as if everyone was enclosed in a blank, sealed world. In that moment, Chunyu exclaimed, "Wow, this initial effect was incredible, something current technology couldn't achieve." Very impressive. Goose CC looked around and felt even more excited. She browsed the playlist on the menu and found a movie called The Arrival of the Beasts. She pressed play. In the next second, the scene around everyone instantly changed into a giant, primitive forest. Even the sky appeared with a huge sun, and the warmth on their skin felt real. Tall trees, the smell of decaying leaves, damp soil, all of it was so vivid it entered their noses. It was truly an immersive experience. They reached out to touch the tall plants nearby, and the sensation was real. Is this the legendary full-sensory holographic projection? How does it work? It's so realistic. If everyone weren't here, I would think we had traveled to another world together. Chanyu happily explored around, acting like a monkey returning to the jungle. Jiangxi and Su Yi remained calm, just watching silently. Goose Cici was also feeling it. If she hadn't seen the jade beside her still eating, she would have thought the same as Chinyu. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and everyone looked behind them. They saw a huge flying beast rushing toward them, casting a shadow over the sky. In that moment, they turned their heads and saw its head, as big as a truck, with a bloody, foul-smelling mouth open wide, revealing sharp teeth. The beast's mouth was right in front of everyone. Its teeth were clear and sharp, and the terrible smell made them feel sick and almost faint. The powerful sight and smell shocked everyone. Their hearts pounded fast, and they screamed in fear. Goose Cici instinctively shouted, "Brother Tongzi, save my life." Goose Cici, Jiangxi, and Su Yi quickly protected her, dodging out of the way. Goose Cici hurriedly pressed the pause button, and everything instantly disappeared. The terrifying pressure was gone, and everyone finally calmed down. If this technology is used for horror movies, it would be amazing, Chinyu said, still feeling scared. Goose Cece and he exchanged looks. Isn't this a great business opportunity? Jade finished her meal too. She smiled and looked at Goose Cece, finding her more and more adorable. Suddenly, she understood how it felt when others teased her elderly family members. For her era, Goose Cece was considered an elder. Being teased like this was actually pretty nice. Goose Cece looked at Jade's gaze and felt a strange chill on her body. Jade walked over to Goose Cece and pointed at the transparent button on the tablet. This transparent button is the artificial intelligence self-creation feature of this system. Press it, and you can scan a person's photo or video with the camera, then input their personality, habits, and details. The more specific, the better. In just a few minutes, you can create an AI version of that person which can appear anytime through holographic projection. Each device can only create one AI. Don't make too many, or the system will crash. Hearing this, Goose Cece's eyes lit up. Turns out, what she needed was just a built-in feature of the system. That's amazing. Seeing her happy, Jade gently smiled and patted her fluffy head. Yes, that was her favorite warm feeling. Goose Cece continued her research, while Jade started a truck to deliver supplies to her world. The first device was naturally meant to create an artificial intelligence for her home. It would be great to have it there for her parents, Goose Cece thought. Then she asked Chinyu to operate the device. After scanning her and inputting her personal information, she reopened it. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, a life-sized Goose Cece appeared in the light and shadow. The two stood together. If not for one being in the shadow and the other in the light, it would be hard to tell who was real. They looked exactly the same. Goose Cece reached out to touch her clone. Surprisingly, she didn't miss. She could see the physical form and feel the touch with her hand. Such amazing technology. She marveled again. Next time, she planned to ask Jade for more features. After researching and separating the functions to lower the price, she would give the first one to Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong. When Jade finished delivering supplies, it was already 9:40. She didn't have time to say goodbye and just took her packed meals home. The holographic projection device was also taken away by Su Lao and others to study in the next room out of curiosity. By then, it was already bright outside. Everyone was just drinking water to wake up and waiting patiently. Today marked the 6th time she traded with Jade and the first time for the upcoming 4th world. When she opened a new world, she could take her supermarket through it. Goose Cece was excited just thinking about it. She never expected this day to come so soon. The system prompted, "The 4th trading world is about to open." A farming story with a stepmother raising children. The world is set 5 years after the end of the Seven Kingdoms War. The land is in chaos, people are suffering, and food is scarce. The time flow in this world is different from Earth. 1 day on Earth equals 1 month here. The trading target is a 17-year-old mother living in a remote village in Ngwa. She has 7 children of different ages. She is the daughter of the heavenly Tao in this world, and whatever she does will succeed. The host can use this buff, but be aware that she has not yet awakened her self-awareness. Goose Cece listened and brainstormed. With so many people and such a large population, isn't that just a source of cheap, abundant labor? I was worried that there wouldn't be enough land to grow all the jadeite needed, but this place is perfect. Plus, with the special benefits from the trading partner, failure is impossible. This means the business will only succeed. Also, the time flow between the 2 worlds is different. Here, I can harvest vegetables in 3 days and grains in 5 days. It's very convenient. After sharing these details with everyone, Goose Cece and the others felt relieved and looked forward to the arrival after the fog. However, the gray fog had been rising for several minutes, and no one had come out. Goose Cece went to the gate and called into the fog, "Is anyone there?" Only then did the fog start to move. A tall figure, about 1.8 meters, appeared. Goose Cece stepped back, and Shu Feng and Su Yi moved forward to protect her. The person was tall and muscular but had a very pale face, covered with makeup, looking frighteningly white. They were holding a round-faced child, about 3 or 4 years old, and carrying a sleeping baby on their back, like a mother with children. But their appearance. Gu Sisi was shocked. A man? A male mother? That big, muscular body was hard to ignore. This is the farming story the system mentioned. A world where a stepmother raises children? Is this stepmother a man? Or does this person just look like a muscular man? Gu Sisi planned to wait until the other person revealed themselves before speaking, to avoid offending. Wow, boo-hoo! The person holding the small round-faced boy sat down suddenly, crying loudly. Ghost! Ghost! Mom, are we dead? As they cried, the baby on their back also started to cry, and the scene quickly became a bit chaotic. Gu Sisi was most afraid of children. Hearing the crying made her scalp tingle. She wished she could block her ears. But then she heard the key words, Mom. So this person is a woman? Gu Sisi carefully observed the trading partner. It seemed that her body was very overweight due to some reason, but her muscles were well developed from exercise or hard work. She was also quite tall, which made her look like a man at first glance. The female lead of this world is a reverse heroine, including appearance the system explained, and Gu Sisi understood. But the setup before her comeback was quite harsh. The woman was always cautious, but during this chaos, she couldn't help but go to comfort the children first. While soothing the 2 kids, her voice trembled, but she gathered her courage and faced everyone directly. Who are you? There were men and women here, all dressed strangely, but they looked like wealthy people. She wondered where she had ended up. She had only gone to her mother's house as usual to borrow some grain, and was resting in a cave on her usual path. Just as Gu Sisi was about to speak, she heard a man and a little boy's stomachs growling loudly. The room fell silent, seeming a bit awkward, and the little boy stopped crying. Chunyu, Jiangxi, asked the chefs to add some flour and 2 eggs. Gu Sisi first turned to give the order, then smiled kindly at the 3 of them in front. Hello, my name is Gu Sisi. I am a trader who does business all over the world. I am a good person, so don't be afraid. Despite her words, the 3 people opposite her still looked at her with shy, wary eyes. The woman became even more cautious. Trader deals. I don't sell children, not even one. Although several of the children weren't her biological kids, each one was her treasure. She wouldn't sell them, never. You misunderstood. I don't buy or sell children. I am a proper merchant, not a trafficker. You can see that our world is different from yours. Just exchange what I need from your world. If we really were traffickers with so many of us, wouldn't we have already kidnapped your 3? Gu Sisi said sincerely. She wondered where these people had come from, and when they would awaken their self-awareness. When they did, her story of rising to power would truly begin. Chanyu brought a big bowl of egg noodles, and Jiangxi carried 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, placing everything on the table. The aroma of food filled the air. The woman and the little boy stared eagerly at the noodles on the table. Gu Sisi waved her hand. This is a gift for you. Let's eat our fill first, then we can talk. The little boy couldn't hold back and ran straight toward the stone table. The woman couldn't stop him. She stood there for a moment, then seemed to make a firm decision, tears in her eyes, and ran after him. A mother and child quickly started eating as if they hadn't eaten in days. The baby on her back was very thin. Is this the world after the war? Gu Sisi remembered that the supermarket sold milk powder and bottles. She went in and bought a can of milk powder, then held it up to show the woman. This is milk powder, like mother's milk, and can be given to babies. Would you like to feed it to your child? The woman looked at the bottle and felt she had seen it somewhere before. The nipple on the bottle made her blush, but she also thought how strange and amazing this world was, something so absurd yet reasonable. She made up her mind. If she was going to be poisoned, she and the baby would eat noodles too. There was no point in escaping. The baby on her back was alive, but it didn't matter anymore. She decided to eat well and die, not as a starving ghost. Carefully, she put the baby down and held it in her arms. She quickly took the milk bottle from Gu Sisi and, under her guidance, inserted the nipple into the baby's mouth. The baby instinctively started to suck and made a satisfied sound. The woman smiled happily, then quickly started eating noodles. Goose Cece looked at the time. About 10 minutes had passed. She decided to go to the supermarket and buy a few bags of milk powder, a bag of rice, and some vegetables. While waiting for the woman and the boy to finish eating, Goose Cece pointed and said, "These are also my gift. This is called milk powder. It can be given to children." After explaining, everyone looked exhausted. Another 10 minutes passed, and the round-faced boy finally smiled. "Mom, we're not dead. The noodles didn't have poison. Really, no poison." The woman also realized this late and looked at the now well-fed and peacefully sleeping baby. She cried tears of joy. She truly, really met a kind person. It must be a fairy. She immediately knelt with the boy and said, "Mrs. Zhang thanks the benefactor for saving us. I don't know how to repay you. If you want anything, I can give it to you. The deal you mentioned earlier, I am willing to do it. But I don't know what I can do for you." After all, she had nothing but 7 children. Goose Cece took a deep breath. The first step to building trust had finally succeeded. She sat opposite Mrs. Zhang and said, "I want you to help me farm the land and harvest the crops. I want you to help us escape poverty and become well off." That Zhang immediately shook her head. "Benefactor, this is not something women can do." "No, it's not possible." "Benefactor, may I go home first and ask my parents-in-law to come see you? My father-in-law is the head of the family. I only know how to have children, do laundry, and cook." Hearing this, Goose Cece almost blacked out and fainted. Fine. She still hadn't awakened her self-awareness, so she wasn't angry. Goose Cece comforted herself. "Brother Tongzi, how can she wake up her self-awareness? Can I give her a good beating? Otherwise, when will her plan go smoothly? If she keeps thinking like this, and if she continues her deal, buying land and farming over there, she really can't be trusted." "I don't know." The system's brief answer made Goose Cece feel hopeless. "No, this passage can only be crossed by you, which means you are the chosen one by heaven. You are unique." "What is your real name, Zhang?" Goose Cece planned to start convincing her, which should be faster, especially since she believed in the karaoke in that world. "My name is Zhang Chunhua." "Good. Zhang Chunhua, I tell you, you can do it. You are better than the man in your family. You can do anything you want as long as you want to. From now on, take these grains back, take care of your health, buy land, hire workers to farm, and trade with me to get rich. Do you agree?" Goose Cece spoke confidently, loud and clear. "Tell me, can you do it? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to stop being bullied? Do you want to never go hungry again? Mother, I want to eat full every day. You do all the chores at home, you farm the land, and Grandpa and Grandma don't do anything. Dad has been gone for a long time. The strongest person in the family is you, right?" The little boy didn't understand why it was impossible. "Yes, why is it impossible? Women can't do business, but they can work hard in the fields. Women shouldn't show their faces and must stay at home to serve their in-laws." It all seemed to be because of what men said. Yes, as long as she wants to do it. Why can't she? As long as she has money and grain, the village chief would listen to her, right? Suddenly, Zhang Chunhua's mind became clear, an unprecedented clarity. Alert! Host! The self-awareness of the transaction target Zhang Chunhua is awakening. Is she about to awaken now? Could it be that her questioning has had an effect? Goose Cece looked at the small round-faced boy again, then smiled and asked him, "Come on, little one, tell your mother, who do you like to be the head of the family? Who is your favorite person? Is it only the one who works the hardest and supports the whole family? Your mother should be the head because she is very capable. She can do whatever she wants and make it happen." The round-faced boy nodded without hesitation. "Yes, my mother is the best mother in the village. She can do everything. Others are just good-for-nothings, eating all day and doing nothing. Exactly, hard work is honorable. Getting something without effort is shameful and makes one a parasite of the country." Zhang Chunhua, did you hear that? You are the most capable and deserving of everything. The lazy ones at home are the real ones who don't deserve anything. They're just leeching off you, a woman. Goose Cece spoke more passionately, and Zhang Chunhua's eyes shone even brighter. Yes, her son was right, and the girl was right too. She is the one who should be in charge. If they don't let her, she will take her children and establish her own household. Reminder. Host, Zhang Chunhua's self-awareness has fully awakened, but she has not yet regained her memory. She cannot know her past life, so there's no need to push her further. Just wait for the right moment. Understood. Zhang Chunhua's ability to awaken her self-awareness made Gu Cece very happy. She was full of energy, like bamboo shoots in spring, growing rapidly. Her comeback story has begun. She will handle the grain matters herself. No worries about no harvest or being deceived. Restoring her memory before crossing over might just be a bonus. After all, whether or not she regains her memory, her divine daughter of the way of heaven buff will not change. Gu Cece looked at Zhang Chunhua, who seemed to have completely woken up from a dream, and smiled at her. Have you decided now? Will you agree to do business with me? I agree. Zhang Chunhua replied without hesitation, even a little eager. She had been lost for over 10 years. Now that she's awake, why not change her life? The confident woman who wanted to do business with her was right. Her son was right too. If she wants to do something, she can definitely make it happen. Heaven arranged this unexpected opportunity when she was in despair. It's definitely not to let her keep being drained and exploited. She must do something and live the life she wants. She immediately knelt before Gu Cece and slapped herself twice. Thank you, young lady. I agree to do business with you. I am willing to farm the land and harvest the crops for you. But I need your guidance on how to do it well. That's right. All her previous frustration disappeared, and Gu Cece felt comfortable inside. First, from now on, at this time every day you can come to me through the mist to trade and discuss. This secret must not be told to anyone. Second, since today is your first time trading, besides the grain you can take, I will give you a golden gourd seed. Take this seed back to your village as a deposit and token of trust, so others will believe your words. Then, start spreading the news that Miss Gu wants to rent land and hire people to farm. Ask for volunteers. Gu Cece sat down and explained carefully. Zhang Chunhua listened very attentively. Finally, you should select trustworthy people to farm, decide on the wages, and how to share the harvest. What is the usual practice in your area? How much is the yield per acre? Gu Cece planned to understand the local prices before making further plans. While speaking, she took out a small pouch from her bag, filled with golden gourd seeds, and handed 10 seeds to Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua chewed a few seeds to check if they were real, then replied, "In our area, a landlord might buy land for us to rent. Usually, we keep 40% for ourselves, and 1 acre yields about 600 jin of crops. The rest must be handed over. 1 golden gourd seed can exchange for about 10 taels of silver." She could rent land first to save money, then buy it all later. It seemed very promising. Let's rent 100 acres and plant all the seeds I give you. Use the method I taught you. If you encounter any problems, come back and discuss solutions with me. Since a month here is only a day over there, come to me again next month. The yield per acre is low there, but her seeds are high yield, sweet potatoes, corn, and rice all produce double. Naturally, they can't give 40% share anymore. The plan remains to rent land and hire people to farm. Seeing Gu Cece's difficulty, Zhang Chunhua offered an explanation. If you rent the land to others to farm, they only need 15 won a day per person. The town's workers earn 20 won a day, but since they can earn money right at home, everyone is eager to work for less, she explained while feeling emotional, looking around at this heavenly place. They had only been here for a day, even though a month had passed outside. Then I will pay 20 coins a day, with 1 person responsible for every 3 acres. The responsible person will have a fixed area to tend. When the harvest comes, they will get 10% of the total grain from their land. This 10% is based on the total harvest of their assigned land. Your reward will be 50 coins a day, and in the end, you will also get 10% of all the grain. Gu Cece added, this way, everyone will be motivated to work hard and not slack off. Zhang Chunhua nodded eagerly, looking like she had learned something new. The little boy with a round face was getting sleepy, so Chinyu covered him with his coat. The boy made a satisfied little sound. Seeing the happiness on both children's faces, Zhang Chuanhua's eyes filled with tears. She felt more certain about her current plans. She nodded to Chenyu, full of gratitude. She didn't want to leave, but as the fog was about to clear, she knew it was time to go. She gently pushed the round-faced boy and carried the baby on her back. Sibao, wake up. It's time to go home. Sibao woke up but didn't open his eyes. He held Zhang Chuanhua's hand tightly. When she picked up the rice, flour, grains, oil, and vegetables, he quickly helped her carry them. Gu Sisi took out a small bag of rice seeds, enough to plant about 100 acres. She asked the system to translate the planting instructions and handed them to Zhang Chuanhua before they left. The mother and 2 children staggered back home. Compared to their hesitation and shrinking earlier, now they held their heads high with confidence. As the fog disappeared, the 3 of them returned to the original cave. If it weren't for the food still in her hands and the golden melon seeds in her arms, Zhang Chuanhua almost thought it was all just a dream. She finally smiled and said, "Great. It's not a dream. It's real. Sibao, let's go home. Soon we'll have a good life." Sibao also showed his long-lost smile, carrying vegetables and fruits as they headed back to the village. They left early in the morning and stayed with the fairy for half an hour. Since they changed a month in one day here, 15 hours had passed outside, which was 1 full day and night. It's truly amazing. So now it's the day after they left, and it's almost noon. Many women from the village brought food to the old men working in the fields. At that moment, they and their children encountered a tense scene. Behind them, Zhang Chunhua's parents-in-law were walking quickly toward them. From a distance, Zhang Chunhua could hear their angry voices. "Zhang Chunhua, you finally came back. You promised to return in the evening, but it's already been a day and a night. We've been waiting for you to cook." "Zhang Chunhua, what's that look in your eyes?" "I am your mother-in-law. How dare you look at me like that?" Her mother-in-law raised her hand to slap her, but the usual scene of Zhang Chunhua being hit did not happen. Instead, Zhang Chunhua gently caught her mother-in-law's hand. The weak daughter-in-law of the Zhang family is fighting back? Her mother-in-law's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare to hit back?" Zhang Chunhua's face was cold and emotionless. Looking at her parents-in-law, who were shorter and thinner than her chest, she wondered how she had ever been afraid of them before. She sneered and gently pushed, knocking her mother-in-law to the ground. Before the 2 old people could cry out or complain, she quickly took 2 vegetable leaves, stuffed one into each of their mouths, and then pointed to the rice, flour, and oil in her hand. Seeing so much food, the 2 elders immediately forgot their tears. At the same time, Zhang Chunhua picked up a nearby tree trunk, snapped it easily, and it turned into 2 sections, each as thick as an arm. "If you dare to hit me again, it will be like this tree trunk." Her mother-in-law and father-in-law. Everyone. The Zhang family's parents-in-law couldn't believe it. Was their usually timid daughter-in-law suddenly a different person? They tried to work together to subdue her, but Zhang Chunhua was not polite. She immediately pushed them to the ground and beat them. After they couldn't move, she stopped. "If anyone dares to bully me or my children again, I will beat them so badly they'll be like pigs, and I'll keep them at my home. If you don't believe it, try me." No one dared to speak further. They just looked at her parents-in-law, feeling sorry for them. They had bullied their daughter-in-law before, and now they got their just desserts. Serves them right. Seeing most of the villagers present and remembering the task arranged by Gu Sisi, Zhang Chunhua immediately lifted all the food to show everyone. "Look, I have 20 jin of rice. Better quality than the rice eaten by the nobles in the palace. These vegetables, oil, and fruits, each one is like a precious gift." Before she finished speaking, everyone reached out to take some and ask questions. "Spring flour, how did your family give you so many things? And how could these be bought by common folks? Did your family suddenly become wealthy?" "Yes, Zhang family, please don't blame spring flour. She only went for a day and a night, but look at these valuable items. It's understandable. Oh, this rice is so white and full. It smells so good. Hey, give me a handful." "There's not much. Why are you hitting my hand?" Spring Flower waved everyone's hands away and said loudly, I met a very rich young lady this time. She asked me to do some errands, and these are her gifts for meeting me.
She also said,
These 5 golden gourds are her tokens of trust. If you want to help Miss Gu, she will give you 20 coins a day. Come to sign up within 3 days. This time, only 100 acres of land are needed, 3 acres per person. That's less than 40 people. Everyone, hurry up. After speaking, Spring Flower dragged the 2 elders home, carrying the grain on her arm. The 2 elders looked shocked, and the other villagers were also confused. Did I hear right? 20 coins a day for helping with farming. In a month, that's 600 coins, and in a year, over 7 taels of silver. That's much better than farming ourselves. And at the end of the year, they even share the grain. Who is this foolish, wealthy young lady? Let's ask the village chief if it's true. If it is, that would be great. Who wouldn't be able to afford food then? Come on, let's go call others. Meanwhile, in the modern world, the 4th world had confirmed the storage of grain. The next day, various supplies needed for farming were prepared for Spring Flower, including fertilizer, sprayers, pesticides, rice harvesters, bags, and daily necessities. Xu Feng submitted a new application and waited for approval through the fast track. Gu Sisi was pulled by Chun Yu to meet Chen Mo to discuss the holographic projection business. The meeting was set in the reception hall of the auction house run by the Chen family, the same place where Gu Sisi first signed the contract with Chen Mo. Back in the familiar room, Gu Sisi felt at ease. This time, Chen Mo didn't seem to have prepared a contract in advance. He only brought 2 lawyers along, probably ready to draft the contract at any moment. Chen Mo was still dressed in a dark, custom-made boss suit. His tailored suit made his V-shaped figure very eye-catching. He sat down, and Gu Sisi thought to herself that he definitely had that boss aura. She looked back at Chen Yu and thought, yes, he also has that mischievous vibe. Miss Gu, what are you looking at? Chen Mo noticed her gaze and didn't mind. He smiled and asked, I'm just thinking you're quite handsome, very much like a boss. Although you really are a true boss. Can I ask you a question? Gu Sisi suddenly had a bright idea. She was asking on behalf of many young women outside. Miss Gu, you don't need to be polite, Chen Mo said softly, looking at her kindly and gentlemanly. Do you like innocent, naive girls? Are you secretly in love with your childhood sweetheart but can't have her? Have you gone abroad to see your white moonlight? Or do you have a wife who's running around with someone else? Chen Yu burst out laughing loudly beside them. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead, looking a bit helpless. Miss Gu, although I don't read novels, our Chen family also owns a film and TV company, so I can understand what you're saying. To answer your fundamental question, I am not a boss like that. I am just an ordinary businessman. Gu Sisi also laughed. Well, it turns out that novels are just stories. All right, I won't spoil the mood. Let me tell you about the holographic projection project, Gu Sisi said seriously, then started explaining. She asked Chen Yu to show the video they tested, which was recorded from the device arranged by Xu Feng. Gu Sisi first let Chen Mo watch the video, then asked, What do you think? Very good. If Miss Gu believes in this project and is willing to work with me, I feel very honored. Do you have any additional requests or conditions? Please feel free to ask, Chen Mo replied politely, hiding his true feelings. Hearing this, Gu Sisi immediately stood up from her seat, exchanged places with Chen Yu. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, showing a tolerant and slightly mischievous smile. Brother, I want to talk to you, Chen Yu said, taking out a contract he had prepared long ago. But before he could read it, Chen Mo revealed a confident smile, reached out, and handed over a piece of paper. When Chen Yu saw the paper, he looked at it with confusion and was stunned. The terms listed on this paper are almost exactly the same as the conditions he had already written. Even more, several additional clauses were added to give Gu Sisi better treatment. The Chun family is completely supporting this business, not earning a single penny. His brother is famous for being a money magnet, only taking in, never giving out. It's unbelievable. Brother, are you spying on me? Chen Yu feels all his plans and preparations were wasted. He couldn't see Chen Mo's embarrassed expression, and he feels so disappointed and upset. Seeing Chun Yu's shocked look, Gu Cece hesitantly takes the paper to read.
What?
Chun Mo is actually giving her all the profits, only charging operational costs. If there are promotional costs or endorsement fees, they also count as Chun Mo's, and she doesn't have to pay a single cent plus. Any derivative products or business development must be approved by her, giving her a veto power. Every detail revolves around her. For a moment, Gu Cece almost feels like the Chun group belongs to her. No wonder Chun Yu is so surprised. His predictions were also guessed by his brother. After all, the younger brother is just a younger brother. However, the contract specifically states that all holographic projection technology business matters are to be handled only by the Chin family. Gu Cece understands where Chin Mo's real interests lie. Once this holographic projection technology is developed, many will want to share. Chun Mo is powerful, but he might struggle against many opponents. But if this project is hers personally, backed by the government, no one would dare to challenge her. It's a huge opportunity, business backed by the government, led by the Chin family, which not only shows their status but also brings other benefits. They can't work directly with her, but they can work indirectly. This is the idea. Brother Chun Mo, isn't this inappropriate? Gu Cece politely comments, clearly understanding everything. Power belongs to whoever holds it, and that person represents the truth. Chun Mo immediately notices Gu Cece has grown up. As for Chun Yu, his perception of his brother is too idealized, leading to a misjudgment. It's appropriate. Miss Gu, rest assured, Chin will continue. Although I am a businessman, I won't pursue profits at all costs. Moreover, this is our father's wish. I am already lucky to do this for you. A person has fully developed technology that surpasses the times. He only needs to use it to make money and achieve a win-win situation. Clearly, he has gained a good deal. After speaking, Chun Mo took out several luxury bags worth millions from a drawer. Cece, these are gifts for you and Auntie. Just accept them as friends. If you're okay with the contract terms, we can start drafting the agreement and prepare to sign. Gu Cece nodded. No problem, thank you. Chun Yu was still nearby, looking resentful and glaring fiercely at Chun Mo. Chun Mo looked at him and then took out a pair of Patek Philippe watches from under the desk, handing them to him. These are yours. You once said you wanted them, but didn't dare buy them. Chun Yu's mouth twisted, trying not to laugh. Gu Cece smiled again and shook her head. This Chun Yu, he could never surpass his clever older brother. He was completely kept on a tight leash. But having such a brother was also pretty good. Gu Cece was quite envious, so she patted Chun Yu. You seem to like your brother a lot. Why do you always oppose him and challenge him? Chun Yu turned around, stunned for a moment, and his words became stubborn. Who likes him? I actually dislike him. About the contract, I'll watch over it. After saying that, he ran behind the two lawyers to supervise. But Chun Yu's heart trembled slightly. Of course, he didn't dislike his brother. He just always felt he wasn't as good as Chun Mo, so the heavy responsibilities of the company fell on his brother, and he worked so hard. Still, it was okay. His spoiled image made others think they could find flaws in his brother, but working together with his brother was also pretty good. Gu Cece and Chun Mo exchanged a glance and smiled. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked. A cheerful male voice came from outside. Chun Mo, open the door. I know Gu Cece is inside. Gu Cece, I've been ordered to come and flirt with you again. Open the door quickly. Gu Cece annoyed. In Dahuang Dynasty, Shilin County, on the farmland between Mi River and Jiang River, the fields had already been moistened by the river water. For the first time in years, a light rain was falling in Shilin County. Shen Qingyan took off his official uniform, changed into casual clothes, and held the seeds Gu Cece gave him, teaching the villagers how to plant. This was also part of the information Gu Cece provided. Although Dahuang Dynasty had its own planting methods, their yield per acre was only half of what Gu Cece claimed. If the harvest can double, it would be a good thing for both the country and the people. Especially right after a disaster, when chaos might start again, it is helpful if the villagers can store more food. Because the relief efforts earlier were successful, the villagers deeply trust Shen Qingyan and follow the advice of Miss Gu. obediently. Shin Qingyan explained farming topics, from animal husbandry to crop growth, planting distances, common disasters, and how to handle them. After finishing, she distributed the fertilizer prepared by Gu Cece. The village chiefs around Shin Qingyan dispersed to teach other villagers. The people around also returned to their fields. Everyone was busy working happily, even though they had to wear raincoats and work in the rain. They did so willingly. Shin Qingyan looked at the lonely mother and child nearby and immediately went over. She recognized this family. They were related to the famous butcher in the county. During the famine, the butcher went up the mountain to find food and was killed by bandits, leaving only a woman and a 5-year-old girl. Farming was their last hope and final way out. But they had little strength and moved much slower than others. Master Shun, you're here. Has Miss Gu left? It would be so nice if she could come out and meet everyone. We think of her every day and hope to thank her in person. The woman didn't seem sad about her hardships. Instead, her eyes shone with hope. The 5-year-old girl also mimicked the adults, bowing politely to him, her voice soft and childish. Greetings, Master Shin. Little sister, you're so capable. Just like Miss Gu said, women can hold up half the sky, and they can be stronger than men. You're very sensible. When I was your age, I wasn't as capable as you. Shin Qingyan saw that the girl's hands were already raw from the heavy water bucket filled with fertilizer. He felt a pang of sadness. Life for the common people was still too hard. Give him a few more years, and their lives will surely improve. He would do his best to protect his own before this era settles into peace again. He took out his handkerchief, squatted down carefully, and gently wiped the dirt from the girl's hands. The girl giggled. Really? Everyone says Master Shin is a divine being. That's true. When I grow up, I want to be a general, a mighty and impressive commander. The young girl looked bright and lively, raising her small hand as if holding a long spear. In Shin Qingyan's mind, the image of Gu Cece's eyes appeared, hopeful and pure. He patted the girl's head and said, Good, I believe in you. In the future, the first female general of Shilin County and Dahuang Dynasty will be you. Nyo Nyo. Ha ha ha. Mother, I want to be a general. Nyo Nyo happily jumped up. The woman let out a breath, smiling gently, and bowed to Shin Qingyan again. Your kindness is great. Miss Gu must also be a special girl. Only someone capable of such great things could say such words. She truly is different from everyone else, Shin Qingyan said sincerely, then took a heavy wooden bucket and helped Nyo Nyo fetch water. Madam Wang, come and fertilize the field. I'll dig the ground and plant the crops. I understand a little about farming, he said confidently, grabbing a hoe and bending down to work. The woman could no longer hold back her tears and turned away, wiping her eyes. As a widow, she had been pointed at and bullied. Shin Darren had sent people to look after and help her. Now, this official was helping her weed the field. All her past grievances seemed to be comforted at this moment. She was touched and a little shy. She wanted to take back the hoe, but couldn't reach it. Sir, I'm not worried about my land. You're an official, and it wouldn't look good for your image if I did. I'll do it myself, she said. Shin Qingyan didn't stop working. He pointed to the freshly dug ground and the seeds Nyo Nyo had sown. Madam Wang, if you don't fertilize soon, we'll be waiting for you. Besides, the official, though it's for the people and we should care for you like family, how can I just show off? As long as everyone trusts and loves me, I don't need to make a big show of my authority, right? Madam Wang had to hold back her tears and started watering quickly and efficiently. Perhaps there was no better official in the world than Shin Darren. The villagers around them, overhearing the conversation, also turned to wipe their tears secretly. The disasters of the past year felt like a nightmare. Shin Darren and many others had saved them. As long as Shin Darren and his people were here, they believed that the future would be good. Busy until noon, Captain Chung searched the fields all morning until he found Shin Qingyan. He shouted, Sir, the imperial envoy with the imperial decree has arrived and is waiting at the government office for you to receive the order. Why are you still farming? Wasn't he just supposed to come out to explain farming techniques and inspect the fields? Sir, the imperial decree from the capital has arrived.
You should go back quickly. Since you've helped with the disaster relief, you will definitely be rewarded. Let's go see it together. You've made such a big contribution this time, and the court will surely send many good things. We should go and share in the good luck. Master Shin, please stop digging. Nyo, and I want to see what the decree looks like and what the envoy looks like. All the villagers gathered around. Shin Qingyan washed his hands, nodded, and led the way. A dozen villagers followed him to the county office. The townspeople on the street saw this as normal and greeted Shin Qingyan politely. At the county office, the villagers watched from outside the gate. Envoy Lu Zhe looked at Shin Qingyan carefully and took out the imperial decree directly. County Magistrate Shin Qingyan of Shilin County received the imperial order. Shin Qingyan knelt down and bowed with both hands. The other villagers also knelt, waiting eagerly to hear the decree. By the emperor's command, it is decreed that Shin Qingyan, the magistrate of Shilin County, has performed meritorious service in disaster relief. He is ordered to return to the capital within 3 days to receive his reward. The county office affairs will be temporarily managed by the assistant. So decreed. Shin Qingyan, please accept the decree. The villagers felt something was strange, but couldn't quite tell what was wrong. They looked at Shin Qingyan, who stood up. Your servant accepts the decree. However, the drought has just eased, and the grain planting is not yet complete. I think I should return to the capital in half a month. Once the natural disaster is fully over, then I can leave with peace of mind. I wonder if the Lord can report this situation to His Majesty and ask for some flexibility. Shin Qingyan pretended not to understand and focused on the disaster relief. He had never seen this envoy before, perhaps a relative of a high official in the court. Whether he agreed or not didn't really matter. The court publicly rewards him, but secretly, they want to kill him. They are bringing him back to expose their true intentions, forcing them into chaos. Sure enough, Lu Zhe frowned and sneered. Lord Shun is overconfident, ignoring the emperor's orders? I am worried, Lord Lu. Why do you say that? I only want to help with the disaster relief. Shin Qingyan continued to pretend he didn't understand. Lu Zhe smiled again and nodded. All right, I will report to His Majesty. An urgent message will reach you by tomorrow. But if His Majesty is angry when it arrives, Lord Shin, don't regret it. Lord Shin, I will never regret it. Shin Qingyan bowed again. He happily took the imperial decree, as if answering Lu Zhe's question and also responding to other questions. He looked at Lu Zhe, who then waved his sleeve and left directly. The common people were confused. Since ancient times, wasn't it usual to reward first and then return to the capital? Moreover, Lord Shun had made great contributions. Normally, when making such a request, the envoy's attitude should be gentle. But the envoy's attitude was so stern that the people started to worry. They hesitated, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. Shin Qingyan handed the imperial decree to his assistant. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Then he looked at Madame Wang, Nyo, and others. Everyone, just wait for good news. It's already past noon, so let's go eat first. Sir, what would you like to eat? Come to our house. How can we go to your house? Of course, we should come to ours. My cooking is much better than yours. Stop arguing. Let's eat together. Lord Shun has saved many people. Today, we should all share a meal with him. Everyone quickly headed toward the farmland. At this time, the people delivering lunch should be arriving. Lu Zhe sat in the carriage, pulled back the curtain, and looked furious. Send a message back to the capital immediately. Shin Qingyan is loved by the people. His position in their hearts is much higher than we thought. We must eliminate him at once. Shin Qingyan wanted to wait half a month before returning, probably planning to escape. Captain Chung saw this and reported to Shin Qingyan. Shin Qingyan remained calm and went to sleep peacefully that night. The next morning, he took a cartload of herbs and prepared medicines into the fog. The latest imperial decree would arrive by noon at the latest, and it would definitely summon him back to the capital immediately. It might also falsely accuse him of some crimes. Soon, the chaos within the great dynasty would begin. Although he had weapons and could mostly protect himself, nothing was certain. If he couldn't return, that would be the last time he saw Gu Sisi.
He looked at Gu Sisi, nodded slightly, but his gaze lingered for a long time. He wanted to keep this lively, touching, joyful Gu Sisi, who was waiting for him forever in his heart. Master Shin, what are you daydreaming about on the road? I thought maybe my channel was bugged or something went wrong, Gu Sisi said, looking at the pile of medicinal herbs.
She was surprised.
Aren't all these for my mother? Has your aunt come? It's been several days. Her medicine should be finished. Let me check her pulse again, he replied. The good doctor had already explained possible situations and changes to him. He had prepared several versions of prescriptions for each case, all in his hands. Once he confirmed his mother's illness, he would give her a new prescription. Even if he didn't appear later, these large carts of herbs would be enough for them. By then, no matter the outcome, everything would be settled, and he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Gu Sisi's parents were both alive and well. That was the last thing he could do for her for now. Gu Sisi hurriedly called her mother, who was upstairs cooking breakfast at the supermarket, to come down. Her mother carried a basin of steamed buns. Master Shun is here. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've wanted to thank you, but I didn't know how. Sisi told me you're busy helping with disaster relief, so you probably can't eat on time. I specially steamed some meat buns for you. I used soybean oil in the filling, so even cold, they won't cause stomach trouble. After speaking, her mother placed the basin of buns on the stone table. Try one and see if it's good. I also steamed 100 red sugar buns upstairs. You can take some back with you. All the energy the body needs, carbohydrates, sugar, and meat, was there. Shin Qingyan smiled, looked at Gu Sisi, then turned to her mother. He reached out, took a bun, and took several bites. After chewing, he replied, Andy, you are too kind. These buns are very delicious. Truly, the filling is a flavor I've never tasted before. He finished another whole bun before sitting down. No wonder Miss Gu is so clever and graceful. It's because she has an aunt like you, a treasure. I truly admire you. Shin Qingyan bowed in thanks, praised her, then pointed at the buns. I'd like to have a few more if you don't mind. Eat, eat. Child, if you want to eat, just eat. There are plenty of buns. You really know how to flatter people, her mother said, smiling so widely her mouth couldn't close, her whole face bright with happiness. Mother Gu went to make soy milk again, rich in protein to help nourish the child, who is too thin. When he comes next time, she must cook a pot of pork knuckles for him to take home, along with some old hen soup. Shin Qingyan kindly ate 5 large buns in a row before stopping. Jiang Shi went upstairs with the buns to pack them with the steamed buns. Mother Gu sat down to have Shin Qingyan check her pulse. Old Su came over after hearing the news, standing behind Mother Gu to watch. Shin Qingyan took out some prescriptions from his pocket, pulled out one, and said, Madam's condition is now under control. This prescription should work better for her. Let's use this one from now on. All the herbs are here, so you don't need to trouble a doctor to get medicine, she said happily, looking at the prescription. There's enough medicine here for at least half a year. Thank you, Lord Shun.
You're too kind, madam.
I will be leaving for a while soon, and my return date is uncertain, so I prepared these medicines in advance, Shin Qingyan said, but his eyes involuntarily looked at Gu Sisi's face.
Gu Sisi was surprised.
Oh, where are you going? What are you doing? Isn't the disaster in your area already resolved? Or is there a new one? It wouldn't be so terrible in that world. Don't worry, Miss Gu. The relief work is finished. The Emperor summoned us back to the capital for rewards, and there might be banquets or appointments, so we don't know when we'll return, Shin Qingyan said sincerely. Gu Sisi believed him and nodded. She was happy for Shin Qingyan finally making progress. Lord Shun is amazing. When you get your reward, show me some treasures too. I want to see and learn. I'll celebrate with you then. Maybe by that time, she could cross over with her supermarket. She would go straight to Shin Qingyan and give him a big surprise. Seeing Gu Sisi's happy face, Shin Qingyan also felt unexpectedly relaxed. His tone softened with affection. All right, I'll give you all the rewards so you can learn more. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the sleeve's edge revealed a large tear. Gu Sisi turned around and saw it. Shin Qingyan, Your sleeve is torn. Look at your official uniform, so worn out. The court is really stingy, not even giving you new clothes. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve, inspecting it under the light, thinking about how to mend it. Shin Qingyan just looked down at Gu Cece, a deep and intense smile in his eyes. He nodded along with Gu Cece's teasing, saying, "Yes, the court is really stingy."
"I'll help you fix it," he said.
"I heard that many powerful officials are just sycophants who follow the wind. You'll definitely be laughed at if you do it like this. But I can't make it perfect. Just leave a mark for His Majesty to see your effort, hard work, and honesty." Gu Cece didn't look up. She kept talking to herself and then waved at Qin Yu, saying, "Go get the needle and thread."